Yang Chulu, having fallen victim to a scam and rendered unemployed, returned to his hometown in despair, believing his life had reached its nadir. However, fortune smiled upon him as he stumbled upon a golden compass by the seaside, a remarkable artifact capable of accurately locating schools of fish, detecting sunken ships beneath the waves, and even guiding him to uncharted islands. Thus commenced his journey of prosperity as he engaged in fishing and salvaging antiques, transforming a deserted island into a veritable paradise, leading a leisurely life that even the wealthy envied. While all others mocked his misfortune, destiny had already prepared a more astonishing gift for him. Chapter 1. Qingdao Fishing Village. In July, the relentless sun scorched the earth, ushering in the sweltering heat of summer in Qingdao. Clad in a black cap and bearing a somewhat faded backpack, Yang Chulu ambled along the roadside, pulling a suitcase behind him. The sound of crashing waves reverberated as they relentlessly pounded the rocky shore, sending sprays of water high into the air, cooling the surrounding atmosphere. The murky sea was dotted with a fleet of boats, varying in size, predominantly small fishing skiffs and metal vessels. Standing at the dock, Yang Chulu took a deep breath of the briny sea air, preparing to reach for his wallet when a voice called out, "Hey!" He instinctively turned his head. "Liu Zai, is that really you?" A plump woman stepped forward, her face breaking into a smile as she scrutinized him. Yang Chulu blinked in surprise, recognizing the woman before him as his second aunt, Lu Qin, known in the village as Lu the Beautiful, who specialized in matchmaking. Second aunt. He greeted her with a cheerful smile. Lu Qin's smile widened, her eyes narrowing into slits, nearly disappearing. "My dear, after years apart, you've grown tall and handsome, nearly rivaling my son, Dahai. Luzi, I barely recognized you needn't bother with that 10 yuan. The old man finally recognized Yang Chulu and called out, "Lu the Beautiful, enough chatter, let's talk on a boat, people are waiting." "Understood," Lu Qin muttered, pulling Yang Chulu aboard. Yang Chulu offered a cigarette to old Yang, whose yellowed teeth gleamed as he smiled widely. Though Yang Chulu had never smoked before, he had brought a pack specifically for this trip. Once on the boat and seated, Lu Qin resumed her inquiries. "Liu Zai, you've struck it rich out there, haven't you?" "Not at all," he replied modestly. "Oh, come on, you can't hide the truth from your second aunt." Yang Chulu felt a twinge of embarrassment, but deftly changed the subject, unwilling to divulge his unemployment status. "Why have you returned now? Just for a break? Where's your partner?" "Your second aunt is still waiting for some sweets." Throughout the journey, Lu Qin chattered incessantly, and Yang Chulu could only offer hesitant replies. Thankfully, the boat finally docked, and Yang Chulu quickly grabbed his belongings and called out, "Uncle Biao, second aunt, I'm heading home." He hurried away towards his house. As he walked, he passed several elderly villagers basking in the sun at their doorsteps. Squinting at him for a moment, they failed to recognize him, which brought Yang Chulu a sense of relief as he reached home unscathed. He fumbled with his keys, struggling with the rusty lock for a while, before finally gaining entry. Creak! Cough, cough. As he pushed the door open, a cloud of dust rushed at him, causing him to recoil instinctively, covering his mouth and nose. Once the dust settled, he stepped inside. To his dismay, the house was covered in grime, with mold sprouting in several corners, as if mushrooms could sprout next. After setting down his backpack, Yang Chulu set to work. He filled a bucket with water, splashed some on the floor, and swept vigorously at the tables, chairs, and even the bed and stove. He retrieved blankets from the wardrobe and hung them outside to air, washing the dishes and utensils as well. After using 3 buckets of water, he finally managed to clean the house, though it was dark by then, and his back ached from the exertion. Stretching his limbs, he flipped the electrical switch. Fortunately, the power bill had not yet run out before his departure, sparing him a night in darkness. He brewed 2 packets of instant noodles on the freshly cleaned induction cooker, making do for dinner. Before dawn the following day, Yang Chulu rose early, having slept uncomfortably on the somewhat damp blanket that had not dried properly. After washing up and glancing at the rising sun, he took the blanket outside again to air. After consuming another packet of instant noodles, he grabbed a bucket and his old seaside tools, making his way toward the shore. Upon arrival, he noticed the faint glimmers of several flashlights on the beach, indicating that some villagers were also out gathering seafood. The villagers had traditionally relied on the sea for sustenance, but dwindling resources in recent years had forced many able-bodied individuals to seek work elsewhere. These seasoned gatherers made it difficult for Yang Chulu to find anything valuable, so he ventured in a less populated direction. Once the distant lights faded from view, he rolled up his pant legs, pushed up his sleeves, and waded into the water wearing sandals. Birar, it's cold. Having not gathered seafood in a long while, he found his eyesight somewhat diminished after half an hour of searching. He had managed to collect only a few small shells, clams, and sea urchins. Indeed, resources around the island had significantly dwindled over the past 2 years once. Crabs weighing half a kilogram were easily collected, even by children. The sun had risen halfway above the horizon, and dawn was imminent. Yang Chulu decided to pour the contents of his bucket out, preparing to return home. He intended to purchase some groceries today, as his kitchen was bare, and perhaps buy some fishing gear to try his hand at angling. Just as he turned to leave, a flash of gold caught his eye. Chapter 2. The Golden Compass. Yang Chulu paid little mind at first, assuming it to be a golden bottle cap or something similar, nudging it with his toe. What's this? He kicked it out, noting its weight, comparable to that of a pocket watch. Most striking was its gleaming gold hue and texture, causing his heart to race. Could he truly be so fortunate to find gold? He quickly retrieved the object, rinsing it in the seawater to wash away the sand and dirt before holding it in his hands, curiously examining it. Just as he was about to bite into it, he noticed a slit in the middle. Could it be a pocket watch? Gently prying it open, he was astonished to reveal its contents. A compass? Inside was a small, transparent disc with a needle gently swaying within. Surrounding it was a circular arrangement of the 8 trigrams. Encircling it were the characters for Qian, Kun, Zhen, Sun, Can, Li, Jin, Dui, representing the 8 cardinal directions. Beyond there were the 12 zodiac signs. Beyond this, Yang Chulu was at a loss. Yet, he could discern that it was indeed a compass. Stepping away from the water, Yang Chulu plopped down onto the sand, fiddling with the compass. Unsure of how to use it, he decided to consult the internet. Without hesitation, he pulled out his phone and searched for instructions on using a compass. After a period of exploration, he exclaimed, "Oh, so that's how it's done." Following the instructions he found online, he opened the compass, loosened the adjusting screw, allowing the magnetic needle to move freely. Then he held the compass level before his chest, aiming it toward the sea, adjusting the mirror's position to reflect the compass perfectly. Once the short sighting tube and the mirror aligned, something magical occurred. The needle, which had been spinning erratically, suddenly steadied itself, pointing toward the direction of Can and swaying slightly. Intrigued by his first experience with a compass, Yang Chulu rose to follow the needle's direction. Gradually, the needle's movements became more subdued. Suddenly, a red appeared in the reflection of the mirror. Yang Chulu was taken aback, exclaiming, "What is this, a radar or a compass? How does it possess such high-tech features?" He did not notice any batteries or electronic components on this peculiar device. However, despite his bewilderment, Yang Chulu did not halt his steps. The red dot grew increasingly distinct and moved closer to the center of the reflection. When the red dot perfectly aligned with the center, causing the needle to cease its oscillation, Yang Chulu realized there was a large rock before him, half submerged in water. Does the compass point to the rock? Or was there treasure hidden beneath it? Filled with curiosity and a glimmer of hope, he swiftly overturned the stone. Wow, it truly is useful. Beneath the crystalline surface of the water, a formidable blue crab came into view, its pincers raised defiantly. Overjoyed, Yang Chulu quickly stowed the compass in his pocket and focused intently on the crab at his feet. Having rushed out that morning, he only had a plastic bucket and a pair of small tongs at his disposal, yet the crab before him weighed at least half a kilogram. Such a wild creature was quite fierce. A careless pinch could result in a painful injury. After a brief moment of mutual observation, both the man and the crab seemed to size each other up, and Yang Chulu tightened his grip on the tongs, making a swift move. With a soft splash, the tongs plunged into the water with astonishing speed, honed by over 2 decades of practice. As the tongs submerged, Yang Chulu exerted force, clamping them tightly shut. After a brief struggle, the crab gradually submitted, with nearly half of its body buried in the mud. Once he noticed the crab was no longer resisting, he used his other hand to reach into the water and secure it in the plastic bucket. Crabs are quite delicate. Any missing limbs could diminish their value. After a careful inspection, he was relieved to find it intact, brimming with vitality. To ensure its safety, Yang Chulu instinctively pulled a strand of seaweed from the water to cover the crab. It was indeed a stroke of luck to encounter such a sizable specimen in shallow waters. With his prize in hand, Yang Chulu felt elated and glanced around to ensure no one was watching before retrieving the compass, once more, examining it from various angles. After toying with it for a while, he noted that the compass exhibited no signs of activity. How strange could it have been mere coincidence? Furrowing his brow, Yang Chulu murmured to himself as he continued to walk slowly along the beach. At that moment, the previously motionless compass needle began to sway slightly once more, prompting Yang Chulu to stop in curiosity and confirm his bearings. This time, the compass pointed towards the Qian position, yet no red dot appeared on the surface. Following the direction indicated by the needle, Yang Chulu stepped forward into the chilly sea water, which sent a shiver up his legs. After walking approximately 7 or 8 meters, the once empty mirror suddenly turned red, as if scorched by intense heat. What could this mean? As he pondered this, a wave surged from the ocean, accompanied by a flurry of water, revealing the presence of fish. The wind howled and the waves roared, causing him to retreat hastily, only to stumble and land in the water. Ugh! The briny seawater filled his mouth, causing his stomach to churn, nearly forcing him to regurgitate his breakfast. Upon glancing back at the sandy shore, he noticed a multitude of small pufferfish wriggling desperately, attempting to return to the safety of the ocean. Yang Chulu stood up and brushed the sand from his backside. These little pufferfish, the largest barely the size of a ping-pong ball, clearly held no commercial value. Locally, they were referred to as small bass fish, easily spotted in shallow waters or along the beach, often becoming a source of amusement for board fishermen. Observing the lively little pufferfish, Yang Chulu shook his head in resignation, initially thinking he had stumbled upon a school of larger fish. Checking the compass again, he noticed that the previously rotating needle had come to a stop and the red had vanished from the reflective surface. Gazing at the compass in his hand, he concluded, after 2 experiments, that this device was indeed extraordinary. He had truly stumbled upon a treasure. He understood the adage about the perils of possessing something valuable and knew he must keep this discovery discreet. As the day progressed, the sun climbed higher in the sky. He carefully tucked the compass into his pocket, grasped the plastic bucket, and prepared to head home. Today's bounty was quite satisfactory. The single large blue crab was worth the equivalent of half a day's wages. He needed to reach the dock before the fishmongers departed, or he would have to wait another day. Chapter 3. The early market. Yang Chulu arrived at the dock, carrying a plastic bucket. The expansive dock was bustling with people, all gathered to sell their goods, with large and small buckets in hand, suggesting a decent harvest. Hey, isn't that Liuzi? I heard from my mother last night that you were back. I didn't expect it to be true. Upon hearing the voice, Yang Chulu turned to see who was calling him. It was none other than Lu Demiran's son, Dahai. Yang Dahai was a childhood acquaintance, though their relationship was not particularly close. He had often bullied Yang Chulu during their younger years, taking advantage of his age. Yang Chulu's memory of Dahai was of a boy with long, wild hair, dark and plump, but after years apart, he was surprised to find him now bald. A sight he had never witnessed before. He recalled how, back then, whether at home or school, Dahai would fiercely resist any suggestion to cut his hair, as if he were ready to fight anyone who dared to suggest it. Yang Chulu let out a soft hum, and as they sized each other up, Dahai's gaze shifted to the bucket in Yang Chulu's hand, a sly smile creeping onto his lips. Liuzi, you just got back and you're already hard at work. Let's see what treasures you've gathered. As Dahai spoke, he reached for the bucket without hesitation. Step aside, Yang Chulu said, swatting his hand away. Although Dahai smiled, his words were laced with mockery, just as they had been in their youth. After Yang Chulu pushed his hand away, Dahai shook it off, still grinning, as if the interaction were mere amusement. At that moment, others nearby turned their attention to Yang Chulu. Liuzi, when did you return? Liuzi, why didn't you let us know you were back? Wow, Liuzi must have struck it rich out there. As the crowd chimed in with friendly greetings, Yang Chulu felt a bit embarrassed to ignore them. He pulled out some cigarettes from his pocket and began distributing them among the group. Most of these people were from the same village, related in some way, and not speaking would certainly lead to gossip. While he was handing out cigarettes, Dahai seized the opportunity and snatched the plastic bucket away, confident that it contained nothing of value. Among the younger generation in Daong village, he had never backed down from a challenge at the sea, especially not from Yang Chulu, who had a knack for collecting worthless trinkets, much to Dahai's amusement. Without hesitation, Dahai plunged his hand into the bucket to see what lay inside. Hey! Yang Chulu realized what was happening and rushed to stop him. But it was too late. The crab inside had clamped down, and it wouldn't let go easily. There was a real risk of injuring his fingers. Before he could finish his warning, a wail erupted from the dock, alarming bystanders. Ouch! That hurts. Dahai, caught off guard, found his thumb firmly gripped by a blue crab, his face turning a shade of purple as he jumped around, shaking his hand in vain. The more he moved, the tighter the crab's grip became. Yang Chulu observed, noting that the crab was clamping his right hand, wondering if this would affect Dahai's future romantic prospects. Yang Chulu, you won't get away with this. Get it off me, Dahai shouted, his cries filled with desperation, having completely forgotten that he was the one who had taken the bucket in the first place. Seeing the blood oozing from Dahai's hand, Yang Chulu rolled his eyes and remarked, Dahai, be careful. If the crab is missing limbs, you'll owe me for the loss. I'll pay you back. Dahai's face fluctuated between red and purple, unsure if his pain or anger was more intense. Others in the crowd noticed the increasing blood and began to worry. If this continued, something serious might happen to the young man, and he could end up disabled, making it even harder to find a partner. Dahai, come here and put your hand in the basin. An older man, Lao Yang, called out, his years of fishing experience making him much calmer in such emergencies than the younger crowd. Yes. Quickly, Dahai was pulled to the iron basin, carefully placing his hand inside, and soon it began to swell. Be gentle. It hurts, he sobbed, tears streaming down his face, reminiscent of someone heartbroken. He hadn't shed a tear even when his great-uncle passed away years ago. After a chaotic struggle, the blue crab was finally removed. However, Dahai's hand was now swollen like a steam bun. Yang Chulu glanced at it briefly before using tongs to transfer the crab into his bucket. Turning to the fishmonger, he asked, what is the price for crabs of this size? The fishmonger, seeing the commotion had settled, looked at the crab and replied, for this size, I usually buy at 150 yuan per pound. Yang Chulu nodded slightly. While this price was not as high as he would have gotten by selling at the market himself, it was still reasonable. All right, I've caught one today. Please weigh it. Sure, bring it over. The fishmonger weighed the crab, and it came to 68 pounds. Just as Yang Chulu had estimated. The total came to 102 yuan. As the price was announced, the crowd cast envious glances at Yang Chulu. Finding such a crab in shallow waters was akin to stumbling upon a treasure. The fishmonger, being straightforward, completed the transaction without fuss. Unlike some who would haggle for even 2 yuan less. With money in hand, Yang Chulu felt a surge of happiness. Earning from the sea was far more gratifying than laboring in a kitchen all day, only to be worn out and at the mercy of a boss's whims. However, as he prepared to head home, he noticed Dahai glaring at him, his eyes bloodshot with fury. Yang Chulu, you sold the crab and got the money. Now we need to discuss compensation. Dahai, do you still want your hand? Hurry up and get on the boat. Came Lao Yang's voice from the front of the boat, urging him along. Coming. Just wait, Yang Chulu. I'll settle the score with you later. Dahai was hurried onto the boat, still clutching his injured hand, leaving with a threat hanging in the air. Yang Chulu snorted in response, grabbing his bucket and turning to head home, unwilling to engage in further conflict. Upon arriving home, he glanced at the clock, nearly 10 o'clock. Soon, he would need to prepare lunch, but aside from a few bags of instant noodles, there was not a single vegetable in the house. I should head to the convenience store for something to make do with. This afternoon, I definitely need to go grocery shopping. The little vegetable garden outside has long been neglected. It's time to tidy it up. Chapter 4. Procuring equipment under the scorching sun. Yang Chulu arrived at the entrance of the small convenience store, where he observed the proprietor bustling about inside, clearly thriving in business. Though modest in size, this was the only store on the island, catering to the daily needs of the villagers, who typically sourced larger items from the mainland. Upon entering, the owner greeted him with a cheerful smile. Liu Zai, you're here. Yes, Uncle Hua, please weigh out 2 kwai of tofu and slice me a jean of pork belly. But make sure it's the leaner cut. Of course. Look at you, back from the city, and your aunt has been fixated on bean sprouts. And what of it? I happen to enjoy them. Is that a problem for you? Uncle Hua's jest was met with a retort from a nearby woman, compelling him to smile in response. The villagers, accustomed to playful banter, rarely took offense. After purchasing his groceries, including a bottle of beer, Yang Chulu spent a total of 20 kwai. The cost of living back home was significantly lower. In a bustling metropolis, 20 kwai wouldn't even suffice for a fast food meal. Upon returning home, Yang Chulu habitually placed the beer in the water tank, allowing it to chill naturally while he prepared dinner, his forte. Living conditions on the island were somewhat rudimentary. But in the sweltering summer heat, the stone house remained pleasantly cool without the need for a fan. Although the evenings did bring a few more mosquitoes than he would prefer. After securing the beer, he turned his attention to cooking. His home utilized traditional clay pots and stoves, avoiding the exorbitant costs of gas. Once the fire was lit, Yang Chulu busily juggled tasks, finding the rustic stove economical yet somewhat cumbersome for solo operation. As the pot preheated, he added the sliced pork belly, and a rich aroma filled the air. After a period of diligent cooking, he set aside half of the sot ed meat for later, mindful of his dwindling 6,000 kwai and the need to budget wisely. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Yang Chulu retreated to his room to jot down a shopping list. Time slipped away, and soon half a page was filled with various fishing gear and everyday items. He had contemplated pooling his funds to purchase a boat, but alas, it was insufficient. Previously, there had been an old dinghy, but it had been sold at a bargain before he returned. Just like vehicles, boats require maintenance after a period of use. Left untouched in seawater for years, even iron succumbs to corrosion. He had no plans to venture out soon, and if he spent his remaining money on a boat, he would be left with nothing. Therefore, his immediate focus should be on gathering resources from the sea, postponing any thoughts of acquiring a vessel until his savings allowed for it. With clarity in mind, he glanced at his phone to check the time, 11:30. At this hour, Old Yang would undoubtedly be at the dock. Yang Chulu grabbed his shopping list, locked the door, and hurried towards the pier. Yuzai, why the rush? An elder from the village called out as he exited. I'm off to catch a boat to buy supplies. Take your time. Before long, he arrived at the dock. As expected, Old Yang was seated at the bow of the boat, a somewhat yellowed lunchbox in hand, alongside a water bottle that likely contained liquor. Uncle, are you eating? Yang Chulu called out as he approached. Old Yang set down his chopsticks and replied, What's up? Nothing major. Just returned home and need to pick up a few things. Would you mind helping me carry them back? Ah, come aboard then. We'll leave shortly. Don't rush. Finish your meal first. I can help. As Yang Chulu hopped onto the boat, he handed Old Yang a cigarette. Old Yang accepted it without a word. Piloting the old diesel-powered ferry was straightforward, as nearly everyone on the island could manage it. Yang Chulu positioned himself at the front of the boat, locating the throttle cable and pulling it firmly upwards. With a sputter, the diesel engine roared to life, releasing a plume of black smoke from the chimney. Yang Chulu inhaled deeply, relishing the scent. Yuzai, what are you dawdling for? Do you know how to operate it? Of course, let's go. With that, he reassured. Hold on tight, we're off. The boat gradually departed the dock, cutting through the waves towards the opposite pier. During the journey, Old Yang mentioned the sea again, noting that the young man he referred to had only suffered minor injuries that required a couple of stitches, with no serious damage. Yang Chulu paid little heed to this matter. Whether or not there was serious harm was of no concern to him. One could only say it was a consequence of their own actions. Approximately half an hour later, they reached the pier. After briefly discussing the estimated time, he made his way towards the bus stop by the roadside. Reaching the town required transferring buses, and every shopping trip involved a lengthy detour, especially during holidays when it became even more challenging. He resolved that if possible, he would improve his hometown's infrastructure. Reflecting on this, Yang Chulu felt a twinge of sadness. His parents had ventured out to procure timber for the island's development and tragically perished at sea. Despite the passing years, the island remained dilapidated and unchanged, yet few residents had moved away, for there was truly no place like home. After a winding journey that took nearly an hour and a half, he finally arrived at the town. Named Guanbao Town, it boasted proximity to the sea, making it a well-known tourist destination, and had seen considerable development in recent years. Although officially designated as a town, its thriving tourism industry rivaled that of many county capitals. Upon disembarking, Yang Chulu was momentarily taken aback by the town's dramatic transformation. Shops he once knew had undergone extensive renovations. After surveying his surroundings to reacquaint himself, he began searching for a fishing tackle store. The town was replete with such establishments, offering an array of fishing gear. This time, he primarily aimed to purchase crab traps, fishing nets, and rods, as relying solely on gathering from the beach at dawn would prove insufficient. One could not count on luck every day. After a few minutes of wandering, he arrived at a section of the market where several stores sold fishing equipment. Young man, we're having a promotion today. Spend over 200 and receive a free fishing rod. Interested? A middle-aged man enthusiastically approached him as he reached the entrance of one shop. Spend over 200 for a free rod? Yes, you want to find this deal elsewhere. Come with me. Before Yang Chulu could decline, he was pulled into the store by the eager man. Inside, the shelves were brimming with fishing gear, overwhelming the senses with their abundance. Chapter 5. Setting the crab traps. The proprietor entered the shop and stood beside the counter, cheerfully remarking, Young man, I can tell from your accent that you are a local. Feel free to peruse. I assure you, our goods are both excellent and reasonably priced. Yang Chulu offered a faint smile, but refrained from responding, instead engrossing himself in the merchandise. He was well aware that such merchants often spoke with deceptive charm, and thus he chose not to heed their words. After surveying the items in the store, he inquired about the prices one by one. By the end of his inquiries, Yang Chulu had a general understanding of the market, though he hadn't engaged in such dealings for several years. As the saying goes, comparing goods across 3 shops prevents losses. So he decided it prudent to visit a couple more establishments. After visiting 3 shops, he found that the prices were fairly consistent, though there were some variances in the quality of the goods. Most of the extravagant items were intended for tourists, with only a small selection catering to fishermen. Indeed, Navigating this trade was akin to traversing a mountainous terrain. The insights shared by old Yang had proven invaluable, sparing him from being misled. Having gathered the necessary information on prices and product quality, Yang Chulu ultimately purchased 20 crab traps, 2 sea rods, a gill net, and some bait such as sandworms. The total bill amounted to 1,050 yuan, a rather steep expense. With his fishing gear secured, Yang Chulu meandered through the agricultural market, procuring some essentials for home. After an hour, he found himself surrounded by a heap of various items. It was impractical to carry everything to the dock by hand. He regretted not bringing a cloth bag. Just then, a flurry of honking broke his reverie. He looked up to see a tricycle coming to a halt before him. "Young man, need a ride?" called out a helmeted uncle as he leaned out of the window. "How much to the Qingdao dock?" Yang Chulu inquired. "With all that stuff? 50 yuan should suffice." 50. Yang Chulio's voice rose in disbelief as he waved his hand dismissively. "Never mind, you can leave." The tricycle driver, sensing his discontent, continued. "Young man, how much can you offer?" Seeing a glimmer of negotiation, Yang Chulu extended 3 fingers. 30, if that works for you. Let's go. 30 is too little. Can you add a little more? That is all I can afford. You can decide. All right, I'll consider it a favor. Just remember to support my business in the future, the driver replied, his expression one of resigned humor as he effectively earned 25 yuan. Yang Chulu, satisfied with the agreement, loaded the items onto the vehicle. After a flurry of activity lasting several minutes, they managed to secure all the goods, tying them down firmly before setting off. Upon reaching the dock, Yang Chulu found old Yang napping against the boat, his face flushed, evidently having indulged in a few drinks. Yang Chulu chose not to disturb him, quietly transferring the items onto the boat. Just as he stepped onto the deck, old Yang stirred awake. "Liuzai, you're back," he greeted. "Yes, it's quite empty today," Yang Chulu replied. "Well, on a sweltering day like this, we won't see much traffic until evening. Besides, it's not the weekend. The children are all in class." "Is the school still operating on the island?" Yang Chulu asked. "Indeed. I heard a college student is coming from the city next week to offer free tutoring. The children are ecstatic about it." "That sounds like a wonderful opportunity." "Indeed it is." As they conversed, they continued to unload the supplies onto the boat. By the time they returned home, evening had fallen. Yang Chulu wasted no time in organizing the items, determined to set the crab traps before nightfall. Otherwise, he would have to wait another day. Without delay, he loaded the newly acquired traps and chicken bone frames onto the tricycle and made his way toward the coast. Minutes after departing, he passed by Lu Demirin's home and spotted Daqing lounging in a chair, idly tapping his foot and humming a tune. Yang Chulu had no intention of greeting him and walked past without breaking stride. "Yang Chulu, halt!" Daqing exclaimed, springing from his chair in a sudden burst of energy. Ignoring him, Yang Chulu pressed on, not willing to waste time. "Fine. Pretend you can't hear me. Just wait," Daqing muttered under his breath before turning to rush inside, not pursuing further. As Yang Chulu continued on, he noted Daqing's lack of pursuit, a surprising turn of events, as in the past, he would have confronted him. Meanwhile, Daqing hurried into the house, colliding with Lu Demirin. Seeing her son in a flurry, she frowned and admonished, "Son, it's almost dinner time. Where are you off to?" "I'm just going for a stroll by the sea," Daqing replied, changing his boots. "You just had stitches. You can't get them wet. Have you forgotten?" "Mom, I'll be back soon. Don't worry about me." Before Lu Demirin could respond, Daqing dashed out of the house, leaving her exasperated, hands on her hips, rolling her eyes. Meanwhile, Yang Chulu arrived at the beach but did not immediately drop the crab traps. Although Qingdao was surrounded by sea, one could not simply place traps anywhere. The evening winds were fierce and the waves tumultuous. Without a proper location, capturing fish or shrimp would be futile. And even the traps could be lost. Yang Chulu circled the shoreline, noting that the tide had not yet risen, allowing him to observe the terrain clearly. He aimed to place the traps in the depressions of the seabed for optimal capture. After identifying a suitable area, he stuffed the prepared chicken bones into the traps and, seeing no one around, took out his compass. Having tested the compass's fish-finding function the previous evening, he had been restless all night, eager to see its capabilities in action. Following the same procedure as before, he set the compass and stood still, keenly watching its movements. Minutes passed, yet the compass needle remained stubbornly still, as if glued in place. Furrowing his brow, Yang Chulu pondered whether the spot he chose was inadequate, devoid of life. Reluctantly, he picked up the traps and ventured further into deeper waters, but the compass remained unresponsive. After making several rounds without any sign of activity, the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky a brilliant crimson. Realizing time was running short, Yang Chulu decided to stow the compass and place the traps based on his own judgment, marking their locations. Once all 20 traps were set, the the tide began to rise. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he packed up his tools and returned home, planning to arrive early the next day to check the traps. As darkness enveloped the beach, a shadowy figure emerged, stealthily clutching a small knife, scanning the surroundings with furtive glances. Young Chulu, don't you think you're being too brazen? Have you forgotten your name so quickly after returning? The cloaked figure approached the spot where young Chulu had previously placed the traps, brandishing the knife and making swift, erratic slashes. After completing this task, the figure quietly retreated home, leaving no trace of their presence. Chapter 6. A complete loss at 4 o'clock the next morning. Young Chulu was awakened by the insistent ringing of an alarm. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he glanced out the window to find darkness enveloping the world outside. After a hearty yawn, he stretched lazily in bed for a couple of minutes before finally dressing and getting up. Today marked his first venture to collect nets since returning. He was uncertain of what awaited him. Hastily washing his face and brushing his teeth, he skipped breakfast and rushed out the door. By 4 in the morning, the village was already bustling with activity. Many were either heading to the sea or preparing for work at sea. Pushing a tricycle towards the beach, young Chulu noticed that after a night of high tide, the crab traps he had set the previous evening were no longer visible, save for the foam buoys bobbing on the water's surface. He grabbed a plastic bucket, donned a headlamp, and waded through the sea to the first crab trap. As waves crashed relentlessly around him, he felt a surge of anticipation as he lifted the first trap, wondering if it would yield a bountiful catch. However, as he raised it above the water, a gaping hole greeted him, revealing nothing but a few sea snails inside. How could this be? Young Chulu stood in disbelief. These traps were newly purchased and had been thoroughly inspected for quality. This simply should not have happened. Dismayed by the first trap's failure, he hurried to the second, convincing himself that it might just be a coincidence or perhaps an accident caused by a larger creature. Yet, after pulling up 5 traps in succession, he found them all equally damaged. A surge of unnameable anger ignited within him. Even the dimmest of minds could recognize this was no mere coincidence. Each trap bore identical damage, the fishing line severed cleanly, far too precise to have been caused by a crab. Eliminating that possibility, he was left with the undeniable conclusion that this was an act of sabotage. Having been away for 3 years, this was only his 3rd day back. Reflecting on his past, he couldn't recall offending anyone. His relationships with the villagers had always been amicable, devoid of deep-seated grudges. But then it struck him, Dahai. It had to be him. Yesterday's incident over the crabs had left him at a loss, and he had never gotten along with Dahai since childhood. Fuming at the thought, young Chulu clenched his fists tightly. Just then, as if summoned by his thoughts, Dahai appeared on the beach, swaying with a plastic bucket in hand, a smirk playing on his lips as he approached. Yuzi, collecting traps? How's the haul? Young Chulu, caught in his reverie, turned to see Dahai waving at him, a broad grin across his face. Just as he was about to confront him, Dahai's presence was a reminder of his own frustration. Striding over, he brandished the damaged crab trap and demanded, Dahai, did you do this? Dahai feigned surprise at the sight of the broken trap, indignantly responding, What do you mean, Liozi? Am I the kind of person who would stoop so low? Who would even want your broken traps? Let us hope it isn't you, young Chulu replied, his voice chilling as he fixed Dahai with a penetrating gaze. Dahai, feeling the weight of his scrutiny, was visibly uneasy. The normally taciturn young Chulu was not to be underestimated. He recalled a childhood incident when Dahai had once retaliated with stones. Clearing his throat, Dahai replied with feigned bravado. You are making baseless accusations, young Chulu. Do you really think I'm that petty? Young Chulu continued to stare him down, aware that although Dahai's voice boomed with confidence, his eyes were evasive. Even if he hadn't directly committed the act, he was undoubtedly involved. With no concrete evidence to confront him further, young Chulu chose to continue collecting the traps, hoping to salvage what he could. Seeing young Chulu drop the matter, Dahai waved boastfully, Do you need my help, Yozi? Haha. As Dahai's laughter faded into the distance, young Chulu, frustrated, slapped the water surface in irritation. Of the 20 traps he had set, only 16 remained, all ruined and yielding nothing. A cursory inspection revealed the frames were intact, but the nets were too damaged to be repaired. Replacing them would cost almost as much as new ones. With a complete lack of catch and dwindling funds, the prospect of purchasing new traps seemed too risky. He could only rely on his fishing rod now, hoping to recoup some losses. Yet, he knew this incident could not go unanswered. If they had dared to act once, they would surely strike again. Loading the broken traps onto his cart, he returned home and concealed them in a snakeskin bag to mask their condition. While the dawn had yet to break fully, he took 2 packets of cigarettes and headed towards the village. After a brief walk, he arrived at old Yang's house. Peering through a crack in the door, he noticed a light flickering in the yard. He gently rapped on the door. Who is there? Uncle Biao, it's me, Liozi. Coming. After a brief wait, old Yang, clad in a sleeveless shirt, opened the door. Liuzi, why are you out here before dawn? Yang Chulu glanced around cautiously and whispered, Uncle Biao, I need to discuss something with you. Can we talk inside? What's so secretive? Come on in. Once inside, Yang Chulu wasted no time and handed old Yang the 2 cigarette packs, saying, Uncle Biao, I have 2 bags on my cart that I'd like to store on your boat. Bags. Old Yang was taken aback. Yang Chulu then recounted the morning's events. Old Yang, infuriated, exclaimed, Who would stoop so low? I'll take care of this. You can keep the cigarettes. This is just my token of gratitude. Thank you. Uncle Biao. With the arrangement settled, he loaded the repaired crab traps onto the boat. As dawn crept in, he lost all appetite for breakfast and decided to take his fishing rod to the seaside, hoping for better luck. At this hour, the beach was relatively deserted. Those who had risen early to fish had mostly gone to sell their catch, while others were yet to return from the sea. Yang Chulu found a flat rock in the tidal zone to set down his fishing gear, preparing his bait with care. Once ready, he stood, his arm flicking expertly as the fishing line soared outwards, the bait tracing a graceful arc through the air. Splash! A small spray erupted as the bait plunged into the water. Yang Chulu chuckled with satisfaction, pleased with his cast of over 30 meters, despite the time away from fishing. His skills had not dulled. Setting up 2 fishing rods, he retrieved his prized golden compass, loosening the brake screw as he began to search. Ah! Luck seems to be on my side today. Chapter 7. The stone dogfish. As Yang Chulu meticulously positioned the compass, he observed the needle oscillating gently. Although the movement was slight, any response was a positive sign. He turned in place, ultimately confirming that the compass pointed towards the bait, a fortunate coincidence indeed. Just then, one of the fishing rods before him began to tremble, the tip bending slightly as the slack line tightened. A catch was imminent. Drawing upon his experience, Yang Chulu refrained from hastily lifting the rod, opting instead to wait a moment. After the tip of the rod twitched persistently, he seized the moment and lifted it sharply. With a swift motion, the tip danced excitedly, and Yang Chulu's face lit up with exhilaration. The commotion indicated a sizable catch. Firmly grasping the fishing rod, he positioned his legs at a 45-degree angle and leaned back slightly. The fish in the water, sensing the tension, struggled fiercely to escape. Attentively, Yang Chulu adjusted the drag, ensuring the line remained taut and the tip bent further. He vigorously cranked the reel, stabilizing his stance as he countered the fish's force with the rod's backbone. Once the fish's strength waned, he executed another vigorous reel. After a prolonged struggle, he managed to retrieve a significant portion of the line, reducing the distance to a mere 10 meters. Taking a breath, he prepared for another round of this tug-of-war. With a splash, a flurry of water erupted as the fish was hoisted high above the surface, thrashing energetically in the air, the glaring sunlight making it difficult to discern its features. Once it landed on the sandy shore, Yang Chulu approached eagerly, observing its reddish-brown hue, broad mouth, and a row of long spines along its head. The fish was not particularly large, weighing approximately half a pound, resembling a small grouper. Having grown up by the sea, Yang Chulu was well acquainted with this species. Known as the stone dogfish, this fish thrives in rocky environments, requiring stones at the bottom regardless of water depth. They typically feed on small shrimp and other marine microorganisms. The flesh of the stone dogfish is delicate and tender, making it especially suitable for soups or steaming. As a wild catch, it commands a reasonable price in the market, typically around 50 yuan per pound during peak season, rising slightly during off-peak times to 70 or 80 yuan, and sometimes even reaching 100. In high spirits, Yang Chulu carefully placed the fish into a bucket and resumed fishing. Shortly thereafter, his second rod showed signs of activity, but luck was not on his side. Upon lifting the rod, he discovered it had snagged on the bottom and had to cut the line. After a morning of effort, Yang Chulu had successfully caught 4 stone dogfish and 2 black bream weighing over a pound each. Time was slipping away, and he began to pack up his gear to return home for a meal. The midday sun was relentless, and even with a hat, his face felt scorched. Upon arriving home, he transferred the fish into a large plastic basin with an oxygen pump, intending to sell them with the fishmonger the following morning. His lunch was simple. He had half a bowl of leftover stir-fried meat from yesterday and decided to add a radish stew. After his meal, he noticed the household water supply was nearly exhausted. So he filled several buckets and placed 2 outside to warm in the sun for an evening bath. After completing these tasks, he glanced at the clock, realizing it was only 12:30, and returned to the main room to lie on the cool mat for a nap. He anticipated a long night ahead, knowing he likely wouldn't get any sleep. Meanwhile, Dazai, having finished his meal and feeling bored, decided to venture off the island to play games at the internet CF. Weary of spending another day in idleness, whistling, he approached the dock, where old Yang was contentedly enjoying a drink, alternating between sips of liquor and peanuts, relishing his leisurely life. Upon noticing Dazai's arrival, old Yang feigned ignorance, continuing to savor his drink. Dazai approached the boat, cheerfully calling out, "Old Yang, you drink so much. Aren't you afraid of falling into the water?" Old Yang, hearing the jest, set down his cup and replied, "You little rascal. How dare you speak to me like that? Your father wouldn't even say such things to me." Just kidding. Just kidding. Dazai laughed as he jumped onto the boat, curious about 2 bags in the cabin, and reached out to squeeze one. "What's going on? Don't touch anything." Old Yang barked, startling Dazai. "Old Yang, what are you hiding in there?" "Crab traps," Old Yang explained. "Early this morning, Liuzai told me we were short on traps, so I bought 20 more. Don't break them. I can't explain it if I do." "Bought new ones, huh?" Dazai inquired. "Of course. All right, fantastic." Dazai gazed eagerly at the bags, his eyes darting with thoughts unknown. Old Yang, noticing Dazai's silence, chose not to engage further. Meanwhile, Yang Chulu awoke from his nap to find it was already 2:30 in the afternoon. Stretching, he donned his hat and prepared to head out. Upon reaching the dock, he found old Yang's boat absent, indicating he had yet to return from across the way. The sun was beating down, causing discomfort at the back of Yang Chulia's neck. So he sought refuge in a shaded spot by the roadside. Just as he settled in, 2 figures approached, clad in Zhongshan suits with shiny hair that revealed them to be the village head, Yang Chuanda, accompanied by accountant Zhang Yonghan. As they approached, they too sought the shade upon noticing the absence of the boat. Upon seeing Yang Chulu, Yang Chuanda greeted him. "Liuzai, why so quiet? Haven't you been mingling well?" Yang Chulu smiled. "Young uncle, I wasn't paying much attention. Is there something you need?" "Yes, Zhang uncle and I are heading to the town for some errands. And old Yang is late again." After a brief exchange, old Yang finally arrived, and after the others disembarked, Yang Chulu helped unload the crab traps from the boat. Coincidentally, Dazai returned on the same boat, pretending to offer assistance, but claiming he couldn't due to an injury. Yang Chulu paid no mind, and after loading the traps onto the cart, he headed home, planning to set them out after sunset. As Dazai watched him walk away, a subtle smile crept across his face. In the evening, Yang Chulu, as usual, pushed his tricycle down to the seaside, setting the crab traps in their designated spots. After placing the traps, he positioned some iron clamps nearby, typically used in the village for catching rats. To avoid suspicion, he meticulously checked everything, ensuring he was thorough in his preparations. Once finished, Yang Chulu tidied his tools and returned home. The sky was not yet fully dark, and even if someone intended to cause trouble, they would likely hesitate with many people still on the beach. Chapter 8. Capturing the thief. As Yang Chulu returned home, he took advantage of the dwindling daylight to hastily soak a steamed bun in hot water, satisfying his hunger just enough. Armed with a powerful flashlight, he quietly stepped outside. That night, the island lay shrouded in darkness, save for the faint glow of the moon. Along the shoreline, waves surged rhythmically, washing over the sand, while the sparkling surface of the sea twinkled under the starlit sky. Draped in a heavy coat, Yang squatted behind a rocky outcrop that he had scouted earlier in the day, offering a clear view of the crab traps. An hour passed, and apart from a few scattered beachcombers, the area remained deserted. As the clock approached 10, he noticed that no one had yet arrived at the crab traps. Was it possible that no one would come tonight? Despite the perplexity growing within him, he steeled his resolve and continued to watch, refusing to let his guard down. Time dragged on, and after another 2 hours, fatigue weighed heavily upon his eyelids. Although it was summer, the temperature on the island fluctuated significantly between day and night, and the incessant buzzing of mosquitoes only added to his irritation. As midnight approached with still no sign of anyone, he considered returning home. Just as he prepared to rise, a faint sound of footsteps reached his ears, the sound of shoes brushing against the sand. Could it be someone? With this thought racing through his mind, he cautiously crouched down to observe the surroundings, his senses sharpening, the drowsiness evaporating in an instant. Through the moonlight, he glimpsed a shadowy figure emerging onto the beach, and he quickly discerned that this was not a beachcomber, as they carried no tools. At such a late hour, a solitary figure appearing here could hardly be out for a stroll. To confirm his suspicions, Yang held his breath and focused intently on the figure clad in black. Meanwhile, the stranger stealthily circled the beach twice, ensuring the area was clear before stepping into the water, moving towards the crab traps. Yang scrutinized the figure, noting their resemblance to the sea, yet the darkness obscured his vision enough to prevent certainty. He decided to wait a moment longer. Once the intruder approached, he need not rush. After all, iron traps were laid beside the crab cages, and surely one would ensnare them. The figure reached the crab traps and, glancing around to confirm solitude, bent down to lift one, pulling out a small knife to cut it open. Just as the trap emerged from the water, The intruder noticed a gaping hole at the front. What? It's broken? He muttered to himself, before inspecting another trap, only to find it damaged as well. It seemed Yang was not the only one targeted. Someone had already beaten him to it. The figure continued to search for any remaining traps, hoping to salvage their efforts. Suddenly, a faint snap echoed through the night, followed by a piercing scream that shattered the stillness. Yang, witnessing the iron trap springing into action, stifled a laugh. Delaying his exit, and instead switched on his flashlight, shining it toward the water. The individual caught in the beam was so startled they forgot their pain. Yanking off the iron trap and limping away in haste. Seeing them attempt to flee, Yang sprang to his feet from behind the rocks and called out, "Who goes there? Stop!" But the figure paid no heed, running forward without looking back. In that moment of pursuit, Yang recognized the person before him. It was ZHENG. He had no intention of genuinely chasing him, merely hoping to frighten him a little. They lived in the same village, and with his mother, Lu Demiran. Having cared for ZHENG since childhood, there was no need for animosity. Though ZHENG had been caught by the trap, even if not grievously injured, he would surely be unable to walk for a while. Perhaps this would teach him a lesson. Once Yang had clarified the matter of the vandalism, he turned to collect the crab traps and iron clamps, ensuring no one else would be harmed. After nearly an hour of labor, he successfully gathered everything and glanced at the clock. It was now 2 a.m, and the beach was gradually coming alive with more beachcombers. He returned home with the crab traps, barely bothering to change out of his clothes before collapsing onto his bed in deep slumber. While Yang enjoyed a peaceful night's rest, ZHENG, on the other hand, was not as fortunate. He trudged home, drenched in sweat and pallid from exhaustion. Upon entering his home, ZHENG immediately retreated to his room, shutting the door quietly behind him to avoid drawing attention. If his family discovered what had transpired, he would surely face a severe reprimand. He sat on the edge of his bed, biting back the pain as he removed his boot, which had been torn apart by the iron trap, now soaked with blood and seawater. His foot felt as if it had been doused in salt, exacerbating the stinging wounds. The sensation was indescribable, a pain that could only be felt, not articulated. After a struggle, he finally removed his shoe, revealing white socks stained a deep crimson. "Yang Chuli, I have no quarrel with you." "Ah, it hurts so much." Tears streamed down ZHENG's face as he wrestled with the discomfort. The shoes were manageable, but the socks clung stubbornly to his wounds, making their removal excruciating. After considerable effort, he peeled off the socks, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he surveyed the damage. Multiple wounds of varying depths marred his foot, a sight that was indeed alarming. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he retrieved the anti-inflammatory medication and disinfectant he had collected from the hospital the day before, aware that this matter must remain confidential. Thus, ZHENG tended to his wounds in silence, ensuring they would not become infected. The following morning, Yang Chuli rose early, prepared himself, and headed back to the beach with his fishing rod. Having caught a few fish the previous day, he hoped to try his luck again before the fishmongers arrived. The seaside was bustling once more, with people scouring the sands, buckets in hand. "Liuzai, you're up early." "Yes, uncle, heading out to sea." "Indeed, without earnings. We'll be left to suffer the harsh winds at home." As Yang walked along, he greeted familiar faces. After traversing the beach for a while, he sought a less crowded spot, extracting the compass from his pocket to check for any signs of activity nearby. Since acquiring the compass, he had found it useful for locating fish. Although it had its limitations, the resources in shallow waters were scarce, prompting him to venture further out to sea. Following the compass's guidance, Yang soon discovered a promising fishing spot, marked by several small red dots on the reflective surface. Drawing from his previous experiences, he positioned himself according to the compass's direction, estimated the distance, and baited his hooks, setting up his rods. Just as he completed this task, 2 individuals appeared from seemingly nowhere, also carrying fishing gear. Chapter 9. The first bucket of gold. Yang Chulu put away the compass, neglecting the newcomers. Once he had set up his fishing rod, one of the 2 approached him and inquired, "Brother, how's the resource here?" "Not opened yet, so I'm not sure." Yang Chulu replied, noting that the 2 appeared unfamiliar, though their accents revealed they were locals. After a brief exchange, the duo took their fishing gear and wandered off to find a fishing spot. He recalled that a few years prior, the island often attracted tourists eager to fish. But as resources dwindled, interest waned. While waiting for a bite, Yang Chulu found himself growing rather bored. He observed the 2 nearby, who were skillfully engaging in lure fishing, but he deemed such equipment too costly. Suddenly, one of his fishing rods jerked. "A catch?" Yang Chulu, startled, sprang to his feet and swiftly lifted the rod. To his delight, the compass had proven reliable. It had never failed him since he found it. The rod bent under the strain, revealing a significant pull, though he was using a 2.4-meter sea rod. which was insufficient for larger catches. He resolved to purchase a better rod after selling the fish. Realizing he should not skimp on quality, holding his breath, he lifted the rod while cranking the reel, but after just 2 turns, he sensed something was amiss. The fishing line was taut. This wouldn't do. He was using a size 2 main line paired with a 1/5 hook line, and the strain was nearing its limit. Forcing it further would surely result in a break. Understanding the gravity of the situation from the resistance, he recognized that this was no small catch. Since he could not rush it, he promptly eased the drag, allowing the line to relax. As soon as he did, the once taut line loosened slightly, enabling a gradual release, unlike the precarious tension before. Just as Yang Chulu began to feel reassured, the tip of the rod snapped back suddenly. Reeling in, he discovered there was no weight. He had lost the fish. Though slightly disheartened, he quickly re-rigged and set the rod once more. As soon as he did, the other rod also exhibited signs of activity, proving the adage, out with the old, in with the new. The first fish he caught that day was a black bream, weighing about a pound. Though not particularly valuable, it was certainly better than nothing. Upon placing the first fish in his bucket, his freshly set rod stirred again. There was no rest for the weary. Yang Chuli's earlier gloom dissipated, replaced by a broad grin as he remained busy. The 2 lure fishermen nearby, watching him catch fish after fish while their own arms grew weary from casting, felt a pang of envy. Do you think we were misled? One of them mused, observing Yang Chuliu's success. I mean, our gear is far superior. It doesn't make sense that we're not catching anything. Forget the lures next time. The fish here prefer real bait, the other replied. Let's go over and at least witness the action. Engrossed in his fishing, Yang Chulu was unaware of the 2 newcomers beside him. Suddenly, it felt as if all the fish in the vicinity had converged around him. Had he disturbed their habitat? After half an hour of effort, he had caught 7 or 8 black breams. Though not worth much individually, their quantity made up for it. The continuous tugging had drained his stamina. His arms felt leaden, sore from exertion. Finally, after reeling in the last fish, he exhaled deeply. Fishing was indeed a physically demanding endeavor, especially for the arms. Fortunately, years of cooking and fishing had prepared him somewhat for this challenge. As the fish settled down in the water for a moment, Yang Chulu seized the opportunity to rest. Brother, you're on a roll. Your skills are impressive. The 2 men approached, their eyes gleaming with envy, smiling wider than Yang Chulu himself. As if they had caught a fish. Yang Chulu chuckled in response. Merely luck, I suppose. While they were exchanging pleasantries, the previously quiet rod began to tremble once more. Brother, it's moving. You've got a bite. One of the men urged, pointing excitedly at the rod. Yang Chulu snapped to attention, forgetting to rest as he grasped the rod tightly, focusing intently on the tip, but refrained from pulling just yet. When a fish first bites, one must not rush the hook. It is wise to allow it to take the bait fully before reeling in. A few moments later, seeing the rod tip twitch violently, he finally yanked upward. This time, the fish struggled significantly, indicating it was a sizable catch. Learning from earlier experiences, he had switched to a thicker line, alleviating concerns of snapping. The 2 observers, witnessing his success, could hardly contain their jealousy, itching to cast their lines as well. Thankfully, they were considerate enough to cast slightly further out, avoiding Yang Chuliu's fishing zone. Noticing they wouldn't detangle his lines, he remained focused on his own catch. The commotion he created began to draw a crowd of onlookers gathering along the shore. Standing on the rocks, Yang Chulu adopted a low stance, his body leaning back as the rod bent into an L shape, threatening to snap under the strain. The rod's quality was commendable, its flexibility was unquestionable. The shopkeeper had assured him it could handle fish weighing 30 to 50 pounds, and while that might have been an exaggeration, it was likely close to the truth. As time passed, curiosity mounted among the spectators regarding the nature of his catch. Yang Chuliu's face flushed with exertion, veins bulging in his neck as he gritted his teeth, his calves trembling from the effort. This particular fish was proving to be a test of endurance, especially after his earlier fatigue. With the line now less than 10 meters out, he could faintly discern a dark shadow moving beneath the surface. Taking a deep breath, he summoned strength for one last effort and called out, "Is there anyone available? Please help me with the landing net." "I've got it." Without hesitation, one of the lure fishermen dropped his rod and dashed over, seizing the net from the ground, eyes fixed intently on the water, excitement evident in his demeanor. Chapter 10. Blue-spotted mackerel. As soon as Yang Chulu noticed someone assisting him, he focused intently on lifting the fishing rod, aware that only one final tremor remained. And he could not afford to be complacent. The struggle between man and fish continued for several minutes. And just as the tranquil sea surface was disturbed by a sudden splash, a dark shadow leapt out of the water. The onlookers watched intently, and it wasn't long before someone recognized the creature. A mackerel, and quite a sizable one at that. What a pity, if it were a greater amberjack. Fortune would have smiled upon them. Such a large mackerel was a rare sight near the shore, and judging by its size, it must weigh at least 7 to 8 pounds. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, while Yang Chulu held his breath, relying on sheer willpower to maintain his grip. After relentless effort, he finally managed to reel in the line. "Quick, the landing net," he shouted, prompting a companion nearby to swiftly plunge the net into the water. With a splash, the mackerel thrashed helplessly within the net, its struggles proving futile. Yang Chulu wiped the sweat from his brow, set down his rod, and together they hoisted the fish onto the shore. As the mackerel flopped onto the sand, it protested by puffing out its belly. Yang Chulu gazed at the fish with a satisfied smile. This was no ordinary mackerel, but a blue-spotted variety, which commanded a higher price than its common counterpart. The blue-spotted mackerel, with its spindle-shaped body, is a fierce warm-water species that prefers to swim in small schools and undertake long migrations. They are known for their rapid swimming speed when hunting smaller fish in the upper water column, typically caught using trolling boats, yet they are seldom seen near the coast. With this catch, combined with his earlier haul, Yang Chulu knew his earnings today would surpass his salary. Glancing at the time, he realized it was getting late and began to pack up, intending to head to the dock to exchange his fish for money. Having been preoccupied with fishing all morning, he had skipped breakfast and was now quite hungry. Continuing to fish would only exhaust him further. After tidying up, he thanked the person who had helped with the landing net, feeling a sense of camaraderie with fellow anglers. Just as Yang Chulu left, 2 others, eager to capitalize on his luck, took his former position to fish, unaware that the blue-spotted mackerel's dramatic exit had likely scared away any remaining fish in the area. Upon returning home, he poured the fish he had caught yesterday into a bucket, preparing to head to the dock. As he stepped outside and passed by Lou Demirin's house, he spotted a limping Dahai being assisted by the elderly couple from their home. "Honestly, when will you give us peace of mind? You spend your days goofing off," Lou Demirin lamented as she walked, her voice filled with discontent. Noticing this, Yang Chulu intentionally paused and greeted them with a smile. "Dahai, what are you up to this early?" Upon seeing Yang Chulu, Dahai's already irritable expression shifted to one of discomfort, feeling that his current state was a result of Yang's mischief. "What I do is none of your concern. Just mind your business and scram." Lou Demirin, hearing her son's sharp retort, smacked him on the shoulder and scolded. "What has gotten into you this morning, speaking to Lu Zi like that?" After delivering her reprimand, she explained, "He got into trouble last night and was struck by something." Dahai felt a wave of grievance wash over him, thinking that if not for Yang, he wouldn't be in this predicament. Yang Chulu, sensing the tension, interjected with faint concern. "Oh, you were hit? How careless. Don't worry. It's only natural to feel upset. You should go to the hospital. Do you need any assistance?" Lou Demirin was torn between feelings of anger and compassion for her son, directing her frustrations toward Dahai, lamenting that good children are always found in other families. Dahai remained silent, not daring to breathe, until their uncle, unable to bear the scene any longer, diverted the conversation upon noticing the large fish Yang Chulu was carrying. "Lu Zi, where did you catch such a big fish?" Yang Chulu raised the blue-spotted mackerel slightly, smiling as he replied, "These? I caught them this morning in the rocky area, and I'm just about to sell them." "Oh, then hurry up. You're making quite a name for yourself." His uncle encouraged. "Okay, I'll be on my way. By the way, Dahai, do take care of your health." Yang Chulu emphasized the last 2 words, placing particular weight on them. Dahai, already feeling irritable, turned a deep shade of red upon seeing the fish in Yang Chulu's hands. Just as he attempted to lift his foot, pain shot through him, causing him to break into a cold sweat. "Oh, the pain. Help me out. It hurts like hell." "Serves you right." Spending all day misbehaving, Yang Chulu chuckled as he continued on his way to the dock. Upon arriving at the dock, the fish vendors were already present as usual, gathering around several individuals who were scrutinizing their wares. Yang Chulu approached out of curiosity and noticed that the majority of the basin contained various eels and a good number of crabs. The vendor, busy with his tasks, called out upon seeing Yang Chulu with the mackerel. "Little Yang, you've had some good luck. Bring that fish over for me to take a look." As he spoke, the others turned their attention to Yang Chulu. He set down his bucket and handed over the blue-spotted mackerel. The vendor examined the fish, squeezing its body and inspecting its eyes, noting that it had already perished, as such fish cannot survive long out of water. Very nice, quite fresh," he remarked, placing the fish on the ground and dusting off his hands. "Of course, it was just caught," Yang Chulu replied. "What price can you offer?" "Well, little Yang, I can give you 16 per pound, since we're familiar with each other." 16? Yang Chulu murmured, recalling that ordinary mackerel in the market usually sold for 8 or 9 per pound. This substantial specimen should command a higher price. Having been preoccupied with selling his catch, he hadn't checked the market rates and was unsure if the offer was fair. Seeing Yang Chulu's hesitation, the vendor assumed he was dissatisfied with the price and quickly amended. All right, little Yang, I have a restaurant client looking for this kind of fish. So I'll let it go for 18 a pound. You want to find a better price in the market? Very well, let us weigh it. Sure thing. After agreeing on the price, the vendor placed the fish on the scale, which displayed a weight of 11.8 pounds. Next, he weighed the smaller fish in the bucket, totaling 10.4 pounds. After confirming the weights, the vendor calculated the total. The mackerel amounted to 212.4, while the smaller fish added up to 248.5, resulting in a grand total of 469 yuan. Once the amounts were verified, the vendor rounded the figure and handed Yang Chulu 461 yuan, giving him a little extra. With the money in hand, Yang Chulu exchanged greetings with familiar faces around him before heading home. On his way, he reflected that although he had made some income over the past few days, he was still at a loss overall, having incurred significant expenses from a batch of crab traps. Chapter 11. Renting a boat for the sea voyage continuing in this manner is not a viable solution. I must devise a plan to set sail. Now that I possess a compass, although it may not guarantee profit, I should at least avoid significant losses. Upon returning home, Yang Chulu placed the money earned from selling fish into his wardrobe and set about preparing a meal. It is manageable to fend for oneself. He headed to the kitchen and found only noodles and pickled vegetables. He cooked a pot of plain noodles and consumed 2 bowls accompanied by the pickles. After satisfying his hunger, he decided to venture to the pier across the island, taking advantage of the moderately warm sun. There, boats are available for rent, and with the money he currently possesses, purchasing a boat is out of reach. Relying solely on gathering seafood would yield minimal returns. Upon arrival at the ferry, he fortuitously encountered old Yang, who was just preparing to set sail. Yang Chulu paid the fare and boarded the boat, quickly reaching the opposite shore. Observing the array of boats of varying sizes ignited a fervor within him, as he longed for the day when he too could own a vessel of his own. After disembarking, he located a signpost by the roadside, which advertised numerous boats for rent or sale. After surveying the options, he concluded that renting from an individual would be more economical, as the fishing companies predominantly offered high-powered vessels at a steeper price. He examined the dock and found a rental advertisement on a boat. After dialing the number, it rang twice before a woman's voice answered. Hello, she greeted. Hi. Is your boat available for rent? Yang Chulu inquired. Yes, it is. After the call was terminated, the boat owner instructed him to inspect the vessel first and to come back within half an hour. Yang Chulu boarded the boat to examine it. The metal hull appeared to be in decent condition, though rust had accumulated in the cabin from prolonged disuse. This type of vessel was only suitable for nearshore excursions, and a return on the same day was mandatory. Aside from a diesel engine, there were no refrigeration facilities or similar amenities. Yang Chulu assessed the situation and deemed it acceptable as long as there were no leaks. After a brief wait, a white sedan parked nearby, and a woman wearing sunglasses approached the boat. Hello, you must be the renter, Yang? She said, removing her sunglasses. Yang Chulu, preparing to prompt her, turned to regard her and nodded. Yes, that's me. Are you the boat owner? Indeed. So, are you satisfied with the boat? Yes, it's fine. Great. We'll proceed with the agreed rental fee of 50 yuan per day, with a deposit of 1,000 and a minimum rental period of 10 days. Is that acceptable? Absolutely. I'll rent it for 10 days. Yang Chulu was not one to procrastinate. After she wrote up a receipt, he promptly transferred the payment. 50 yuan per day for such a boat was reasonable, and with a bit of luck, a single catch could cover the expenses. After finalizing the rental, the woman thoughtfully brought him 2 kilograms of diesel, as the engine was empty and pushing the boat was not an option. With the boat secured, Yang Chulu needed to gather the necessary equipment. He had fishing rods at home, but he needed to purchase 2 gill nets, plus some crab and eel traps. He was aware of the rich resources in the mangroves, where crabs and lobsters fetched high prices, often exceeding several dozen or even hundreds of yuan, attracting many fishermen hoping for a fortune. Taking advantage of the ample time, he took a vehicle to the town to procure the missing supplies and also fill the barrel with diesel. Diesel was significantly cheaper than gasoline, priced at just over 5 yuan per liter, totaling over 100 yuan for the barrel. By the time he finished shopping, it was already noon, and the streets were nearly deserted, with only a few vehicles passing by. Yang Chulu stood by a flower bed waiting for a ride. Despite the overcast sky, the humid heat was stifling, with even the leaves above remaining motionless. Beep, beep, beep. At this moment, a red tricycle halted before him, and by coincidence, it was the same driver as before. Brother, where to? Hop on and let's go. Oh, it's you. The driver recognized him immediately, without waiting for him to speak. Yes, to the pier. I need to move some things. Yang Chulu felt a sense of serendipity, surprised to encounter the driver again so soon. Since he had previously ridden in the tricycle, the fare was unnecessary to discuss. It was the usual arrangement. They rattled along to the pier, and Yang Chulu unloaded the items onto the boat, saving some money on the return trip. There was a village regulation that prohibited all boats from operating commercially, except for old Yang's, but personal use was permitted. Once everything was stored, he propped up the engine that lay flat in the cabin, only to realize he had no fuel to fill it. What now? Yang Chulu scratched his head but soon noticed a plastic water bottle in the cabin. Of course. He picked up the bottle, sliced it in half with a knife, and inserted one end into the fuel inlet, ingeniously creating a makeshift funnel. As a child, he often used similar methods for playful mischief, recalling how village tractors had all been subjected to such treatment, unbeknownst to him that they were merely diluted. With his tool ready, Yang Chulu added the 2 kilograms of diesel supplied by the boat owner. While it was insufficient for a full sea voyage, it would suffice for the return to the island. Roaring to life, the boat's engine started, and Yang Chulu gripped the control stick with one hand, his face alight with joy as he navigated toward the small island. Forward, forward, onward, he sang, inhaling the diesel fumes, reveling in the day's pleasantness. After about half an hour, he anchored the boat beside the island and secured the chain, preparing to return home to fetch the tricycle for transporting more supplies. Zizi, where did you get the boat? Uncle Biao asked. I just rented it, he replied. Oh, you've become quite capable now, haven't you? Come visit me sometime. Sure thing. Yang Chulu acknowledged, referring to Uncle Biao, known as Yang Dapio, an affable resident of the village. Upon returning home, he quickly hopped onto the tricycle and rushed to the pier, anxious to avoid any losses. This was all he had left. Although he had earned several hundred yuan that day, expenses for supplies and boat rental had depleted his funds. By the time he transported everything back, it was 2 in the afternoon. Preparing to set sail the next morning, Yang Chulu was diligent, arranging the necessary items ahead of time. Unlike other seasoned fishermen on the island, his years away had left him somewhat out of touch with maritime affairs, while gathering seafood was manageable. He felt the need to be well prepared. After organizing everything, he gathered supplies for eating and drinking, ensuring he was ready for the voyage ahead. The next day arrived swiftly. Yang Chulu awoke at 4 in the morning. To be precise, he hardly slept that night. After washing up and donning his headlamp, he pushed the tricycle out the door. Upon reaching the pier, he observed that several boats had already set sail, their lights twinkling like stars across the sea. Chapter 12. Setting off to the mangroves, Yang Chulu, brimming with anticipation, hurriedly loaded his belongings onto the boat, then parked his vehicle beside the stone steps at the dock, securing it with a lock. The island's singular advantage was its relative safety compared to the outside world, where batteries frequently died or tires mysteriously vanished. Rarely visited by outsiders, Chin Island seldom experienced theft. Some households would even leave their doors unlocked at night, although those with wives dared not do so. Once his vehicle was safely stowed, Yang Chulu started the boat's diesel engine and navigated through the darkness towards the mangroves. The journey to the mangroves took over an hour, which, while not excessively far, felt prolonged due to the boat's sluggish pace. The sea was increasingly bustling with vessels heading in all directions. This was Yang Chulu's first solo voyage to such a distant location. Although he had previously traveled with villagers, he had only ever been a passenger and felt a twinge of anxiety. Time flew by, and before he knew it, nearly an hour had passed. In the distance, he could faintly discern a patch of forest ahead. Finally, he had arrived. Yang Chulu gazed eagerly at the mangroves, feeling as though banknotes were beckoning him. However, despite his eagerness, he reduced the boat's speed. The water levels around the mangroves varied, making it particularly prone to grounding. He cautiously anchored the boat at the periphery of the mangroves and noticed several fishing boats already bustling about, even within the forest itself. As a newcomer to this area, Yang Chulu decided to err on the side of caution. It would be a minor inconvenience to damage someone else's boat, but a disaster if he were to cause a shipwreck. Once the boat was secured, he retrieved his compass from his pocket, this time tying it with a string around his neck to prevent it from falling. Following his previous steps, he loosened the brake screw and held it flat in his palm to take a reading. As soon as the compass was positioned, the needle began to move slightly, but did not settle on a fixed direction. Yang Chulu remained patient, carefully observing the compass and the reflections in the mirror. After a while, the needle came to a halt, but unlike before, there were no red dots appearing in the mirror. Furrowing his brow, he wondered if the fish had fled or if he had exceeded the detection range. This was not the first time he had encountered such a situation. Similar occurrences had happened along the shore. Concluding that there were no fish in the vicinity, he slowly maneuvered the boat along the edges of the mangroves, monitoring the compass's response. After circling for several minutes, the boat glided into a relatively open area, and suddenly, a few red dots appeared on the previously motionless mirror. Yang Chulu promptly halted the boat to ascertain his position. The direction indicated by the compass pointed to the right front, but numerous trees obscured the path ahead, making entry difficult. Should he venture in or not? Yang Chulu pondered, weighing the potential danger of grounding against his reluctance to abandon the opportunity. Just as he was deliberating, more red dots appeared in the mirror, suggesting a plentiful catch. Fortune favors the bold, he mused. After careful consideration, he decided to take the risk, promising himself to be cautious. With his resolve firm, he expertly navigated the boat into the mangroves. The daylight had brightened significantly, enhancing visibility. A few minutes later, the boat came to rest precisely at the compass's indicated location, and the mirror now revealed a myriad of red dots, more than double the initial number. Yang Chuliu's heart raced with excitement as he shone his headlamp over the water, finding nothing amiss. While fish were scarce in the mangroves, shrimp and crabs were abundant, and it was likely that the compass had detected them as well. However, certainty eluded him. Fishing rods and gill nets were ineffective here. The only tools available were crab traps and eel baskets. He untied the ropes from the crab traps and filled them with prepared bait, using chicken carcasses, which were inexpensive yet effective. He had brought a total of 20 crab traps and 10 eel baskets, casting them in sequence after baiting them. Once the traps were set, he checked to ensure everything was in order, confirming that all the foam balls floated on the water's surface before setting the boat in motion again. Although the traps were now deployed, he would have to wait until evening to retrieve them, so he seized the opportunity to find a spot to drop the gill net. Taking the compass once more, he searched for a suitable location. To keep an eye on the crab traps, he dared not venture too far, as the sea was dotted with boats, and losing his traps would be disheartening. Deploying a gill net was straightforward. After exiting the mangroves, he cast it along the side of the boat. After nearly an hour and a half of effort, both the crab traps and gill net were in place. Checking the time, Yang Chulu noted it was already 7:30, with the sun now high overhead. He couldn't afford to wait idly. It was time to try out his newly purchased fishing hooks. He retrieved his sea rod, and the compass proved useful once more. After some time spent locating a suitable fishing spot, he baited it with sandworms and cast his line. With the fishing rod set, Yang Chulu finally freed a hand to retrieve some food from a plastic bag, as he had been busy since morning and was now quite hungry. Enjoying steamed buns stuffed with spicy strips while sipping mineral water, he marveled at the breathtaking sea view before him. As time passed, the number of boats around the mangroves diminished, yet Yang Chuliu's rod remained motionless. This struck him as peculiar. The compass mirror clearly indicated the presence of red dots, yet there was no sign of bites. After consuming 4 buns, he crumbled the remaining spicy strips and tossed them into the water. Having neglected to bring bait for attracting fish to save money, this might explain the lack of bites. As soon as the spicy strips hit the water, many surface fish leaped up, eager to snatch the bait. Yang Chulu found them somewhat bothersome but could only let them be. Shortly thereafter, his fishing rod exhibited some activity. Had it not been for the safety strap, it might have been dragged overboard. As the first fish broke the surface, Yang Chulu positioned himself in the middle of the boat, cautious not to make any sudden movements. This vessel was not a large deep-sea fishing boat. Even slight movements could cause it to sway dangerously. For safety, he opted to pull the fish in gently rather than forcefully lifting the rod. After a brief struggle, the fish emerged from the water, a two-tailed yellow croaker. His luck was favorable. Although the fish was small, it commanded a decent price, and this size alone could yield several dozen yuan. Chapter 13. Red Drum. With the first yellow croaker caught, Yang Chulu felt a sense of relief wash over him. Knowing that today's fuel expenses would not be in vain, he carefully unhooked the yellow croaker and placed it into the bucket, replenishing the oxygen with the aeration pump. Otherwise, if it died, it would lose its value. The boat lacked an ice compartment, and in the sweltering 40-degree heat, a dead fish left until evening would undoubtedly spoil. After tending to the yellow croaker, Yang Chulu flung his arm and cast the bait into the water. The confined space on the boat limited him to just a few rods, reducing his chances of success. A mere 2 minutes passed when suddenly the tip of his rod bent sharply and the wrist strap tightened. Another catch. Yang Chulu was elated, drawing from his earlier experience. He felt much more adept this time. Gripping the handle of the spinning reel firmly, he felt the fishing line tauten, and with increasing force, the boat rocked as he pulled. The fish felt significantly larger than the last, its struggle more vigorous, making Yang Chulu cautious. He spread his legs into a stable stance, exerted force upwards, and swiftly turned the handle of the reel. After 2 rotations, he released some tension to prevent damage to the rod and line, allowing for a slight reprieve. The contest between man and fish continued, the 50-meter line gradually retracting. Yang Chulu's breaths became uneven. Drawing in a deep breath, he hoisted the rod again, striving to reel in the remaining 10 meters of line in one go. Now was the moment to showcase speed. One hand lifted the rod while the other turned the reel, his waist undulating rhythmically. Almost there, just a little more. As he lifted the rod, he silently urged himself on. Suddenly, a splash erupted, and the taut line slackened unexpectedly, causing Yang Chulu to stagger backward as the boat swayed. Regaining his balance, he quickly grabbed the net and plunged it into the water. The large fish thrashed at the surface, and without a moment to think, he scooped it up with the net. Once aboard, the fish flailed desperately, creating a cacophony of splashes. Yang Chulu examined the creature. It was spindle-shaped and laterally compressed, with a blunt, rounded head, quite substantial in size. Its back and sides exhibited a reddish hue, reminiscent of a yellow fin. The coloration was striking. A dark slate on the back, slightly reddish sides, a white belly, and a black tail fin. This fish weighed at least 8 pounds. Its form undeniably eye-catching. After a moment's contemplation, Yang Chulu concluded it was likely a red drum, recognized from previous restaurant visits. Though those were farmed and could not compare to this wild catch, particularly in terms of price. He crouched down for a better look, confirming it as a red drum. Commonly referred to by his family as red drumfish. This species belongs to the Cyanidae family, while he was not entirely knowledgeable about it. He was aware it was not a protected species and held decent market value. Farmed red drum could fetch around 15 to 16 yuan per pound, while wild catches could command double that. In today's market, anything labeled as wild was typically in high demand but low supply. Yang Chulu was pleasantly surprised by his fruitful outing. This red drum was worth a day's wages. He placed the fish into the bucket, but it barely fit. Its size overwhelming. With the sun intensifying overhead and a weather forecast predicting temperatures soaring to 40 degrees, he realized that leaving the fish exposed would render it jerky by evening. After some deliberation, he decided to fill one of the boat's compartments with water, placing the red drum inside and connecting an aeration pump before covering it with a wooden board. As he tended to the fish, Yang Chulu felt the heat radiating from his back as if he were being scorched. He had experienced some breathlessness earlier, not from fatigue, but due to the extreme temperature. Noting that red drum were typically schooling fish, he considered the possibility of catching more if he had already encountered one. Gazing at the compass, he observed the red indicators were still plentiful and had not shifted much. With that in mind, he resolved to continue fishing. With a swift motion, the fishing line shot out, tracing a graceful arc through the air before landing perfectly in the water. Yang Chulu smiled, satisfied with the placement of the bait. Within minutes, he felt the rod tremble, confirming his suspicions. Sure enough, as soon as he released the safety latch, the line took off like a kite, spinning the reel into a frenzy. This time, Yang Chulu remained patient, allowing the line to extend for several meters before finally gripping the reel as the fish slowed its escape. After a brief struggle, a red drum floated to the surface, belly up, feigning death. It was smaller than the previous catch, weighing just over a pound and lacking vigor. Yet, as the saying goes, a small bird is still meat. He quickly netted the fish and tossed it into the boat's hold. After a busy morning, he had amassed a collection of several red drum of varying sizes, splashes of water scattering everywhere. By midday, the surrounding boats had nearly vanished. Most fishermen had returned, leaving him alone under the blazing sun, seemingly oblivious to the risk of heat stroke. As the temperature climbed and ultraviolet rays intensified, Yang Chulu decided it was time to navigate the boat into the mangroves for some shade. He had come prepared with ample water and provisions, planning not to return for lunch. Once under the trees, he removed his mesh hat, realizing that continued wear would surely lead to heat rash. Unbeknownst to him, his clothes were drenched in sweat, and droplets began to form at his pant legs. After adjusting his attire, he settled down to prepare a self-heating hot pot, a truly convenient meal option, allowing him to enjoy a warm dish without hassle. As the hot pot began to steam, the enticing aroma of meat wafted through the air, prompting Yang Chulu's mouth to water in anticipation. Chapter 14. Conflict. The lid of the small hot pot was lifted, revealing a bubbling broth, with a layer of red oil floating atop, truly a feast for the senses. Yang Chulu was not one to hold back, deftly grasping his chopsticks and indulging in the delicious fare, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The taste of the hot pot was indeed delightful. Albeit the portions were somewhat scant, without the accompaniment of steamed buns, he would hardly feel satiated. Once fully nourished, Yang Chulu habitually tidied up the refuse and set it aside, knowing that for the next 2 hours, he would be unable to focus on work. The temperature on the sea was exceedingly high, and the metal hull of the boat was scalding. Even fully equipped, prolonged exposure to the sun could easily lead to dehydration. Seeking refuge in the shade of a tree, he realized that while sea fishing was not feasible at the moment, he could retrieve the gill net he had previously cast. as the timing was just about right. With determination, he navigated the boat to the edge of the mangroves and located one end of the gill net, pulling it up alongside the vessel. Splashing sounds echoed as he hoisted the net's lead end, and to his fortune, fish were entangled within. With a vigorous pull, he brought up 3 black sea bream, though one had succumbed, perhaps due to prolonged time in the water. The gill net he utilized was 100 meters long, and after laboriously hauling up 1/3 of it, he found only a few strands of seaweed and some marine debris alongside the initial catch. Having celebrated his early success too soon, he realized that he might be toiling in vain. After approximately half an hour, he had fully retrieved the entire 100 meters of net, yielding a total of 10 fish, 3 of which were deceased. As he detached the fish from the net and stored them in the boat's compartment, he was momentarily overwhelmed by the tangled mess of netting. However, he knew that despite his musings, the work must continue. He spent nearly an hour meticulously sorting through the net. Now, it was 2:10 in the afternoon. And calculating the time, he still had enough opportunity for another catch, ensuring he could retrieve it upon returning to the island. This time, Yang Chulu opted for a different location to cast his net. In mere minutes, he had it set, and the temperature was slightly more bearable than before. The sound of diesel engines resonating across the water. He processed the 3 deceased black bream, extracting their innards to use as bait, while the remaining flesh could serve as a delightful meal to enhance his supper later. With the bait prepared, he took out his compass, began to orient himself, and prepared his fishing rod. The metal boat glided slowly around the forested area, the compass incessantly searching for direction. Soon enough, the compass needle indicated movement, though the indicated position posed a slight complication. According to the compass, there were individuals working in that direction. Although the distance was safe, adherence to protocol was essential. Just as Yang Chulu was about to adjust the boat's course to explore elsewhere, the crew from the opposing vessel, mistaking his intentions, assumed he was encroaching upon their territory and began to hurl insults. "Hey, listen here, you over there. If you've got nothing better to do, scram. Do you understand the rules?" Yang Chulu had intended to leave, but anyone would feel discomfort by such unprovoked hostility, especially since the distance between the 2 boats was ample enough to not constitute any interference. He considered retorting but then thought better of it. After all, he was out here to earn a living, and any conflict would serve no beneficial purpose for either party. Having made his decision, he chose to ignore them, turning the boat's bow to depart. "Coward, what a joke," exclaimed a young man aboard the other boat, throwing a provocative gesture as Yang Chulu left in silence. While the distance between the boats was considerable, Yang Chulu could clearly see the offensive gesture, which only fueled his frustration. He typically avoided trouble, but that did not signify he was timid. The repeated provocations from the opposing crew suggested they did not regard him seriously. Such was the nature of oceanic endeavors. The softer one was, the more they perceived you as easy prey, particularly among tuna fishermen, where brawls were commonplace. With this in mind, he deemed there was no need to concern himself with any perceived distance, and simply halted the boat, retrieving his fishing rod from the cabin. They might not know where the fish were located, but Yang Chulu was well aware. The opposing fishing vessel employed nets, which were fundamentally different from his rod and lacked the same flexibility. Just as he finished setting up his fishing rod, a torrent of insults erupted from the other boat. A father-son duo sat at the edge of their boat, one smoking a cigarette in a brazen manner. The young man took a drag, flicked the ash, and scoffed. "Old man, look at that guy over there. Doesn't he realize he's stuck in a rusty tin can trying to fish, while thinking he's on a luxury yacht?" The middle-aged man chuckled, replying, "Today's youth are all talk and no action, as long as it doesn't affect us. It's fine. That fishing rod won't catch anything." "Hold on now, you shouldn't say that. I've been up before dawn, sleeping less than a dog and getting up earlier than a rooster," retorted the young man. "Enough of that. If it weren't for your reckless spending and debts, would I have to work this hard?" he chastised. The young man, chastened by his father's words, lowered his head in silence. Having pretended to be affluent to woo a girl, he had acquired several credit cards, initially enjoying the thrill of spending, but when repayment time came, he found himself in quite the predicament, ultimately resorting to borrowing funds from dubious lenders. With their net recently cast, the father and son duo watched Yang Chulu fish with growing interest, eager to witness his misfortune. Once the fishing rod was secured, and seeing no activity from the opposing vessel, he chose not to squander any more words. The 2 boats remained locked in a standoff for a considerable time, until the impatience of the young man on the other boat boiled over. "Old man, do you think that guy sitting there for ages can actually catch any fish?" The middle-aged man shook his head, disdainfully retorting, "Not a chance. If he catches anything, I'll take his last name." "Wait, do you even know what his last name is?" With a sudden thud, the young man received a solid smack to his head. "You talk too much. If I changed my last name, would you think I was adopted? Look, It seems like he's got a bite over there. As the two continued their banter, Yang Chulu felt a tug on his line, the one still rod bending into a crescent shape. Standing firmly in the boat, he gripped the rod tightly, finally. After such a long wait, he had a bite. Next time he ventured out to sea, he would not skimp on the bait. It was essential. The curve of the fishing rod intensified, swiftly forming an L shape. Yang Chulu, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, began to exert force, his waist moving rhythmically as he engaged with the struggle of the fish, which seemed to be of considerable size. Chapter 15. A battle of wits for several minutes. The standoff between a man and a fish persisted, with the fishing line drawn in to a few remaining meters. As it was his first catch, he was invigorated after a half-day's rest. Gritting his teeth, he summoned his strength and reeled in the line entirely. With a splash, a silvery fish was hoisted from the water. Quick as a flash, Yang Chulu flicked his wrist and tossed it into the boat's cabin. Upon entering, it revealed itself to be a sizable red drum, weighing at least 5 pounds. The fish, once aboard, thrashed desperately, perhaps due to the heat from the sun-baked metal boat. Yang Chulu carefully unhooked the fish and placed it into a compartment equipped with an oxygen pump. Now, the first compartment was filled with over a dozen red drums, causing the bow of the boat to dip significantly. Realizing this was unsustainable, he prudently filled the second compartment with water to maintain the vessel's balance. Once the water was in, there was no room to stand, forcing him to remove his shoes. The boat consisted of 3 compartments, one for fish, and another for the diesel engine. With the boat adjusted, he cast out another baited hook. Observing from the other side, the father and son, who had previously boasted, fell silent. Their earlier bravado dissipated, though their expressions soured. The middle-aged man silently retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and lit it, his eyes narrowed in contemplation. The young man, noticing his father's action, reached over to snag a cigarette for himself, interrupting with a grin. "Old man, looks like you misjudged this time. That kid really struck lucky. One fish isn't much. When I was reeling in marlins, you were still in diapers. Damn it, you little rascal. Do you want me to toss you in to feed the fish?" All right. No need to get riled up," the young man quickly conceded, sensing his father's irritation. Meanwhile, Yang Chulu had hooked another fish. The cabin was unstable due to the water, so he retrieved the line more slowly than before. Time passed, and his compartment filled with fish, swimming around his feet, providing a sort of free fish therapy. The fish were clearly biting well. Each time he cast the bait, it took less than 5 minutes to land another catch. His bounty infuriated the father and son, who had initially thought him to be inexperienced, now realizing he was quite the formidable opponent. 11, 12 the young man counted, disbelief in his eyes. At this rate, he'll clean out all the fish around here. We've been out all day, and we can't let him profit from our efforts. The middle-aged man scratched his head in frustration, having expected to enjoy the spectacle, but now found himself the butt of the joke. This could not continue, yet their boat was still too close to the other, and previous conflicts had already arisen. The middle-aged man, while appearing rough around the edges, was astute in gauging the situation. Since a direct approach wouldn't work, he decided to use their own tactics against them. After extinguishing his cigarette, he turned to his son. "Find the lure rod in the cabin." The young man, momentarily lost in thought, responded, "Dad, shouldn't we think about how to drive that boat away? Why do you want that? Just get it." The father snapped. With a muttered agreement, the young man turned to retrieve the rod, which was coated in dust, indicating it hadn't been used in quite some time. The middle-aged man took the rod and instructed, "Move the boat forward a bit, but don't get caught in our net." "Oh, I think we should just charge at them. I don't believe they want back down." "Charge? Use your brain. This is a lawful society. If you don't like the food at home, do you think tasting someone else's is better? Fine. Do as you wish," the young man replied, silenced by his father's reprimand, and obediently navigated the boat forward. After advancing several dozen meters, they halted, ensuring they wouldn't snag their nets while casting. Once the boat stopped, the middle-aged man attached a fake lure and aimed carefully before casting it out. With a swoosh, the line arched gracefully through the air, landing precisely in front of Yang Chulu's fishing spot. This cast was at least 60 to 70 meters long, showcasing remarkable precision. Initially, Yang Chulu was oblivious, focused on reeling in his catch, but soon noticed the bobbing lure on the surface, alerting him to the potential interference. He glanced up to see the middle-aged man gesturing towards the water, seemingly trying to draw his attention. With the two lures so close, it was evident that this was an intentional provocation. Should a fish struggle too much, the lines would inevitably tangle, leading to predictable chaos. Yang Chulu's expression shifted as he regarded the fake lure. Though the other party had not resorted to shouting as before, employing such underhanded tactics was no less threatening. Frustrated as he was, he remained focused, successfully reeling in his fish while glancing at the compass mirror, where a few scattered red dots remained. After some earlier commotion, most of the fish had been caught, but since his adversary sought to stir trouble, he would oblige. After unhooking the fish, he feigned the motion of baiting his hook and cast his line once more. Seeing him unfazed, the middle-aged man's expression darkened. "You little brat. If I don't show you what, you want to know how many eyes the king of the sea has. Son, scatter the leftover fish and shrimp from our boat, then set up the rod." "Got it." The young man nodded eagerly, ready for action. The father and son worked in concert, one scattering bait, while the other cast the line to secure a favorable position. The middle-aged man cunningly utilized the mobility of the lure to deliberately disrupt Yang Chulu. Though both sides were annoyed with each other, neither resorted to damaging equipment. Knowing that tangled lines would necessitate costly replacements, Yang Chulu's goal was to make them believe that fish still remained in the area, enticing them to waste more bait. With that objective achieved, lingering longer seemed pointless, especially as evening approached, signaling it was time to collect the crab traps and gill nets. Chapter 16. Returning to the island after careful contemplation, Yang Chulu decisively stowed away his fishing rod and turned the boat around. Witnessing his departure, the father and son across the way burst into laughter. The young man pointed at him, exclaiming, "See? Just a coward. In my opinion, he should have come over sooner." He lost more than a dozen fish for nothing. The middle-aged man appeared equally disheartened, but upon reflection, he realized that the entire fishing spot now belonged to them, and catching fish was merely a matter of time. Once they confirmed Yang Chulu's departure, they wasted no time in setting up their rods and began fishing. Having just lost over 100 yuan in bait, after leaving, Yang Chulu navigated directly to the crab traps. Donning slip-resistant gloves, he pulled up the first foam buoy along the side of the boat. With a splash, the crab trap, tethered by a nylon rope, emerged from the water, droplets obscuring the netting and concealing its contents. Shaking the trap vigorously, he heard faint rustling from within. Once the water had cleared, he discovered a blue crab brandishing its formidable claws, exuding a defensive demeanor. Alongside the solitary crab, there lay a small fish, already severed into two segments. A meal in itself. Gazing at the crab, Yang Chulu felt a twinge of frustration. His boat was already at full capacity, and adding the crab was simply impractical. Crabs were naturally aggressive, and placing them with the fish could lead to dire consequences. Never mind. He would first retrieve the crab trap and, if necessary, place them all into a single cage. With a determined tug on the nylon rope, he managed to haul up 4 or 5 traps in quick succession, though the yield was disappointing. Out of 5 traps, only 2 crabs were caught, and they were not particularly large. Instead, there were 2 sea snakes. Previously, his compass had detected a wealth of catch in this area, so it was perplexing that the haul was so meager. Taking a moment to breathe, he prepared to retrieve the remaining traps. However, upon attempting to raise the 8th trap, the rope suddenly became immovable, as if snagged on the seabed. What could be the cause? Peering into the murky waters, he could discern nothing below. He attempted to pull with his hands, but the trap remained obstinately still. Such a situation often indicated entanglement with tree roots or seaweed. Thus, he could only patiently try pulling from various angles. He gripped the rope and rotated it 360 degrees. Attempting multiple angles until he heard a satisfying crack, the trap had budged. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly yanked the trap up, and as it broke the surface, a cacophony of rustling ensued, accompanied by a notable shift in weight. After shaking off the water, he stared down in disbelief. The trap was filled with a dark mass, continuously bubbling over. Believing his eyes were deceiving him, he rubbed them and looked again. Indeed, the trap was teeming with crabs of various sizes, along with lobsters. This was a bonanza. He could hardly believe it. There were at least a dozen crabs within the trap, more than he had ever caught in one go in over 20 years. Counting them, he opened the trap's mouth slightly and confirmed there were precisely 11 crabs and 2 lobsters. With a newfound sense of exhilaration, he decided to place the front few crabs together for convenience. Once the crabs were secured, he continued to retrieve the remaining traps, including those for eels. The subsequent traps were not as bountiful as the last, but each contained at least 1 or 2 crabs. The eel traps, however, were lackluster, possibly due to improper placement or insufficient quantity. Out of 5 traps, only 8 eels were caught, none particularly substantial. By the time all 20 traps were raised, he had amassed over 30 crabs and lobsters, marking a significant profit for the day. After arranging the crab and eel traps, he was left with only 1 gill net, which would allow him to return to the island. The boat was now brimming with catches, leaving little room to stand, and water splashed around, making it a rather damp affair. Approaching the bow, Yang Chulu started the diesel engine and maneuvered toward the gill net's location. After some time, His clothes were thoroughly soaked. And he realized over an hour had passed. The sun was beginning to set. Fortunately, the days were long and nights short at this time of year. Had it been winter, darkness would have already enveloped the sky. Navigating cautiously out of the mangroves, he arrived at the gill net and began to haul it in. With a splash, as the net was lifted several meters, a fish began to thrash within. This time, the gill net yielded only smaller fish, primarily needlefish, with a few decent pufferfish mixed in. After considerable effort, he finally managed to pull the entire net aboard, his back protesting from the strain. Panting heavily, he felt as if his throat was on fire. Spotting a bottle of mineral water, he gulped down half of it, feeling somewhat revitalized. Letting out a satisfied belch, he surveyed the tangled gill net and decided to first remove the larger fish, opting to leave the needlefish for later, as they were of little value. Once he ensured nothing was left behind, he set sail back to the island. After a day drifting at sea, he was finally heading home. Before departing, the boat passed by the previous fishing spot, where the father and son remained, seemingly without success. As young Chilea's boat approached, their gazes turned toward him. The young man, noticing the heap of catches on board, indignantly remarked, "Old man, do you think we were played by that guy? We haven't seen a single fish all day." The middle-aged man, though reluctant to admit it, knew the truth of the situation. Under their watchful eyes, young Chulu gradually made his way toward the island. At 5:30 in the afternoon, his small boat safely docked beside the wooden pier, where 4 or 5 other boats from the village were moored. After securing his vessel, he let out a sigh of relief. "Phew, I'm exhausted." Just as he expressed his fatigue, he heard someone greeting him from behind. Turning around, he saw the Liu family approaching. "Ah, Ernyang, Erbois," he greeted them. Liu Demirin came closer, noticing his disheveled appearance, and remarked, "Chulu, what on earth have you been doing? You look like you've just escaped from a bandit's den." With a chuckle, Dazai interjected, "What else could he be up to? Most likely digging crab holes by the seaside again." Chapter 17. A successful return. Upon hearing this, Yang Chulu did not offer a retort, but instead smiled and remarked, "Indeed. It appears you went crabbing for leisure." He could hardly contain his amusement, given the limited aspirations of the situation. Dahai, upon realizing his guess was correct, wore a look of disdain that was reminiscent of a botched cosmetic procedure. "Dahai, what are you saying?" interjected his uncle, unable to hold back his disapproval, glaring at him sternly. At that moment, the alluring Liu de Marin inadvertently noticed a heap of items piled on the nearby boat, the water still glistening as it had not fully dried. With her keen eyes, she spotted a dark mass of crabs in the crab traps, along with fish in the cabin. "Oh my, whose boat is this? Goodness, it's extraordinary," she exclaimed as she discerned the situation. Dahai and his father were startled by her exclamation and turned their gaze towards the boat's cabin, equally astonished. It was common knowledge that the metal boat could only venture near shore. Catching such a quantity of fish in a single day was no mere feat of experience. His uncle furrowed his brow, observing the vessel. "This boat looks unfamiliar. It seems it does not belong to our village," he noted. Danyang nodded in agreement. "Indeed. Our village possesses only a handful of boats. I could recognize them with my eyes closed. Surely, the Liu family has not docked their boat here again, have they? Should we notify the village chief?" Yang Chulu, overhearing their conversation, sensed trouble brewing. There were only 2 villages on the island, and minor conflicts often arose, keeping tensions high. If this matter reached the village chief, it could escalate into something significant. He quickly interjected, "Uncle, Aunt, this boat is one I rented. We just returned from the sea." "You rented it?" Both of them replied in unison, skepticism evident in their voices. "Yes, I just rented it yesterday." With that, he hopped onto the boat and began to sort through the catch. Seeing him hard at work, the couple was reassured of his honesty, exchanging glances before shifting their attention back to Yang Chulu. Upon realizing it was Yang Chulu's boat, Dahai's lips twitched with disbelief. He was envious of the fish, yet he found it hard to believe that a novice could catch such a bounty in one day. Collecting himself, he teasingly remarked, "Yang Chulu, since when did you take up fishing?" As he collected the fish, Yang Chulu chuckled softly, opting not to elaborate further. Liu de Marin's gaze then fell upon the densely packed with needlefish, ample enough for 2 meals. She shot a look at Dahai, praising, "Chulu is truly capable. He has been sensible since childhood. If only my Dahai were half as easygoing." Young Chulu, unable to find a suitable response, simply smiled. "By the way, Chulu, the sky is nearly dark, and you still have quite a bit to tidy up. Let me help you with the net. I know you're not adept at it," Liu de Marin said, rolling up her sleeves, disregarding Dahai's presence. Noticing her intent, young Chulu stood to intervene. "Aunt, please, you needn't trouble yourself. There is not much left to do. But there are plenty of needlefish in the net. If you don't mind the effort, I can bag it for you, and you can take the fish home to enjoy." I'll collect the net tomorrow, if that's all right. Delighted by his thoughtfulness, Denyang's smile widened. Oh, how considerate of you. But I couldn't possibly. I'll take care of it and bring it back to you later. No need. Just stand there and let me take care of it. You shouldn't get your clothes dirty again, Yang Chulu replied as he found a bag and began stuffing the inside. Here you go, Denyang, he said, handing her the bag. Chulu, this is so kind of you. Tomorrow, I'll tidy up the net and wash it before returning it to you, she promised. Thank you, Aunt. You have such a sweet tongue. I'll have to find you a lovely bride soon, she teased. Please, no? Yang Chulu quickly shook his head, aghast at the thought. Seeing his mother so delighted, Dahai could no longer contain his irritation. Are we going or not? Who cares about a couple of fish? Ludamarin, hearing her son's outburst, instantly shifted her mood, her previously sunny demeanor clouding over. Raising her hand, she pinched his ear and scolded. Have you grown bold? Mind your manners. Ow, ow, ow. Let go. I'm sorry. Dahai pleaded, wincing in pain. Ignoring his pleas, Ludamarin huffed and turned to head home with the bag in tow. Seeing this, his uncle prepared to follow suit, hands clasped behind his back. Dahai quickly grasped his father's arm, a pained expression on his face. Dad, support me, my foot. You're aware of your foot, are you? I think this is quite fitting. It teaches you not to meddle in foolishness, his father replied, a smirk on his face. As Ludamarin and her family departed, Yang Chulu gazed at their retreating figures, momentarily lost in thought. With a gentle sigh, he returned to his work. He toiled until darkness enveloped the land. Finally finishing the processing of the fish, shrimp, and crabs, transferring the crab traps onto the tricycle. Once everything was in order, Yang Chulu stored the diesel engine in the boat's cabin, covering it with a wooden board. After ensuring everything was secure, he pushed the tricycle homeward. By the time he arrived home, it was nearly 7 o'clock, and the night had fully descended. Yang Chulu poured the fish into a large plastic bucket and used an oxygen pump to aerate the water. The crabs and lobsters, already bound, were placed directly into a basin. After organizing the fish and crabs, he stored the traps onto the tricycle for tomorrow's sunbathing to eliminate any fishy odors. Otherwise, their effectiveness would diminish for future use. After a day of labor that left him sore, he decided to take a refreshing shower. Yang Chulu changed into a pair of shorts and donned flip-flops, washing himself in the yard without entering the house. During the hot summer months, it was customary for the village children to bathe outside, as there were no washing facilities like those in cities, where every home had a bathroom equipped with water heaters. Here, even running water was a luxury. After his shower, Yang Chulu felt rejuvenated, no longer burdened by fatigue. He soaked his soiled clothes in a basin, preparing to make dinner, having subsisted on cold buns throughout the day. Tonight, he would indulge in a grand meal, having saved 3 black sea bream. Entering the kitchen, he turned on the light and emptied the basin of black sea bream, washing them thoroughly. Had they not perished, he would have been reluctant to consume them. One fish was too much for one person, so he selected the largest of the 3, salting the remaining 2 for preservation, ensuring they would last a couple of days. Tomorrow, he planned to sell one of the fish and purchase a refrigerator. The island's scorching temperatures persisted for at least 4 to 5 months, making it essential to have a means of preserving food, lest it spoil within half a day. With the 2 fish salted and stored, Yang Chulu pondered how to prepare the meal tonight, braised or steamed. Chapter 18. Braised black sea bream in the past. He had prepared sashimi and grilled salt-baked black sea bream at the restaurant, but those methods, while appearing sophisticated, were not particularly delectable. After much contemplation, he ultimately settled on braising it, which was both straightforward and satisfying, especially with the fish soup soaking into rice, at least 2.5 bowls worth. Yang Chulu skillfully scored the spine of the black sea bream to enhance its flavor and facilitate cooking. Once the scoring was complete, he scooped some flour from a bag of wheat flour and evenly coated the fish's surface. This method was not particularly common in restaurants. It was more of a home-cooked technique. Although the final presentation might not be exceptionally appealing, it would undoubtedly be delicious. Once the fish was coated in flour, he heated oil in a pan and placed the fish into the hot oil, frying it until both sides were golden brown. After frying, he added scallions, ginger, and garlic to saute until fragrant, then directly added 2 ladles of water, adjusting the seasoning before letting it stew. Yang Chulu squatted beside the pot, continuously stoking the fire, the intense heat causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead, rendering his earlier shower futile. After about half an hour, the water in the pot had nearly evaporated, and the broth had thickened, filling the room with an enticing aroma. Oh, my old back, Yang Chulu exclaimed as he stood up from the stool, knocking his somewhat numb legs. Finally, it was time to eat. As the saying goes, one who works hard shall reap the rewards. He lifted the lid of the pot, and the fragrant aroma wafted towards him. The fish, with its glossy red hue and thickened sauce, made him swallow hard. Just before serving, he sprinkled some cilantro over it, achieving perfection. However, cilantro had a particularly strong flavor. Those who enjoyed it found no fault, while those who detested it could hardly eat a single leaf. With the dish ready, Yang Chulu eagerly filled a bowl with rice and began to eat, savoring a piece of fish. The flavor is quite satisfactory. The greatest advantage of sea fish was the scarcity of bones, unlike freshwater fish, which were rife with small bones, particularly crucian carp. He recalled a time when he had a meal of braised crucian carp at the restaurant. It was inexpensive, and everyone received one fish, making it convenient. However, that day was particularly unfortunate. Out of the 5 people in the restaurant, 3 were choked by the fish bones, with the most severe case requiring a trip to the hospital. Consequently, the owner blacklisted crucian carp, intending to cut costs but ultimately spending several hundred more. Yang Chulu consumed every morsel of fish and broth, along with 2 bowls of rice. Having eaten his fill, he habitually cleaned up, a habit cultivated over many years in the kitchen. Even the soy sauce and vinegar were placed in their designated spots, though the kitchen was only about 20 square meters. It was impeccably tidy. After tidying up, he looked forward to a good night's sleep, feeling utterly exhausted from the day's labors. After washing up and lying on the cool mat, he gazed out at the bright moonlight streaming into the room, with the stars twinkling exceptionally brightly. Upon returning, it was the first time he felt so leisurely as to watch the stars. He could hardly recall the last occasion he did so. As night fell, Yang Chulu soon drifted into slumber, and the island returned to its tranquil state. The next day, attention, everyone, attention. This is Village Chief Yang Chuanda, and I have an announcement to make. Today, a university student teacher will be visiting Qingdao Primary School, and there will be a welcoming banquet at the church this evening. I kindly ask each household to send a representative to attend. Early in the morning, Yang Chulu was still lost in pleasant dreams when he was abruptly awakened by the village chief's broadcast. Meanwhile, complaints echoed throughout the village as residents grumbled about the early morning noise disturbing their sleep. Yang Chuanda. I'd rather call you Yang Lack of Virtue. What a nuisance. Dear, hurry up. This time we're sure to win. Having been roused by the broadcast, Yang Chulu was in less than a cheerful mood, wondering how long this teacher would stay. Each year, the village welcomed teaching volunteers, yet aside from the village principal, none tended to remain for long. Most came merely to experience life or to gain a veneer of prestige. Despite the challenging conditions on Qingdao, the locals valued education greatly, believing that studying was the sole path to a better future, unwilling to let the next generation endure the hardships of labor under the sun. Fishing was considered a high-risk profession, with countless accidents occurring at sea each year. Thus, whenever a teacher arrived, the village would hold a welcoming event, a tradition that gradually evolved into a custom, an expression of goodwill from all the residents of Qingdao. After getting out of bed and freshening up, Yang Chulu loaded the fish and crabs from the previous night onto his cart, preparing to head to the dock to sell them. Creaking open the door, he was greeted by Lu Demirin carrying a fishing net. Liuzi heading out? She asked with a smile as she approached him. Yes, going to the dock to sell fish. Goodness, that is quite a haul. This net is from yesterday. I've already sorted it out for you. Just hang it on the wall to dry later. Thank you. Danyang, please, come in and sit for a moment. No, I must hurry to help prepare dishes for the teacher's arrival. You go ahead and do your thing. With that, Lu Demirin swiftly made her way to the village office, where she was well versed in the preparations. Yang Chulu hung the net on the wall and pushed his tricycle toward the dock, where villagers were discussing the teacher's arrival. Upon reaching the dock, he found only a few people selling fish that day. Spotting him from afar, the fish vendor waved him over. Xiaoyang, you've got quite the catch today. Yang Chulu shrugged. I don't smoke. I went out to sea yesterday and was lucky enough to get a good haul. All right then. The fish vendor packed away his cigarette and quickly helped Yang Chulu unload the fish, eyeing the buckets with keen interest. After all the buckets were unloaded, the vendor examined each one and exclaimed, Xiaoyang, I didn't realize you were quite the expert. Bringing back such a haul in one trip is no small feat. Just luck, really. Now, let us get to pricing. Be honest with me, or I'll take them to sell elsewhere. Don't worry. I'll make sure you don't lose out. I've been in this business long enough to know how to treat my friends fairly, the fish vendor assured him, patting his chest with sincerity. However, Yang Chulu remained skeptical, knowing well that a businessman's words could often be deceptive. After some banter, the fish vendor quoted prices for each type of fish and shellfish, with crabs and lobsters priced similarly at 140 yuan per pound. While the fish was categorized by species and size, Yang Chulu listened attentively, finding the prices to be reasonable wholesale rates. Once they settled on the prices, the vendor busied himself weighing the catch and handed over the ledger. After some work, They calculated that the total weight was 16 pounds of crabs and lobsters, 11, 7 pounds of black sea bream, 34, 5 pounds of red drum, and 4, 1 pounds of eel. Chapter 19. The village chief's request. The proprietor adeptly tapped on the calculator, producing a rhythmic sound as he meticulously double-checked the figures before stating, "Young brother Yang. The total amounts to 3,555. Do take a look." Yang Chulu cast a glance at the display, nodded in agreement, affirming, "Yes, that is correct. Very well. I shall give you 3,560 then, to round it off," the fishmonger said, retrieving a thick wad of 100 yuan bills from his waist pouch. After counting the money, he handed it over to Yang Chulu. "Young brother Yang, should you have a greater quantity of goods in the future, please call me in advance. Let us exchange contact details." "Sure," Yang Chulu replied, accepting the money and taking out his phone to share contact information. Upon introduction, he learned that the fishmonger's name was Yu Labao, affectionately referred to as Old Yu by acquaintances. Quite a cheerful name indeed. "By the way, do check the authenticity of the money. Once you tuck it away, I want to acknowledge it," the fishmonger chuckled as he reminded him. Yang Chulu smiled, counting the notes once more to confirm their legitimacy. Just then, 2 more individuals arrived to sell fish. He quickly tidied up his things and wheeled his cart homeward. On the way back, he calculated his earnings. After deducting fuel costs and boat rental, along with expenses for cages and bait, he found himself with over 2,000 yuan in profit. Yang Chulu had anticipated such a substantial gain from a single trip to sea. His initial aim was merely to break even. With this newfound sum, acquiring a small refrigerator for his home was entirely feasible. Upon returning home, he placed the crab traps used yesterday outside to dry and washed the clothes he had changed out of, as they had developed a rather unpleasant odor from prolonged soaking. "Liu Zai, are you home?" A voice called from the entrance, somewhat resembling the village chief. As expected, just as he was about to rise, the village chief, Yang Chuanda, energetically strode in, clad in a Zhongshan suit, even in the sweltering heat. "Uncle Yang, what brings you here?" Yang Chulu inquired, wiping his hands dry as he stood up to fetch a stool. Noticing the young man's busyness, the village chief quickly interjected, "Liu Zai, don't fuss about. I have a matter to discuss with you." "All right, please sit down." He brought over a stool, and since guests rarely visited, there was no tea prepared. He simply handed over a bottle of mineral water. "Uncle Yang, have some water." Such a polite child, the chief accepted the water, sitting down to catch his breath. "Liu Zai, here is the situation. A teaching volunteer is arriving today. Could I trouble you to pick them up at the ferry across the way? Old Yang is too old to be ferrying them himself, and you youngsters can communicate better." Yang Chuliu's brow furrowed slightly at the request. He had planned to go to town to check on refrigerators and was uncertain if he could manage the timing. Seeing his silence, the village chief assumed he was reluctant and added, "Liu Zai, the village will reimburse your fuel costs. There aren't many young people around, and the sea has been unforgiving lately. I really can't leave." Realizing the chief had misunderstood, Yang Chulu quickly clarified, "Uncle Yang, it's not about the money. I plan to see the refrigerator shortly. I'm just not sure if I can make it in time." "Oh, that is fine. The volunteer teacher, Miss Tang, won't arrive in town until the afternoon, so you'll have just enough time to meet her." "All right, then it's settled. I'll take care of it. It's on my way." The village chief smiled approvingly at his quick agreement, patting his shoulder. "Good lad. I'll share Miss Tang's WeChat with you so you can add her for easier communication." "Sure," the chief continued, pulling out his phone to dial a number, giving some instructions before passing the WeChat contact to Yang Chulu. "Liu Zai, just add her directly. I've already informed Miss Tang." "Understood." As Yang Chulu opened the WeChat profile shared with him, he noticed the profile picture featured a little girl wearing a red scarf, with delicate features, quite adorable indeed. Could this be Miss Tang's child? He pondered, promptly sending a friend request. The village chief, satisfied that the matter was resolved, rose and handed him a 50 yuan note, saying, "Liu Zai, I appreciate your help with this. Remember to handle it well, and call me if anything comes up. Farewell." Yang Chulu, glancing at the bill in his hand, hurried after him to return the money. "Uncle Yang, it's hardly a burden. Please keep it. Take it. It's not easy for you to earn money. The village's affairs shouldn't cost you a penny. Really, if you insist on this, perhaps I should find someone else," Yang Chulu replied, thinking of the children involved. Seeing his earnestness, the village chief looked at him appreciatively, finally accepting the money, patting his shoulder, and departing without further words. As Yang Chulu stood there watching the village chief leave, he intended to hang up his freshly washed clothes when suddenly his phone buzzed. He pulled it out to see that the friend request he had sent had been accepted, and the other party had sent a smiling emoji. Her username was quite intriguing, savoring tea in tranquility, while his own, sipping fine wine, seemed quite complimentary. Since she had initiated the conversation, Yang Chulu casually replied, sipping fine wine. Hello, I'm Yang Chulu, the one the village chief mentioned. Savoring tea in tranquility. Hello, I'm Tang Shui, pleased to meet you, oh. Sipping fine wine. Do you have a photo of yourself? Please send one for easier recognition later. Savoring tea in tranquility. Okay. Ding. Just as the conversation concluded, she sent a selfie. Yang Chulu waited for it to load, and upon opening the image, he noted that she wore a white dress. Her hair styled in a high ponytail, with large, double-folded eyelids and fair skin, radiating a captivating smile. She appeared to be around his age. Yet the girl in the profile picture seemed to be at least 7 or 8 years younger. Isn't that a bit early for marriage? Yang Chulu wondered. Yet he deemed it inappropriate to pry into her personal matters. After all, it was merely speculation. Now that he had seen what she looked like, he opted not to prolong the conversation, simply mentioning that he would be in touch, and swiftly concluded the chat. After hanging up the clothes, he locked the door, took the diesel, and made his way to the dock. The village buzzed with activity today, typically at this hour. Families would either be working in the fields or out at sea, but now the women and children were bustling about. Some carried baskets to wash vegetables, while others brought drums and gongs in preparation for the evening's festivities, all wearing radiant smiles. Yang Chulu observed this lively scene, smiling to himself. Home truly felt better. Although there were no towering buildings or dazzling neon lights, the warmth of human connection was irreplaceable. Liuzai, why the silly grin? Have you taken a liking to some young lady? Lu Demirin approached, noticing him lost in thought, playfully nudging him. Haha, indeed. Our Liuzai is quite handsome, she continued. Shall I introduce you to my niece? Chapter 20. Purchasing a refrigerator. A group of women surrounded Yang Chulu, playfully teasing him, their laughter echoing melodiously. Though Yang Chulu's complexion was not particularly pale, the relentless onslaught of their banter caused his cheeks to flush. Second aunt, Auntie, please, no more jokes. Hurry along with your tasks, he implored. Lu Demirin observed his slight stammer and covered her mouth, chuckling. Look at him, he's gone shy. Recognizing he was outmatched, Yang Chulu seized the moment and slipped away. The women erupted into another fit of laughter at his retreat. Upon arriving at the seaside, he located his boat, added the diesel he had brought, and set sail from the island. After approximately half an hour, he docked at the pier, just as old Yang arrived. He stepped off the boat, secured the anchor chain, and called out, Old master, toss me your rope, and I'll tie it up for you. Spotting him, old Yang nodded and tossed over the bowline. Hey, catch, he shouted, swinging his arm. Yang Chulu deftly caught the rope, pulling it taut before addressing those still aboard. All right, everyone disembark, mind your step. One by one, the passengers stepped onto the dock, while Yang Chulu secured the rope. Old Yang, seated at the bow, lit a cigarette and inquired, Xiaozi, are you heading out early for something? Yes, the weather is warming up. I thought I'd check out refrigerators in town, he replied. You young folks know how to enjoy life more than we did back in the day. Go on, I'll keep an eye on the boat. All right, thank you. Yang Chulu nodded to the old man before making his way to the bus station. Fortuitously, a bus arrived just as he reached the platform. He boarded and, after a bumpy ride, arrived in town. As he stepped off the bus, he sought an electronics store but was distracted by a thunderous burst of music from across the street. Curiously, he glanced over to see a large red archway at the store entrance, with a stage set up where a young woman energetically danced and sang. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a promotional event, drawing a sizable crowd. Intrigued, Yang Chulu approached, eager to join the festivities. Upon reaching the entrance, he discovered it was an electronics store holding a sale, with an array of appliances displayed enticingly. Welcome to Ego Furniture and Appliances. Handsome, how can I assist you? Today, all appliances are 20 off. As he paused, a young woman in a short skirt approached him enthusiastically, handing him a flyer. Feeling compelled by her hospitality, he accepted it and said, I'm interested in refrigerators. Do you have any smaller models? Her smile widened at his inquiry, nodding vigorously. Yes, yes. Please follow me. Guided by her, Yang Chulu entered the store and found a corner filled with various models of refrigerators and freezers that dazzled the eye. These are all our latest models for the year, energy efficient and economical. Do any catch your eye? He was asked. A quick glance revealed prices ranging from $49.99 to $38.88, far exceeding his budget. Sensing his hesitation, a nearby salesperson stepped forward. If you're looking for something smaller, we have a display model available for just $999 after the discount. Where is it? I'd like to see, he replied, intrigued by the price. The salesperson led him to an inconspicuous corner of the store, revealing a single-door refrigerator covered in dust. This is our display model. It's been here a while, but I assure you, the quality is impeccable. Yang Chulu inspected it closely. Having worked in kitchens for years, he could tell it was indeed new. Though he was interested, he remained composed to negotiate better. Feigning indifference, he lightly brushed his finger across the top, commenting, "Look at this dust. In the second-hand market, one could find something like this for 300 to 500. The young woman blushed slightly at his observation, agreeing, "Yes, it does have a bit of dust. But it's still new. If you decide to buy it, I can clean it up for you. It comes with a 3-year warranty." Well, he hesitated. "I'm pressed for time. What do you think about 900? If that works for you, I'll take it." "Sir, that's really not profitable. That's the lowest we can go. In that case, I'll check elsewhere," he said, turning to leave. Seeing him genuinely ready to depart, the salesperson quickly followed. "Wait, let me consult with my manager." "All right," he nodded, purposely maintaining his facade of leaving, while internally he felt quite fond of the refrigerator. After a few minutes, the salesperson returned with a broad smile. "Sir, the manager has agreed. Let us proceed to finalize the payment." "Great, but you must deliver it to Qingdao Pier." "That is no problem." With the price settled, Yang Chulu completed the transaction, pleasantly surprised by how smoothly everything had gone. With the refrigerator issue resolved in several hours until the afternoon, he couldn't just wait idly. Exiting the appliance store, he headed towards the market, planning to buy groceries now that he had a refrigerator to store them in, saving him the hassle of frequent trips to the convenience store. As noon approached, the market was less bustling than it had been in the morning, with more sellers than buyers. Elderly vendors gathered in small groups, chatting amiably, their produce wilting in the heat. With harvest season just over a week away, the streets would soon be even quieter. Yang Chulu meandered through the market, purchasing several pounds of meat, some root vegetables, and 2 large watermelons, all items that had a longer shelf life. With his shopping complete, he realized it was lunchtime and decided to stop at a noodle shop for a meal while waiting for Tang Shui to arrive. Just as he reached the entrance of the noodle shop, his phone unexpectedly rang. Who could be calling at this hour? He pondered, pulling the phone from his pocket to find an unfamiliar number. After a moment's hesitation, he answered. "Hello, is this Yang Chulu?" A clear, pleasant voice resonated on the other end. Yang Chulu, puzzled by the female voice, realized he did not recognize her. "Yes, this is Yang Chulu. May I ask who is calling?" "I am Tang Shui. I've just arrived in town, right across from Ego Appliance Store." "All right, wait there for me. I'll be there shortly." After ending the call, he entered the noodle shop to inform the owner he'd be back after picking someone up, then hurried towards the appliance store. Chapter 21. First encounter with Tang Shui. After approximately 10 minutes, Yang Chuli rushed breathlessly to the entrance of the home appliance mall. He paused to wipe the sweat from his forehead. The weather was so sweltering that even a slight movement caused perspiration to stream down his back. After catching his breath, Yang Chuli stepped into the nearby supermarket, where the cool air conditioning instantly refreshed him, elevating his spirits. After enjoying the air conditioning for a moment, he retrieved 2 bottles of ice-cold water from a nearby refrigerator and inquired, "Boss, how much for these 2 bottles?" "4 yuan in total." "All right." After paying, Yang Chuli eagerly opened one of the bottles and took a few gulps, then made his way across the street. He recalled the phone call stating that she was near the appliance mall, so he felt confident he was in the right place. Upon reaching the opposite side of the street, Yang Chuli noticed a young woman standing beside a vacant flower bed, shaded by a tree. She had a backpack slung over her shoulders and a suitcase beside her. From her silhouette, he observed a high ponytail, a sun hat, and a floral dress that accentuated her tall figure. After sizing her up, he wondered if she could be Tang Shui. He took out his phone to dial the number he had just called, and at that precise moment, the young woman in front of him received a phone call as well. Once the call connected, Yang Chuli asked the girl back, "Hello, I've arrived. Where are you?" "I'm by the flower bed on the roadside. Can you see me if I wave?" Tang Shui replied while raising her delicate, fair arm in greeting. Seeing her gesture, Yang Chuli confirmed that the girl before him was indeed the person he was there to meet. "I see you. Please turn around," he said with a smile before hanging up. Hearing his words, Tang Shui turned curiously to look. On the deserted road, a slender young man with a buzz cut was walking towards her, his face adorned with a sunny smile. Unfamiliar with Yang Chuli, she didn't recognize him. In the moment she turned, he thought to himself that she was even more beautiful than in her photos. Her cascading hair, elegant dress, and perfectly shaped face were complemented by her charming demeanor. He quickly approached the flower bed and halted, momentarily at a loss for words. Their eyes met, and for a fleeting moment, neither knew what to say. Being a teacher, Tang Shui, possessing a keen intellect, seemed to sense the situation and pointed to her phone, softly inquiring, "Hello, are you?" "Yes, I am Yang Chuli. You must be teacher Tang Shui?" Tang Shui nodded. "Yes, I am Tang Shui, a teacher from Qingdao." Once they confirmed their identities, Yang Chuli felt his previous shyness dissipate, and he confidently stated, "Welcome to Qingdao, teacher Tang Shui." "Thank you. It's a pleasure to meet you. Just call me Tang Shui. All right, here, have some water, Yang Chuli said, carefully unscrewing the cap of the bottle and handing it to her. Thank you. I am quite thirsty. Tang Shui expressed her gratitude, accepting the water without further formality. After exchanging a few words, Yang Chuli learned that Tang Shui had been traveling for over 6 hours and had yet to eat. So they decided to get a meal together. He helped her with her suitcase, and they chatted as they walked. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of a noodle shop. Unsure of Tang Shui's dietary preferences on their first meeting, he asked, Tang Shui, what do you like to eat? With a cheerful smile, she replied, I'm fine with anything. How about noodles? Perfect, I have some things to store inside. As they entered, the owner greeted them warmly. Please, take a seat and let me know what you'd like. Yang Chuli placed their suitcase down and turned to Tang Shui. Would you like to eat? Tang Shui glanced at the menu on the wall, her brow furrowing in contemplation. Noticing her indecision, the owner suggested, You're not from around here, are you? Our specialty is seafood noodles. Would you like to try some? Seafood noodles? Sure, Tang Shui agreed. Great. And for you, young man, I'll have the same as her. And also 2 orders of brown sugar ice jelly. Not a problem, please wait a moment. After placing their order, the owner went back to prepare their meals. Once seated, an awkward silence fell between Yang Chuli and Tang Shui, as neither knew what to say. This was Yang Chuli's first time alone with a girl, especially one he was unfamiliar with, making it challenging to find a topic of conversation. Meanwhile, Tang Shui casually surveyed the restaurant, appearing less anxious than him. A few minutes later, the owner brought out 2 bowls of ice jelly. Tang Shui, intrigued by the dessert, took out her phone to snap a photo and remarked, Yang Chuli, is this a local specialty? As the topic of food piqued his interest, he smiled and explained, Yes, this is a unique local delicacy, sweet and tangy, with a delightful chewy texture. You should give it a try. Well, it sounds delicious, but I need to share it with my students first. Tang Shui replied with a grin, sharing the photo while picking up her spoon to taste it. Yang Chuli, feeling hungry as well, dug in eagerly. It was his first time enjoying ice jelly since returning. During his school days, he would always look forward to weekends when he could relish a bowl for just 5 yuan, especially enjoying the raisins and cashews mixed in, although there was never enough. Tang Shui sampled a couple of bites and nodded enthusiastically, clearly impressed. After finishing their meal, Yang Chuli insisted on paying the bill, which was quite modest. Though Tang Shui tried to argue, she ultimately conceded, but insisted on reimbursing him. Yang Chuli cleverly claimed that the village would cover the cost, which finally settled the matter. Having satisfied their hunger, they rested in the shop for a while. Taking advantage of the moment, Yang Chuli called for a ride. Knowing they couldn't carry all their belongings to the dock, by coincidence, they ended up using the same rickshaw driver for the second time. Having exchanged contact information previously, they felt a sense of familiarity. After waiting for a brief period, the rickshaw arrived at the noodle shop's entrance. Beep beep. The driver honked, energetically urging them. Get in, get in. Yang Chuli grabbed their belongings and stepped out with Tang Shui. The outside temperature was sweltering, and they felt slightly disoriented stepping out from the air-conditioned space. Brother, looks like your number came in handy, the driver chuckled as they approached. Hurry. Lend a hand with the bags, Yang Chuli instructed while carrying items. Sure thing. As they loaded their belongings onto the rickshaw, Tang Shui glanced at the piled luggage on top and quietly asked Yang Chuli, Are you certain this vehicle is safe? Perhaps we should take the bus instead. Seeing the concern on her face, Yang Chuli reassured her with a smile, Don't worry, it's perfectly fine. Besides, the bus might take a while to arrive. It's not far to the destination. Well, all right then. Chapter 22. The foolish man seeks a wife. Though Tang Shui harbored a tinge of unease in her heart, she refrained from expressing it further. Prior to boarding the vehicle, she reminded the driver to exercise caution and proceed slowly. Before their departure, Yang Chulu contacted the appliance store, requesting them to deliver the refrigerator. The 3-wheeled vehicle gently jostled its way to the dock, where Yang Chulu alighted to survey the mooring area. At that moment, old Yang was no longer present, but his vessel remained in its original position. The two disembarked and placed their luggage aboard the boat, just as the truck carrying the refrigerator arrived. As he and the delivery man hoisted the refrigerator onto the boat, Tang Shui stood nearby, feeling helpless, and instead took out her phone to capture the scenic seascape. Once everything was arranged, Yang Chulu lifted the diesel engine cover. Discovering that old Yang had siphoned out the fuel and stored it in a small barrel hidden within the cabin, the old man was quite meticulous. He replenished the fuel and expertly pulled the starter cord. The engine sputtered to life, emitting a plume of black smoke that startled Tang Shui, causing her to nearly drop her phone into the water. Meanwhile, Yang Chulu waved enthusiastically at her, calling out, Tang Shui, come aboard. All right, I'm coming. Tang Shui responded, skipping over like a child, her excitement palpable at the sight of the ocean. Her desire to participate in teaching was partly driven by her profound love for the sea and the soothing sound of the waves. Upon reaching the boat, she gazed at it swaying with the waves, her legs trembling slightly. Yang Chulu, observing her trepidation, extended his hand and encouraged, "Come aboard, I'll support you." Tang Shui nodded, though her feet remained rooted. While she had previously sailed on large cruise ships, this was her first experience on a metal vessel. She had already encountered two firsts in rapid succession, her first ride on a three-wheeled vehicle and now her first journey on a metal boat. Noticing her fear, Yang Chulu jumped from the boat to the plank beside her and suggested she close her eyes. Taking a deep breath, Tang Shui placed her hand on his arm. Seeing her readiness, Yang Chulu counted down, 1, 2, 3, jump. With his encouragement, Tang Shui closed her eyes, gritted her teeth, and leapt, instinctively letting out a yelp. They landed on the boat, with Yang Chulu steadying himself, while Tang Shui, swayed by the boat's motion, instinctively pressed against him, her hands gripping his shirt tightly. Yang Chulu found her reaction amusing. After all, it was merely a boat ride. Unbeknownst to him, what seemed trivial to a native of coastal regions posed a significant challenge for someone unaccustomed to the sea. As they embraced for a moment, Yang Chulu gently inquired, "Are you all right, Tang Shui?" "I'm fine." She gradually opened her eyes, only to realize she was clinging to him. Embarrassed, she quickly withdrew, her fair complexion flushing a shade of pink. Yang Chulu, who had not noticed before, now detected a subtle and pleasant fragrance emanating from her. Following their earlier escapade, silence enveloped them. Primarily, Tang Shui felt a sense of awkwardness, sitting at the edge of the boat, her gaze lowered in contemplation. Once she appeared settled, Yang Chulu gradually set the boat in motion. As the engine churned, white frothy waves erupted from the stern. Initially tense, Tang Shui soon became captivated by the surrounding beauty. She gazed at the sunlit, shimmering sea, her spirits lifted, and all her worries seemed to dissipate with the rolling waves. Tang Shui took out her phone again to snap selfies, when suddenly, she spotted a shadow resembling a small mountain in the distance. "Yang Chulu, is that mountain ahead Qingdao?" Yang Chulu, focused on navigating the boat amidst the gusty winds and tumultuous waters, did not quite catch her words and called back, "What did you say?" Tang Shui gestured with her hands as she repeated, "I said, is that Qingdao up ahead?" "Oh yes, that is Qingdao. We shall arrive shortly. There's no rush. The scenery here is too beautiful. I truly envy you for residing in such a picturesque locale, waking to the ocean and toiling at sunrise, resting at sunset. Hee. It's not as idyllic as you imagine. Life can be quite arduous." As Tang Shui admired the breathtaking view, she couldn't help but recite poetry. The setting sun and the solitary wild goose fly together, the autumn waters blend with the vast sky. Yang Chulu, observing her dreamy countenance, took a moment to appreciate Qingdao, the place that nurtured him, and found the scenery indeed remarkable. Influenced by Tang Shui, he cleared his throat and recited aloud. The rosy clouds and the lone wild goose fly together, the autumn waters share a hue with the endless sky. Tang Shui giggled at his poetic recitation. The two seemed to forget their earlier awkwardness, returning to a more relaxed demeanor. After half an hour of sailing, they safely reached Qingdao. Yang Chulu anchored the boat securely before allowing Tang Shui to disembark. Having completed the journey, she appeared far more at ease than before, no longer needing assistance to embark or disembark. After she stepped off, Yang Chulu began to unload her luggage, realizing that he would need help with the refrigerator, as it was too cumbersome to manage alone. The dock was deserted, with old Yang's boat present but unmanned. Today marked a significant occasion for Qingdao, and it was likely that everyone was preoccupied with preparing for the evening's welcome banquet. Tang Shui, seeing him alone on the boat, offered, "Yang Chulu, shall I help you carry it? I'm quite strong." Yang Chulu chuckled at her suggestion. "No need. I'll find someone to assist me shortly. You can hardly stand. Strength won't do you much good." "Hee, I suppose you're right." As they chatted, a figure approached in the distance, holding a large pinwheel. Yang Chulu's keen eyes quickly recognized it to be Mingzi. Bounding over, Mingzi grinned broadly upon spotting Tang Shui. "Wife, my wife." Startled, Tang Shui instinctively took a few steps back, her eyes narrowing warily. "What do you want? Don't come any closer. Wife, come home with me." Yang Chulu, witnessing Mingzi's advance towards Tang Shui, swiftly interposed himself, glaring at him. "Mingzi, have you got a death wish?" Mingzi's smile faltered upon seeing Yang Chulu, stammering. "Liu, Uncle Lu, what are you doing out here on such a hot day? Aren't you supposed to be resting at home? Didn't I tell you to stay away from the water?" "Lulu, Uncle Lu, the village chief sent me. He said, if someone arrives, I should tell him there are ice creams." "All right, hurry back then." "Oh." Mingzi nodded obediently and turned to leave. Suddenly, Yang Chulu called out to him, "Mingzi, come here and help me carry something. I'll reward you with a bottle of cola." "Okay." Okay. I love cola. Chapter 23. The subtle thoughts of the sea. Tang Shui listened to their conversation, feeling a lingering unease. It was understandable. Who wouldn't be taken aback when addressed as wife by a stranger? Yang Chulu, noticing her distracted demeanor, gently reassured her, I hope I didn't frighten you. Tang Shui replied, how could I not be frightened? Who is this person? It turned out that Mingzi had never been particularly sharp-witted. A few years ago, his family had arranged a marriage with a simple-minded girl, who soon ran away, leaving him to call everyone wife in his confusion. Oh, but this is rather alarming, she added. Despite his imposing stature, he means no harm. His intellect is akin to that of a 6 or 7-year-old. Uncle Lu, the fridge is here. I want a cola, Mingzi interjected, having somehow managed to haul the refrigerator ashore, his face flushed with exertion. Yang Chulu was not overly surprised at the fridge's arrival. Although Mingzi was not the brightest, he possessed an innate strength. Well done, Mingzi. Help me load it onto the car. And then I'll get you a cola from the corner store. Yay, Mingzi wants cola. With Mingzi's assistance, they lifted the fridge onto the vehicle with little effort. Once everything was stowed away, the trio made their way towards the village. Tang Shui, still shaken by recent events, hesitated to approach Mingzi. They soon arrived at the corner store, where Yang Chulu dutifully purchased a bottle of cola for Mingzi before sending him on his way. In the entire village, Yang Chulu was the only one capable of commanding Mingzi's obedience. Despite being younger, he held a higher status due to their childhood bond, where he often defended Mingzi against bullies. After bidding farewell to Mingzi, Yang Chulu called the village head to inform him of their arrival. Upon learning that Tang Shui had reached the village head insisted on escorting her to the village office. Yang Chulu then relayed this to Tang Shui. Since she was new and unfamiliar with the area, he suggested they first return home to drop off their belongings and then head to the village office together. As time was not of the essence, Tang Shui readily agreed, appreciating the opportunity to familiarize herself with her surroundings. They pushed the car to her home, where Yang Chulu opened the door, secured the vehicle, and together they unloaded the refrigerator. Its weight was manageable, though its size was cumbersome. After positioning it and connecting the power, they let it run empty for 12 hours. With the refrigerator settled, Yang Chulu turned to Tang Shui, who was observing with curiosity. Let us go. I'll take you to the village office. Sure, Tang Shui replied, suppressing her curiosity as they exited. Not far from the door, they spotted Dahai seated on a chair, his feet wrapped in thick bandages. Upon noticing them, his gaze fixated intently on Tang Shui. His heart raced as he pondered when such a stunning beauty had arrived in the village without his knowledge. As Yang Chulu and Tang Shui approached, Dahai quickly raised his hand to stop Yang Chulu. Sixth brother, who is this beautiful lady? I've never seen her before. Initially reluctant to engage, Yang Chulu felt compelled to respond since Dahai had inquired. This is the new teacher, Tang Shui. I suggest you behave yourself around her. Hello, I'm Tang Shui, she said, pausing to introduce herself. Hello, I'm Dahai. I believe I'm not older than you, so you can just call me Haigu. Haigu, she echoed. Hearing her address him so made Dahai feel elated, his grin stretching wide. Tang Shui, if you need anything on Qingdao, just let your Haigu know. I'll look after you. Thank you, she replied. Not at all. How about we exchange WeChat for easier communication? Tang Shui, while clever, did not immediately agree but tactfully responded, I just arrived on the island, and my phone lacks signal. Let us discuss it later. Dahai, accepting her explanation, nodded, yes. Yes, the network here is terrible. Yang Chulu, noticing the time, urged, Tang Shui, we should head over now. The village head will be waiting. Right, let us go. Tang Shui softly agreed, politely waving goodbye to Dahai. Haigu, goodbye. Goodbye, goodbye, he called after them, his eyes nearly popping from his head. As they made their way to the village office, Tang Shui's smile faded, her earlier joy replaced by contemplation. Yang Chulu had earlier briefed her on the village and its residents, giving her a basic understanding of her new surroundings. During their conversation, Yang Chulu discovered that her WeChat profile picture was of her as a child, leading to an amusing misunderstanding. Watching their departing figures, Dahai felt a pang of regret. If it weren't for his injury, such fortune would have surely been his, not Yang Chulu's. I can't let Yang Chulu get ahead of me, he resolved as he rose from the chair, limping back indoors. Mom, could you bring me the Moe's burger from the bathroom and find my new suit from last year's blind date? His uncle, busy mending fishing nets in the yard, chided him. What has got into you in broad daylight? Your mother is busy and not home. Dahai, in a rush, insisted, Dad, please help me find it. I'm running out of time. My future happiness depends on it. I'm busy. No time for your nonsense, came the curt reply. Fine, I'll find it myself. Dahai grumbled as he stormed into the house. Meanwhile, Yang Chulu led Tang Shui to the village office, greeting many familiar faces along the way. Upon their arrival, The village head was seen pacing with a cup of water in hand. Uncle Yang, I've brought the person you requested. Hearing Yang Chulu's voice, the village head looked up and, upon seeing Tang Shui, approached warmly. Teacher Tang, you must be tired from your journey. Tang Shui smiled shyly. Not at all. Thank you. Village head. Wonderful. We've eagerly awaited your arrival. Please, come inside. All right, she replied as the village head ushered them inside, offering tea and water, making her feel somewhat bashful. Once settled, the village head began discussing the school's situation, and Tang Shui listened intently, taking notes in her notebook. Yang Chulu, finding himself at a loose end, excused himself. I have some matters to attend to at home, and departed, leaving her to the village head's explanations. Chapter 24. The unassuming and resolute Mingzi. Upon returning home, Yang Chulu felt a twinge of unease and decided to inspect the refrigerator. Despite having been plugged in for only a short while, a chill emanated from within. Satisfied that all was well, he proceeded to organize the items he had purchased at the market earlier that day. Time flew by unnoticed, and before he knew it, the sun had dipped below the horizon, casting a dimming light over the landscape. Yang Chulu gathered the crab traps and fishing nets from the yard, placing them in the vehicle, which helped to reduce the lingering pungent odor. Liuzi, are you home? While he was preoccupied with his tasks, he heard someone calling from the doorway. Here. He set aside his work and hurried outside to see Lu de Marin, dressed in a vibrant floral apron and looking quite anxious. Nyang, is there something wrong? Lu de Marin, upon spotting him, exclaimed, Why are you still at home? Hurry and go eat. Everyone's already there. Oh, I'll go once I finish my chores. Come on, work can wait. Today is Teacher Tang's first visit. We cannot be lacking in proper etiquette. You must go now while I check on others. All right, I'll head over right away. With instructions given, Lu de Marin dashed off, her energy clearly fueled by the occasion, as her presence was essential for such a significant village event. Feeling the urgency, Yang Chulu did not linger. He washed his face and, without changing his clothes, made his way to the gathering. This evening, the village was particularly lively, with homes aglow and bustling with light, resembling the brightness of day. Children chased one another in playful abandon, making one think it was a festive celebration. At the church entrance, several stoves had been set up, and the village's accomplished female chefs were busy, the aroma of their cooking wafting through the air. Although Yang Chulu was a chef himself, he humbly acknowledged that he could not quite rival these women when it came to preparing large-scale meals. There always seemed to be an elusive flavor missing from his dishes. Whenever there was a feast, the enticing scents would waft throughout the entire village. Inside the church, a crowd had already gathered, with nearly every adult and child from the village present. Just as Yang Chulu was about to enter, he unexpectedly encountered Dahai, who appeared almost unrecognizable at first, dressed in a sleek black suit, adorned with a red tie, and sporting a slick-back hairstyle that shimmered under the light, likely doused in half a bottle of mousse. He was a sight to behold. The ensemble was completed with a pair of sunglasses that seemed oddly familiar, reminiscent of those his father wore while welding. If not for the absence of a guide dog at his side, one might mistake him for a blind man, as the flamboyant outfit was quite over the top. Upon spotting Yang Chulu, Dahai pretended to be aloof, tossing his hair back. Liuzi, in such an important setting, how can you arrive dressed like this? What do you think of my outfit? Yang Chulu, observing his confidence, chose not to deflate his enthusiasm and simply responded with a non-committal hum. Liuzi, I must say, as a member of Daeong Village, you ought to be mindful of your appearance. Presentation is crucial. Where's Teacher Tang? I don't know, Yang Chulu replied, uninterested in furthering the conversation, and he walked into the building. Dahai, seeing him depart, scoffed and began to search the room, limping slightly. Inside, the church was arranged with numerous tables, cobbled together from various households, each differing in height, and even the benches were uneven. Yang Chulu found a spot with fewer people and settled in. He preferred to avoid large gatherings due to his social anxiety. After a brief wait, he noticed the village chief and the former principal entering with Tang Shui, accompanied by several children. Tang Shui demonstrated remarkable warmth, having quickly bonded with the youngsters. As they entered, many villagers approached to greet them, exchanging pleasantries. Tang Shui, glancing in Yang Chulu's direction, smiled gently and waved. Out of courtesy, he returned her smile. After a few exchanges, the village chief suggested, Teacher Tang, let us take our seats. The dishes are ready. Shall we sit over there? Tang Shui pointed towards the section where Yang Chulu was seated. Very well, let us go. The village chief led the group over just as Dahai, sitting at the adjacent table, noticed Tang Shui approaching and mistook her intentions, rising to wave at her. Tang Shui, I'm over here. Over here, over here. The room was compact, and Tang Shui had already spotted him. She merely pretended not to see. As Dahai waved, he inadvertently knocked over the soda belonging to Mingzi, who immediately scowled. Dahai, you owe me a soda? Dahai, preoccupied with greeting Tang Shui, brushed him off impatiently. Don't bother me. I can't help if my clothes get dirty. Over here, Tang Shui. As Tang Shui and her group approached, Dahai adjusted his suit and repositioned the bench. However, just as he finished, he realized Tang Shui was ignoring him entirely and heading to the adjacent table. For a moment, Dahai was taken aback, and upon seeing Yang Chulu seated there, his mood soured. What was this? He had gone to great lengths to prepare for tonight's gathering, yet it seemed he could not outshine a rustic character. Although displeased, he knew better than to voice his thoughts in front of so many people, so he opted to change his seat. As he stood, someone grabbed his clothing, and his irritation flared. Let go. You owe me a soda. You owe me a soda. Mingzi tugged at his shirt, an expression of grievance etched on his face. I owe you nothing, you fool. I have matters to attend to, so just scram. You owe me a soda. Liuzi uncle bought it for me. You're a bad guy. Did you not hear me? Dahai, losing his patience, slapped Mingzi on the forehead. Momentarily stunned, Mingzi stood frozen, not comprehending the situation. Seizing the opportunity while Dahai was distracted, he lunged forward and wrapped his arms tightly around Dahai's neck, applying pressure. Cough. Cough, you fool. Let go of me. Caught off guard, Dahai's face turned an alarming shade of purple, his tongue protruding comically as he struggled for breath. His eyes rolling back, he desperately attempted to pry Mingzi's hands from his neck, but no matter how hard he tried, the grip felt like iron, unyielding. Let go? Help. Bad guy, you owe me a soda. Liuzi uncle bought it for me. Mingzi's refrain echoed relentlessly, drowning out all else. Chapter 25. The welcoming feast. The commotion here attracted the attention of the surrounding villagers. The village chief, noticing the situation, hurried over, concerned for Mingzi, who was not the sharpest tool in the shed. Any mishap could prove disastrous. Mingzi, listen to me. Let go of his hand, he urged. Yes, our Mingzi is the best. Now loosen your grip. Let go, and I will buy you some candy. A crowd gathered, attempting to persuade and soothe him. However, despite the chief's entreaties, Mingzi remained unmoved, repeatedly muttering, my cola, Uncle Liuzi bought me cola. At that moment, Yang Chulu approached. Observing that Dahai's complexion had turned pale due to a lack of oxygen, his lips tinged with purple. If they delayed any longer, he might well succumb. In a moment of urgency, Yang Chulu swiftly grabbed a bottle of cola from the table and said, Mingzi, let go of his hand. Uncle Liuzi will give you another bottle. Upon seeing the cola in his hand, Mingzi's face lit up with joy. Uncle Liuzi, cola. Yes, cola. Now loosen your grip. Mingzi will let go. As Mingzi released his grip, a shocking mark marred Dahai's neck, a vivid red turning to purple. Cough, cough. Once freed, Dahai slumped onto the ground, gasping for fresh air and coughing violently. Seeing that the situation had stabilized, the village chief wiped the sweat from his brow and declared, everyone, disperse. Find someone to take care of Mingzi. Don't provoke him. Although Mingzi was not the brightest, he was inherently honest. He would never resort to violence unless provoked. A fact well known among the villagers. After dispersing the crowd, the chief reprimanded Dahai, who lay on the ground. Tang Shui, witnessing the resolution of the crisis, stood beside Yang Chulu and gave him a thumbs up. Yang Chulu smiled shyly and scratched his head in embarrassment. This scene did not go unnoticed by Dahai, who felt a pang of jealousy. Tonight was supposed to be his stage, yet it had devolved into a debacle, leaving him thoroughly humiliated. Although Mingzi had nearly cost him his life, he could not confront him. Who knows what might happen next? As everyone took their seats, Dahai awkwardly approached Yang Chulu's table. Tang Shui sat beside Yang Chulu, with the village chief and the retired principal at the adjacent table. Dahai contemplated suggesting a seat swap with the village chief, but hesitated to voice it. This table was filled with prominent figures from the village, and for someone like him, merely being included was a stroke of luck. After much deliberation, Dahai gently nudged Yang Chulu and whispered, Sixi, how about we switch seats? I can give you 2 packs of cigarettes later. Yang Chulu glanced at him expressionlessly, remaining silent. Dahai assumed his offer was too low and gritted his teeth. How about 2 packs? Sorry, I don't smoke. You. Dahai's face turned an ashen hue, yet he found himself unable to retaliate. As everyone took their seats, they engaged in casual conversations about family and the school children, with Tang Shui occasionally offering suggestions. Currently, Qingdao Primary School had only 4 teachers, including the elderly principal who was already 70. Thus, each teacher had to instruct multiple subjects, making it quite strenuous. The teachers were mostly volunteers. Although the village provided some remuneration, it was merely a pittance. Yang Chulu's alma mater was also Qingdao Primary School, so he listened attentively to their discussions about the school. Make way, the dishes are coming. They were engrossed in conversation when Lu Demirin led the way, carrying an iron tray piled high with steaming, aromatic dishes. Come, help yourselves. Lu Demirin called out as she approached the table. Yang Chulu immediately stood up to assist, saying, Yang, do you need an extra hand? I can help. No need. Be careful not to burn yourself. All right. As Yang Chulu received the tray, Tang Shui also stood to help, but he gently stopped her. Tang Shui, just sit down. There's plenty of food. You don't want to get dirty. Yes, yes. Sit down and take a break, Xiao Tang, the old principal chimed in. Dahai, noticing Yang Chulu's attentiveness, muttered under his breath, what are you so proud of? It's not like you're the one doing the heavy lifting. In a short while, the once bare table was laden with a feast, showcasing an array of dishes. Predominantly seafood. There were braised sea cucumbers, spicy crabs, garlic vermicelli shrimp, steamed sea bass, stir-fried clams, and pan-fried oysters, among others. Although the presentation lacked the flair of a high-end restaurant, the flavors were undeniably exquisite. Once all the dishes were served, the village chief picked up his chopsticks and announced, Everyone, let us not just sit there, dig in. Xiao Tang, do try our Qingdao cuisine. These seafood dishes were caught fresh this morning. They must be delicious. Tang Shui gazed at the sumptuous seafood spread, her mouth watering. Although seafood was common by the sea, it was a rare treat for her, who lived in the plains. While it was available in the markets, nothing compared to the quality and freshness of the catch here. As everyone began to eat, the old principal turned to Yang Chulu and said, Sixi, don't just sit there. Pour some drinks for your uncle and the elders. Oh, right, of course. Yang Chulu promptly picked up the bottle of liquor from the table, serving according to the hierarchy of age. In rural dining culture, customs were particularly important, and both seating and drinking rituals were strictly observed. After filling the glasses, Dahai noticed a bottle of liquor placed in front of him and gestured with his chin. With a decisive snap, Yang Chulu tossed the liquor bottle in front of him, indicating he should pour his own drink. Dahai grimaced but remained silent. The dining table was not the place for careless words, as one wrong comment could invite a chorus of disapproval from the others. Once the drinks were filled, Tang Shui and the other two female teachers, who did not drink alcohol, opted for soft drinks instead. The village chief raised his glass first and proclaimed, Ladies and gentlemen, today is a momentous occasion for Qingdao, as we welcome an exceptional university graduate teacher. Let us all raise a toast to teacher Xiao Tang. As soon as he finished speaking, the village chief presented his glass to Tang Shui, saying, Teacher Xiao Tang, from now on, the children will be in your capable hands. Thank you for your hard work. Tang Shui, perhaps unaccustomed to such attention, felt her fair complexion flush a deep red, but she still stood to raise her glass, saying, It's no trouble at all. At that moment, everyone in the hall stood up, raising their glasses in unison and sharing a hearty toast. Laughter ringing out across the whole island. After finishing their drinks, the atmosphere was filled with chatter and laughter as they continued to eat and converse. Once seated, Tang Shui leaned closer to Yang Chulu and remarked, The customs here are so pure, the villagers are incredibly warm-hearted. Yang Chulu smiled and raised his glass, saying, Here's to the people of Qingdao, cheers. Higi, cheers. Chapter 26. The warm-hearted Yang Chuli. The meal extended for over 2 hours. With the robust laborers of the village thoroughly intoxicated, their faces flushed like the backside of a monkey. It was a rare occasion for everyone to gather in such high spirits. Even some of the women indulged in a drink or two. Tang Shui found the feast exhausting. Within mere minutes, she was approached for toasts, one after another, continuing for more than 2 hours. Each person required her to rise and greet them with a smile, leaving her both weary from standing and nearly cramping her cheeks from forced smiles. After a hearty meal, the welcoming banquet concluded splendidly. At the table, aside from Tang Shui and 2 female teachers, Yang Chuli was the only one who abstained from alcohol, while the others were far from coherent. Dahai initially feigned modesty, but after a single drink, he became quite loquacious and was ultimately laid low by a few elder men. As the banquet wrapped up, the village chief instructed Yang Chuli to escort Tang Shui back, as he himself had indulged too much and was concerned for the girls. Having spent a long day, Tang Shui was indeed weary, so Yang Chuli took them back to their dormitory first. Those remaining at the table were still engaged in games, and the room echoed with sounds of camaraderie. Upon exiting the church, a breath of fresh air revitalized them. Let us go, Tang Shui, he urged. All right, she replied. Just as they began to walk, Lu Demirin approached with a bowl, likely having just managed to eat after much effort. Luzi, where are you off to? Aren't you eating? Yang, the village chief asked me to take them to the dormitory. They've had their fill, Yang Chuli explained. Oh, take care on the way. It's dark and hard to walk. Understood, Yang Chuli replied, turning to leave. After taking a few steps, he suddenly recalled something and softly said, "Tang Shui. Please wait a moment. I need to grab something." "Sure, go ahead," she replied, pausing with the two other teachers. Yang Chuli walked over to the cooking stove, retrieving a bowl. "Annie, do you have any leftover dishes? Could you pack me a bowl?" The woman at the stove, recognizing him, smiled and said, "Lu Zi, are you still hungry?" "Indeed, there were too many people, and I was busy pouring drinks. Hardly ate anything," he admitted. "You child, there are still some meatballs and soup. I'll pack you some." "Thank you, Auntie. No need for thanks. Just put down your bowl. Here are some disposable containers with lids, so it won't spill." As she spoke, she filled 2 containers generously. After packing up, Yang Chuli expressed his gratitude and led Tang Shui and the others back to the dormitory. The female teacher's dormitory was situated at the eastern edge of the village, a mere 7 to 8 minute walk from Yang Chuli's home. Soon, they arrived at the dormitory door. Since it was Tang Shui's first day, many of her belongings were still not organized. The 2 teachers went in to assist her. She had only brought a change of clothes and bedding, with the rest arriving by courier. Yang Chuli handed the packed dishes to Tang Shui at the door. "Here, take this. If you get hungry tonight, you can heat it up in the microwave." Tang Shui smiled sweetly at the food he offered. "How did you know I would be hungry? You hardly sat down since the meal began. It would be strange not to be hungry," he replied with a chuckle. "Thank you. I really didn't eat enough. I felt too shy to say so in front of so many people." At this, Tang Shui's cheeks flushed, as the villagers' warmth had overwhelmed her, leaving her unable to taste much of the seafood. "Take care. Message me if you need anything. I'll head back now. Get some rest." "All right, good night." "Good night." After bidding farewell, Yang Chuli returned home alone. Once there, he seasoned the meat he had bought at noon with a pinch of salt to marinate, lest it spoil by morning. The refrigerator needed to cool overnight before he could store the food. After tidying up, he took a refreshing shower and changed his clothes. That night, the brightly lit island soon fell into darkness. Lying in bed, Yang Chuli tossed and turned, unable to sleep, perhaps due to the discomfort of overeating. Bored, he pulled out his phone and scrolled through social media. In no time, he stumbled upon a post from Tang Shui, featuring videos from that day at sea and clips from the meal. Curiously, he clicked on her profile and discovered that she posted daily updates, primarily about her students. In the photos, she appeared genuinely joyful while engaging with the children, her smile radiant. It was evident that she truly loved her profession. Otherwise, she would not have traveled so far to this remote area, doing so without a salary. After browsing for a while, his eyelids grew heavy, and he succumbed to sleep. The night passed without incident, and at 4 in the morning, the ringtone of his phone stirred him from slumber. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he dressed and washed up. Knowing he needed to check the traps, he couldn't let the rented boat go to waste. After tidying up, he placed the vegetables he bought yesterday into the refrigerator and filled some containers with water to freeze for ice. With everything prepared, Yang Chuli donned his headlamp and made his way to the dock through the darkness. Not far along, he spotted his uncle also wearing a headlamp, quietly emerging from the house. "Off to the sea," Yang Chuli called out. Seeing him, his uncle grinned. "Yes, I drank too much last night. I intended to go out today, but my head is pounding. Just going for a stroll by the shore. Health is paramount. There's no rush," Yang Chuli advised. "You're loading quite a bit. Planning to head out to sea?" "Well, since I'm not doing anything else, I thought I might as well try my luck." "Sounds good. Safety first." After exchanging a few words, Yang Chuli pushed his cart to the dock. Upon arrival, he heard the familiar sound of diesel engines, and sure enough, all the boats had departed except for his. He had thought he had risen early enough, but the older generation was evidently up even earlier, demonstrating their remarkable resilience. Yang Chuli swiftly transferred the items from his cart onto the boat. Having learned from yesterday's experience, he worked with much more ease today. After about 20 minutes, everything was loaded onto the vessel, and he headed towards the mangroves with diesel in tow. He would need to refuel upon returning, as the journey yesterday had consumed a significant portion, leaving him with less than expected. As the boat gradually drifted away from the shore, its speed increased, and soon, more vessels appeared on the horizon, including large ships passing by. Yang Chuli gazed longingly at a larger boat equipped with a cabin and crane, dreaming of the day he might own such a magnificent vessel. Such boats typically cost millions, and there were hardly more than 2 in the entire Qin Island. Chapter 27. The secret bait. Though my heart races with excitement, my current financial situation compels me to merely observe. Yang Chulu trailed behind the large vessel, pushing the throttle to its limits, yet within mere minutes, he found himself left far behind, 2 miles away. He decided against pursuing it further. After all, the vessel's size and price were evident. One gets what one pays for. His own metal boat, though slower, possessed its own merits. At least it was fuel efficient. After over an hour of navigation, he finally reached the outskirts of the mangroves. Having spent the previous day here, he felt quite familiar with the area. Numerous boats surrounded the mangrove edges, their lights flickering amid the trees. Those daring enough to venture into the forest before dawn were primarily local fishermen, seasoned veterans of the trade. Although Yang Chuluyun to join them, he lacked the capacity to do so, and thus, let it be. As was his custom, he retrieved the compass hanging around his neck. The compass, warmed by his body, felt pleasantly smooth to the touch. With a click, the compass mirror opened, and upon loosening the adjacent brake screw, the needle at its center stirred slightly. With one hand gripping the control stick and the other cradling the compass, he maneuvered the small-powered boat forward, his gaze fixed on the mirror's reflection. The boat circled the periphery of the mangroves, yet after several minutes, the compass remained largely unresponsive, the needle occasionally twitching before settling still. By now, the sky had lightened, revealing a brightening dawn. Yang Chulu switched off his headlamp, gradually steering the boat closer to the inner grove. His previous day's bountiful catch lingered in his thoughts, yet his usual spot had already been claimed by others, leaving him to search for alternative locations. After circling the mangroves for a short while, the previously immobile compass needle finally exhibited some movement, transitioning from slight twitches to a full rotation. Yang Chulu stared at the compass in his palm, momentarily puzzled, although the needle spun vigorously. It failed to indicate a clear direction. The boat continued its advance for approximately 6 or 7 meters, only for the spinning needle to suddenly decelerate. Could it be that he was too far away? Yang Chulu, having gained some experience, recognized that such situations typically indicated he had exceeded the maximum range. He halted the boat, reversed the direction, and proceeded to retrace his path. Indeed, as soon as he adjusted the boat's heading, the needle began to whirl once more, and the edge of the mirror revealed small red dots, faint yet discernible. With patience, he followed the compass to determine his position, circling in place like a dog chasing its tail until the needle pointed to a specific location. What could this mean? Although he was not well versed in the compass's implications, the red dots on the mirror were straightforward enough. At that moment, the dots formed a line reminiscent of a game of Go. This was a first for him. Yet the presence of red dots indicated that something promising lay beneath. Without hesitation, Yang Chulu adjusted the boat and, following the compass's guidance, leisurely navigated into the woods, deliberately maintaining a slow pace. He had concluded that to earn a profit, one must delve into the depths of the mangroves. After all, thorough understanding is essential in any field. After advancing roughly 40 to 50 meters into the forest, the red dots in the mirror indicated that he was nearing his target. Estimating the distance, he stopped the boat and placed the prepared chicken frames into the crab traps. Today, the shrimp and crabs would feast well. Last night's village gathering had resulted in a significant number of chickens being slaughtered, and he had specifically requested some chicken blood. These frames had marinated overnight in the blood, yielding an exceptionally potent aroma. With 3 pounds of chicken frames stuffed into the traps, he checked the foam floats to ensure everything was in order before casting them overboard. Taking care to avoid the trees, getting snagged would be troublesome. The wind was mild today, and as long as he gauged the distance accurately, he anticipated no issues. 20 crab traps were arranged in 2 rows, 10 in a line, perfectly encircling the red line displayed in the compass mirror, forming a hamburger-like configuration. Once the traps were set, he casually placed an eel trap nearby, as he didn't have many. With all traps deployed, the sky had brightened considerably, and the sun had begun its ascent, casting gentle rays through the leaves overhead. Yang Chulu navigated the boat back along his original route with caution. The once bulging boat hold had become sparse, save for a single gill net lying within. Gill nets were relatively easy to deal with, for the traps wouldn't drift too far, so he sought a visually appealing spot nearby to drop it. After completing these tasks, he glanced at the time. It was nearly 8 o'clock, and the sun was warming the air, inducing a sense of drowsiness. Seizing the moment before the heat fully set in, he retrieved the compass once more, hoping to locate a suitable fishing spot, for he had brought along some excellent bait. After searching for approximately 300 meters, fortune smiled upon him as he discovered a promising fishing location. This was it. Yang Chulu anchored the boat, surveying the surrounding emptiness. His vessel was the only one present, and he could easily keep an eye on the traps. Stowing the compass, he bent down to retrieve a black plastic bag from the hold. However, his expression betrayed his disdain. It was evidently not food. As he pulled the bag from the hold, his brow furrowed, having only spent 1 night with it. The smell was even stronger than that of the chicken frames, decidedly foul. Inside the bag lay not just refuse, but chicken intestines and fish entrails. These remnants from last night's gathering could be repurposed as bait, serving a dual purpose of waste reduction and cost savings. Donning a pair of rubber gloves, Yang Chulu scooped the entrails from the bag and hurled them into the water. With a splat, one particularly slimy piece struck him in the face. inducing a wave of nausea. Thankfully, he hadn't eaten breakfast. Initially hoping for an easy toss, he realized it wouldn't suffice. After several attempts, he found he could only throw it 6 or 7 meters at most. After circling the boat, he managed to dispose of the entire bag of entrails, the stench nearly overwhelming him. As soon as the chicken intestines hit the water, small fish erupted at the surface, eagerly competing for the bait. To minimize loss, he had refrained from chopping the entrails, for otherwise, they would have been devoured before they even sank. Once the boat was steady, he retrieved his fishing rod, baited it, and set it up. With one rod positioned, he took out some steamed buns, slathered them with a bit of lao gama chili sauce, and took a hasty bite. Just as he had barely chewed 2 mouthfuls, the rod on his right suddenly sprang to life, shaking wildly as the slack line tightened and the reel released more line. This was it. He hastily stuffed half of a bun into his mouth, sprang to his feet, and seized the fishing rod. Chapter 28. A resounding slap, the fishing rod firmly grasped in his hand. The line continued to unfurl rapidly, and had it not been for the cushioning effect, he would have been caught off guard. The line extended nearly 50 meters, yet its speed showed no signs of diminishing. It appeared he had hooked a substantial catch. As Yang Chulu observed the line on the reel dwindling, he hastily tightened the drag. The line momentarily halted under the force, causing the rod to creak and bend into an L shape. Yang Chulu was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated such a formidable fish to strike so suddenly, with no warning whatsoever. Thankfully, he had not completely locked the drag. Gripping the rod tightly, he could distinctly sense the powerful struggle of the fish. Although he had mentally prepared himself, he still felt flustered. He exerted effort to lift the rod while trying to prevent any more line from being released. The standoff between man and fish ensued, and as he exerted too much force, he experienced a brief moment of oxygen deprivation, causing him to choke on the bun in his mouth, nearly rolling his eyes back in pain. After several minutes of this tense stalemate, the fish beneath the water finally relented, the taut line loosening slightly, granting the rod a momentary reprieve. The first round was won by sheer luck. Yet the fish was no pushover. Before he could catch his breath, it began to thrash again. Undeterred, Yang Chulu's stubborn spirit flared up. The bun had hampered his performance, but now he was ready for action. He took a deep breath, then with a forceful motion, raised the rod sharply and swiftly began cranking the reel, determined to reclaim every meter of line. After nearly 20 minutes of this relentless effort, he was finally close to reeling in the line. His arms and calves were nearly numb, trembling uncontrollably. As the line grew shorter, Yang Chulu's heart raced with anticipation. Uncertain of what kind of fish he had hooked, if it turned out to be a tuna or cod, he would be set for half a month's wages. Lost in his daydreams, he momentarily forgot he was in shallow waters. If there were tuna here, it certainly wouldn't be his luck. With 5 or 6 meters of line left, the fish's struggles beneath the surface had waned compared to before. After a prolonged half-hour standoff, not only was the fish exhausted, but so was he. Yang Chulu gradually turned the reel, attempting to coax the fish closer. As the line dwindled, he could vaguely make out a dark shadow near the boat, but its exact nature remained elusive. Just as the fish was approaching the vessel, Yang Chulu hesitated to pull the line in further. If the fish got too close, it could slip beneath the boat, causing complications. With approximately 2 meters left, he engaged the reel's safety latch, freeing one hand to grasp the net nearby. Completing the workload of 2 individuals was indeed a challenge, and he wished for an extra pair of hands. Holding the net, he inserted the rod into a simple fishing hole at the bow of the boat, swiftly plunging the net into the water. Splash! The moment the net entered the water, a wave erupted on the surface, leaving Yang Chulu in a predicament, his upper body drenched. The fish thrashed violently for several minutes, splattering water all over the boat. Ugh! He accidentally swallowed a mouthful of seawater, the acrid taste making him grimace, primarily due to its unpleasant chicken-like flavor. Using the net, he dragged the sizable fish to the side of the boat, straining as he lifted it with all his might, the veins in his neck bulging. "Come on up," he urged. The fish was lifted from the water, still disoriented, before being unceremoniously tossed into the boat's hold, flailing about in a confused state. Yang Chulu wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing in the flurry of action he hadn't even seen what kind of fish he had caught. Catching his breath, he leaned over the boat's hold and beheld a fish with a dark brown body, its eyes exceptionally elongated, its shape cylindrical yet slightly flattened. From head to tail, it measured a full meter. In the sunlight, he could faintly see its eyes glimmering, reminiscent of a cat or dog's eyes that shine in the dark when illuminated. Just as he was intrigued, the fish suddenly whipped its tail, striking him squarely in the face. Hiss! Ah! The painful impact elicited 2 cries of distress from Yang Chulu, who instinctively covered his face, squatting in the boat's hold. The fish, seemingly triumphant, flicked its slender tail in the air. Yang Chulu, stinging with pain, felt tears welling up, and in frustration, he kicked at it. "You don't strike a man's face," he admonished, though the fish merely stared back with its small eyes, as if it could retort. After venting his frustration, his cheek throbbing, he took out his phone to inspect the damage. A glaring red mark marred his right cheek. Thankfully, he had worn a hat, which had provided a thin layer of protection, or he might have been left disfigured. He had been careless, but this experience served as a lesson, despite being struck. He felt exhilarated. He had never caught a fish of such magnitude in his life. Yet, something about this fish seemed familiar, akin to a shark, yet not quite. He pondered, mentally cataloging the fish he knew. A windfall! Yang Chulu suddenly shouted, leaping in excitement. It was a cat shark. As he muttered to himself, a broad grin spread across his face. No wonder it looked so familiar at first glance. Cat sharks are a type of shark that are edible and not protected by law. While not exceptionally rare, they typically inhabit coastal coral reefs and intertidal zones, moving slowly, though one of this size was indeed uncommon. Yang Chulu recalled that his uncle had once found a much smaller one while beachcombing, no longer than a pair of chopsticks, making this catch incomparable. Today had started auspiciously, but he still needed to secure the fish to avoid being struck again. After some time out of the water, the cat shark seemed less lively, likely due to the heat. Yang Chulu removed the towel hanging around his neck, carefully bent down, and pressed its head down swiftly, tossing it into the bow compartment. The cat shark's slimy skin made it nearly impossible to grasp without the towel. Once secured, he filled a plastic bucket with seawater and poured it in, then covered it with a wooden board. Otherwise, it would be dried out by the sun, turning into shark jerky by evening. With the fish properly tended to, Yang Chulu took a moment to rest on the side of the boat, feeling fatigued from the earlier commotion. It was clear he needed to bolster his fitness. Had it been a tuna, he would have been left helplessly watching. Chapter 29, The Lost Fishing Rod. After a brief respite, he resumed setting up the fishing rod, his clothes thoroughly damp and clinging uncomfortably to his skin. Upon checking the compass, he was relieved to find it unharmed by water, affirming its commendable waterproof quality. With the rod secured, he prepared to continue enjoying his steamed bun, only to suddenly realize that something was amiss. Wait, I still have another fishing rod, don't I? Initially, he had set up 2 rods, but now only the one he had recently cast remained, while the other had inexplicably vanished. This was perplexing. Yang Chulu gazed at the bare edge of the boat, then scanned the surrounding sea, finding nothing. The rod must have been knocked overboard during the commotion while dragging the cat shark. He had salvaged a sesame seed, but lost a watermelon. The fishing rod cost over 200 yuan, and his mood soured instantly. He stood at the bow, glancing around, contemplating whether to navigate the boat in search of it. Suddenly, the rod he had just set up began to stir. The reel was slowly turning under the strain. Sensing a fish on the line, Yang Chulu reluctantly prioritized fishing, deciding to look for the lost rod later. He grasped the rod, feeling his arm strength had considerably returned, yet the catch was not substantial, hardly registering any weight. Perhaps he had gotten accustomed to larger fish. With one hand gripping the rod and the other turning the reel, he felt no pressure. Within about a minute, he pulled up a black sea bream, weighing no more than 3 or 4 tails. Too small. Yang Chulu lifted the fish and, after unhooking it, released it back into the water, knowing such small fish had little market value, and consuming them would be a waste of resources. After over 3 hours of fishing, the cabin was filled with numerous small catches. As noon approached, the sun blazed more fiercely, and Yang Chulu's clothes had cycled through being dry and wet, soaked with sweat. Noticing the time, he decided to reel in his lines, just as he had done the previous day, intending to anchor the boat under the shade of the trees for a rest. Before entering the woods, he made a deliberate circuit around the area, hoping to retrieve his lost fishing rod, but often, reality defied expectations. After a thorough search yielded no results, he concluded it wasn't worth the extensive effort to find a single rod and decided to replace it later. As the boat approached the tree line, he calculated that enough time had passed since he last set the gill net. He should retrieve it before too much time elapsed, as fish could suffocate if left too long. Acting swiftly, Yang Chulu anchored the boat near the net and donned gloves to begin pulling it in. Today's foam floats were rather disheveled. Had it not been for the wind and waves, perhaps a delightful surprise awaited him. After hauling in most of the 100-meter net, he found only a few scattered small fish and several large holes, likely evidence of bigger fish that had struggled and escaped. Approximately half an hour later, Yang Chulu finished pulling in the net, only to discover that, as the saying goes, greater hope often leads to greater disappointment. He had caught less than 5 pounds of fish, with none exceeding 2 pounds. Alas, what a fruitless endeavor. Although he had caught any significant fish, he had gathered a fair number of small octopuses, which could serve as bait later, and any leftovers could enhance his evening meal. Due to the lack of fish, the net was not particularly tangled, making it easier to sort through. Once organized, and feeling the oppressive heat, Yang Chulu decided against changing locations and opted to drop the net back in the same spot. With the net deployed, he navigated the boat into the woods for a short rest. Though the trees provided shade from the direct sun, the still air made it stifling within. Yang Chulu removed his hat and hung his sun-protective clothing and t-shirt on a branch to dry. Today, he would forego the small hot pot lunch, as he had been too busy the previous day to prepare any meals, and thus, he resumed nibbling on his steamed bun. As afternoon arrived, Yang Chulu dozed on the boat, awakening to a sensation of fatigue coursing through his body. Checking the time, he realized it was already 2 o'clock. He had unknowingly slept for over an hour, and if it weren't for the fish thrashing about in the cabin, he might have continued to doze. Stretching, he grabbed his water bottle, poured some out to wash his face, and shook off the remnants of sleep. After refreshing himself, he looked out at the empty sea, devoid of other boats, while a couple of vessels in the woods appeared stationary, likely too lethargic to move in the sweltering heat. Starting the diesel engine, he prepared to exit the woods in search of a suitable fishing spot. The afternoon hours were limited. He could only fish for a couple of hours before needing to retrieve the traps. Once out of the woods, Yang Chulu consulted his compass. Having exhausted all the bait from the morning, he would have to fish without it this time. After searching for several minutes, the compass needle began to shift slightly, and a few red dots appeared on the reflective surface. With the heat becoming unbearable, Yang Chulu decided to halt his search and test his luck by anchoring the boat in place. He retrieved the octopus caught in the morning. It still exhibited remarkable vitality, lively even after several hours in the cabin under such heat. Selecting a larger octopus, he deftly cut it into several smaller pieces, each affixed to the hooks. With the bait prepared, he stood at the bow, exerting forcefully on his elbow to cast the hooks and line out with a swift motion. Setting the rod securely in the fishing hole, he placed a plastic bag on the boat for comfort and settled in to wait patiently. The metal boat had become scorching under the sun, the heat palpable through his clothing. While waiting for a bite, he changed the water in the cabin again. The elevated temperature might be too much for the fish, causing them to thrash about restlessly. After waiting for over half an hour, during which several times small fish had nibbled away at his bait, Yang Chulu found himself frustrated, scratching his head. Just as he was about to change locations, the fishing rod emitted a creaking sound, signaling a bite. A fish had taken the bait. He lifted the rod, immediately feeling a significant tug. This was no small fish, as they lacked such strength. Yang Chulu's spirits lifted. At long last, he had a worthy catch. The heat had left him drenched in sweat, his shorts soaked, and his back nearly sunburned. Grasping the rod, he pulled upward while synchronizing his breath to maintain a steady rhythm. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. As he tugged, he silently counted in his mind. After 2 minutes of struggle, the line began to stabilize. Although he hadn't gained much ground, at least he hadn't lost any either. Seizing the opportunity while the fish was not thrashing too violently, he took a moment to catch his breath before resuming his vigorous pulling. Time passed, and suddenly, splashes erupted on the water's surface. Yang Chulu wiped the sweat from his brow and spotted a white fish, belly up and motionless not far from the boat. He quickly reeled in the line, hoping not to waste the fruits of his labor on a dead fish. As the fish drew within a meter of the boat, he used a net to scoop it up. It was a sizable milkfish. With a resounding plop, the fish was deposited into the cabin, weighing at least 8 or 9 pounds. Chapter 30. Spiny lobster. Upon noticing the creature's stillness, Yang Chulu prodded it with his foot, pondering whether it was truly lifeless. A casual kick revealed it lay rigid, its mouth opening and closing as the only indication of life. He retrieved a towel from beside him, intending to hoist the creature into the cat shark compartment to provide it with oxygen using an aerator. Just as he was about to grasp it, the seemingly motionless mackerel suddenly sprang to life, executing a remarkable leap akin to a carp jumping over the dragon's gate. Yang Chulu, caught off guard, instinctively spread his arms and threw himself onto the fish. With a resounding thud, both man and fish tumbled into the cabin, causing the boat to sway violently. Ouch! My arm! Yang Chulu exclaimed, dazed from the fall, his elbow striking the edge of the boat, scraping away a patch of skin. He cursed his misfortune, lamenting that he hadn't consulted the almanac before venturing out today. Stumbling to his feet, he noticed his clothes were sullied, and glistening strands of mucus cascaded down his chest and thigh. Glancing back at the mackerel, it remained motionless once more, this time likely rendered unconscious from the impact. With the fish unresponsive, Yang Chulu lifted his shirt to inspect his injury. Blood seeped from the joint, and the sweat-soaked wound throbbed painfully. He extracted a bottle of mineral water to cleanse the injury, mindful of the heat and the risk of infection. After tending to his wound, He turned his attention back to the mackerel. Typically, these fish are not seen during the day, as they are nocturnal creatures. This was the first time Yang Chulu had captured such a large mackerel. Previously, he had only encountered smaller specimens weighing 1 to 2 kilograms in restaurants. Locally, they are referred to as mackerel, while their scientific names are Lates calcarifer or Lates niloticus, belonging to the Maronidae family. Their appearance bears some resemblance to bass. Yet their flesh is coarser and less delectable. Yang Chulu recognized it instantly due to its distinctive features, vividly colored tails and fins, a black edge along the dorsal fin spines, and a longitudinal black stripe along the fin rays. This fish is quite distinguishable among marine species and is relatively common in markets. He tossed the fish into the cabin, feeling fortunate for his catch, having landed 2 sizable fish in succession, enough to spare him from work for several days. Noticing the time was merely 3:05 p.m. He observed that nearby boats were beginning to multiply. However, due to his arm injury, further fishing was out of the question. Yang Chulu stowed his rod, seizing the opportunity to retrieve the nets and crab traps, as working alone was rather cumbersome. As the boat navigated to the gillnet, he spotted the floating foam buoys, still aligned in a single line, indicating he might again be met with disappointment. Sure enough, after considerable effort, he retrieved the net, which yielded little more than a few octopuses and needlefish, much like the morning's haul. Yang Chulu detached the octopuses, amassing a substantial bucket, weighing at least a dozen kilograms. He had little interest in the remaining needlefish, opting instead to stuff the net into his pocket, intending to discard it later unless someone expressed interest. With the gillnet sorted, he turned his focus to the remaining 20 to 30 traps. Yang Chulu steered the boat into the mangroves, placing all his hopes on this endeavor, praying it would not mirror the disappointment of the gillnet. He began with the eel traps. 2 consecutive pulls revealed empty traps, save for a few sea snails. Impossible. Yang Chulu lamented as he surveyed the barren traps, feeling his initial enthusiasm wane. He proceeded to lift the remaining eel traps. While they were not as barren as the first 2, each contained only 1 or 2 eels. In total, the 10 traps yielded a mere 12 eels, fewer than the previous day's catch. Nonetheless, any yield was better than none, especially with 2 substantial catches guaranteed. After a brief respite, he adjusted the boat spout towards the crab traps and began to pull the nylon lines. With a rattle, the first crab trap surfaced, and Yang Chulu's eyes widened in anticipation, his ears perked to catch any sounds. Rustling indicated something was amiss. Shaking the trap vigorously, he discerned movement within. Without needing to look, he knew he had a bountiful catch. Indeed, upon opening the trap, he discovered 3 large lobsters, engaged in a fierce scuffle. Oblivious to their predicament, these combative creatures were either fighting or preparing to engage in battle. Delighted by the sight of the 3 lobsters, Yang Chulu eagerly retrieved the second trap. Known as spiny lobsters, their presence often indicated a larger gathering. He recalled a fleeting glimpse in the reflection before lowering the traps, where a line of red dots had caught his eye, likely spiny lobsters. As the second trap emerged, it indeed contained another spiny lobster. In just 2 traps, he had captured 4 lobsters, with 18 traps still submerged. Yang Chulu, buoyed by excitement, continued to haul the traps, disregarding the pain in his arm. The contrast of joy and sorrow was palpable. The very next moment after elation could bring disappointment. After pulling up 5 traps, he was left with only 1 solitary lobster. Far from his expectations, the first row of crab traps yielded 6 spiny lobsters, all of decent size. Determined, he pressed on and lifted the second row of 10 traps, panting and drenched in sweat. Although fatigued, the haul was gratifying. 5 spiny lobsters and 8 large blue crabs. Altogether, that made 11 lobsters and 8 crabs, a fruitful endeavor indeed. He carefully placed the lobsters and crabs in separate containers, securing them with nylon lines to prevent injury. After more than 2 hours of diligent work, he finally organized everything. Noticing the sun dipping below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of evening. Realizing the hour was late, he decided to head home, aiming to return before nightfall. The boat sped out of the mangroves at full throttle, the evening bustling with activity as boats of all sizes rushed to claim optimal positions for their overnight endeavors. Most vessels were manned by 2 crew members, intent on a night of fishing. Each morning, Yang Chulu arrived early, often scavenging the remnants left by others. The return journey was remarkably smooth, and before long, he found himself at the dock, where many were already on the beach, buckets in hand, gathering the sea's bounty. As the boat safely reached the shore, he secured it and tied the mooring lines. Xiaozi, back from the sea? Old Yang, just disembarking from his own boat, greeted him with a smile. Yes, just returned, Yang Chulu replied. Hey, what's happened to your face? Did you tussle with a girl? Huh. Yang Chulu initially failed to comprehend, then chuckled as he explained, Uncle, Don't jest. I got hit by a fish. Upon hearing that a fish had struck him, old Yang laughed heartily, revealing his large yellow teeth. Though fishing was no novel endeavor, he offered a few safety reminders before letting the matter rest. Chapter 31. The shocking catch at the dock. Villagers meandered about, and upon spotting Yang Chulia's boat brimming with an impressive haul, their curiosity drew them closer. Liuzai, how was your catch today? Goodness. You've cleaned out all the fish in the vicinity. After 2 years of hardship at sea, any girl who ends up with you will surely live in comfort. The onlookers exchanged playful banter, while a few expressed envy with teasing remarks. Yang Chulu responded with a beaming smile, seemingly unperturbed by their comments. Among the crowd, Yang Dapio glanced at the plastic bucket and approached, inquiring, Liuzai, have you sold any of that octopus? Uncle Piao, not yet. Why do you ask? Well, my Hutu has been clamoring for some lately. If you haven't sold any, could you spare me £2? My old back pain has flared up again, and I haven't been out to sea. What is there to discuss when it comes to the children eating? Just wait a moment. As he spoke, Yang Chulu fetched a plastic bag and reached into the bucket, pulling out several handfuls, ensuring it was indeed £2. Take this home for Hutu, he said. Yang Dapio chuckled as he accepted the bag and pulled out his wallet to pay. Seeing him reach for money, Yang Chulu quickly protested, Uncle Piao, what are you doing? If you insist on paying, just take the fish back. You child, stop being ridiculous. This isn't something that just washed ashore. It's hard-earned. How can I accept it without paying? Yang Dapio insisted, handing him a 50. Yang Chulu pushed the money back, firmly stating, Uncle Piao, if you keep this up, I'm going to get angry. Be angry if you like, but I still need to pay. Yang Dapio was known in the village for his stubbornness, never willing to take advantage of others. Yang Chulu understood that refusing to accept payment was futile. He swiftly extracted a 10 from Yang Dapio's wallet, shaking it playfully. That is sufficient. If you argue further, I'll truly take it back. I've troubled you enough in the past. All right. I don't know what to say to you. If you need help with anything, just let me know. No, it's just 2 fish. He said this while removing the wooden board from the bow of the boat. With a splash, the cat shark thrashed about violently within. The cold seawater sent shivers down Yang Chuliu's spine, soaking his freshly dried clothes once more. The crowd on the shore was startled by the commotion, many getting splashed. Liuzai, what do you have in that boat? It's quite a handful. Indeed, you can tell just by looking that it's no small creature. Yang Chulu hopped off the boat to retrieve a large plastic bucket, grinning as he remarked, Oh, it's just 2 little fish. The villagers sighed in admiration. Their curiosity piqued. Had the water not been so deep, they would have jumped onto the boat to investigate. He brought the bucket aboard, and then used a net to scoop out the rice fish from the cabin. The rice fish, not to be underestimated, wriggled fiercely as it entered the net. With swift precision, Yang Chulu managed to dump it into the plastic bucket. The villagers watched, envy painted on their faces, as he displayed such a sizable catch. Liuzai, you've done well. That fish must weigh at least 10 pounds. I haven't seen one this big in over a year. As the crowd murmured, Tang Shui approached, accompanied by colleagues. They had come to the seaside for a stroll after school and were drawn by the commotion, only to find Yang Chulu handling a large fish. Tang Shui, do you know what kind of fish that is? It looks quite fierce, one colleague asked. Tang Shui shook her head, smiling. I'm not sure, but I know that sea fish are generally quite expensive. That one must be worth a fortune. While they whispered, Yang Chulu plunged the net back into the cabin. But this time, the cat shark proved far more challenging than the rice fish. After 2 unsuccessful attempts to catch it, he realized he couldn't risk grabbing it barehanded, as he still bore the memory of a painful encounter earlier. Frustrated and with villagers growing anxious at his slow pace, one shouted, Liuzai, let me help you. Exactly. Just grab it by hand if you must. It's a hassle, another chimed in, with a rueful smile. Yang Chulu recognized that he would have to resort to that method. He grabbed a towel, waiting for the cat shark to calm slightly before seizing the moment to pin it down. This time, employing his prior experience. He secured its head with one hand and gripped its tail with the other. The cat shark thrashed, attempting to break free, but ultimately surrendered to his grasp. When Yang Chulu finally pulled the 1-meter-long cat shark from the cabin, the onlookers gasped and instinctively stepped back. Tang Shui and her colleagues were so startled that they closed their eyes, as Yang Chuliu's sudden shout had created a tense atmosphere. With a swift motion, he tossed the cat shark into the plastic bucket, wary of its quick tail. As the crowd gathered around the bucket, a buzz of excitement erupted. A cat shark. Can you believe it? Goodness, this one must be extraordinary. Liuzai, where did you catch this? I must go check it out. Yang Chulu candidly revealed that he had caught it in the mangroves. No sooner had he spoken than 2 individuals dashed off, intent on reaching the location that very night. The allure was palpable. Nearly everyone with a boat hurriedly departed. If someone with no fishing experience like Yang Chulu could return with such bountiful catches for 2 consecutive days, the resources in that area must indeed be plentiful. In no time, the once crowded shore was deserted. Yang Chulu then noticed Tang Shui had approached while he had been preoccupied with fishing. Seeing the crowd had dispersed, she smiled at him and shyly leaned in for a better look. The cat shark seemed reluctant to be gawked at, its slender tail flicking wildly. "Ah," Tang Shui gasped. Stepping back, her eyes wide with fright. Yang Chulu chuckled at her reaction. "Don't worry, it's just playing with you." Tang Shui placed a hand over her racing heart, rolling her eyes, silently thinking that she hardly believed him. "Hey, Yang Chulu, what happened to your face? And why is there blood on your arm?" Hearing her question, Yang Chulu glanced down, realizing that his earlier vigorous movements had torn open a wound. Chapter 32. The tempestuous sea. Yang Chulu touched his face and jested. "I was merely making a joke, yet who would have thought it would be taken so earnestly?" He chuckled lightly. Lu Jie, standing nearby, joined in his laughter, remarking, "Yang Chulu, you possess such a sense of humor. However, I notice you have quite a few wounds. Given the sweltering summer heat, you mustn't be careless." "Indeed. Come with me. I shall assist you in cleaning and bandaging those injuries," Tang Shui said warmly. "No need. I still have work to finish," Yang Chulu replied. "Even children know to bandage their wounds when they fall. Your mindset is rather misguided. I actually have a favor to ask of you," Tang Shui insisted. Noticing that Tang Shui was serious, Yang Chulu inquired, "Well, what is it?" "Never mind. I shall wait until you finish. Perhaps I can assist you instead?" "That's unnecessary. I have nearly completed my tasks. I wouldn't want to dirty your clothes further." "All right then, once you finish, come find me in the dormitory. I have a first aid kit there." Tang Shui, aware of her lack of skill in such matters, refrained from pressing the issue. Yang Chulu agreed. And as soon as Tang Shui and the others departed, he hastened to complete his work. The sky was rapidly darkening, making it increasingly difficult to labor in the shadows. He loaded the plastic buckets onto the vehicle. The remaining shrimp and crabs were relatively easy to manage, but it was clear that a single trip would not suffice. He decided to transport the fish and shrimp back home for temporary care, and then return for the cages and gill nets. The damage to the gill nets was significant, and they would undoubtedly be unusable on the next outing. He would have to find time to repair them. After 2 trips, he finally managed to unload everything from the boat. Yang Chulu tapped his sore lower back, feeling utterly exhausted after a long day. Once finished, he dipped his hands into the water in the iron basin, which was pleasantly warm for a refreshing rinse. He found a clean plastic bag, intending to wrap his elbows lightly to avoid getting them wet, as he had no adhesive bandages at home. As he wrapped, he gritted his teeth, wincing from the pain that made him inhale sharply. Initially, he had felt little discomfort, but now his joints were swollen and tender. He had been too preoccupied with work to notice earlier. After wrapping his arms, he quickly rinsed off and sprayed some floral essence to ward off the numerous mosquitoes that plagued the night. Changing into fresh clothes, Yang Chulu locked the door to his home and, having neglected to eat, set off towards Tang Shui's dormitory, keen to avoid arriving too late. Before long, he found himself at the dormitory entrance. Just as he was about to step inside, he hesitated, sensing something amiss. It wouldn't do to be seen at this hour. He could only imagine the gossip that would ensue. At that moment, a figure appeared along the darkened path, limping and carrying something. Yang Chulu squinted into the light, realizing it was Dazai. What was he doing out so late? Upon reaching the door, Dazai spotted Yang Chulu and, initially startled, frowned. "Chulu, what are you doing out here at this hour to frighten someone?" "I'm not trying to scare anyone. You should be cautious with your injury," Yang Chulu retorted. Dazai began but faltered, reminding himself of the important matter he needed to address that evening. He mustn't let anger take hold. Taking a deep breath, he decided to remain silent. Noticing Dazai's lack of response, Yang Chulu chose to ignore him as well. "Oh, you've arrived. Come in." Tang Shui, who had stepped out to fetch water, greeted Yang Chulu with a smile. Dazai, seeing Tang Shui in her nightwear, felt his heart race, mistakenly believing she was addressing him. He eagerly took a step inside. "Stop." Just as he lifted his foot, he was halted by Aunt Yang, the school's janitor, who resided on campus, cooking for the teachers and effectively serving as the resident supervisor. "Aunt Yang, do you need something?" Dazai asked, his face darkening under her intense gaze. "I have no business. It is you who appears to have matters at hand," she replied sternly. Dazai was notorious in the village for his mischievous antics, leaving a rather unfavorable impression. I have something to attend to, and am not here to be dinner for mosquitoes. You can speak of your matters outside. I shouldn't have to reiterate the rules here," she admonished. "But didn't you see someone called me?" "If you don't believe me, ask Chulu." "Chulu, did you just?" Dazai started, only to realize that Yang Chulu had mysteriously vanished from his side. "Hey, I'm right here," Yang Chulu called from inside. waving his hand with a cheeky grin. Dazai, hearing the voice, turned to find Yang Chulu inside, smiling mischievously. Frustrated, he pointed, "You're playing tricks on me. Aunt Yang, did you see that?" He disregards the rules. Aunt Yang rolled her eyes at him, waving her hand dismissively. "Stop with the nonsense. He has an appointment. You should return home and sleep." "But he arrived just before me. What appointment?" "Aunt Yang, I'm not going to let you push me around just because of your age. If I lose my temper, even I would be frightened. I invited him. Does that count as an appointment?" Tang Shui interjected, sensing the tension. Upon hearing the goddess speak in such a manner, Dazai nodded awkwardly, forcing a smile. "Of course. That counts. Come on, Yang Chulu, let us go inside," Tang Shui urged. "All right," Yang Chulu replied as they entered the room, while Aunt Yang, still fuming, retreated to her quarters, broom in hand. Dazai remained outside, feeling desolate as he watched the two enter. The warmth of the wontons in his hands could not warm his fragmented heart. How had things turned out this way? This was far from his expectations. Yang Chulu, this isn't over, he grumbled before squatting down to open his food container, devouring the wontons. He had pretended to be unwell just to make this appearance, and after much effort, had persuaded his mother to prepare some wontons, only to have them go uneaten. Meanwhile, inside, Yang Chulu followed Tang Shui into the room, where a faint, pleasant fragrance wafted through the air. Tang Shui immediately retrieved the first aid kit, noticing that he was still standing. "Please, take a seat and remove your clothing," she instructed. "What? Remove my clothing? I can manage with just rolling up my sleeves," he protested. Yang Chulu rolled up his sleeves to reveal his severely swollen arms. Had he not been enduring the pain all day, he would have cried out long ago. Tang Shui opened the first aid kit, unveiling an assortment of bottles and jars, proving that even the smallest of kits could be well equipped. As she sifted through the contents with familiarity, Yang Chulu curiously asked, "Tang Shui, do you have medical knowledge?" "Somewhat. I often help students who are a bit reckless and tend to get hurt. I only possess basic first aid skills, though," she explained, finally retrieving a small glass bottle labeled with the word amoxicillin. Chapter 33, Dressing the Wound. Having prepared the necessary medication, Tang Shui folded a towel and placed it on the table. "Yang Chulu, try resting your arm on the towel. I will help you clean the wound first." "All right." As Yang Chulu placed his arm down, a sharp pain shot through him, accompanied by a tingling sensation. It seemed he had indeed injured the joint. Ordinarily, a minor scrape would not cause such agony. Tang Shui retrieved the alcohol pad she had prepared and began to gently cleanse his injury, using a cotton swab while softly blowing on the area. "Your wound is quite swollen. It almost rivals the size of my arms. If it doesn't improve, you should see a doctor tomorrow. It's nothing. A good night's sleep will fix it. You are quite the optimist. Just bear with it. I'm applying the ointment now." "Okay." As Yang Chulu observed Tang Shui tending to his wound, he was struck by her gentle demeanor under the warm light. Her bangs partially obscured her delicate features, lending her an ethereal beauty. For the first time in over 2 decades, he found himself so close to a girl, and his heart raced uncontrollably. Tang Shui, however, remained focused on her task, diligently applying the ointment and securing it with gauze. Once the wound was properly attended to, she stored the medicine away and cautioned, "Although the wound is dressed, be sure to keep it dry." "Thank you. By the way, please wait for me here. I will be right back." With that, Tang Shui stood up and exited the room. After a brief 2 minutes, she returned, her face aglow with a smile, holding 2 patches of medicated plaster. "Yang Chulu, take this. If the pain worsens tonight, just apply it directly." Yang Chulu accepted the plaster, warmth flooding his heart, accompanied by an indescribable feeling. "Thank you. But where did you get this plaster? The school doesn't have a medical room, and the village clinic is closed at this hour. I asked Aunt Yang for it. She is incredibly kind and always willing to help." "Oh, then I will buy a box tomorrow to return to her." "Sounds good." As their conversation concluded, an awkward silence enveloped the room. Yang Chulu, already feeling uneasy, found the stillness uncomfortable. After a moment's thought, he sought a topic to ease the tension. "Are you settling in well here?" Tang Shui beamed. "Absolutely. Look at the splendid conditions here. The fresh air, the simple folk. I have a spacious single room with a sea view. Every morning I wake up to the sight of the ocean. Most importantly, I get to be with the children." "Hee, you are quite the pragmatist." Her so-called sea view was merely a stone house, devoid of floor tiles, spacious yet stark and empty, almost drafty. "Hee. As long as it's livable, it's fine. Though perhaps because I'm not used to being by the sea. The sound of the waves kept me awake last night." At this, Tang Shui pouted, confessing her frustration at having barely slept. Yang Chulu could empathize. Though he was a native of the seaside, he too found it somewhat disorienting after a few years away. "Tang Shui, you should visit my place tomorrow. I have a miraculous remedy for insomnia that should work within a week. Intrigued, Tang Shui asked, really? What is it? You will find out tomorrow, he teased, leaving her in suspense. By the way, you mentioned you needed to speak with me about something? Oh, I wanted to check if you're going off the island tomorrow. The package I sent has arrived, but I can't leave without a boat. Sure, I need to buy some diesel anyway. We can go together. Tang Shui glanced at his injured arm, her expression turning concerned. With your arm like that, can you still manage to operate the boat? I'm fine. You should get some rest. I'll head back now. It's the weekend tomorrow. I'll message you before I leave. All right, goodbye. Farewell. As Yang Chulu stepped outside, he was startled to see a pair of eyes watching him from the opposite house. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Aunt Yang, nearly giving him a fright. He hastily exited without exchanging pleasantries. Noticing him leave, Aunt Yang promptly secured the school gate with diligence. Upon returning home, Yang Chulu sent a message to Tang Shui to assure her of his safety and checked on the fish in the plastic bucket. Confirming they were fine, he lay down on his bed, exhausted from the day. A night passed in silence. The following day, Yang Chulu slept until 8:30. Roused by the crowing of the rooster atop the wall. Half awake, he retrieved his phone from beneath the pillow, intending to message Tang Shui to notify her, knowing that girls require ample time for their preparations. After washing up, he noticed that the swelling in his elbow had significantly reduced after a night's rest. It seemed there were no serious issues. Once ready, he called Lao Yu. As soon as the call connected, Lao Yu, sensing the matter at hand, inquired whether he was at home and mentioned he would come over shortly. He had heard about Yang Chuliu's big catch that morning and would have visited sooner if not for his busy schedule. After settling on a time, Yang Chulu took advantage of the moment to head to the kitchen and prepare some noodles. Having gone without food since last night, he was quite hungry. Having a refrigerator was indeed convenient. It preserved both meats and vegetables. He sliced a small piece of lean meat from the fridge, duly ended, and made a bowl of meat noodles. Such was the luxury of having resources at home, enjoying meat for breakfast. Is anyone home? While enjoying his meal, Yang Chulu heard Lao Yu knocking at the door. The door is unlocked. Come in. Creaking open, the door revealed Lao Yu clad in a leather outfit. What delicious aroma is wafting from here? Yang Chulu put down his bowl and welcomed him. Hey, have you eaten? Want to join me? I've already eaten. No need to be polite. You seem to be living quite well. Hee, please take a seat. I'm in a hurry to deliver fish. Let's get to it. Noticing Lao Yu's urgency, Yang Chulu led him to the fish. Upon reaching the wall, Lao Yu's eyes widened in surprise at the sight of the fish. Goodness, Yang, did you catch these all by yourself? Yes, it was quite the challenge. You are impressive. Lao Yu had observed the injuries on Yang Chulu's body and the marks on his face, but chose not to inquire further. Yang Chulu, cutting to the chase, asked, Lao Yu, what price can you offer for these 2 fish? Oh, and there are plenty of lobsters and crabs over there. Lao Yu rested his chin on his hand, contemplating. For this type of fish, we typically pay around 13 yuan per gene for the 1 to 2 gene range. How about 25 for yours? Lao Yu, spare me the roundabout talk. You know this quality of fish is far more desirable in the market. Give me a fair price, or I'll take my business elsewhere. With an exasperated smile, Lao Yu conceded, you know I can't fool you. I can add 1 more yuan at most. Chapter 34. Purchasing diesel. Yang Chulu disregarded his advice, raising 3 fingers in a gesture of insistence. This is the price. If it's acceptable, we can weigh it. But do not allow any losses if it isn't. Lao Yu observed his pricing with a troubled expression. Xiaoyang, you're sharper than a monkey when it comes to bargaining. I can accept a minor loss on this. But you cannot expect me to sell the cat shark at 150 per pound. Despite its size, it's difficult to sell. All right, it's a deal. Once they agreed on the price, Lao Yu, seemingly anxious that Yang might change his mind, hurriedly brought down the scale. The weights were as follows: 9. 5 pounds of rice fish, 26. 3 pounds of cat shark, 12 pounds of spiny lobster, and others totaling 6 pounds. After weighing all the fish, Lao Yu produced a calculator and began tallying the account, while Yang Chulu pulled out his phone to do the same. Lao Yu's fingers moved far quicker than his, and in half a minute, he had calculated the total, 5,753 yuan. Yang Chulu confirmed his own total matched Lao Yu's. After verifying there were no discrepancies, Lao Yu promptly transferred the funds via his mobile phone as he was nearly out of cash. Once the payment was completed, Lao Yu jested. You've raked in over 10,000 in just a couple of days. That's enough for me to last a month. When will you teach me a few tricks? Do spare me, Yang Chulu replied. You're making a fortune and still complaining about being broke. Perhaps we should swap places. Forget I said anything. Lao Yu busily transferred the fish to his vehicle, and Yang Chulu, feeling elated upon receiving the payment, was pleasantly surprised by the day's earnings. With a net income of nearly 6,000 after deducting fuel and fishing supplies, he could comfortably pocket around 5,000. The earnings from 2 days equaled 2 months of salary. It seemed prudent to consider purchasing his own boat once the lease expired. After a flurry of activity, Lao Yu loaded the fish into his vehicle and hastily rode off towards the dock, reminding Yang that from now on, he would handle all of his fish at a friendly price. Yang Chulu merely acknowledged this verbally, knowing he would sell to the highest bidder. Money took precedence over loyalty. Just as he was pondering, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Upon checking, he saw a message from Tang Shui, stating she was ready and inquiring when he would depart. He had been so engrossed in selling fish that he had completely forgotten about their plans. Glancing at the time, which read 9:30, he texted her to wait at the dock. With little to prepare, he grabbed 2 empty oil barrels from home and set off for the dock. Upon exiting, he noted the weather was sweltering, perhaps signaling an impending downpour. Remembering to pack provisions for the journey, he turned back to fetch an umbrella. Arriving at the dock, he found Tang Shui alone on a wooden platform, engrossed in taking selfies. Today, she wore a pristine white dress and a fisherman's hat, exuding an aura of purity, particularly accentuated by her long, fair legs that drew attention. Tang Shui, you're here quite early, he remarked. She smiled upon seeing him, setting down her phone. Not really. I just arrived. How is your arm? Oh, it's nothing, Yang Chulu replied, lifting and shaking his arm awkwardly. That's good, let us get going. Sure. Yang Chulu boarded the boat and started the diesel engine for warming up, while Tang Shui cautiously climbed aboard, still appearing somewhat unfamiliar with the vessel. Once the engine was warmed up, they set course for the opposite dock. Along the way, Yang Chulu pulled a beautiful conch shell from his pocket. Tang Shui, this is for you. When you have some free time in the evening, listen to it by your ear. Her eyes lit up at the sight of the conch. Wow, what a unique shell. I picked this up a few years ago while beachcombing. It's rare to find one like it now. Take it. She took the conch, held it to her ear, and closed her eyes, listening intently to the sounds of the ocean waves. If you listen to it for a while each night before bed, you'll adapt in a week. Thank you. Later, I'll treat you to some ice jelly. Tang Shui was captivated by the conch, playing with it curiously. They chatted merrily, and before long, they arrived at the small town's ferry terminal. Yang Chulu docked the boat, noticing that the fuel gauge was nearly empty. If they lingered any longer, they might not make it. After disembarking, he planned to purchase diesel first, as the farming season was about to begin, and the gas station would be busy. Arriving late might mean waiting in line. Tang Shui had no pressing matters, so she decided to accompany him, hoping she might be of assistance. The gas station was located on the western side of the town, not far from the terminal, just a 10-minute walk. As they walked, Tang Shui strolled leisurely, occasionally stopping to browse in shops that caught her eye. Yang Chulu dutifully followed, acting as a guide to any intriguing marine products she did not recognize. They ambled along until they reached the gas station, only to find a line stretching several meters, filled with people carrying large fuel containers. How long will this take? Yang Chulu sighed, feeling a bit deflated at the sight of the long queue. Tang Shui assessed the situation and, seeing the crowd, suggested, Yang Chulu, why don't you stay in line? I'll grab something to eat and be right back. Okay. Go ahead. After she left, Yang Chulu fell into line, estimating at least 30 to 40 people ahead of him. Just as he settled in, a man wearing a cap approached him from behind, holding a leather bag. Brother, the man said, gently nudging him and offering a cigarette. Yang Chulu turned to look. Realizing he did not recognize him, but not wishing to be rude, he pushed the cigarette away. No, thank you. Brother, keep your spirits up. Sure. The man lit a cigarette for himself and quietly continued. Look at all these people waiting. The prices are outrageous. I have some fuel available without the wait. It's $1 cheaper per liter. What do you say? Yang Chulu gathered that the man was likely selling illicit fuel, and given the current crackdown, the fines for getting caught were severe. Although the price was tempting, the quality was questionable, typically sourced from small, unregulated operations. No, thank you, Yang Chulu replied. Shaking his head, the man, having failed to make a sale, handed him a business card before moving on to entice others in line. Unsurprisingly, many were swayed by the prospect of cheaper fuel, and within a short time, several people had left the line with him. Yang Chulu had anticipated a long wait, yet in less than 20 minutes, a third of the queue had dissipated. This was a relief, as it spared him from standing in the sun any longer. Meanwhile, Tang Shui returned after a brief stroll, holding 2 cups of milk tea. Spotting Yang Chulu, she hurried over. Yang Chulu, here you go. He looked at the milk tea, his lips parched. Why didn't you take your time? We still have a while to wait. The heat is unbearable. You should rest in the shade while I keep your place in line. I'll call for you when it's your turn. He accepted the milk tea but refused her offer, insisting, no need, the sun is too strong. You'd better find some shade to wait. Tang Shui, unable to argue further, settled in the nearby shade of a tree, attracting the attention of several young men passing by, who paused to admire her. Chapter 35. Lost direction. Yang Chulu waited for a while longer. The oil vendors were quite persuasive, and during that time, a few customers were served before him. After a considerable wait, he finally managed to fill 2 barrels to the brim. Upon checking the price, he noted that it had risen from just over 5 yuan the last time he visited, now increasing by 7 or 8 jiao per liter within a week, quite exorbitant. At this rate, fuel would soon become unaffordable. After filling the barrels, Yang Chulu struggled to carry them out of the gas station, each barrel weighing 25 liters. Tang Shui initially offered to assist, but quickly realized she could not lift them at all. It was clear that Yang Chulu could not manage both barrels alone, especially with Tang Shui's luggage to consider. Thus, they would need to find a vehicle. As he prepared to make a call, Tang Shui suggested, "Why don't we find a place to eat first? You've been waiting in line for quite a while, and it would be good to take a break." Yang Chulu agreed, noticing a restaurant just ahead. With great effort, they managed to carry the oil barrels into the restaurant, panting heavily from the exertion. The owner approached them, cheerfully asking, "Miss, are the dishes ready to be prepared?" "Yes, please do," Tang Shui replied with a smile. "Wait a moment." Yang Chulu, somewhat bewildered, thought the owner might have mistaken them. He turned to Tang Shui, asking, "Did you already order the dishes?" "Young man, this lady is already paid. Just wait a moment, it will be ready shortly." The owner interjected before heading back to the kitchen. Yang Chulu turned to Tang Shui. "How much was it?" "I'll transfer the money to you." Tang Shui's smile faded, and she feigned annoyance, her brows furrowing. "Don't mention money again. If you do, I might get upset. How could I let you pay for our meal?" "Oh." The male chauvinist attitude. "No, all right, let's end this topic here." "Stop," Tang Shui interrupted, knowing it was her invitation for assistance. Thus it was only fitting for her to treat him to a meal. At 1:30 in the afternoon, after finishing their meal, Yang Chulu and Tang Shui took a tricycle back to the dock, preparing to load their items onto the boat for their return to the island. By this time, the sky had become overcast. They had quite a bit to carry, and the boat's hold was overflowing, causing the vessel to sit low in the water. Yang Chulu slowed the boat's speed, fearing that a wave might splash water into the hold. The sky darkened further, and the winds picked up. Although he wished to increase the speed, he felt powerless to do so. The boat rocked increasingly under the waves, with Tang Shui crouched in the hold, gripping the edge tightly, her lips pressed together, losing color in her face. Noticing her unease, Yang Chulu called out reassuringly, "Tang Shui, don't be afraid. It's all right." She nodded vigorously, but his words did little to alleviate her fear. Suddenly, crackling thunder echoed, and within minutes, the once cloudy sky erupted with lightning, and the threat of torrential rain loomed. The sky had turned as dark as night. It was no exaggeration to say one could not see their hand in front of their face. Tang Shui gazed at the pitch-black expanse of the sea, realizing that such scenes were only something she had ever witnessed on television, never expecting to experience it firsthand. It was terrifying. Yang Chulu muttered, "Truly, the heavens are fickle." One moment calm, the next, chaos. With a sudden downpour, the wind calmed slightly, but the rain fell in torrents. Yang Chulu hurriedly retrieved the umbrella he had brought and handed it to Tang Shui. "Quick, take the umbrella." Tang Shui, drenched and squinting, reached out to grasp it. Yang Chulu finally managed to place it in her hands, advising, "Hold it tightly. The wind is strong." "Understood," she replied, clutching the large yellow umbrella. However, bracing against the wind while the boat swayed proved challenging. Seeing that she could only manage for a few minutes, he decided to bring the boat to a halt. "Tang Shui, give me the umbrella. I'll hold it for you." He took the umbrella and crouched beside her. The umbrella they used was not the typical kind, but rather an old-fashioned bamboo frame, safer for use at sea. As they sheltered from the rain, Yang Chulu noticed Tang Shui shivering and offered her the majority of the umbrella. Concerned, she said, "Yang Chulu, move the umbrella towards your side. Your wound has just healed. You mustn't be careless." "I'm fine. This downpour won't last long. It will stop soon," he reassured her. "That doesn't matter," Tang Shui insisted, pushing the umbrella towards him. At that moment, they resembled fledglings huddled together in a nest. The heavy rain arrived swiftly but departed just as quickly, leaving the sea calm once more and the air refreshed. Yang Chulu folded the umbrella, his clothes nearly soaked through. Tang Shui stood up from the hold. Half of her long hair dampened, yet her clothing remained relatively dry. They stood on the boat, both appearing like drowned rats, and exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. Ha ha. Tang Shui's naturally cheerful disposition complemented Yang Chulu's character perfectly. As the laughter subsided, she extended her slender hand and said earnestly, "Yang Chulu, we have been through a lot together. Let us reintroduce ourselves. I am Tang Shui. From now on, we shall be friends, and I hope for your guidance." Yang Chulu also extended his hand, replying, "Hello, I am Yang Chulu. I look forward to your guidance as well." After their introductions, Tang Shui couldn't help but chuckle at his serious demeanor. Yang Chulu was somewhat perplexed, yet he recalled the adage that as long as one does not feel awkward, it is always the other who feels embarrassed. A sudden downpour had drawn their relationship closer. Once the rain ceased, they had also come to know each other anew. Yet they remained oblivious to the fact that their boat had drifted from its original position. As Yang Chulu prepared to start the boat, he discovered that the waves had carried them off course. Even Qin Dao was no longer in sight. "Tang Shui, have you noticed something amiss?" Tang Shui shook her head. "What's wrong? Take a good look. It seems we have lost our way." "Ah, no way," Tang Shui exclaimed, lifting her gaze to observe. "Oh, it really seems like it. Qin Dao's gone." This was Yang Chulu's first experience with such a predicament, yet being near the coast, he believed they would not face significant trouble. He retrieved the compass hanging around his neck. Qin Dao was to the northeast, and once he determined their position, navigating would be simple. Tang Shui, curious, leaned in to see the exquisite compass in his hand, though she could not make sense of it. "Yang Chulu, you can use such an ancient tool?" Yang Chulu smiled, neither confirming nor denying her question. He examined the compass, realizing that they were currently heading northwest, directly opposite their original course. Thankfully, he had not proceeded blindly. With their course established, he restarted the boat, adjusting the direction according to the compass. Observing him remain calm and collected, Tang Shui felt a sense of reassurance. If the sea were aware of her thoughts, it would undoubtedly curse the fickle nature of safety. Chapter 36. The compass achieves its purpose. Yang Chulu navigated the vessel while intently observing the compass in his hand, noticing the needle in the celestial pond oscillating slightly with the movement of the boat. It was his first time using the compass to ascertain direction previously. He had only employed it for fishing. Meanwhile, Tang Shui busied herself on the deck, bailing out the water that had accumulated in the cabin after a recent downpour. After following the compass's guidance for a considerable distance, Yang Chulu still had not sighted Qin Dao Island. Could it be that the compass was pointing in the wrong direction? No. That seemed implausible. Perhaps the vessel had been swept too far by the waves. "Yang Chulu, look. Fish are leaping ahead," Tang Shui exclaimed. "Wow, there are more over there." Upon hearing her, Yang Chulu turned to see indeed many fish breaking the surface nearby. These fish were not particularly large, likely a result of the recent heavy rain, which can lead to temporary oxygen depletion in the upper layers of the sea, causing fish to surface. Despite their lively jumps, catching them was no easy feat. They vanished in the blink of an eye. Tang Shui, possibly witnessing such a scene for the first time, was so delighted that she forgot her fears, exclaiming joyfully like a child. After nearly half an hour of sailing, Yang Chulu finally spotted Qin Dao Island, confirming that the compass had indicated the correct direction. "Tang Shui, don't just watch the fish. Look ahead," he urged. Caught up in her excitement, she glanced up and exclaimed, "It's Qin Dao. We've found the right direction." "Indeed." "We've returned," he replied. "Ah, I wish we could drift on the sea like this forever. Look at how playful those fish are." "You've never been out to sea, have you? If you had to work for a day, you would think differently," he teased. "Really?" Tang Shui pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Yang Chulu, may I discuss something with you?" In a buoyant mood after returning to the designated course, he readily agreed. "Sure. Go ahead. If you go out to sea again next weekend, could you take me along? I would love to experience it." "Take you along?" Yang Chulu hesitated. He was just learning to navigate himself, and adding another person would only complicate matters. Seeing his hesitation, Tang Shui feigned indifference. "Never mind, I was just saying it casually." "Well, when I buy a larger boat, I'll take you along then. A small boat is too unsafe." As they conversed, they unknowingly reached the dock at Qin Dao Island. Yang Chulu found a vacant spot to moor the boat, where Sister Lu was standing on the wooden platform. "Sister Lu," Tang Shui called out as she hopped off the boat to greet her, and the two began chatting quietly. Yang Chulu intended to return to fetch his vehicle. Realizing that carrying all their items by hand was impractical, Tang Shui returned, linking arms with Sister Lu, and said, "Yang Chulu, Sister Lu has a vehicle. She can help me take my things back to the dormitory." "Oh, that works too," he replied. Sister Lu brought over the vehicle, and Yang Chulu assisted in loading their luggage. After thanking him, Tang Shui left with Sister Lu, laughing and chatting. Left on the boat were only 2 barrels of oil. At that moment, Yang Chulu spotted Mingzi playing by the shore and called out, "Mingzi, come here." Mingzi paused, looked around, and upon spotting Yang Chulu, dashed over with a wide grin. "Uncle Lu, give me some candy." Yang Chulu shot him a disapproving look. "Candy? Why are you so greedy? Who taught you such bad habits? You must work before you can have candy." "Work first, then candy," Mingzi echoed. "All right, help me carry the barrels home, and I'll buy you some candy." Mingzi eagerly grabbed a barrel in each hand and took off, his speed surprising Yang Chulu. Those barrels were 25 liters each. Yet Mingzi handled them as if they were toys. He had initially intended for each of them to carry a barrel, but Mingzi's strength was astonishing. With that kind of power, he would have no trouble reeling in a big catch. Mingzi, slow down. Don't fall, Yang Chulu shouted as he followed. But Mingzi only ran faster. By the time they returned home with the oil, Yang Chulu was out of breath, while Mingzi appeared completely unfazed. Yang Chulu rewarded him with a handful of candy, and Mingzi joyfully scampered away. Time flew by, and 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. For those days, Yang Chulu continued to stroll through the mangrove forest daily, though his catch had dwindled to just a few hundred. A far cry from the thousands of his earlier outings. With only 1 day left before the boat's lease expired, he decided against going out to sea again. After prolonged continuous work, the traps and nets he had purchased earlier were showing varying degrees of wear and tear, necessitating repairs. The crops on the island had matured as well, prompting many residents to begin their harvest, signaling the start of the busy farming season. Though his family's land was not extensive, merely 5 acres, Yang Chulu felt compelled to tend to it now that he was back. It was only natural for farmers to cultivate the land and fishermen to catch fish. Unlike other regions, the residents of Qingdao Island seamlessly transitioned from fishermen to farmers during this season, showcasing their versatility. For the past few years, Yang Chulu had entrusted his land to the village for cultivation. Now that he had returned, it was time to reclaim and manage it himself. A point that the village chief had already mentioned to him. Early one morning, as dawn broke, the sound of tractors echoed throughout the village, waking Yang Chulu from his slumber. Annoyed, he raked his disheveled hair with his hand. Tossing and turning in bed proved futile, leading to a muttered complaint as he finally sat up, noticing it was only 5 o'clock. It was mid-July, which meant the peak of summer heat was upon them. With daily temperatures soaring to around 40 degrees Celsius, work could only be done in the early morning or late evening. After washing up, Yang Chulu grabbed a sickle and headed to the fields. Yesterday, the village chief and the team had finished harvesting the corn from his land, returning it to him. Although this season's crops belonged to the village, to ensure a good yield for the next season, the land needed to be tilled anew. As he arrived at the fields, he noticed the tractors bustling back and forth, loaded with harvested grain, and every face radiated joy and satisfaction. After a few days of frantic harvesting, it was evident that the crops were nearly all collected, and preparations for replanting were underway. Replanting was of utmost importance on Qingdao Island. Failure to do so could lead to significant consequences. The island's resources were not particularly abundant, with the soil lacking the fertility of flatlands and, most critically, a scarcity of fresh water. Despite being surrounded by the sea, the salt water was unsuitable for irrigating the land. As Yang Chulu prepared to work in the fields, he heard someone shouting at the edge of the land. "It's terrible. The folks from Lujiapo are stealing water. Everyone from Dangzwang, hurry over. Quick. The people from Lujiapo are letting water flow illegally." Chapter 37. Water dispute. Upon hearing the urgent call, Yang Chulu without hesitation set aside his sickle and sprinted towards the reservoir. Likewise, others, upon hearing the commotion, dropped their tasks and converged from all directions, hastening towards the reservoir. This time of year invariably ignites conflicts over water issues. I recall a near-tragic incident from my childhood. The two villages have been entwined in an unbreakable feud over water for years, a resentment that has deeply rooted itself in their history. Panting heavily, Yang Chulu reached the reservoir only to find it surrounded, a chaotic scene with individuals wielding hoes and sickles, creating an atmosphere of turmoil. Almost all the able-bodied men from both villages had gathered. Should this situation spiral out of control, the consequences could be dire. Voices clashed in a cacophony of accusations. "This here's water belongs to Lu family Zhai. Who are you from the Yang village to obstruct us? Nonsense. We let you take it last year. Do you think you can bully us just because we are fewer in number? Shut your mouth. You dare to threaten us. We'll show you what we're made of." Before Yang Chulu could steady himself, tensions escalated, with both sides poised for a brawl, each person armed with farming tools, risking grave injury. "What are you all doing? Stand down. Is this how you wish to proceed?" At that critical moment, the village chief, Yang Xuanda, rushed over, panting, accompanied by the accountant, Zhang Yonghan. Upon seeing the chief's arrival, the men from the Yang village reluctantly parted to create a path. Yang Xuanda navigated through the crowd to the forefront, surveying the agitated assembly before declaring, "Men of the Yang village, step back a few paces. It's sweltering out. Why crowd so tightly and create such a ruckus?" The villagers, hearing the command to retreat, lost some of their fervor and dissent arose. "Chief, we cannot back down. Indeed, we must not give them the upper hand." Seeing their defiance, the chief sternly questioned, "What do you wish to do, rebel?" Zhang Yonghan chimed in, urging, "Let us heed the chief. Step back." With the chief's rising ire, the villagers complied and took a couple of steps back, though their glares remained fierce. Observing this, the Liu family Zhai villagers also retreated, diffusing the previously tense atmosphere. Yang Xuanda approached the Liu family Zhai chief, speaking earnestly, "Old Liu, what is going on here? We had previously agreed to notify the village committees before releasing water." Old Liu, feeling a twinge of guilt, recalled how a few villagers had approached him the night before, suggesting that due to severe drought, they might sneak some water for irrigation. He had half-heartedly acquiesced. Though internally troubled, he feigned innocence, saying, "Old Yang, I just learned of this. I don't know who instigated this mess. My apologies." Yang Xuanda, observing old Liu's dramatic apology, internally scoffed. No one would dare act without his permission. At most it would be minor mischief. Both were seasoned men, aware of each other's schemes. Yet neither would shatter the unspoken understanding. This was a crucial time for planting. Carelessness was not an option. Now that the release of water was a foregone conclusion, the Liu family Zhai had to concede. Seizing the moment, Yang Xuanda negotiated, proposing that the Yang village be allowed to use the water for one day starting tomorrow, followed by alternating usage between the two villages, one during the day, the other at night. Old Liu, initially reluctant, recognized his disadvantage and ultimately agreed. Although the terms were settled, their implementation remained uncertain. As the farce concluded, the crowd dispersed. The chief instructed that all household heads convene at the village committee for a meeting over lunch, and that starting tonight, a rotation of villagers would guard the reservoir, ensuring a constant presence. Yang Chuli returned to his fields with the crowd, resuming his chores. The morning slipped away quickly, and upon returning home, he splashed his face with cool water, his clothes drenched in sweat. Farming proved more arduous than fishing at sea. After hours of wielding a sickle, his wrist ached and tingled. "Attention, all households. A notification will now be broadcast. All household heads are to promptly attend the village committee meeting." Just as Yang Chuli was about to prepare a meal, the village announcement interrupted. "Great. No lunch for me now." He grabbed a bottle of mineral water and headed toward the village committee. On his way, he encountered Tang Shui, who was carrying a fishing tackle bag, seemingly off to fish. "Tang Shui, fishing at this hour?" She smiled, responding, "Yes, my friend is coming over this afternoon. I'm hoping to catch a couple of fish for her to try." "Sounds good, but be cautious. The heat is intense. Don't overheat." "I'll be careful." Arriving at the village committee, he found a number of villagers had already gathered. The chief sat silently, holding his teacup. After a brief wait, as many villagers whispered among themselves, the chief placed his cup down and rapped on the table, commanding, "All right, everyone, please settle down. I have something to say." As the room quieted, they awaited his words. "The reason for today's meeting is solely about water. To be succinct, we have arranged with Liu family Zhai for them to use the water during the day while we use it at night. I will distribute the duty roster shortly, with each household taking turns to monitor the reservoir." After the chief concluded, Zhang Yonghan produced a stack of papers and distributed them. Yang Chuli glanced at the schedule, noting his assignment for the first night. No one voiced objections. After all, this was a matter of utmost importance for the village. Seeing the silence, the chief wasted no time and dismissed the assembly. As Yang Chuli prepared to leave, the chief pulled him aside to offer a few words of caution regarding safety, advising him to remain vigilant. The village's youth were few, and should conflict arise, they must not be at a disadvantage. On his way home, he stopped by the local shop and bought 2 yuan worth of cool jelly. After a long morning of labor, he had little desire to cook, knowing he would need to return to the fields in the afternoon. Without a tractor, he would need to borrow one from a neighbor. With everyone needing tractors, he planned to borrow one during their midday rest. After lunch, Yang Chuli pondered which neighbor to approach for the tractor. Having been away for the past 2 years, he previously borrowed from Yang Dabiao. "Well, I'll give it another try." Determined, he took 2 boxes of milk and some fruit with him. Yang Dabiao's house was just next door, and upon arriving, he noticed the door was open, with Hutu playing in the yard, chasing chickens and clutching several feathers, his backside bare from the antics. "All right, I'll mourn for the rooster for 3 seconds. Hutu, where's your dad?" Hutu, seeing him approach, released the unfortunate rooster and pointed. "Sixth brother, they're inside." Chapter 38. A busy day, who is it? Yang Chulu inquired just as Yang Dapio emerged from the house. "Oh, it's you, Liuzi. Come in and have a seat." Dapio beckoned warmly. "Uncle Biao, I won't be going in. There's a heap of work waiting for me in the fields. I came to discuss something with you." Dapio chuckled. "No need to discuss. Just take it and use it. Your aunt's family bought a new tractor this year, and it will arrive tomorrow." "Uncle Biao, I hadn't even mentioned it. How did you know?" Yang Chulu replied with surprise. "You rascal. Although you haven't been home these past 2 years, you always came around this time for something else. Dapio teased. Haha, well, thank you, Uncle Biao. Yang Chulu then pulled over the little tiger beside him and asked, do you want to drink some milk? The tiger, eyeing the milk jug like a beckoning fortune cat, nodded eagerly. But you must promise not to bully the rooster anymore, all right? I didn't bully him. I just wanted to borrow a couple of feathers for Arya to make a shuttlecock. Otherwise, she wouldn't agree to be my girlfriend. Yang Chulu chuckled at the child's innocent pursuit of romance, realizing that this little boy was ahead of himself. He carried the milk inside. But Uncle Biao insisted on refusing it, pushing it away repeatedly. Setting the milk down, Yang Chulu grabbed the tractor's joystick and departed. He intended to loosen the soil during these fine days, making it easier to irrigate and plant later. After bringing the tractor home and attaching the necessary tiller, he wasted no time heading to the fields. As he reached the ridge, waves of heat assaulted him, making it hard to breathe. With caution, Yang Chulu maneuvered the tractor into the field, feeling a bit rusty after not working for several years. Virum! The tractor's engine roared to life, filling the air with a cacophony as thick black smoke billowed from the exhaust. Gripping the clutch tightly, he deftly shifted gears, and the tractor surged forward like an old water buffalo, flinging dirt in all directions. Oh no! Caught off guard, he tasted a mouthful of dirt. After moving a few meters, he noticed that the tiller was too light, failing to penetrate the soil deeply enough. He had forgotten to load the weight bags to press it down. With determination, he pressed down with both hands, positioning himself on the tiller to improve its effectiveness. After 2 to 3 hours, he managed to loosen the first 2 acres. The scorching sun bore down on him, threatening heatstroke as sweat soaked his clothes. As the evening approached, the temperature became more bearable, with gentle breezes occasionally wafting through. He noticed others in the nearby fields beginning to work as well. Turning off the tractor, he removed his straw hat and sat on the ridge, panting heavily. This was no ordinary task. He felt utterly exhausted. Yet, gazing at the neatly tilled earth before him, he felt a sense of accomplishment. That's enough for today. I'll continue tomorrow. It will take at least 3 to 4 days to finish the 5 acres, and I still have to patrol the reservoir tonight. After resting for a while, Yang Chulu covered the tractor with a plastic sheet, packed his things, and headed home. On his way back, he passed the beach and saw Tang Shui standing by the water, accompanied by someone who appeared to be gazing at the sea. He considered greeting her but decided against it, as he had matters to attend to. Upon arriving home, he took a shower, only to discover that not a single part of him was clean, with a thick layer of grass clippings stuck in his hair. After bathing, he prepared to treat himself to a hearty meal, as he still had plenty of small octopuses left from his last fishing trip. Although they weren't worth much commercially, they were a delightful treat. He fetched an empty basin and scooped up about 20 little octopuses from the tank, enough for a plate. Having been nurtured for several days, they were still lively, flailing their tentacles in his grasp. Yang Chulu took a pair of scissors and began to clean them, removing the outer skin, which was essential to avoid an overly fishy flavor. The insides, including the guts and teeth, were also inedible and quite off-putting. After spending about 10 minutes preparing, he chopped them into small pieces and added some celery and chili. With everything ready, he lit the stove, planning to make a stir-fried octopus dish. As the pan heated, he added a splash of oil and tossed in the prepared octopuses. The moment the octopuses hit the pan, an enticing aroma filled the air, and Yang Chulia's mouth watered. He sampled a piece, only to find it still undercooked. As the octopuses neared completion, he added the remaining ingredients, stirring them together until perfectly combined. Done. A plate of fragrant stir-fried octopus is ready. Tonight, he had to go on patrol. Otherwise, he would have relished a cold beer alongside this delicious dish. Is anyone home? Just as Yang Chulu picked up his chopsticks, he heard someone knocking at the door. Yes, come in. Before he could finish speaking, Tang Shui entered, carrying a plastic bucket. Tang Shui, what brings you here? Yang Chulu asked, a bit surprised. Oh, don't mention it. She sighed, furrowing her brow. I spent half the day fishing, and not a single catch. Yang Chulu chuckled. That's quite normal. Resources are quite scarce these days. While speaking, he retrieved a piece of watermelon from the refrigerator and offered it to her. Here, have some cool watermelon. It's scorching out. I won't eat it. I came to ask if you had any fish at home. I wanted to buy some, but 2 places I visited said they were sold out this morning. Fish. The only thing we have at home is baby octopus, nothing else. Lately, everyone has been busy harvesting crops, and not many have gone out to sea. So fish are naturally scarce. Upon hearing about the octopus, Tang Shui's face lit up. Well, octopus is better than nothing. I can grill it for dinner. All right. Take as many as you like. Tang Shui approached the tank and filled her bucket with about 3 to 4 pounds of baby octopus. Yang Chulu then found a plastic bag to seal it, ensuring it wouldn't escape before she got home. Tang Shui pulled out a 100 yuan bill from her pocket, saying, Here, take this. Keep it for yourself. It's fine, he insisted. That won't do. If you refuse my money, I won't take it. Unable to argue with her, Yang Chulu ultimately accepted a friendly price. Tang Shui had to hurry back, so after settling the payment, she left. After finishing his meal, Yang Chulu gathered his flashlight, mat, stick, and a bottle of floral mosquito repellent, preparing to head to the reservoir. Tonight, he was scheduled to patrol with the Dao family, uncertain of who would be assigned to accompany him. Since it was the first night, anything could happen. Arriving at the Dao family's door, he happened to catch them just as they were opening it. Dao emerged, baseball bat in one hand and a small dagger in the other, looking exuberant. After days of recovery, his previous injuries had mostly healed, and he was back to his spirited self. With his current demeanor, one might mistake him for someone ready to tackle wolves in the mountains, giving off quite the tough guy impression. Chapter 39, Reservoir Duty. As Dahai stepped out, he spotted Yang Chulu and greeted him. You're quite early. Let us go. Are you on duty? Yeah. I heard the folks from Lu Jiazue were causing quite a stir today. If I were around, I would have put them in their place. Yang Chulu replied with a smirk. Spare me the bravado. You're just a coward. If you want to go, go ahead, Dahai retorted, striding confidently toward the reservoir without waiting for him. Yang Chulu felt puzzled as to why his uncle's family would allow him to go. He glanced through the door crack and noticed the house was dark, likely devoid of occupants. It was only a little past 7. They couldn't possibly be asleep. They were probably off attending to some errands again. Not giving it much thought, Yang Chulu followed Dahai toward the reservoir, which lay at the junction of 2 villages. Upon reaching the village's edge, they encountered the village chief, who stood by the road, cigarette in hand, blocking Dahai's path. What are you doing with that bat, Dahai? The chief inquired. Dahai proudly waved the baseball bat in his hand. I'm going to check the reservoir. Don't worry, I'll handle anyone who dares to approach. With a frown, the chief asked, Did your father send you? No, they're not home, Dahai replied. At that moment, Yang Chulu approached. The chief turned to him. Luzi, keep an eye on Dahai tonight. If anything happens, call me. Don't act recklessly or let yourself get hurt. Understood? Yeah, I got it. Don't worry, Yang Chulu assured him. After a brief exchange, the two continued toward the reservoir. Before long, they arrived near the reservoir and noticed a light glowing at the sluice gate. Dahai switched on his flashlight, scanning the area to ensure no one was lurking, then settled on the concrete platform to light a cigarette. Yang Chulu also turned on his flashlight, vigilant against anyone attempting to release water stealthily. After a thorough inspection of the surroundings, they found the area eerily quiet. No signs of life, not even a dog. It seemed their earlier discussions had borne fruit. Under normal circumstances, the villagers would not have been this compliant. After sitting for a couple of hours, Dahai became restless as mosquitoes relentlessly bit him. Damn it! I'll sweat you dead, he exclaimed, slapping at them. Why do they only bite me? There's another person over there. In contrast, Yang Chulu remained much calmer, reclining comfortably on his mat. Unable to tolerate the incessant buzzing any longer, Dahai leaned over to Yang Chulu. Hey, can I borrow your floral water? Feigning ignorance, Yang Chulu kept his eyes closed, pretending to rest. You can't do this to me. My parents are good to you. When we were young, just save me half. Without waiting for him to finish, Yang Chulu tossed the bottle over without lifting his eyelids. Dahai spritzed himself liberally with the floral water, a contented sigh escaping his lips. As midnight approached, the temperature dropped sharply, and the night remained eerily silent. Yang Chulu felt his eyelids growing heavy, but knew he could not afford to be careless. Water was life. Meanwhile, Dahai had already dozed off on the stone steps, using the baseball bat as a makeshift pillow. It seemed unlikely that anything would occur tonight. Dawn was only a few hours away. Meanwhile, in the cornfield nearby, 2 shadowy figures stealthily crept toward the reservoir. Dabing, do you think we can release water at this hour? One asked. Dog Dan, listen, we're already here. Don't be timid. We don't need to open it wide. Just a trickle will suffice for our families, Dabing reassured him. Fine, but I'm still a bit anxious, Dog Dan admitted. Stop worrying. This reservoir doesn't belong solely to De Yang Zhuang. Our village has contributed funds too. Now let us move. Cautiously, the 2 men navigated through the cornfield, peering around the reservoir to confirm the area was clear, their expressions brightening at the sight of no one around. Indeed, there was no one. The residents of De Yang Zhuang were not very clever, Dabing thought, regretting not coming earlier. Although the area was devoid of people, they still moved quietly to avoid drawing attention. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. They finally reached the sluice gate, but the bright overhead light made them wary. If someone were to approach, they would surely be exposed. Dabing nudged Dogdan. Aren't you carrying a slingshot? Take out that light. Dogdan hesitated. No way. If the light goes out, they'll know someone is here. Who cares? You're such a coward, Dabing retorted, pulling a slingshot from his pocket. Picking up a small stone from the ground and retreating a couple of steps to stretch the rubber band taut. With a swift release, the stone shot out, disappearing almost instantaneously. Ouch! Who hit me? My head! Dahai exclaimed, springing up from the ground, hands clutching his head in frustration. He had been sound asleep when something suddenly struck him. Yang Chulu, drawn by the commotion, sat up, quickly turning on his flashlight to scan the surroundings. He then noticed two figures by the sluice gate, their outlines barely visible. The two men at the sluice gate, seeing someone on the opposite concrete steps, crouched down in panic. Dabing, what's wrong? You couldn't even hit from this close. Dogdan whispered. Shoo, don't speak. We hit someone, not a miss. At the same time, Yang Chulu stood up and shone his flashlight toward the sluice gate, confirming there were indeed two individuals crouched there. However, he quickly redirected the flashlight elsewhere, pretending not to notice. Dahai continued to curse, his head still buzzing from the unexpected blow, feeling utterly unlucky. Yang Chulu approached Dahai, shining his flashlight while whispering, There are people at the sluice gate. Let us circle around. People. Dahai's expression turned surprised, readying his baseball bat. Keep your voice down. What are you shouting for? Yang Chulu scolded, realizing Dahai's volume had risen. Once Dahai quieted down, Yang Chulu asked, Are you alright? Did it hurt? I'm fine, but I need to find out who that bastard is. I'm going to deal with him now. Don't act rashly. Let us split up. Okay, got it. They formulated a plan, with Yang Chulu intentionally directing his flashlight in another direction to divert attention. Meanwhile, Dahai stealthily maneuvered behind, seeing Dahai successfully sneak away. Yang Chulu also turned off his flashlight, quietly approaching. On the other side, the two men crouched at the sluice gate held their breaths, relieved as they noticed the light had gone out. Chapter 40. Night Raid by Water Thieves. Godan sat down heavily on the ground, patting his chest as he exclaimed, At last, we have escaped unscathed. Brother, let us return. Return? After toiling for half the night, we must at least reap some rewards, replied the other. Having reached a consensus, the two prepared to head towards the sluice gate. At that moment, Dahai had already crept close and, spotting the two figures below, picked up a clump of mud and carelessly hurled it down. Take that. I'll teach you a lesson, he shouted. With a resounding splat, the mud hit the reservoir, landing with a thud. The two below were startled by his sudden shout and, in a panic, took off running. Just then, Yang Chulu approached, gripping his wooden stick tightly. Stop. If you dare move another inch, I will break your legs. The two thieves, cornered from both sides, in their desperation picked up mud clumps and threw them back at him. Sensing the danger, Yang Chulu instinctively dodged aside, the mud narrowly missing him and creating a whooshing sound as it flew past. Having successfully evaded the attack, he seized the opportunity to swing his stick with all his might. In that moment, his mind was blank, acting purely on instinct. This was a real fight. Devoid of the fanciful techniques typical of television dramas, one wielded whatever was at hand. His aim was surprisingly accurate, striking one of the thieves. The two, realizing their precarious position, dared not linger and dashed into the cornfield. Yang Chulu, seeing them flee, picked up his stick and pursued them vigorously. Meanwhile, Dahai, who had been making a racket, was now frozen in place after throwing the mud. Yang Chulu chased after them for several dozen meters, finally halting when they disappeared into the cornfield. The stalks were taller than a person, making it difficult to spot anyone, even with a few additional pairs of eyes. His intention had merely been to scare them off, not to engage in a relentless pursuit. Having learned his lesson, he was confident that the night would be peaceful. Breathless, Yang Chulu returned, only to find Dahai still in a daze. Hey, what are you doing? Huh, where did they go? Dahai finally snapped back to reality. Raising his baseball bat and scanning the area, Yang Chulu rolled his eyes. Enough with the act. What were you doing just now? I suddenly had a headache. Fine, you can continue suffering. I'm going to sleep now. Yang Chulu, weary from the night's exertions, felt his legs weaken from the adrenaline's aftermath. Noticing he was leaving, Dahai glanced around at the enveloping darkness and hurried to catch up. Slow down. If something happens, I can't help you. The night passed in silence. The following day, at 4:30 in the morning, the village chief, accompanied by several members of the village committee and the chief from Lujiazue, came to assess the situation. Today was the first official day of water release, and as previously agreed, both villages' committees had to be present. Before opening the sluice gate, Yang Chulu relayed the events of the previous night to the village chief. The chief, after listening, did not express surprise and advised him to keep the matter discreet, noting that such incidents occurred almost every year. Not only Lu Jiaze, but the Yangzhuang also had their share of troublemakers. With the task accomplished, Yang Chulu tidied his belongings and went home to catch up on sleep. Having been bitten mercilessly by mosquitoes throughout the night, with several welts on his face, he collapsed onto his bed without even changing his clothes. When he finally woke at 9:30, the sunlight streaming through the window roused him from his slumber. Realizing the time was slipping away, he got up to eat before heading out to work in the fields. Today marked the water release, and with the embankment still incomplete, if water could not be retained, planting seedlings would be out of the question. After washing up, he prepared a quick meal of leftover stir-fried octopus mixed with noodles, which served as his lunch. After eating, he donned his straw hat and set out. Upon arriving at the fields, he uncovered the plastic sheet from the tractor, which had become scorching hot under the sun. After several hours of water release, many fields began to moisten, including the one he had tilled yesterday. Time was of the essence. Yang Chulu spat on the ground, donned his gloves, and started the tractor. With a sputter, the machine roared to life, and he resumed the monotonous task of tilling the earth. Knowing that farming was no easy feat after 3 days of relentless toil, he had nearly completed the necessary work in the fields, with the water properly distributed. Only the planting of seedlings remained. Yang Chulu had just reclaimed his land this year, and the time for planting had long passed. Now, he would have to purchase seedlings. As each year the village had excess saplings available, gathering from 10 or so families should suffice. There were a few large households in the village, and Yang Chulu made the rounds, placing orders for the amount he needed, budgeting around 1,000 yuan. The planting of seedlings was also contracted out. For attempting it alone would take him 10 days to half a month. With the fieldwork nearly done, he had to start considering going out to sea. Unbeknownst to him, after over a week of hard work, the money he had previously earned had dwindled significantly, and purchasing a boat would have to be postponed. To go out to sea, he would have to continue renting. He called the previous boat owner and extended the rental for another 10 days. With the boat secured, Yang Chulu wheeled out his tricycle, planning to retrieve the cages and nets he had previously delivered, having forgotten to collect them after being notified a few days prior. Passing by the small shop, he bought 2 ice cream cones to take along. Upon arriving at Area S house at the west end of the village, he was greeted by a pungent fishy smell wafting from the yard, emanating from the fishing nets. The yard was piled high with various nets and cages. Yang Chulu parked his tricycle and peered into the house, where Arya was playfully tussling with Hu while her mother sat nearby mending nets. Arya's mother had endured much. She became a widow at 30. When she was 7 months pregnant with Arya, tragedy struck their family, leaving the two to rely on one another. Over the years, she had managed to raise her child through odd jobs, including mending fishing nets. Arya, come play, Yang Chulu called as he entered. Upon seeing him, Arya paused for a moment before darting towards her mother, exclaiming, "Mom, Brother Lu is here." Arya's mother looked up from her work. "Lu Zi, you've come." "Yes, I'm going out to sea tomorrow. I need to take the nets back." "Good timing. I was just about to send them home. I'll help you carry them." Yang Chulu handed one of the ice cream cones to Arya and split the other with Hu. The 2 children gleefully accepted the treats, thanking him in their sweet, innocent voices. Arya's mother was meticulous, packing the mended nets and cages into bags, ensuring they were clean. Unlike how he usually piled them, they loaded the fishing nets onto the tricycle. The total labor cost amounted to 165 yuan. But Yang Chulu gave her 170, knowing she would likely undercharge him. With everything in order, they were ready for tomorrow's voyage. Chapter 41. A stroll. Upon returning home, Yang Chulu retrieved some meat from the refrigerator and peeled a few potatoes, preparing to cook the meals for the upcoming sea expedition. Last week, he had subsisted mainly on cold steamed buns while at sea, and now, with better provisions available, he aimed to improve his diet. This time, he intended to explore a new location, as word had spread about the plentiful catches he had made previously. Initially, in the village, it was merely said that he had caught a cat shark weighing around 20 pounds. However, as the tale circulated, the weight of the shark was exaggerated by dozens of pounds, and even more fantastical claims emerged, including catches of cod and tuna. Consequently, the waters surrounding the mangroves were now teeming with hopeful fishermen eager to test their luck. As Yang Chulu contemplated where to venture the following day, he acknowledged that while he was familiar with the area around Qingdao, the only resource-rich spot was the mangroves. Other locations would require sheer luck to discover. The offshore resources were plentiful, but the metal boat he had rented could not reach them, nor could it return if it did. He decided to dismiss such thoughts for now, recalling the old saying that everything would resolve itself in due time. Yang Chulu prepared a pot of potato stew, setting aside half in a lunchbox for the next day, while keeping the remainder for dinner that night. After finishing his meal, he found it still early and decided to take a stroll to aid digestion. The evening air in Qingdao was quite pleasant, with a gentle sea breeze and a sky adorned with twinkling stars, creating an atmosphere of serene tranquility. Wandering along the narrow path toward the sea, he encountered many elderly and young people, all seeking to breathe in the fresh air after a long day. At the school gate, he spotted Tang Shueth, who emerged from her yard clad in pajamas, her hair damp and a bright smile gracing her face. Upon noticing Yang Chulu, she approached with a quickened step and playfully tapped his shoulder. "What are you up to, Yang Chulu?" Upon recognizing her, he replied with a smile. "Just taking a stroll by the sea. It's a bit boring doing nothing." "Perfect. Let us go together," she said. "Sure, let us go," he agreed. They walked side by side under the moonlight, their shadows mingling. Yang Chulu caught a whiff of her fragrance, which was far more pleasant than the floral-scented lotion he used. As they strolled, Tang Shui remarked, "I haven't seen you in days. You've gotten quite a bit darker." "Ah, I've been out in the fields all day. It would be abnormal if I didn't tea," he chuckled. "Indeed. I remember during military training at school. It took me months to regain my original complexion after just a fortnight of sun exposure." "That's true," he concurred. "The seaside winds can be quite fierce. One must be mentally prepared for prolonged exposure." Tang Shui smiled, gathering her hair into a bun using a scrunchie, giving her a more spirited appearance. Before long, they arrived at the shoreline. It was high tide, with moonlight shimmering upon the undulating waves, resembling a breathtaking painting. Gazing at the sea, Yang Chulu pondered where to set sail the next day. Noticing his furrowed brow, Tang Shui inquired, "What's on your mind? Are you troubled?" "Yes. I'm heading out to sea tomorrow, but I'm currently without a target." "Are you short on crew?" she asked. "Indeed. I'm running around trying to manage everything myself. When a larger fish shows up, there is no one to help with the net. How about I give it a try?" Tang Shui volunteered. During the summer break, she had taken swimming lessons and studied extensively. Seeing her earnestness, he laughed. "You get nervous on boats. I can't imagine you handling tasks at sea. Are you looking down on me?" she teased, rolling her eyes. "All right then. If you take me along tomorrow, I expect a share of the spoils if I prove myself." "Deal. If you can adapt, I'll ensure you get a cut," he replied, and they sealed their agreement with a clap of their hands. After lingering by the shore for a while, Tang Shui, feeling a bit chilly in her light attire, suggested they head back. Yang Chulu, finding himself uneventful on his own, agreed, as he needed to rise early to fetch the boat. At 4 a.m, the rooster perched atop the wall crowed loudly, rousing Yang Chulu from sleep. He initially thought he had overslept. Peering out the window into the darkness, he felt relieved to realize it was still early. Not intending to return to sleep, he quickly dressed to go collect the boat. He had arranged the boat with old Yang the day before, who would take him across. The fare had doubled for the early morning trip, as running a boat during daylight was no easy task. Arriving at the dock in the dim light, he found old Yang had just arrived. The boat was ready to set off. "Good morning, old Yang. You're up early," Yang Chulu greeted. "Age has its drawbacks. I can't sleep like you youngsters. Hurry on board," old Yang replied. "All right." Yang Chulu jumped aboard, and old Yang wasted no time in departing. Before long, they reached the ferry terminal, where Yang Chulu called the boat owner. After a couple of rings, someone finally answered, still groggy from sleep. The owner instructed him to find the key, which was tucked inside a black plastic bag under the boat's bow. Following the directions, Yang Chulu located the key without issue. Noting the owner's trust in leaving it unsecured, he poured in the diesel he had brought and started the boat to head toward Qingdao. Half an hour later, the boat arrived at the Qingdao dock, where dawn was just beginning to break. Docking the boat, he hurried home to gather his belongings, which were still in the tricycle. As he approached his home, he spotted Tang Shui waiting at the door. "Tang Shui, what are you doing here?" She smiled. "Didn't we agree last night to go out to sea together?" "Oh," he replied, realizing she was serious. Since she had come, he said nothing more. After collecting their gear, they wheeled the tricycle to the dock, quickly loading their supplies onto the boat. It was evident that Tang Shui had made significant progress since their last meeting. With everything secured, he started the boat, heading in the opposite direction of the mangroves. They had set off later than usual, and the surrounding waters were nearly deserted of other vessels. Yang Chulu gripped the throttle tightly, pushing the speed to its maximum. Tang Shui sat quietly at the stern, playing with the icy cold morning water, finding it particularly refreshing. After more than half an hour of sailing, Qingdao's silhouette faded from view. Yang Chulu took out his compass to begin searching for fish. Seeing him with the compass, Tang Shui called out, "Yang Chulu, are we lost again?" "No, I'm just looking for fish." Chapter 42. The Goddess of Lures. Although Tang Shui was unaware of the reason behind Yang Chulu's use of a compass for fishing, she refrained from asking further. As she was not well versed in the art of fishing herself, Yang Chulu gradually reduced the speed of the boat, wary that moving too swiftly might cause them to miss a school of fish. After about 20 minutes of circling with the compass, the needle remained utterly still. Surely, the nearby resources could not be this scarce. He had mentally prepared himself for a challenging outing, yet it seemed implausible that they wouldn't encounter a single fish. The vast ocean made finding fish quite the daunting task. During his time there, he noticed a lack of passing boats, and no working vessels were in sight. Nonetheless, Yang Chulu persisted, meticulously scanning the area with the compass, determined not to overlook any potential spot. At the stern, Tang Shui observed his aimless search for fish. Feeling somewhat helpless and resigned to simply watching, time drifted by, and the sun overhead became increasingly oppressive, casting a heat upon their backs. Fortunately, Tang Shui had come prepared, having applied sunscreen and donned protective gear that left only her eyes visible. Yang Chulu also wore a hood, but it seemed he had chosen the wrong location today, as their efforts yielded nothing after such a lengthy period. Tang Shui, growing increasingly anxious, surveyed the surrounding waters, knowing that even if fish passed by, they would likely be beneath the surface and invisible to them. Of course, she was unaware of the compass's extraordinary properties. Yang Chulu, how about we check over there? She suggested, pointing to the left. Losing a bit of patience himself, Yang Chulu nodded in agreement. All right, let's go take a look. The boat adjusted its course toward the direction indicated by Tang Shui. Before long, they arrived at her suggested spot, only to find the outcome unchanged. Yang Chulu's hand, which held the compass, had grown numb, prompting him to stop the boat and take a break. Noticing his waning enthusiasm, Tang Shui could infer without asking that they had not discovered anything. She fetched a bottle of water from the cabin and offered it to him. Here, have some water. I'm sorry. Yang Chulu accepted the water, waving his hand dismissively. It's not your fault. Fishing is inherently a matter of luck. If it were easy, everyone would be rich. Indeed, it's quite challenging. Since we have some downtime, may I use your fishing rod? Tang Shui asked. You can fish? Yang Chulu inquired. Tang Shui smiled shyly. I wouldn't say I'm skilled, but my father enjoys fishing, and I accompany him sometimes. However, it's mostly freshwater fishing. I only tried saltwater fishing once, and you know how that went. Feeling a bit embarrassed at the memory of her last fishing experience, she continued. As long as you can handle the rod, it's all the same, whether freshwater or saltwater. Yang Chulu opened his tackle box, revealing 3 rods, 2 sea rods, and 1 lure rod. Take a look and choose whichever one you prefer, he said. Tang Shui glanced at the options and ultimately decided on the lure rod, finding that the sea rods required too much patience. After spending most of the day aboard the boat, she was eager to stretch her limbs. She picked up the rod, inspected the spinning reel, which was more challenging to operate but offered better precision. The spinning reel was prone to tangling, making it unsuitable for beginners. Thankfully, Tang Shui had some prior experience. While she wouldn't call herself an expert, she was familiar with the basic operations. After familiarizing herself with the lure rod, she selected a minnow from the bait box and prepared to cast. With a deft motion, she launched the minnow into the water, achieving an impressive distance of 30 to 40 meters without much effort. Yang Chulu was surprised at her skill, especially since she had seemed apprehensive about being on the boat. Tang Shui, you're quite good, he complimented. In response, she playfully formed a heart shape with her hands. The lure rod danced in her grip, and the minnow bobbed along the surface, exhibiting remarkable agility. It was said that watching a girl fish was a delightful sight, her slender waist swaying gracefully, embodying the essence of a true lure goddess. Though Tang Shui demonstrated proficiency with the rod, Yang Chulu held no high hopes. Aware of the scarcity of resources in the vicinity, allowing her a moment to enjoy herself, he planned to resume their search for fish afterward. If all else failed, they could head toward the mangroves. Even if it meant consuming more fuel, it would yield better prospects than remaining in this unproductive spot. Wow, I've got a fish! Tang Shui exclaimed excitedly, startling Yang Chulu from his thoughts. A fish? Where? He inquired. It's right in front. Look, she urged, her excitement palpable. He followed the direction of her fishing rod, and though the glaring sunlight made it difficult to see clearly, the taut line indicated that a fish had indeed bitten. Tang Shui gripped the rod firmly, rhythmically reeling in the line with an air of confidence that suggested she was no novice. With practiced grace, she pulled up the rod and reeled in the line seamlessly. Yang Chulu observed that she was not straining too much, leading him to believe the fish was likely small. Otherwise, she would have struggled more. A few minutes later, she had reeled in a fish that floated, belly up, on the surface of the water. Without even using a net, Tang Shui triumphantly lifted the fish from the water. This fish looks somewhat familiar, she mused aloud. Yang Chulu, noticing her momentary confusion, explained. That's a minnow. I caught a larger one a while back. Oh, I remember now, Tang Shui said, her recollection sparked by his words. Yang Chulu assisted her in removing the fish from the hook, chuckling, at least we've finally caught something today. Tang Shui puffed out her chest proudly, declaring, So, what do you think, boss? Are you satisfied with your new recruit? Yes, quite, he replied. Hee, just a moment, let me continue. With newfound confidence from her catch, she resumed casting her rod. Yang Chulu refrained from stopping her. Catching fish was certainly a positive development, and he felt the urge to join in as well. He retrieved a rod from his bag, ready to occupy himself while they waited. He attached bait to his sea rod and settled into the boat, pulling out the compass for another look. As soon as he loosened the adjustment screw, the needle on the compass whirred to life, spinning rapidly. What was happening? He noticed small red dots appearing on the reflective surface, and they were multiplying. Could it be that they had stumbled upon a school of fish? Yang Chulu felt a surge of excitement at the thought. I've got one. It's a big one, Tang Shui shouted from the stern, her voice even louder than before. Yang Chulu noticed her unsteady stance and quickly tucked the compass into his jacket, rushing over to take the rod from her. Let me handle it. Be careful on your feet. Yes, you too, she replied. The boat felt cramped, and as she stepped back, he watched the spinning reel release line at a startling pace. Seizing the moment the reel loosened, Yang Chulu adjusted his stance. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 meters of line had been released, and more than half of the reel's line had vanished. Yang Chulu steadied his breath, adopting a semi-squat position. And with determination, he lifted the rod upward, the rod creaking under the strain. Chapter 43. The sea wolf fish with a resounding crack and a splash. Yang Chulu exerted a forceful tug on the rod, causing the small boat beneath him to tilt precariously. He stumbled forward, barely managing to maintain his balance. Be careful. Tang Shui swiftly reached out and pulled him back from the brink of falling. Are you all right? I'm fine, thank you. Although the moment had been tense, Yang Chulu was now wary of confronting the fish head-on. It wasn't a matter of strength. Rather, the boat was too small to provide a stable footing. Beneath the surface, the fish was desperately attempting to break free, and the reel spun faster than before. This was not a sustainable approach. Yang Chulu attempted to lift the rod and reel in the line, but even a slight increase in force caused the boat to sway violently, rendering him incapable of exerting his full strength. Tang Shui moved to the other side of the boat to enhance its stability. All right, she complied, shifting her position and assisting in moving the net and other equipment aside. Remarkably, her presence did indeed stabilize the boat, preventing it from taking on water. Yang Chulu braced his knee against the edge of the boat, gripping the handle of the reel tightly. He lifted the rod sharply, leaning back with all his weight. Come on, he shouted with fervor, his neck veins bulging and his face reddening like a ripe fruit. After several vigorous pulls, he finally managed to steady the reel, though he had only regained a few meters of line. Breathing heavily, he focused on regulating his breath, determined not to let the fish dictate the rhythm. After a brief respite, he engaged in another round of this tug-of-war. Tang Shui, watching anxiously and feeling powerless, could only cheer him on. Keep going. You can do it. Surprisingly, her encouragement began to yield results. Yang Chulu fell into sync with her cadence, lifting the rod in time with her shouts. Although the speed did not increase significantly, the line was steadily reeled in. After nearly 20 minutes, he had retrieved more than half of the 100 meters initially cast. His arms felt as though they were filled with lead, and his wrists ached terribly. The sweat had drenched the veil on his face, and his throat felt parched. I can't go on. I need a moment to breathe. Yang Chulu prepared to place the rod into the fishing hole, his legs trembling uncontrollably. If he continued, he feared he might drop the rod entirely. Noticing his exhaustion, Tang Shui suggested, Yang Chulu, come stabilize the boat. I'll help you reel it in. Can you manage? Of course. All right. Just be careful. Don't overexert yourself. I know. They swapped positions, and once Yang Chulu sat down, he felt his body relax. However, he remained concerned for Tang Shui, keeping his attention firmly on her. Tang Shui took the rod, not yanking it as vigorously as he had, but instead employing a steady dragging technique. This approach was slower but demanded less energy. After alternating several turns, the large fish gradually began to surface. Yang Chulu caught a glimpse of a dark shadow gliding on the water's surface, its head shaking vigorously, and estimated it to be over a meter long. Tang Shui, possessing sharper vision, spotted the fish as it emerged and could hardly contain her excitement. Her cheeks dimpled with delight. Yang Chulu, what kind of fish is that? It's enormous. Never mind what type it is. Grab the net, quickly. Okay. Tang Shui, a bit flustered and overwhelmed with excitement at having caught such a large fish for the first time, gripped the net tightly, her eyes wide with anticipation. Yang Chulu turned the handle forcefully a couple of times, drawing the fish closer. As they neared the right distance, Tang Shui decisively plunged the net into the water, aiming for the fish's head, and with a swift motion, she reached out. Splash! The moment the net made contact with the large fish, it abruptly thrashed, its tail slapping the water's surface with a force that soaked both of them. Ugh! They were drenched, as though caught in a torrential downpour. Tang Shui was nearly pulled over the edge of the boat by the net, yet she clung tightly to the handle. The net was too small to contain the fish, only managing to encompass half of its body while the tail remained exposed. Yang Chulu inserted the rod into the fishing hole and, without hesitation, grasped the fish's tail with both hands. On the count of 3, we pull together. Okay. Tang Shui nodded, her eyes stinging from the splashes of seawater. 1, 2, 3. Now. They coordinated their efforts, and at the end of the countdown, they exerted their strength in unison. With a resounding thud, the large fish was pulled into the boat's cabin. Yang Chulu released his grip and slumped against the edge, removing his veil and hat. I'm exhausted. Tang Shui, equally breathless, wiped her face, grimacing at the salty taste of the seawater. Yang Chulu, what type of fish is this? In his eagerness to catch it, Yang Chulu had not examined it closely. He estimated the fish to be about 1.5 meters long, with a slender shape and a notably large jaw. Its mouth sharp with protruding fangs reminiscent of a wolf's, which was rather intimidating. Along its back were 5 spines on one side, and 1 spine accompanied by 9 radiating lines on the other, with distinct horizontal stripes across its body. It's a sea wolf. Indeed, it's definitely a sea wolf fish, Yang Chulu affirmed after a thorough inspection. Upon hearing the name, Tang Shui's eyes sparkled as she seemed to recall something. Oh, I remember. This is a type of pike, right? It sounds particularly fierce. She had recently come across this information and had a vague recollection. Yang Chulu nodded, confirming, correct. It belongs to the pike family and is typically found near coastal rocky areas. This fish must be quite valuable considering its size. I'm not entirely sure, but I can make a call later to find out. We can split the proceeds. Tang Shui waved her hand dismissively. No, I'm just here for fun. I didn't come here expecting to split anything. That won't do. Without your help, I certainly wouldn't have managed to reel this fish in today. To put it accurately, I was fishing, and you merely borrowed the rod. Let us forget it. If you really want to compensate me, save it for next time. I have weekends free. I could come help you then. Sure, that sounds good. Yang Chulu readily agreed, knowing that an extra set of hands would ease his burden. As they discussed their plans, they glanced at the massive sea wolf fish occupying the entire boat cabin, contemplating how they could ensure its survival. Typically, when a sea fish is brought out of the water, its swim bladder rapidly expands and may even burst, leading to a swift demise. Chapter 44. Discovering a small island at sea. The sea wolf fish is considered a mid-level fish species, and it should quickly adapt once out of the water. However, he worried that the boat was too small and lacked sufficient space. The vessel was already laden with numerous items, and while the weight of the sea wolf fish, dozens of pounds, was manageable, the necessity of adding water for its care posed a significant concern. Yang Chulu, it seems like it has stopped moving, Tang Shui remarked as she nudged it with her foot, only to discover it was completely still. Its eyes reddened. I'll take a look, Yang Chulu said, retrieving the net and gently prodding it with the wooden handle, confirming it was indeed motionless. Could it be dead? He lifted the fish's head and shook it slightly. To his surprise, the fish stared back at him, its mouth agape, seemingly unaware of its predicament. It might have died after all the commotion. Yang Chulu placed it down, feeling a twinge of regret. He hadn't anticipated it would perish so easily. The price differential between live and dead fish was considerable, and this loss would result in a significant monetary setback. Upon realizing the fish was dead, Tang Shui crouched down to curiously touch it, having refrained from approaching while it was alive. Given the circumstances, we must process it right away. Otherwise, it will spoil by the time we get home. He had specially brought along a large foam box and several bottles of frozen mineral water, anticipating the possibility of a fish dying for preservation. Yang Chulu retrieved 2 small knives from the toolbox at the front of the boat, their blades glinting in the sunlight. Tang Shui, could you help me bring out the foam box? It has ice cubes inside, and we need to add some water. Sure, she replied. Yang Chulu stowed the fishing rod to clear space, placing a plastic bag beneath the fish to prevent any internal fluids from contaminating the boat. With summer's high temperatures, failing to clean up promptly could lead to maggots within days. Once the bag was in place, Yang Chulu carefully made a straight incision along the fish's belly. Tang Shui, observing the exposed entrails, grimaced, feeling somewhat uneasy. Having never dared to kill a chicken in her youth, she was particularly sensitive to blood, which always made her skin crawl. This was Yang Chulu's first time processing such a large fish, and he proceeded cautiously, mindful not to rupture the fish's gallbladder. He recalled his early days in the kitchen when the stingy boss had the staff take turns killing fish to save money. Most of the kitchen crew could cook decently, but had never handled fish, resulting in a third of the gallbladders being broken. The customers who encountered bitter fish were given their meals for free, leading to significant fines for the establishment. With careful diligence, Yang Chulu extracted the fish's innards, relieved to find the gallbladder intact. Truly, large fish come with considerable entrails, weighing several pounds. As he neared completion, Tang Shui brought him a small bucket of water. Yang Chulu rinsed the fish, But yet another dilemma arose. The phone box was too small to accommodate it, and placing it directly in the cabin was impractical. Yang Chulu. Why not chop it into several pieces? If necessary, you could even sell it at the market, Tang Shui suggested. Yes, that seems like the only option. As a trained chef, Yang Chulu was adept at fish disassembly, which posed no challenge for him. He meticulously divided the fish into sections, the head, midsection, belly, and tail, making it more marketable, as different parts commanded varying prices, perhaps even more profitable than selling it live. Once processed, he placed each portion into separate plastic bags and then into the foam box filled with ice. The single fish filled the box to capacity, nearly preventing the lid from closing. After confirming everything was secure, he placed a wooden board over it. Although the high temperatures caused the ice to melt quickly, it should suffice until evening. Glancing at the time, he noted it was nearing 10 o'clock, an hour and a half spent on a single fish. As the temperature on the sea rose, even the breeze felt like fire. Concerned that it might be too much for Tang Shui on her first outing, he asked, "How are you holding up? Shall we find a place to rest?" Wiping the sweat from her brow, Tang Shui replied, "I'm fine. It's still early. How about we fish a bit longer before heading to the island over there to take a break?" "What island?" "Right over there. You might not have noticed it while navigating the boat earlier." Yang Chulu followed her pointing finger and indeed spotted a small, green, hill-like reef, seemingly adorned with trees. "All right, let us fish a little longer." They resumed fishing, but the bait on Yang Chulu's rod had been consumed. After rebaiting, he cast the line again, discarding the fish entrails overboard as effective bait. Tang Shui, witnessing the use of entrails to attract fish, felt her stomach churn, believing it to be no different from the maggots she despised. Unbeknownst to Yang Chulu, had she realized that the octopus they consumed days prior had been lured by such bait, her reaction would likely have been quite dramatic. After fishing for over an hour, they had caught another 10 fish, though none were particularly large, the heaviest merely over 2 pounds. It seemed the fish in the waters had been frightened away by the earlier sea wolf fish, and the red dots on the compass's reflective surface had nearly vanished. At 11:30, the pair could no longer endure the relentless sun, feeling as if their backs might peel. After discussing it, Tang Shui reeled in her rod, and Yang Chulu steered the boat toward the nearby reef. He had visited this area before, but had never noticed such a lovely spot. Before long, he anchored the boat near the rocky area, where he spotted 2 individuals clad in swimwear, a man and a woman. The slope of the reef was rather steep, preventing the boat from docking completely. At this distance, stepping ashore would surely result in wet shoes. Yang Chulu decided to remove his shoes and tied the rope to a tree on the rocks. Tang Shui, seeing him wade barefoot, expressed her concern, "Be careful. The rocks may have seaweed and could be slippery." "I'm fine," he assured her, taking 2 steps onto the rocks, which were scorching under the sun. After securing the rope, he turned back to find Tang Shui still crouched at the boat's bow. He returned to gather the food, suggesting, "How about I carry you over? The water is particularly hot." After a moment of hesitation, she nodded in agreement. Yang Chulu lifted her onto his back, and Tang Shui, perhaps feeling a bit nervous, tightly wrapped her arms around his neck. "Yang Chulu, take it slow." "Of course." Upon reaching the rocky area, they settled in a shaded spot beneath a tree. Yang Chulu surveyed their surroundings and noted the litter scattered across the rocks, evidence of frequent visitors. Casually, he noticed a used rubber item beneath a nearby tree. Wondering who had left it behind, clearly, someone had indulged in some playful activities. The 2 individuals in swimwear glanced at them as they arrived, exchanged smiles, and continued their activities undisturbed. Yang Chulu arranged the food, including steamed buns. The dishes had warmed in the sun, making them just right for consumption. Chapter 45. A hearty stew of potatoes and meat. Yang Chulu prepared a box of potato stew last night, never anticipating that Tang Shui would indeed come by today. With an extra person, they decided to share the meal. There was more than enough, though they only had 1 pair of chopsticks. Yang Chulu handed the chopsticks to Tang Shui, saying, "I didn't know you would come, so I didn't prepare much. Let's make do with this." Tang Shui gazed at the stew, swallowing hard. After fishing all morning, she was quite hungry, having skipped breakfast. "You eat first, I'll manage with a bun." Yang Chulu, aware of her reluctance, promptly pressed the chopsticks into her hand. "Go ahead, eat. It's not like there's a shortage." "What about you?" she asked. "You eat first." "Don't mind me," he insisted. Tang Shui rolled her eyes and broke 1 chopstick in half, offering him a piece. "See, this works just fine." Yang Chulu, holding his half of the chopsticks, smiled and gave her a thumbs up. Teacher Tang, clever as always. The 2, each with a chopstick, began to eat from the box. The chopsticks were rather short, and Tang Shui found it difficult to pick up the tender potatoes. "Look, like this, gently push it to the side. Then scoop it up with the bun to avoid breaking it," Yang Chulu demonstrated. Tang Shui replied, trying it out with success. Their meal was quite entertaining. Tang Shui mostly ate potatoes, while Yang Chulu devoured the meat. After just a few bites, Yang Chulu choked on a bun, rolling his eyes in discomfort. Slow down. Drink some water, Tang Shui chuckled, handing him a bottle. After gulping half the bottle, he felt somewhat relieved. Perhaps it was genuine hunger. Before long, the entire box was empty, and Yang Chulu had consumed 3 of the 4 buns. Satisfied, Tang Shui eagerly began tidying up. Perhaps this was the most special meal she had ever had. The flavors were delightful. After the meal, Yang Chulu glanced at the time. It was only noon, and they still had over an hour to relax before starting their work, as it was the hottest part of the day. Once Tang Shui finished cleaning up, she curiously observed the divers nearby. She had always dreamed of wearing a swimsuit and diving to the ocean floor to encounter marine life up close. Each visit to the aquarium made her envious of the staff members. Noticing her rapt attention, Yang Chulu asked, "Do you enjoy diving?" Tang Shui nodded eagerly, "Yes, but I don't know how. It's actually quite simple. Next time, if the opportunity arises, I'll take you diving. However, it's best to go in designated areas. Free diving can be dangerous without experience." "I understand. You're referring to jellyfish and other potential hazards, right?" She replied. "Exactly. Each year, numerous individuals lose their lives while diving, with free diving accounting for 90% of those incidents." After resting for about half an hour, Yang Chulu felt restless. "Tang Shui, stay here a bit longer. I'll take the boat to explore the surroundings and come back to get you." "I'll go with you for safety," she suggested. "No need. It's too hot right now, and I'm not fishing. I'll see if I can drop the trap." "All right, just leave one fishing rod for me. And do keep safe," she agreed. Yang Chulu stepped onto the boat barefoot, the metal burning his feet, and he danced around in discomfort. Tang Shui couldn't help but laugh at his silly antics. Once the boat was started, he adjusted the front and began searching the area, unwilling to leave empty-handed. After departing from the reef zone, he took out his compass to locate fish. It was unlikely he would go home without a single catch. As soon as he brought out the compass, the needle began to spin, and red dots appeared on the reflective surface, indicating he was right on target. "Could this be my lucky day?" he mused, shaking the compass again, but the small dots remained unchanged in position. Seizing the moment, he decided to drop a gill net, as casting a net was always a wise choice. In a short time, he had laid out a 100-meter gill net from east to west. With the net in place, he noticed several red dots surrounding him on the reflective surface, albeit scattered and not too concentrated. After some thought, he decided to drop the traps as well, as the afternoon was short, and if he searched again, it might be dark before he returned. Once he had made up his mind, he stuffed the bait he had prepared into the traps and cast them according to the compass's direction. He spent over an hour busying himself, placing dozens of crab traps and eel traps into the water. After finishing, he was drenched in sweat and feeling a bit lightheaded. He opened a bottle of mineral water, drank half, and poured the rest over his head. Refreshing. After washing his face, Yang Chulu felt much more alert. While he felt better, the fish in the cabin were listless, with one already belly up. Testing the water temperature, he found it so warm it was almost suitable for a bath. He had been careless, so focused on setting the nets, he had forgotten to change the water. If he let it continue like this, there wouldn't be a single fish alive in an hour. After replacing the water, the previously lethargic fish suddenly sprang back to life, a remarkable transformation. With the fish taken care of, he turned back to fetch Tang Shui. Approaching the reef area, he spotted Tang Shui standing there, repeatedly tugging on her fishing rod. Had she hooked another fish? As he drew closer, he slowed the boat to approach the reef carefully. With a splash, a golden fish broke the surface as Tang Shui pulled it up. Yang Chulu's eyes widened in astonishment. It was a large yellow croaker. What incredible luck! Seeing him return, Tang Shui flashed a bright smile, her white teeth gleaming, while still working with her rod. Yang Chulu grabbed a bucket from the boat, having forgotten it in his haste earlier. Arriving at Tang Shui's side and observing the fish weighing about a pound, he could not help but praise, "Teacher Tang, you are impressive." "Indeed, but look over there." She pointed to a rocky area shaded by trees, where 5 or 6 more fish were visible in a crevice. Yang Chulu was truly amazed. He had underestimated her abilities before, making it feel as though he had slapped his own face. "Teacher Tang, you're extraordinary, hiding your talents." Genuinely impressed, he filled the bucket with water and placed the fish inside. Tang Shui unhooked the yellow croaker she had just caught, though it had already expired. This type of fish dies shortly after being out of water. Yang Chulu returned the fish to the cabin and learned that Tang Shui had been fishing since he left. And had she not lost a few on the way, she would have had even more. After gathering everything, he lifted Tang Shui onto the boat, and the two departed from the reef area. Watching them leave, Two divers in the reef area noted with envy. Look how considerate he is. Carrying his girlfriend on and off the boat. Just look at you. Chapter 46. Photography. Meanwhile, Yang Chulu and Tang Shui approached the vicinity of the cage, and the boat came to a halt. Tang Shui raised her eyes to survey the surroundings and noticed a line of foam floats drifting not far away. She remarked, Yang Chulu, those must be the cages from the boat earlier, right? Yes, they've only been submerged for a short while. We can retrieve them in 2 hours, he replied. Oh, could you do me a favor? She asked. Sure, what is it? Tang Shui pulled out her pink phone and handed it to Yang Chulu, saying, Please take a few pictures for me. This is my first time at sea, and I need to commemorate it. Yang Chulu accepted the phone with a smile, saying, Why didn't we take a photo with the big fish earlier? That would have been quite memorable. Forget it. It was too ugly, she replied. If only the wolf fish could hear that, it might bite her. Yang Chulu took the phone, having some experience with photography from his school days, where he had taken numerous sticker photos. To him, taking pictures was simply about striking a pose with peace signs or making a thumbs up, a formula that never changed. As Tang Shui sat at the bow of the boat, bending down to untie her shoelaces, Yang Chulu quickly intervened, saying, Tang Shui, you need professional equipment for diving. It's dangerous to go in like that. What are you thinking? When did I say I wanted to dive? Tang Shui rolled her eyes in exasperation. Why would I untie my shoelaces if I'm not diving? For taking pictures, she replied, already having removed her shoes, revealing her delicate and elegant feet. She then turned and sat on the edge of the boat, dipping her feet into the water, playfully splashing about, resembling a village girl at first glance. Yang Chulu found himself momentarily entranced, wondering if it was really necessary to be so formal for a photo shoot. Seeing him standing still, Tang Shui waved her hand in front of his eyes, saying, What are you waiting for? Take the picture. It's too hot on the boat to sit for long. Oh, right. I'm on it. He quickly retrieved the phone, opened the camera app, and prepared to press the shutter button. Noticing his stiff posture, Tang Shui felt a pang of regret, thinking it would have been better to take a selfie yourself. Yang Chulu, could you be a bit more professional and find a better angle? Yang Chulu chuckled awkwardly, realizing his oversight. My bad. Let me adjust the angle. He stepped back a couple of paces, leaning over the edge of the boat, angling the phone at 45 degrees towards Tang Shui. In the video, she appeared tall and slender, her skin a flawless porcelain hue, needing no beauty filters. All right, hold that pose, don't move. Yes, very good, keep it steady. The sound of the shutter clicked as Yang Chulu snapped dozens of photos in succession. Tang Shui cooperated, continuously striking various poses. They lost track of time, playing for nearly an hour, resulting in at least hundreds of photos. Yang Chulu's wrist began to ache, realizing that this was as demanding as fishing. He now understood the challenges faced by wedding photographers. As Tang Shui reviewed the photos on her phone, her brows furrowed and then relaxed, despite her long legs. The photos made her appear as if she were only 5 feet tall. My face looks off. Why does it seem puffy? And my chin looks doubled. How did that happen? The initial dozens of pictures were nearly unusable, with only a few later showing some promise. While Yang Chulu patiently waited by her side, Tang Shui scanned through the images, feeling frustrated but also reluctant to critique his efforts. Yang Chulu, would you like me to take a few of you? She offered. Do I look like someone who can take a good photo right now? Yang Chulu's clothes were stained from handling the wolf fish, and upon closer inspection, fish scales clung to them. Don't worry, I'll use a filter. It won't show, she reassured him. Forget it. Even with a filter, it won't help. I have a fear of being photographed. All right then, Yang Chulu insisted, and Tang Shui chose not to press further. They spent a while longer on the boat, setting up the fishing rods again, but luck was not on their side, and they failed to catch a single large fish. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Yang Chulu gathered the rods, intending to retrieve the net before collecting the cages. The boat halted at the edge of the gill net, and he donned gloves to prepare for hauling it in. Tang Shui also put on her gloves and asked, What do you need me to do? I'll pull up the net, and if there are fish, you can help me untangle them. Got it, she replied eagerly. As Yang Chulu began to haul up the net, a splash of water followed. Are there any fish? Tang Shui asked excitedly from behind. He examined the net, noting that apart from a clump of seaweed, no fish were visible. Not yet. The net is 100 meters long, so there's no rush. Continuing to pull, Yang Chulu sensed a change in the weight of the net after dragging it up a dozen meters. There is something here. Drawing from his experience, he didn't rush, but instead slowly dragged it to the side of the boat before heaving it up sharply. With a splash, the fish were tossed into the boat, wriggling energetically, attempting to escape their confinement. Tang Shui's face lit up with joy, exclaiming, Wow, we caught 2 fish at once. Yang Chulu shrugged. This is nothing. On a good day, one net can catch hundreds, like a bunch of grapes. Do we need to untangle them now? She asked. Yes. Be careful not to remove the scales, he advised. All right, I'll give it a try. Although they had only caught 2 relatively insignificant black bream, it was a promising start. Working in tandem, one retrieved the net while the other untangled the fish. Wow, look, there are more fish. Tang Shui exclaimed. Over there, hurry and pull the net. I think there is some movement here too. Let me help you. She was thrilled by the unexpected excitement of pulling up the gill net. Together, they hoisted the 100-meter net, and fortune smiled upon them. Although the larger fish were scarce, they did manage to catch a considerable number of sardines, octopuses, and mackerel. The haul weighed at least 20 to 30 pounds, making their efforts worthwhile. Initially, Tang Shui found untangling 1 or 2 fish entertaining. But her enthusiasm waned after dealing with a dozen. This was to be expected, as untangling fish was indeed a tedious task, especially with the smaller catches today, which tested one's patience. Once the net was secured, Yang Chulu joined her in untangling the fish, deciding they could wait for the cages, as there was no immediate hurry. Noticing Yang Chulu's speed in untangling the fish was twice as fast as hers, Tang Shui curiously inquired, "How do you untangle them so quickly? I can't seem to keep up." With a chuckle, Yang Chulu tossed a sardine into the bucket and replied, "Practice makes perfect. You need to first remove the head and then just pull it off." Oh, I see. Chapter 47. Dinner invitation. The two spent over half an hour meticulously removing all the fish from the gill nets. By this time, the sun was nearing the horizon, and Yang Chulu, disregarding his fatigue, steered the boat to retrieve the traps. Tang Shui assisted in tidying up the cabin, where a mound of gill nets and fish nearly filled the entire space. Upon reaching the site of the traps, Yang Chulu discovered a nylon rope and effortlessly hoisted it up, finding this method far more convenient than dealing with the nets. Well, our luck seems to be shining. We struck gold right away, he remarked. Tang Shui leaned over to peek into the trap, spotting 2 crabs aggressively brandishing their large claws. What magnificent blue crabs! They must be delectable, she exclaimed, noticing that one of them weighed at least a pound. Tang Shui had no particular hobbies, except for her love of seafood, and crabs were her absolute favorite. Seeing her eyes sparkle with excitement, Yang Chulu chuckled, "You adore crabs, don't you?" "Indeed," she replied. "Well then, I'll prepare 2 for you when we return," he said. Tang Shui shook her head, jesting that since they had labored so hard to catch them, they might as well sell them. Yang Chulu smiled silently and continued to haul up the remaining traps. After collecting dozens of traps, he assessed their haul, at least 20 to 30 crabs, 7 or 8 lobsters, and a few clams and octopuses among other small seafood. Strangely, there were no eels to be found, likely due to the deeper waters in the area. Once everything was on board, he inspected the traps and noted that, aside from one missing crab trap, there were no significant losses. Yang Chulu gathered the shrimp and crabs together. The sun had set, leaving no time for delays, and he set the boat in motion towards home. Sailing in the evening was the most pleasant part of the day, with a bountiful catch, a gentle sea breeze, and a heart brimming with joy. As Yang Chulu navigated the boat, he engaged in pleasant conversation with Tang Shui, grateful for her company, which alleviated the previous monotony of solitude. Before long, they approached Qingdao, where the dock was now visible. He reduced the boat's speed and maneuvered into a vacant spot. After the busy farming season, more boats had begun to set sail. Once docked, Tang Shui stepped off the boat and stretched, relieving her stiff muscles after a long day. Yang Chulu followed her ashore, where the dock was bustling with activity. "Liu Zai, back from the sea," someone called out. "Yes, uncle, are you heading out?" He responded. "Just finished with the field work, trying to earn a little pocket money," the man replied. "Hello, teacher Tang. Enjoying yourself?" "Hello, auntie," Tang Shui greeted back. After exchanging pleasantries with the locals, Yang Chulu pushed the cart over and said, "Tang Shui, you should head back now. You've had a long day." "No need. I'll help you with all this. There is quite a bit," she insisted. "You should rest and take a shower. I'll treat you to a lavish dinner later," he urged. "Don't worry about me. I have a lot to do. I'll be on my way," she replied. "All right, take care," Yang Chulu said as she departed. Once Tang Shui left, Yang Chulu gazed at the mountain of catch he had amassed and sighed, diving back into his work. He toiled alone for over an hour, organizing the hull and cleaning the boat. After completing these tasks, he returned home, took a refreshing shower, and noted that it was nearly 7 o'clock. Having spent the entire day working alongside Tang Shui, he felt compelled to show his appreciation. He selected 2 large crabs, a lobster, and some clams for dinner. Despite having caught seafood for so long, he had never savored the taste, mainly due to reluctance. Today, he decided to break that habit and indulge in the flavors of the sea. Yang Chulu chose the seafood and called Tang Shui, inviting her to dinner at his home. Initially reluctant, she protested that it was too much trouble at night. However, After his persistent invitation, she begrudgingly agreed. After hanging up, Yang Chulu hurried into the kitchen with the crabs and lobster. He planned to prepare the crabs as spicy crab. Recalling how much Tang Shui enjoyed it during the welcome feast, while the lobster would be steamed with garlic and vermicelli, with the main dishes arranged. He soaked the clams in water with a splash of oil to help them expel any sand. As the clams prepared, Yang Chulu donned his apron, ready to process the seafood. As he brought the knife close to the crab, its formidable claws clamped down on the blade, producing a sharp screech. Yang Chulu lifted the knife. The crab remained steadfastly grasping. Quite strong, he noted. In no time, he skillfully dismantled the feisty crab. The quality of the freshly caught crabs was remarkable, with succulent meat, plenty of crab roe, and rich crab paste. After processing the crabs, preparing the lobster was relatively simple. He separated the head from the tail and removed the intestinal tract and gills. With everything ready, he instinctively wiped his hands on the apron and prepared to light the stove. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from the door. "Come in," he called. The door creaked open, revealing Tang Shui, who entered with several items in hand. Yang Chulu quickly stepped forward to greet her. "You're here. Come in." Once inside, Tang Shui set down her belongings, having only purchased some fruit from the local shop. "I invited you for dinner. Why did you bring things?" he asked. "It's nothing." "Do you need any help?" she replied. "No, you sit and relax. Dinner will be ready shortly," he assured her, turning on the fan and moving chairs around. Since there weren't many guests at his home, he was eager to accommodate her. "Don't trouble yourself. I can manage," Tang Shui said, feeling a bit guilty as she watched him scurry about. With her belongings settled, Yang Chulu dashed back to the kitchen, as time was of the essence with guests arriving. Alone in the living room, Tang Shui curiously observed her surroundings. The home was unremarkable, adorned only with simple furnishings. "Oh, is that a family portrait?" she mused, noticing a large photo hanging in the corner. Approaching it, she realized it wasn't a family photo, but rather a plaque reading, "Special Contributors of Qingdao, Remembering Brilliance." Each person in the photo wore a red flower on their chest, yet they appeared somewhat unnatural, as though edited in. She recalled seeing similar photographs at the village chief's home and had always been intrigued. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Chulu emerged from the kitchen, carrying a steaming plate of stir-fried clams. "Dinner is ready," he announced, placing the dish on the table. Noticing Tang Shui lost in thought while staring at the photograph, he asked, "What is on your mind?" Tang Shui pointed at the picture, inquiring, "Could you tell me what this photo signifies? I've seen it at the village chief's place as well." Upon hearing the mention of the photograph, Yang Chulu's expression dimmed momentarily before quickly returning to normal. "Oh, that's a long story. I still have 2 dishes in the pot. I'll explain after they're ready." "All right, let me help you," she offered. "No need. The kitchen is filled with smoke. It'll be ready shortly," he replied. Chapter 48. The Seafood Feast. Yang Chulu returned to the kitchen, standing by the stove in a daze, his eyes slightly misty. At some point, Tang Shui had come over. "Chef, I'm here to learn some skills." "Oh, certainly," he replied, hastily wiping away the moisture from the corners of his eyes and turning to force a smile. "Why are your eyes so red?" "Oh, I accidentally got some chili in my eyes while chopping. It's nothing." "Well, you should be more careful." Tang Shui accepted his explanation without further thought, and Yang Chulu let out a quiet sigh of relief. After a while of bustling about, the last 2 dishes were finally completed. As the fragrant spicy crab was served, Tang Shui couldn't resist taking a crab leg to taste. This is delicious." "Yang Chulu, were you a professional chef before?" "Well, let us wash our hands and eat," Yang Chulu said, setting the dishes on the table. Realizing there were no drinks at home, he thought, such hearty dishes deserve a proper accompaniment. While Tang Shui washed her hands, he quickly dashed to the convenience store and picked up 2 bottles of drinks, 1 coconut milk and 1 orange juice. Upon returning home, he found Tang Shui still standing at the door. "Please, have a seat. The food will get cold." Yang Chulu entered, panting, and placed the drinks on the table. Tang Shui sat down and took a couple of photos of the spread, posting them to her social media before diving into the meal. Yang Chulu poured her a drink and encouraged, "Come, let us eat quickly." The 2 of them indulged in the feast. After a few bites, Yang Chulu lifted his glass. "Thank you for today." Tang Shui raised her glass to clink with his. "No need to be polite, after all. We have a seafood feast to enjoy. Cheers." They downed their drinks and refilled their glasses. After a while, Tang Shui set down her chopsticks. "Can you tell me about the photos? I'm really curious." Yang Chulu nodded gently. "There's not much to say. The people in those photos sacrificed themselves for the village's development, so the village chief had a group photo taken to ensure that future generations remember them." "Oh right. I've been here for a while, but haven't seen your uncle and aunt." As soon as he mentioned his parents, Yang Chulu's voice caught in his throat. The word parents felt distant and hazy in his memory. Sensing something was off, Tang Shui gently asked, "Are you okay?" Yang Chulu composed himself. "The first two in the photo are them. They died 3 years ago while transporting materials by boat to bring electricity to the island." After hearing the story, Tang Shui felt a mix of guilt and sympathy. She opened her mouth to comfort him, but found herself at a loss for words. The room fell silent, and an inexplicable awkwardness enveloped them. After an indeterminate time, Yang Chulu emerged from his sorrow, raising his glass. "Let us not dwell on the past. Today is a joyful occasion. Look at all the bounty we've brought back." Seeing him smile, Tang Shui inwardly chided herself for her earlier inquiries and raised her glass. "Here's to you. May every day ahead be fruitful." "Thank you." Following that brief interlude, the atmosphere in the room lightened with laughter. Tang Shui chatted more than before, recounting amusing tales from her past to shift the topic. Their meal lasted nearly 2 hours, and after they finished eating, Tang Shui helped him tidy up. Once satiated, Yang Chulu accompanied Tang Shui back to her dormitory. On their way back, they encountered the village chief sitting alone on a grinding stone by the roadside. Lost in thought as he gazed at the village, Yang Chulu slowed his pace and greeted him. "Uncle, why are you still awake at this hour?" The village chief turned at the sound. "Ah, it's you, Liuzi. Haven't slept yet? Did you go out to sea again?" "Yes." "Sit and chat with me." "All right." Yang Chulu brushed the dust off the grinding stone and leaped onto it. This stone had been there for years. He remembered standing on it as a child, competing with his peers to see who could urinate the farthest. Now, it felt like a distant memory. The village chief, seeing him sit down, pulled out a cigarette and offered him one. "Have a smoke." "Uncle, I don't smoke. You're just like your father in that regard." The village chief lit a cigarette for himself, took a deep drag, and exhaled with satisfaction. "Liuzi, have you come to terms with what happened 3 years ago?" "Yes, uncle. Each person has their own fate." Yang Chulu lowered his head, tracing circles on the stone, appearing distracted. The village chief patted his head and pointed towards the village. "Liuzi, look at the village. I've watched you grow up. I know you've carried the burden of your parents' fate. But do you truly wish to spend your life fishing like this? Fishing is good. It's much better than working a regular job. It's tiring. But I have my freedom." "Nonsense." The village chief stood up from the stone, exasperated. "Do you think your parents would be proud of you? They sacrificed everything for Qingdao. And look at you now. Is our generation's effort for ourselves?" Yang Chulu felt anger rising within him, standing up and shouting, "They were them, and I am me. 3 years have passed. Just look outside. Look at how everything has changed, yet here it remains dilapidated. What is the point of trying?" The village chief trembled with rage, his hand raised but hesitating to strike. Sigh. All the anger, resentment, and mixed emotions ultimately transformed into a gentle sigh. In that moment, the village chief appeared significantly aged. No longer the dapper figure in a Zhongshan suit, but an ordinary old man. "Liuzi, I'm nearing retirement. Your father was my most esteemed student, and his wish was to enrich the village and help the people of Qingdao move forward. As for you, you have a point. We cannot impose our burdens on you. Just live your own life well." Yang Chulu looked at the village chief, who was still laboring hard despite being over 50, and felt ripples of emotion stirring within him. He too wished to improve his hometown, but it was no easy task. "Uncle, what can I do?" After a long silence, Yang Chulu finally mustered the courage to ask. The village chief flicked away the cigarette, and crushed it underfoot. "Led everyone towards prosperity and work towards improving Qingdao." "Me." Yang Chulu thought he must have misheard. He had neither money nor status, and he was still trying to figure himself out, let alone lead the whole village to wealth. Chapter 49. The village chief's discourse. The village chief disregarded his skepticism. His words seemed to be directed at him, yet they also echoed within himself. "Qingdao is not just about you. Over the years, despite the unfavorable conditions here, no household has relocated." Yang Chulu could not deny this assertion. He had not heard of anyone moving away from Qingdao in all these years. The village chief had endeavored to attract investments, develop tourism, and even ventured into agricultural enterprises. Yet none of these initiatives bore fruit. After a while, their conversation drifted. The village chief did not expect much from him. He merely sought an outlet for the frustrations that had long been bottled up within. His generation was aging, and all their hopes were pinned on the younger generation. As night fell, the chief urged him to return home. Yang Chulu did not linger, making his way back in the dark. Under the moonlight, the village chief's slender silhouette sat atop a grinding stone, evoking an indescribable feeling within him. Once home, Yang Chulu lay in bed, unable to find sleep. Deeply affected by the village chief's words, he lifted the worn sheet from beneath his pillow and retrieved a yellowed photograph, prominently featuring a family portrait of 3. Gazing at the smiles of his parents, a genuine smile blossomed on his face. In that moment, he was devoid of any pretense, as he smiled. Tears flowed unbidden from the corners of his eyes, silently expressing his inner grievances. As he contemplated the photograph, he pulled out a small red booklet. If someone had been nearby, they would have recognized it as a savings book. Indeed, this was the compensation his parents had received upon their passing. Over the years, irrespective of hardship, he had never considered touching the money within, even a single cent. For others, it was currency. For him, it was a cherished memory. The village chief's words had awakened him to the realization that while going out to sea could yield some income, it was far from sufficient. Although he currently lacked the means to elevate them to prosperity or transform Qingdao overnight into his dream, he could strive to enrich himself first. Yang Chulu now possessed a golden compass. Though only he knew of its existence, utilizing it for business ventures would undoubtedly yield profits. After this period of experimentation, he felt confident in the compass's capabilities. Rather than languishing in a metal boat, he decided to take a risk. Speaking to the photograph, he murmured, "Father, Mother, if you were still here, you would surely support my endeavors." The only response was the gentle breeze and the fluttering curtains. Having come to a resolution, he carefully returned the photograph to its place and tucked the savings book away. The following day, Yang Chulu rose early. He intended to forego selling goods to Lao Yu and instead set up a stall at the market. Yesterday, he had caught a wolf fish. Selling a single frozen fish at the market would likely attract little attention. However, if he combined it with fresh fish and crabs, it might fare better. After washing up and skipping breakfast, he prepared his goods, taking the savings book with him. Upon arriving at the dock, Lao Yu spotted him from afar and began waving. "Xiaoyang, what do you have for me today?" Yang Chulu explained his situation. Having collaborated for so long, he knew Lao Yu to be a decent person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to sell the village's goods exclusively to him. Lao Yu grasped his intent and, far from being upset, handed him a business card, suggesting that if sales were slow at the market, he could try his friend's restaurant. Yang Chulu expressed his gratitude and borrowed an electronic scale from him before loading his goods onto the boat and heading to the market. It was crucial to arrive early. Otherwise, the prime spots would be taken by the elderly. As he approached the market, he called a tricycle driver to come pick him up. After nearly 50 minutes, he finally reached the market, though the better spots along the sides were already occupied. Given that he had a considerable amount of goods and the market was not overly crowded at that moment, the driver maneuvered the tricycle directly into the market. "Make way. Make way," he shouted as he navigated through. Upon finding a relatively open area, he parked the tricycle. "Brother, how was the service?" Yang Chulu gave him a thumbs up. "No complaints, 5-star rating." "Haha, don't butter me up. Remember, you owe me a ride back after selling your fish." "All right, just help me unload the goods." They worked together to unload the basins and the fish, shrimp, and crabs. Yang Chulu had no prior experience setting up a stall. He had merely observed others. Truthfully, he felt uncertain and worried that no one would buy, resulting in a loss of travel expenses. He organized the basins by type for easier accounting. The wolf fish was already filleted and placed directly in a basin. In his haste, he and T brought a table, seeing the abundance of his goods. Nearby vendors began to gather around. "Young man, where did you get so many fish?" "Caught them myself." "Doesn't look like it. You must be a fishmonger." A few elderly folks, seeing the quantity, stood by and offered their unsolicited opinions, some of which were rather unkind. Yang Chulu chose not to engage with them. After all, they say that competitors are often adversaries, and he didn't want to take it too seriously. At that moment, a tall, slender man wearing a black t-shirt and carrying a small bag approached. Noticing the crabs in the basin, he remarked, "Brother, these crabs look good. How about a trade?" Yang Chulu responded, "Sure, what price are you offering? You've got a mix of sizes here. They won't sell easily. I'll give you 70 for the lot." "Not selling." Yang Chulu replied without hesitation. Lao Yu at the dock had offered him a minimum of 100, so he found the man's offer laughable. The man shrugged, unfazed, and chuckled, "You're quite direct, young man. How about I add $5 more?" As he said this, he bent down to grab some crabs, displaying the demeanor of a seasoned trader. Yang Chulu interjected, "Sorry, sir, but you might want to check with someone else." The man, realizing the refusal, clapped his hands and remarked, "All right, young fellow, you've got guts," before walking away, flashing a smile that left Yang Chulu puzzled. As soon as he left, an elderly woman leaned in and whispered, "Young man, you're still too young." Yang Chulu was taken aback. "Auntie, what do you mean by that?" "Ah, just too young." Her incomplete statement left him at a loss. Noticing that it was still early and although vendors had arrived, there weren't many buyers yet, he decided to take the opportunity to grab some breakfast from a nearby stall. Upon returning with his food, he found 2 people gathered in front of his stall. He hurried over. "Hello, can I assist you? Everything is freshly caught." Chapter 50. Setting up a stall. Greetings, please pay the stall fee. Yang Chulu was somewhat bewildered. Was there a fee for setting up a stall? Unfamiliar with the market's regulations, he inquired, how much is it? You have quite a bit of merchandise. So let us say 50. The individual spoke, scribbling on a receipt before tearing it off and handing it to him. Hurry up, we are pressed for time. Yang Chulu was aware that fixed stalls required a fee, but he thought that for a temporary stall, it was unreasonable to demand such a sum up front, especially when he had yet to make any sales that morning. Nevertheless, being on someone else's turf, he replied politely, I apologize, but I just arrived and haven't opened for business yet. Please collect from others first, and I will pay you when you return. They exchanged glances and agreed to give him 10 minutes before returning for the money. Yang Chulu nodded in agreement. Not intending to evade payment, but wanting to observe how much others were paying, the two of them moved to the neighboring stall, where an elderly lady was settling her dues. Without waiting for them to speak, she produced a 5 yuan bill. They accepted the money in silence and proceeded to the next stall. Yang Chulu observed several transactions, noting that the most anyone paid was 10 yuan, with the majority offering just 5. The elderly lady, noticing their departure, called out to him, Young man, now you understand, don't you? The person who wanted to buy your crabs is the brother-in-law of one of them. You won't have peace setting up your stall here. Realizing the intricate dynamics at play, Yang Chulu grasped the complexities of operating a stall. Shortly thereafter, the two collectors returned for payment. Hey, you're the last one. Yang Chulu retrieved a 10 yuan note from his pocket and handed it over. One of them, seeing the 10 yuan note, frowned, his tone turning menacing, Young man, can't you read, or is my handwriting unclear? Take a good look at the receipt. This is the stall fee, take it or leave it. Yang Chulu was no pushover. There were limits to bullying. Sensing his defiance, the two moved to seize his goods. In a swift motion, Yang Chulu grabbed a nearby fish-cutting knife, eyes wide with determination as he warned, let us see who dares to make a move today. One of the men, startled by the sight of the knife, took a step back, stammering, What? What do you intend to do? Just then, a cacophony of honking interrupted. And looking up, Yang Chulu saw Lao Yu approaching, with Mingzi perched in the back of the vehicle. Mingzi, spotting Yang Chulu, leaped out before the vehicle had even come to a complete stop. 6. Uncle Lu. Mingzi, be careful, Lao Yu shouted from the driver's seat. Hurriedly parking the vehicle, Mingzi approached Yang Chulu, grinning at the sight of the knife. 6. Uncle Lu, are you going to slice watermelon? The collector snapped back to reality, aggressively pushing Mingzi aside. What kind of fool are you? Go play somewhere else. Upon hearing himself called a fool, Mingzi's eyes reddened, fist clenched tightly. With no warning, he swung a punch at the man behind him, muttering, Mingzi isn't a fool, you are. The man, caught off guard, fell to the ground, blood streaming from his nose. The second collector stood frozen in shock. Undeterred, Mingzi prepared to strike again. Yang Chulu rushed forward. Embracing him, Mingzi, it's all right, Uncle will buy you a watermelon. Hearing his voice, Mingzi gradually calmed down. At that moment, Lao Yu parked the vehicle and rushed over, concerned about the chaos. Since Mingzi was with him, he felt responsible for any trouble. What on earth happened? Lao Yu observed the disarray, puzzled. Hey Laoli, are you all right? Why are you on the ground? Get up. He helped the fallen man to his feet. And Yang Chulu recounted the events. Lao Yu, upon hearing just a few details, quickly understood that this was not Yang Chulu's fault. He was well versed in the market's intricacies from years of experience. Recognizing the culprits as familiar faces and realizing that one of them was a simpleton, he concluded that the matter would simply be brushed aside. They would have to take it as a lesson learned. The issue of unauthorized stall fees could escalate, and causing a scene would benefit no one, especially since they were merely employees. In the end, Yang Chulu only paid 5 yuan. As the crowd dispersed, Lao Yu reminded him, Yang, my shop is just inside. Call me if you need anything. Okay, thank you, Yang Chulu replied. All right, then, I'll be busy. Lao Yu took Mingzi with him, only agreeing to buy him a watermelon to keep him from lingering. Yang Chulu organized his goods as more customers began to flow into the market. The elderly patrons who had previously scrutinized him now regarded him differently, their whispers silenced. Before long, a crowd gathered around his stall. Boss, how much for the fish pieces? Hello, which part are you interested in? The tail, are they wild? Rest assured, if they're not, I will compensate you tenfold. As Yang Chulu busied himself, weighing fish and collecting payments, he found himself overwhelmed yet exhilarated. The fish proved to be quite popular. In no time, he had sold a considerable amount, dispelling his earlier concerns. His prices were significantly lower compared to seafood shops. After over an hour of diligent work, he had sold out all the fish, shrimp, and crabs, even managing to offload some small octopuses through a combination of sales and giveaways. Checking the time, He noted it was only 10:05 a.m., earlier than he had anticipated. He tidied his space, counted his earnings, and found he had made a total of 185 yuan, exceeding his previous sale to Lao Yu by a couple of hundred. After securing his money, he returned the scale to Lao Yu and set aside 2 bowls to deliver to him the following morning. With everything in order, he planned to visit the boatyard to inquire about prices. The town boasted several boatyards, large and small, but having not returned in many years. He was unfamiliar with them and would have to explore each one. As he rode in the tricycle, he engaged the driver in conversation, learning that for a larger vessel, he should visit the ZHENG boat company, known for its quality and reputation. Taking this advice to heart, he continued on until he reached the entrance of ZHENG boat company. Upon arrival, he saw numerous large boats parked inside, accompanied by the jarring sound of welding, indicating active construction. The guard approached him as he lingered at the entrance, asking, "Young man, are you looking for someone? I would like to see the boats. Is that possible?" "Yes, certainly. Please come in. I will notify someone." After a brief wait, the guard instructed him to head straight to the sales center. Following the signs, he found the marketing center, where a few staff members in uniforms were engaged in conversation. With few customers present. "Hello, is this the marketing center?" "Yes, indeed. Welcome." The sales staff eagerly approached him upon noticing his presence. Chapter 51. Inspection of the shipyard. Yang Chulu was ushered into a room where the opulent decor of the hall gave it an air more akin to a luxury real estate office than a ship sales establishment. "Come, handsome, have some tea." The saleswoman beckoned. "All right, thank you," he replied, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by their exuberance. Taking a seat, Yang inquired, "Do you have any ocean-going vessels for sale, particularly for civilian use?" The saleswoman promptly retrieved a tablet, displaying the ship types developed by their company. "You can take a look. We have 2 flagship models this year." "Okay, let me see," he said as he accepted the tablet. The accompanying service facilities were quite commendable, with 3D models providing a vivid understanding of the ship's internal structure, complemented by descriptive images and text. The grandeur of these large ferries was striking, especially the trawlers, whose designs were simply captivating. Upon examining one trawler, he noted that even the basic configuration cost around 600,000 to 700,000, excluding additional equipment, bringing the total to at least $1 million. It was astonishing to see someone earning a few thousand a month peruse a vessel priced in the millions. Such madness. Yang Chulu glanced briefly before swiping past. These options were out of his consideration. $1 million ship was the realm of either exceedingly wealthy tycoons or fishing and transport companies. After browsing through several ship types, each boasting its own unique characteristics, power, agility, space, and more, Yang felt somewhat bewildered, akin to Lu Laolao entering the Grandview Garden, marveling at everything. Having worked with steel boats for so long, he lacked a concept of such grand fishing vessels. The saleswoman observed his focused gaze and patiently awaited his thoughts without pressing him. Time slipped by, and after perusing all the types of vessels presented, Yang found his mind blank. The saleswoman gently inquired, "So, handsome, did you find a type of ship that satisfies you?" "Would you believe me if I said I was satisfied with all of them?" he replied. "Haha, you're quite humorous, but tell me, are you satisfied with me?" she teased, stifling a giggle as her ample bosom caught his eye. Was he being flirted with? However, Yang chose not to engage further in playful banter and directly asked, "Do you have any vessels priced around 200,000, preferably with high cost effectiveness for private fishing?" 200,000? Please wait a moment. Let me check our inventory. The saleswoman resumed her professional demeanor, though her decolletage remained somewhat distracting. Summer truly was a season of mixed feelings. After a brief wait of 2 minutes, she presented him with 2 ship types, one boasting robust horsepower and the other offering ample space. Both were among the most purchased in the market and received favorable reviews. Yang examined the prices. One was around 250,000 and the other stood at 280,000. Noticing his hesitation, she suggested, "If you're considering personal use, I recommend the larger one. The second is more suitable for rental or company operations." Indeed, he concurred, as the larger vessel not only included an ice hold, a large live well, a lounge, and a fully equipped kitchen, but also ample deck space for group fishing. Yet, the price of 280,000 felt steep, especially when considering the additional gear he would need to purchase later, easily pushing the total to 300,000. With only 200,000 in his savings account, he was short by 100,000, although he had earned some money during his recent stint. The expenses of planting crops had nearly depleted his funds. Fertilizers and seeds required investment. Sensing his furrowed brows, the saleswoman, with years of experience, discerned his concerns. "Handsome, if you find a ship you like, we can negotiate further on the price." Despite his financial constraints, Yang adopted an air of affluence as he stated, "The ship design is quite appealing. Please provide me with your lowest price. Her eyes brightened at the prospect of closing the deal, knowing that the commission would equate to a month's salary. This ship currently features the best communication system available in its price range, and, she continued, extolling the ship's virtues in a manner reminiscent of rehearsed sales pitches. Yang found himself growing weary of her exuberance, and after some calculations, the final offer was revealed, 268,000. He couldn't help but frown at the price. With his current finances, he could only scrape together a few thousand, still falling short by 60,000. I must ask, is it possible to arrange for installments? He inquired. Yes, but you would need either a marriage certificate or collateral. Oh, I see. Yang realized that not only did he lack a marriage certificate, but he also had no partner, let alone any assets to use as collateral. He owned no car and no house. The 3 stone houses back in Qingdao lacked property deeds, making them unviable as security. It seemed that acquiring a ship would have to be postponed. Haste would not yield favorable results. With that thought, Yang rose to leave, planning to return once he had saved enough. The saleswoman, noticing his intent to depart, accompanied him to the exit. Shall we add each other as friends for any future needs? Sure, he replied. By the way, if your loan amount isn't too substantial, you can get a certificate from the village. The credit union offers loans at low interest rates, thanks to current favorable government policies. Is that so? Yang had never encountered such matters and was unaware of these options. The saleswoman assured him it was possible, and coincidentally, the factory had ships available, a rare opportunity indeed. What initially seemed like a dead end now appeared promising. Yang rushed out of the factory towards the dock, eager to reach the village chief and request the necessary documentation. Upon arriving at the dock and starting his boat towards Qingdao, he barely acknowledged old Yang's greetings, seemingly propelled by urgency. Half an hour's journey was completed in just 20 minutes. Upon reaching Qingdao, Yang immediately called the village chief, indicating he needed to speak with him. The chief informed him he was in the village office, and Yang headed over directly. Entering the office without knocking, he found the chief sipping tea. Startled by his sudden entrance, nearly spilling his cup. "What's the rush?" he exclaimed, bemused by Yang's frantic demeanor. Panting. Yang took a seat beside the accountant and greeted him before asking, "Uncle, may I inquire about the possibility of a loan?" The village chief nodded. "Sure. But you're not getting into any trouble outside, are you? Please clarify." "Nothing of the sort. Can I borrow 60,000 using just my ID? 60,000? What do you need that much for?" "Don't worry about that. Just tell me if it's feasible or not." The accountant, Zhang Yong'an, who had been listening, interjected. "Sixi, your uncle may not know about this, but I handle the accounts. I can tell you outright that you can't borrow that much." Chapter 52. Seeking a guarantor. Upon hearing that he could not secure a loan, Yang Chuli's heart sank, and he inquired, "Then how much can I borrow?" "At most 20,000, interest-free." "Oh." Yang Chuli felt a tinge of disappointment. 20,000 was hardly half of what he needed, and he still required an additional 40,000. In this day and age, borrowing wasn't an easy feat unless. Just as worry clouded his face, Zhang Yonghan presented a twist of fate, hesitatingly uttering 2 words. "Unless what?" "Unless the village steps in to guarantee, which means your uncle and I." "Is that so?" Yang Chuli refrained from immediately requesting their endorsement. Being a guarantor was a perilous endeavor these days. Should the borrower abscond, the guarantor would bear the brunt of the misfortune. The village chief, who had remained silent for some time, observed his anxious demeanor and asked, "Liuzi, what on earth do you need such a sum for? Do tell." At this juncture, there was no longer any reason to conceal the truth. Yang Chuli candidly articulated his aspiration to purchase a boat, including its cost. Upon hearing this, the village chief did not rush to respond. Instead, he quietly sipped his strong tea. Zhang Yonghan felt he was being overly impulsive. While it was understandable for a young man in his 20s to desire a car, contemplating the purchase of a boat was no trivial matter. Most villagers had relied on fishing for generations, yet over the years, only the Liu family next door had managed to acquire 2 vessels worth hundreds of thousands, which they had reportedly lost heavily on in recent years. Sixi, Zhang Yonghan advised, "It's admirable for the youth to be daring and enterprising. But one must not take too large a leap. It can lead to pitfalls." "Very well. I shall ponder further." Yang Chuli understood that he meant well, yet he could not disclose the matter of the compass he possessed. "Wait a moment." The village chief called out as he prepared to leave. "Liuzi, are you truly resolved?" Yang Chuli nodded gravely, affirming, "Yes, I have thought it through." "Good. Tomorrow morning, accompany me to the credit union. I shall act as your guarantor." "What?" Yang Chuli exclaimed, somewhat astonished. Was there a rush for this? "Old Yang, why do you indulge this child's whims?" Zhang Yonghan questioned, perplexed. The village chief chuckled. "Oh, Zhang, isn't it commendable that the child wishes to undertake something substantial? Why not lend support? But what if do not always anticipate the worst outcome. If one stumbles, they shall rise again. Is life not navigated one step at a time? Go ahead and create your ruckus. Zhang Yonghan, exasperated, fell silent, fidgeting with the pen in his hand. Yang Chuli, feeling inexplicably uplifted by the village chief's unwavering support, felt his resolve to buy the boat strengthen. Uncle, thank you. I will certainly make something of myself. The village chief pointed at him, chuckling. You little rascal, you need not make promises to me. If you truly have the capability, surpass the Liu family's boats. For years, they've relied on their fine vessels to look down upon us. Count on me. Stepping out of the village office, he inhaled deeply, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders as the significant matter was resolved. Closing his eyes, he envisioned stacks of 100 yuan bills beckoning him. Returning home, he felt a smile spread across his face. Yuzi, what is you in such high spirits? Oh, nothing much. Yuzi, have you found a partner? Your grin nearly reaches your ears. Auntie, could you introduce me to your niece? You little rascal, you're asking for it. On the road, villagers exchanged greetings and playful banter. Meanwhile, in the village office, Zhang Yonghan retrieved a ledger from a drawer. Old Yang, I'm not saying this lightly. Aren't you aware of our village's current predicament? The credit union staff avoid us. The village chief gazed out the window. There is no need for concern. I will visit the credit union this afternoon. It's a good thing for the youth to pursue their ambitions. We need spirited young individuals, don't we? It's truly impossible to make you understand. I shall not take responsibility for this. Old Zhang, won't you accompany me this afternoon? Sister Li at the credit union has mentioned you several times. Your presence would be more effective than mine. Don't even think about it. I assure you, Old Yang. I absolutely will not go. Very well, I shall call Sister Li and invite her for tea. As the village chief spoke, a barely perceptible smile graced his lips, and he made a motion to retrieve his phone to dial. Old Yang, don't play around. I might as well go if you insist. You truly perplex me. Left with no other choice, Zhang Yonghan nodded in agreement. In the village, Zhang Yonghan was a respected figure. After losing his wife to illness, he raised their daughter alone and never remarried. Sister Li, of a similar age, had taken a liking to him and was eager to embark on a late-in-life romance, hoping to share their lives together. Although Zhang Yonghan harbored feelings, he found it difficult to lower his guard, worrying that such pursuits at their age might invite ridicule. The village chief often teased him about this, and the mention of Sister Li made his head spin. The following morning, Yang Chuli rose early, eager and restless, and went directly to the village office, having hardly slept a wink from excitement the previous night. Upon arriving, he found the village office door firmly shut. With nothing else to do, he wandered to a nearby park to engage in some exercise. At the park, a number of elderly folk were already up, engaging in their morning routines. After a while, the village chief arrived, sporting a leather bag and a slicked-back hairstyle, accompanied by Zhang Yonghan. Seeing them, Yang Chuli hurried over. Uncle, did you get a hair treatment? The village chief touched his hair. Is it that obvious? Hee, it looks fine. All right, let us hurry. If we delay, we'll have to queue. The three of them made their way to the pier without delay, where old Yang sat alone at the bow of the boat, smoking, with a water bottle always at hand. As the village chief approached, he remarked, Old Yang, indulging this early, are we? Old Yang glanced at them and set down his bottle, with nothing to do, just having a couple of puffs. Drink less, take us across to the other side. Sure thing. Old Yang stood up, adjusting his slightly wrinkled pants, and staggered to the helm. Seeing him unsteady, Yang Chuli stepped forward. Uncle, take a break. I'll take over for you. You will? All right, then I'll rest. Once the village chief and the others were settled, Yang Chuli started the boat and navigated towards the opposite dock. Before long, they arrived at the credit union, glancing at the clock to find it was only 8 o'clock. They had arrived before opening time. Knowing that one must show some initiative when seeking assistance, Yang Chuli took the village chief aside to a nearby breakfast stall for a bite to eat. After satisfying their hunger, they returned just as the credit union opened its doors. As they entered, Zhang Yonghan appeared somewhat uneasy, shrinking back. Come on, Zhang, let us go, Yang Chuli urged. You go ahead. I'm feeling a bit uncomfortable from overeating. Surely not. You only had a bowl of porridge and didn't tea even touch the buns. Perhaps it's my stomach acting up, an old ailment resurfacing. The village chief, overhearing their exchange, chuckled. All right, Ryozi, let him be. We have business to attend to. Chapter 53. Lone Yang Chulu remained silent, yet he couldn't shake the feeling that Accountant Zhang seemed somewhat peculiar. Old Zhang, you've come quite early. What is the matter? As the two stepped forward, Sister Li unexpectedly entered from behind. Upon seeing Zhang Yonghan hunched over, evidently unwell, she inquired with genuine concern. Zhang Yonghan flinched at the sound of her voice, quickly straightening his posture and donning a forced smile. Good morning, Shaoli. This was Yang Chuliu's first encounter with Sister Li, who was clad in professional attire. Her slightly plump figure and short hair imparted a sense of efficiency, and her demeanor was vibrant. The village chief greeted her with a smile, acknowledging her presence. After a brief exchange, Sister Li led them upstairs. The village chief had visited the previous day and clarified the purpose of the loan. They merely needed to follow the procedure. Yang Chulu had expected a cumbersome process today, but was pleasantly surprised to find that filling out just 2 forms sufficed. Once the contract was completed, Sister Li informed him that the funds would be disbursed within 2 hours. With the loan secured, he seized the opportunity to withdraw all the money from his savings book, intending to head directly to the shipyard to make the payment. Upon arriving at the counter, he discovered that large withdrawals required a day's notice. Fortunately, the village chief had taken precautions and given prior notice. Withdrawing the funds from his savings book, he was able to collect the loan amount simultaneously. A staggering 270,000 yuan lay before him, an impressive sight to behold. This was the first time Yang Chulu had handled such a substantial sum of cash, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. In his haste, he had forgotten to bring a suitcase. The village chief's wallet was far too small to accommodate the cash. Ultimately, he requested 2 plastic bags from the neighboring supermarket and stuffed the money inside haphazardly. Seeing his careless handling, the village chief and accountant Zhang felt compelled to offer him a lesson on the importance of caution. With the money prepared, their next step was to visit the shipyard to inspect the boat and finalize the payment. The village chief, concerned for Yang Chulu's safety given his youth, insisted on accompanying him, hoping to negotiate a better price. Yang Chulu willingly accepted the arrangement, and the group proceeded to the shipyard. Before leaving, Sister Li urged accountant Zhang to join them for lunch, but before she could finish her sentence, he had already vanished, leaving her quite vexed. Upon reaching the shipyard, Yang Chulu, having been there the previous day, found it easy to locate the marketing center. As he entered, the saleswoman appeared momentarily taken aback at the sight of him carrying a large bag of cash. "Young man, what brings you here?" "I'm here to place an order for a boat." "Ah, please come in and take a seat. This is quite impressive." The other salespeople regarded him with newfound admiration, thinking how refreshing it was for young men to be so direct. When the village chief entered and noticed the young women present, he requested to see the manager. The sales staff, fearing a complaint, hurried to serve tea and discreetly inquire about the situation. Once they learned it pertained to a boat purchase, they collectively breathed a sigh of relief. However, finding the manager proved challenging, as he was currently abroad. Instead, they brought out a manager in his stead. The manager, aware of the boat model Yang Chulu was interested in, provided a quotation nearly identical to the previous days. The village chief exchanged knowing glances with accountant Zhang, and they began their negotiation. Yang Chulu remained silent, understanding that absorbing the dialogue would be beneficial. To his surprise, what began as a simple inquiry extended into a lengthy discussion that lasted over 3 hours. By this point, he had consumed his 8th cup of tea and visited the restroom 3 times, noting the manager's growing weariness. "Sir, I must insist, with the authority I possess, that the price is set at 260,000 yuan. It cannot be reduced further." The village chief nodded in understanding. "My boy, I'm not trying to complicate matters for you, but what about maintenance? All maintenance within the first year will be complimentary. That is the best I can do. And the gifts? Everything you desire will be included, along with 2 commemorative fishing rods from our factory, valued at 5,000 yuan. "Very well. Let us proceed as you proposed." The village chief and accountant Zhang successfully negotiated every possible concession, ultimately securing an additional 8,000 yuan off the price. Yang Chulu was astounded. He had not anticipated such skilled negotiation tactics. With no further objections from either side, the manager instructed the sales team to prepare 2 contracts for signing, after which payment would be due. Although the model Yang Chulu chose was available, it required additional procedures before it could be put into service. The manager informed him that completing the necessary paperwork would involve visits to multiple departments, taking at least 4 to 5 days. If he wished to avoid the hassle, he could opt for a middleman service for 2,000 yuan. After deliberation, Yang Chulu decided it would be prudent to engage the middleman, as he was unfamiliar with the procedures. This way, he could take advantage of the time to go out to sea while his rented boat was still available, hoping to recoup the costs through favorable circumstances. Once the contracts were signed and the payment of 270,000 yuan was made, he was left with only 10,000 yuan, which constituted all his savings. Having arrived with a bulging bag of money, he felt a pang of regret as he handed it over, as if a part of him was being relinquished. With the major transaction completed, the manager requested that he name the boat, which would be inscribed directly onto the vessel as a unique identifier. Yang Chulu had never been good at naming things, a trait he attributed to family genetics. His name, Yang Chulu, often invited playful jests about why he wants tea called Yang Chu or Yang Chuki. But the truth was that he was born on the 6th day of the Lunar New Year, hence the moniker. In rural lore, it is said that humble names are easier to bear. After some contemplation, he decided to name the boat Golden Toad, symbolizing prosperity and abundance. The manager noted the name down, and with that, there was little left to discuss. He would be notified when the paperwork was ready. The morning passed in a flurry of activity, and upon returning home, Yang Chulu picked up 4 boxes of milk from the convenience store, distributing them to the village chief and accountant Zhang. On his way back, he encountered Tang Shui at the dock, struggling under the weight of several bags. Tang Shui, why did you buy so much? Let me help you. Yang Chulu stepped forward to relieve her of the heavy load. Thank you. I'm exhausted, Tang Shui exclaimed, shaking her sore arms, her face flushed. Did you go shopping? Not at all. These are all gifts from my parents. I can't do anything about them. Well, they're just worried about you. By the way, there are many local specialties here. Take some back with you, so I won't have to deliver them later. I'll pass. You keep them for yourself. Chapter 54. The village chief of the trickster Yang Chulu assisted her in delivering her belongings to the dormitory. Tang Shui found a bag and filled it with various items, resulting in a substantial load. Although he initially declined, Tang Shui's persistent insistence made it difficult for him to refuse. When he left, he had intended to be the giver, yet unexpectedly returned with quite a bounty. Upon arriving home, Yang Chulu casually boiled a bowl of noodles, merely to satisfy his hunger, as the sweltering heat diminished his appetite. After a modest meal, he organized the cages in the courtyard, as the overpowering odors could hinder his fishing endeavors. Once the chores were completed, he reclined comfortably on a bamboo mat, enjoying the cool breeze from the fan while engrossed in his phone, relishing the simplicity of life. After a short while, his eyelids grew heavy. Just as he was about to drift into slumber, he heard footsteps at the door. Yang Chulu, are you home? The voice sounded familiar, reminiscent of Dahai. Annoyed by the interruption, he mumbled, Who is it? Can't a person get some rest around here? Dahai, hearing his voice, knocked forcefully on the door, exclaiming, Open up. It's too hot, and I need to talk to you. Yang Chulu, reluctant to rise, shouted back, What do you want? Speak. Dahai, impatient, insisted. I just came from Tang Shui's place. Did she give you a bag of snacks? Is there a problem with that? Yang Chulu retorted. Of course there is. Hand over the snacks. Dahai attempted to barge in. Yang Chulu blocked him, exasperated. Get lost. I'm trying to sleep. If you give me the snacks, I'll share some good news with you. I'm not interested, Yang Chulu replied dismissively. People from Lujia Zue caught a tuna. Don't you want to know where? Hearing the word tuna, Yang Chulu's eyes sparkled with interest. Dahai seized the opportunity, stating, You didn't know, did you? This morning, the Lu Homing brothers' boat, after a week at sea, caught a tuna weighing over 100 pounds and sold it for a fortune. Is that true? Of course. I was right there. The entire Qingdao community knows. I have no reason to lie. People from the village have already rented boats to try their luck. My dad just left. The allure of tuna was undeniably irresistible to the fishermen. Everyone aspired to catch one. A single catch could sustain a fisherman for months, ensuring a year's worth of sustenance with minimal effort. Although Yang Chulu felt envious, he understood that catching such a fish required more than skill. It also demanded luck. Even if one found the right fishing grounds, the fish would not simply wait to be caught. Well, I understand the situation now. You can leave. Dahai, sensing Yang Chulu's disinterest, grew more anxious. Don't think I don't know you just bought a small boat. I'm telling you, without coordinates, a boat is useless. Are you done? Well, before he could finish, Yang Chulu shut the door with a swift motion, narrowly avoiding a collision with Dahai's nose. Dahai, still shaken, rubbed his nose and kicked the door, shouting, You wait, Yang Chulu. I'll see how long you can be smug. There will come a time when you need my help. While Dahai ranted outside, Yang Chulu had already returned to his mat, but the commotion had entirely dispelled his drowsiness. The prospect of tuna, which he had only seen in videos of foreign fishermen, now seemed tangible, igniting a desire within him. If he could catch one, repaying the substantial loan from the credit union would become far less daunting. As a man burdened with debt, he longed for the day he could escape this financial strain. He resolved to seize the opportunity once he acquired a boat and venture forth. He slept until evening, waking to stretch his limbs and noting the time was already 4:30. After washing his face to refresh himself, he tidied up the fishing nets in the courtyard, preparing for his next outing. A week passed swiftly. Yang Chulu had been fishing daily from dawn till dusk, earning an additional 2,800 yuan through diligent efforts. The waters near the mangroves had become remarkably deserted. as most boats had been lured out to the deep sea by the recent tuna frenzy. Calculating the time, he surmised that the fishermen who had ventured out together should have returned by now, as it had been a week since their departure. Over the past few days, Lu Jiazue had been abuzz with good news, transitioning from tuna catches to cod, with reports of each return filled with bountiful hauls. Yang Chulu had only heard these tales secondhand, never witnessing them firsthand. While the veracity of the information was uncertain, it had certainly vexed the village chief, who bore the visible signs of stress. With villagers leaving to work for others, the chief felt a mix of frustration and helplessness, especially with old Lu frequently visiting to taunt him. One afternoon, while Yang Chulu was busy cooking, he heard a commotion outside. "They're back! They're back! Hurry to the dock to see the tuna." Villagers who had gone out to sea were returning, and those with boats were quickly preparing to meet them. Yang Chulu extinguished the fire under his pot and decided to investigate. Soon, he would need to go out for his own fishing, so it was prudent to assess the situation. The entire village, young and old, hurried to the dock. The high was particularly dramatic, driving his family's tractor to help transport the catch. It was a scene of excitement. Onlookers might have mistaken it for a brawl rather than a festive gathering. Upon reaching the village entrance, he spotted Tang Shui standing curiously at the roadside. Seeing Yang Chulu, she approached and inquired, "What is happening?" "The villagers who went out together are back. Let us go see what they caught. There might be something extraordinary." "All right, let us go." Together, they joined the throng heading to the dock. Beneath the blazing sun, they gazed into the distance, where a large vessel gradually approached. The sound of its horn echoed, signaling its arrival as it smoothly docked. The children of the village erupted in jubilant cheers, bouncing with excitement at the sight of the grand boat. Yang Chulu watched enviously. This was the life of a true fisherman. He anticipated that his own boat would soon be ready, and the anxiety of the past few days had deprived him of restful sleep. Once the vessel was securely moored and the gangplank lowered, the villagers began disembarking. Though their expressions did not reflect the anticipated joy. "Make way! Clear the path!" Dahai shouted, eager to seize the opportunity. His family had invested significantly in this venture, hoping for a generous share of the profits. As the fishermen stepped off the boat, Dahai rushed forward, asking, "Dad, how did it go?" "I brought the tractor. If it's too much, we have several more waiting." Chapter 55. The Golden Toad. Seeing his boisterous demeanor, Uncle Air coldly remarked, "What are you doing? You don't need to waste fuel driving it here. Hurry up and take it back." "But without a vehicle, how can anyone move the tuna?" he retorted. "Shut your mouth. Don't embarrass yourself." Uncle Air shot him an irritated glare. Just then, the fishermen returned to the dock, and the village chief emerged from the crowd, pulling one man aside. "Air Lucy, how did it go? Did you lose money?" "Don't even mention it. This time I lost a fortune. If I had known it would be like this, I wouldn't have gone. I lost thousands for nothing." "What? You lost that much?" "Indeed. While others make a profit, I foolishly cheered them on. We didn't even cover the fuel costs. We only caught a mere 100 or so pounds of fish." Hearing their conversation, Yang Chulu felt a chill run down his spine. Was the resource in the deep sea really this poor? It shouldn't be. Upon hearing there were no fish, the onlookers quickly dispersed, unwilling to endure the heat. Those remaining were the fishermen's families. The sea silently returned the tractor, and along the way, it was no longer noisy. Even the driver felt too embarrassed to lift his head. Yang Chulu had not expected such a dismal outcome. From their estimates, factoring in the boat rental, they had likely lost nearly 20,000. It was indeed a gamble. The financial loss from this outing left the villagers disheartened, and the topic of tuna was no longer mentioned. At that moment, the shipyard called Yang Chulu, informing him that the boat was ready for inspection and all paperwork had been completed. He replied that he would come by in the afternoon to pick up the vessel and hung up. The arrival of the ship seemed a bit untimely. Although he had not participated in this joint venture, the initial setback was somewhat demoralizing, and now all his hopes rested on the compass. In the afternoon, Yang Chulu arrived at the shipyard, where the manager personally attended to him. "Mr. Yang, let me take you aboard to confirm everything is in order, and then we can arrange for a water test." "Sure," he replied. The manager led him through a series of winding paths to a large workshop. Upon entering, they were greeted by a gleaming vessel, resplendent in black and red. "Mr. Yang, this is your custom-built Golden Toad. Let's go aboard and take a look." Following the manager, Yang Chulu stepped onto the ship. They first visited the control room, where an engineer explained the functions and operational procedures. Yang Chulu listened attentively, knowing this information would be crucial later. They then toured the lounge, the ice hold, and the live well, and before he knew it, over 2 hours had slipped by. He gained a general understanding of the operational processes, but the shipyard would send a professional operator to accompany him initially, ready to address any issues that might arise. Once all functions were checked and confirmed to be in order, Yang Chulu eagerly anticipated seeing the vessel in the water. After signing the acceptance documents, the manager arranged for the water test. Launching a large ship was a complex task, requiring substantial ballast and specialized tracks, accompanied by a tow truck, creating an impressive spectacle. Yang Chulu stood aboard, feeling the ship gradually rise towards the water's surface, his heart inexplicably racing with anticipation and anxiety. Noticing his nervousness, the manager kindly handed him a bottle of mineral water. "Mr. Yang, is this your first time?" "Yes, it is," he replied. "Don't be anxious. It only takes a few seconds, and it's quite exhilarating." "I hope so," he said. Before coming, he had specifically looked up the moment of launching, which was said to evoke a sensation of weightlessness, akin to an airplane taking off. After an hour of towing, the ship finally reached the water's edge. From the control room, Yang Chulu could clearly see the platform's considerable height, expertly constructed. Nearby, a staff member waved a small flag, and voices crackled over the radio. "All preparations are complete. We await your signal for the water test." The operator looked at Yang Chulu. "Sir, are you ready?" Yang Chulu nodded, affirming his readiness. "Commence the water test." As the operator's words fell, the crew sprang into action, and the tow truck was driven away. Yang Chulu felt something pushing against the vessel from behind, propelling it forcefully. He clasped his hands tightly together, taking deep breaths. Suddenly, a loud splash erupted, and Yang Chulu was thrust forward, barely processing the moment before the control room glass fogged up with water vapor. His body lost balance and swayed. The ship rocked violently for several minutes before finally settling. Standing at the helm, Yang Chulu felt his stomach churn. It was reminiscent of a ride on a pirate ship at an amusement park. Taking a deep breath, he composed himself. The manager, now more relaxed, inquired, "Mr. Yang, are you all right?" "I'm fine," he assured her. "All right, let us take her out for a performance test." The manager signaled to the operator, who activated the necessary functions at the control panel. A loud horn blared as the ship sliced through the waves, moving forward steadily. The sensation aboard the grand vessel was distinctly different. Seated on it, one could hardly feel any rocking or jostling. Unlike a tin boat that would soak at the slightest wave, the operator gradually increased the speed, causing the wake at the ship's stern to rise higher. Yang Chulu checked the indicator lights on the control panel, noting no abnormalities, and suggested, "I'll go out on deck to take a look." The manager nodded and accompanied him outside. As they stepped out, a wave of heat enveloped them, accompanied by a faint whiff of fish. On the deck, the surface was damp with water vapor. Yang Chulu gazed into the distance. The sun-drenched sea sparkled like a myriad of diamonds, dazzling to behold. After more than half an hour of cruising, the Golden Toad circled around Qingdao Island, as per Yang Chulia's request. At the Qingdao dock, onlookers, some beachcombers and others out for a stroll, stopped to gaze at the magnificent vessel. "Hey, look at that ship's tonnage. How did it come so close to shore? It appears to be a new ship, but I haven't heard of any local purchases. Wow, such a large ship must cost at least several $100,000. What a splurge." Conversations buzzed among the crowd, and a young child, perched on a rock with binoculars, shouted, "Dad, I can see the name Golden Toad." "Let me see," an adult said, taking the binoculars. The ship's hull indeed bore the shimmering name, Golden Toad. Meanwhile, Yang Chulu returned to the control room, feeling quite satisfied with the trial. He piloted the return journey alone. Although initially unfamiliar, he managed without significant issues. After completing the trial procedures, the ship made its way back to the shipyard. The manager handed him various documents and certificates, officially making the Golden Toad his rightful property. Chapter 56. Test driving the new vessel. Yang Chulu meticulously organized all his credentials and reconfirmed the operational procedures with the operator. After thorough study, he discerned that navigating such a large ship was relatively straightforward. As long as he grasped the spacing and draft conditions, he encountered minimal challenges. Compared to the manual metal boats, this vessel was far more manageable. The distinction lay in the manual versus automatic operation, with the latter being somewhat more intricate. The experience of sailing a large ship was considerably more comfortable, sparing him from the harshness of sun and rain. After practicing once, the operator observed that Yang Chulu could handle the vessel solo without issues and opted not to accompany him. They exchanged contact information for any future queries. Once the shipyard personnel disembarked, Yang Chulu found himself alone at the helm, hands poised on the steering wheel, ready to depart. A prolonged horn sounded as he gently maneuvered the ship out of its docking position. Without the operator by his side, he found the navigation even more intuitive, steering the ship with ease while marveling at its power. The journey from the small-town shipyard to Qingdao, which would ordinarily take at least 50 minutes in a metal boat, was nearing its end before he even pushed the throttle to its limit. Glancing at the time on the dashboard, he noted that it had taken less than 20 minutes. Even at less than full speed. What a thrill! As he approached Qingdao, Yang Chuli reduced the speed, mindful of the radar detector displaying shallow waters ahead, warning him against grounding the new vessel, which would incur considerable costs to rectify. He navigated according to the radar's guidance, directing the ship to the eastern side of the dock where the water depth was adequate. Upon securing the ship, he noted the fuel gauge illuminating in red, signaling insufficient oil. This vessel was indeed a fuel guzzler, consuming enough fuel for a metal boat's half-year journey in just one outing. Comfort comes at a price. As Yang Chuli emerged from the pilot house, he noticed a gathering of people on the beach, likely drawn by curiosity about the new ship. Among them was Dahai, who had previously noticed the Golden Toad but was unaware of its ownership. Approaching the ship with a bucket in hand, he looked up and spotted Yang Chuli standing proudly on deck, mistaking him for the ship's owner. Rolling his eyes, he exclaimed, "Yang Chuli, have you found a new job?" Leaning over the ship's railing, Yang Chuli looked down at Dahai with a smile. "So, what do you think? Is the ship satisfactory? Please. Whether it's good or not has nothing to do with you. You're just showing off for no reason. Lu Hongming offered me 5,000 a month, and I wouldn't even consider it. Well, that's a pity." The banter continued as more onlookers gathered around, including villagers who had heard about the arrival of a large ship. As the crowd grew, the village chief and Tang Shui also made their way over. With the evening at hand and nothing pressing to attend to, everyone relished the excitement and congregated. Yang Chuli, standing high and surveying the scene, spotted the village chief approaching and lowered the gangway to welcome him aboard. Without the chief's assistance, he would not have been able to secure the ship so swiftly. Running up to the chief, he invited, "Uncle, come aboard and take a look. Having spent a lifetime with small boats, I'd like to witness this high technology." The village chief's joy was palpable. This was the first large operational fishing vessel from Daong village, owned by one of their own, carrying great significance. He looked forward to boasting about it to old Lu. Tang Shui, gazing at the magnificent ship, asked, "Yang Chuli, you didn't actually purchase this vessel, did you?" "Indeed, I did." Dahai, overhearing the claim, burst out laughing. "Yang Chuli, have you no shame? Do you even know how much the ship costs? It's not something you can just flaunt." "Dahai, what nonsense are you spouting? This ship isn't bought by Liuzi. Is it yours?" The village chief raised his brow, interjecting firmly. "Uncle, how could you fall for his tricks? This type of ship doesn't come without a hefty price tag. It's not some rickety boat you can buy on a whim." "Well, I went with him. What do you say?" This Dahai found himself at a loss for words. Yang Chuli ignored him, leading the village chief onto the ship, with Tang Shui following closely. The villagers, upon learning that the vessel belonged to him, climbed aboard with childlike curiosity, despite Yang Chuli's concerns about them potentially damaging the equipment. He refrained from allowing them into the pilot house. The village chief entered the pilot house, gazing at the array of colorful lights and dozens of switches with a mixture of confusion and awe. "Liuzi, do you comprehend all this?" Yang Chuli chuckled. "I understand most of it. It's all laid out in the manuals, quite simple." He was mindful not to take safety lightly. The dangers of water and fire were not to be trifled with, and he kept them at the forefront of his mind. "Understood. I'll trust you." The village chief replied, offering a few more words of caution before exiting, feeling overwhelmed by the advanced technology. Tang Shui remained captivated, circling the control panel, questioning him with genuine curiosity, embodying the spirit of a curious child. Down below, Dahai now accepted that Yang Chuli was indeed the ship's owner. His expression tinged with melancholy. He had only known Yang Chuli as someone who could barely manage a metal boat, and now, unexpectedly, he had become an individual to admire, a reality he found difficult to digest. The village chief, noticing Dahai standing there in a daze, gave him a light slap on the back. "Why aren't you going up to take a look? You're young, learn from him, and stop loafing around." "Uncle, please stop." Dahai, already feeling discontent, had no patience for further admonitions and turned to leave. The village chief shook his head in resignation, departing with his hands clasped behind his back. Yang Chuli was soon surrounded by villagers, some congratulating him on his new purchase, while others cautioned him about being impulsive. The chatter continued for over an hour until the sky began to dim, and the crowd gradually dispersed. Left alone on the ship, Yang Chuli reflected on the day's events, realizing that his acquisition had stirred the entire village, and by tomorrow, word would spread throughout Qingdao. He found himself at the center of attention, anticipating that some idle tongues would soon circulate rumors. Exhausted from the day, he conducted a general inspection of the ship, satisfied that everything was in order before returning home. The vessel had arrived, yet additional equipment was necessary. He couldn't set sail empty-handed. Venturing into the open sea was not as simple as a trip to the mangroves. It required a more extensive preparation of supplies, including daily necessities, ice, bait, and more. Tomorrow, he would need to procure everything essential. The ship could not remain idle if he hoped to turn a profit. After a refreshing shower and a quick bowl of instant noodles, he retired for the night, aware that a busy day awaited him ahead. The beginning of any venture is always the most challenging. Chapter 57. Dahai seeks employment. At the same time, Dahai sat at the table, absent-mindedly gnawing on the end of his chopsticks. Ludame, noticing her son appeared to be lost in thought, waved her hand and said, "Dahai, ever since you returned, you seem preoccupied. What occupies your mind?" "Huh? Oh, it's just that." Dahai's thoughts were pulled back to reality, and he stammered. "Mom, may I discuss something with you?" "Speak plainly. Don't dilly-dally. How much savings do we have? What are you planning?" Uncle slapped down his chopsticks, his tone growing stern. Startled, Dahai chuckled nervously. "Dad, please don't be angry. I'm not seeking to take over. I was just wondering if we had enough money to order a boat. You see, I'm out at sea all day, but I'm not making much. You want to buy a boat? I advise you to abandon that thought." "Mom, look at Dad." Seeing the two men at odds, Ludame scolded. "What are you two doing? Can't you communicate civilly? However, you're not to bring up the boat issue again. The little savings we have is meant for your marriage. I can't reason with you. If you want to buy it, so be it." Dahai, frustrated, stormed out without finishing his meal. "You wretched child, how dare you?" Uncle, infuriated by his son's defiance, stood up to follow him. "Enough." Ludame quickly restrained him. He's grown up. It's good that he wants to start a venture. Just look at you. What good is it? This isn't just about buying a boat. It's like purchasing a living ancestor. Have you forgotten the losses we've faced? Fine. You're as stubborn as a rock in a cesspool, foul and unyielding. What should have been a pleasant dinner ended in discord. That night, unrest loomed over the village, as many households, like Dahai's, were embroiled in disputes regarding boats. The following morning, Yang Chu Lu was stirred from his slumber by the insistent ringing of his phone. "Hello, who is this?" "Hello, is this Yang Chu Lu?" "Yes, that's me. I'm the owner of ZHENG Cold Storage, introduced by the village head. Do you require ice or bait? I can deliver to your doorstep at favorable prices." "Oh, I need some." Yang Chu Lu sat up in bed, relieved as he had been pondering where to source supplies. After a brief conversation, they hung up. It turned out the village head had arranged everything the previous day. The owner's name was Jin Cheng, a man well acquainted with Yang's father. Yang Chu Lu understood the situation and planned to investigate the market later. Realizing it was already 6:30, he decided to rise, as he had much to procure that day. After freshening up and having breakfast, he contemplated that going out to sea alone was unwise. He would at least need to hire someone. There were many fishermen in the village, but aside from Dahai, the younger ones had all gone off to work. The older generation, while reliable, could only handle nearshore fishing. They might not withstand the rigors of the open sea. Running through the names of villagers in his mind, he concluded that the strongest was Ming, who worked diligently, though his intellect was somewhat lacking. Dahai would have been ideal, but the two had never seen eye to eye, and Dahai would never agree to work for him. Well, if worst comes to worst, I'll hire Ming and pay him a wage. After finishing breakfast, Yang Chu Lu hurriedly left his house. Upon reaching the dock, he spotted Tang Shui waiting for a boat, her backpack slung over her shoulder. "Tang Shui, heading out?" Tang Shui smiled upon seeing him. "Yes, good morning. My friends are visiting today, and I'm going to pick them up. Shall I give you a ride? Are you taking the Golden Toad?" She pointed at the boat. "Yes, I need to head across to pick up some supplies and top off the fuel for my voyage." "All right, I'll tag along." Once aboard, Tang Shui stood at the helm, gazing at the azure sea, marveling at the scenery. What a beautiful view. "Yang Chu Lu, are you about to set sail again?" As he prepared the boat for departure, he replied, "Yes, if everything goes smoothly today, I plan to leave tomorrow. Too bad the journey to the open sea takes so long. Otherwise, I would love to join you for the experience." Her lips pouted slightly in disappointment at the thought of not being able to join. Noticing her forlorn expression, Yang Chu Lu reassured her. "There will be opportunities in the future. When the students are on holiday, I'll take you along. Promise you won't deceive me. Rest assured." After ensuring the boat was ready, he gradually increased its speed. The Golden Toad, powered by its engine, sliced through the waves as it departed the shore. Meanwhile, Dahai, returning from the sea, caught sight of the Golden Toad setting off and thought he spotted Tang Shui on board. "Yang Chu Lu, what is so special about your old boat?" he muttered angrily, pulling out his phone to dial. "Hello, Lu Good. Have you found someone to help with the work since we last spoke?" "Yes, I'm available to start any time." "All right, I'll be there tomorrow, without fail." As the call ended, Dahai glared at the receding Golden Toad. Shortly after, Yang Chu Lu maneuvered the boat into a suitable spot at the dock. Once they disembarked, Tang Shui seemed reluctant to leave. "Yang Chu Lu, thank you." "Not at all. If you're not pressed for time, I can give you a ride back later." That would be great, but I'm unsure what time I can pick them up. I'll call you if the timing works out. Sounds good. They exchanged farewells and went their separate ways, Yang Chu Lu heading first to the cold storage. Earlier, Jin Cheng had mentioned it was in the area, but he decided to explore other places first. Strolling leisurely, he arrived at the Qingdao Cold Storage Center, where several businesses thrived, with forklifts bustling about, a clear sign of prosperity. He entered a less crowded establishment and found a middle-aged man busy writing. "Boss, what is the wholesale price for frozen fish?" The man looked up. "What type do you need? I have over a dozen varieties. I'm looking for those commonly used for offshore fishing. Have a seat, let us discuss." The man was quite hospitable, inviting him to sit and offering a cigarette. After a brief discussion, the owner handed him a price list. "Here is our range of products and their prices. Take a look." "Thank you." Yang Chu Lu examined the list, noting the extensive variety of fish bait, including sardines, basa fish, and sole, among others. The selection of shrimp and crab was also considerable, though most were live and required advance orders, naturally at a higher price. Chapter 58, Supermarket Procurement. After reviewing everything, he requested a business card from the owner. Upon finishing at the first location, he proceeded to 2 more, discovering that the prices were nearly identical, differing by only a few yuan. This entire area appeared to be dedicated to wholesale, so it would be foolish to inflate prices for others. Yang Chuliu's earlier concerns about pricing turned out to be unwarranted. However, the quality of the goods varied significantly among the places he visited. Just as he was about to call Jincheng, he spotted a billboard not far ahead that prominently advertised Jincheng Cold Storage Wholesale. Having found it, he walked directly over. Upon arrival, he noticed a few workers in uniforms unloading goods, with piles of frozen fish stacked high on the truck. Yang Chulu peered inside and saw a man and a woman counting money, holding a thick bundle in their hands. The man noticed his presence and greeted him. "Hello? How can I assist you? Is Jincheng available?" "I am he. And you are?" The man set down the money and scrutinized him. "Oh, I am Yang Chulu from Qingdao. You called me this morning." "Ah, come in, come in." Jincheng recognized him and welcomed him warmly. After they sat down, he learned that the woman beside Jincheng was his wife, and the store had been passed down from his father, marking a legacy of familial inheritance. The village chief's influence was not solely due to his good relationship with Jincheng's father, but also because he had once saved his life. As a child, Yang Chulu had foolishly played near the sea and accidentally fell into the water. It was the village chief who rescued him at that critical moment. Initially, Yang Chulu felt perplexed, as his demand was rather modest compared to that of the fishing companies, merely a drop in the ocean. However, this connection clarified matters. Jincheng assured him that while prices might be comparable to other vendors, the quality of goods he would receive would be the best available within that price range. With this assurance, Yang Chulu felt compelled to proceed without further hesitation and placed his order. Lacking experience, he opted for a week's supply: 2 boxes of sardines, 3 boxes of sole, and some fresh squid. Additionally, he arranged for bait and ice. The total came to 200 yuan, which left Yang Chulu feeling a bit pained. With the bait and ice sorted, the next concern was fuel. He was not well versed in this area. Previously, he had merely purchased small quantities of fuel from the gas station, using plastic barrels for his small boat, which would not suffice for the larger Jinchan on shore. He asked, "Jincheng, do you know where I can refuel the boat?" "Hang on a moment, I'll give you a number." Jincheng took a piece of paper and wrote down a series of digits for him. "This is a friend of mine. Just mention my name, and he will definitely offer you a discount." "Thank you." Yang Chulu accepted the number, thinking to himself that having connections certainly made things easier. After bidding farewell to Jincheng, he set off to resolve the fuel issue. His funds were dwindling. From the initial 10,000 yuan, only 8,000 remained. He would need to spend at least 5,000 to 6,000 on fuel, not to mention purchasing some miscellaneous items and essentials. Calculating it all, he realized he would be left without enough to hire help, effectively gambling his entire fortune. It seemed the first trip would require him to toil alone, and he could consider hiring assistants later, once profits improved. Upon returning to the dock, the fuel station owner informed him that he could not come until the afternoon due to a heavy workload. Since he was not in a rush to return, he took the opportunity to visit a fishing gear shop in town to purchase some small items. He didn't need fishing rods at the moment, as the boat factory had gifted him 2 excellent ones, one of which was capable of catching tuna, with a reel the size of a wash basin. Arriving in town, he first browsed the fishing gear store. The owner, upon seeing him, greeted him with enthusiasm. Eager to showcase the latest equipment that had just arrived, Yang Chulu frequented the shop, and over time, he had become quite familiar with the owner. "Ah, Yang, you're just in time. We just got the new rods. They're fantastic, made of carbon fiber. The reels are impressive too, with dual speed options of 30W and 50W. Come take a look." I assure you they're at a friendly price. Yang Chulu listened to the owner's enthusiastic pitch, recognizing the quality of the equipment but lamenting his empty pockets. Can I buy on credit? The owner, who had been animatedly discussing the merchandise, suddenly halted at the mention of credit, akin to a speeding car coming to an abrupt stop. Haha, Yang, you're quite the joker. In a small business like mine, we don't do credit. Yang Chulu smirked, noting how quickly the owner's demeanor had shifted from familiarity to formality. I was just kidding. Please get me a pair of binoculars, 2 sets of line, and some large iron hooks. Oh, and a few sinking minnows, plus some sandworms. Sure, just a moment. The owner took note of his requests and turned to rummage through the counter. Yang Chulu, though lacking funds, enjoyed the ambience and continued to appreciate the surroundings. The owner worked quickly and soon gathered everything Yang Chulu needed. Yang, do you need anything else? That will be all. Yang Chulu handed over just over 200 yuan, feeling it was a bit excessive, primarily due to the cost of the binoculars. With his gear procured, he planned to make one last stop at the supermarket to gather provisions for the week. Randomly selecting a supermarket, he fortuitously bumped into Tang Shui upon entering. What a coincidence! They both exclaimed in unison, exchanging smiles. Tang Shui, weren't you supposed to be out shopping? Yang Chulu shook the bag in his hand. I've finished shopping. The cold storage is too busy to deliver until the afternoon. Aren't you picking someone up? They won't arrive until the afternoon as well. It's too hot outside, so I thought I'd come in and browse. Ah, I'm here to buy some supplies for going out to sea. Want to join me? Sure, let us go. They each grabbed a shopping cart and strolled side by side into the store. As they walked, Tang Shui glanced around, noting that since coming to teach here, even a simple trip to the supermarket had become a luxury. Back when she was in the city, she would often stroll through the streets after work, but now, circumstances did not allow for such indulgences. Noticing her silence, Yang Chulu asked, lost in thought? Tang Shui nodded, gazing at the neatly arranged shelves, and mused, I wonder when the children on Qingdao will be able to stroll through supermarkets like this every day, with their own shopping malls and amusement parks. It will happen. Yang Chulu's eyes shone with conviction, as if he had glimpsed the future. Yes, it certainly will. Tang Shui replied, casting him a sidelong glance, devoid of any doubt, firmly believing in his words. Unconsciously, they wandered into the living area, where Yang Chulu picked up several instant noodle packages in various flavors from the shelves. Chapter 59. The division of pairs by gender. Tang Shui observed that Yang Chulu had filled his cart entirely with instant noodles, and she furrowed her brow. Yang Chulu, you cannot possibly intend to subsist on this for an entire week at sea, can you? Yang Chulu nodded. Well, more or less. Consuming this long-term is detrimental to one's health. It would be prudent to prepare some proper meals. It is acceptable as an emergency provision, but we should ensure we do not go hungry should time run short. As they strolled through the aisles, selecting items, Yang Chulu's cart quickly became laden with goods, while Tang Shui had purchased nothing, merely indulging in the experience. Upon reaching the fruit section, Yang Chulu grabbed a bag to collect some fruits, recognizing the necessity of replenishing vitamins during prolonged time at sea. Otherwise, health issues could easily arise. Noticing his indiscriminate selection, Tang Shui rolled her eyes. Yang Chulu, allow me to assist you in choosing. Everything is essentially the same, he replied. Is it? Look at this one you've picked. It's already a bit soft. It has been on the shelf too long, especially with this high temperature. It cannot hold up well. Oh, really? And this pear, she continued. You should aim to select female ones. They have smaller seeds and are sweeter with more juice. Yang Chulu was puzzled. Wait, pears have genders? Of course. Tang Shui casually picked one from the shelf. Can you tell whether this one is male or female? He examined it closely and, aside from size, perceived no other differences. I cannot tell which is which. Seeing his confusion, she rotated the pear to reveal its bottom. This is a male pear. Notice how the indentation is not very pronounced, and the cavity is relatively small. Yang Chulu nodded in understanding. Ah, that makes sense. Tang Shui then lifted another pear for comparison. What about this one? Yang Chulu scrutinized it and observed that this pear had a much deeper indentation and the cavity was smoother and larger. This one must be female. It has a better texture. Indeed, he remarked, feeling enlightened after 20 years of life. The wisdom she imparted was worth more than years of study. Tang Shui, you seem to have quite the knowledge of fruits. With a charming smile revealing her dimples, she replied while picking pears, it's not so much knowledge. I simply accompanied my mother to the supermarket often, and I've learned a lot over time. Your mother is quite impressive. By the end of their shopping, Tang Shui had helped him select a substantial amount of quality fruit, far superior to his initial haphazard purchases. Upon exiting the supermarket, they realized over an hour had slipped by unnoticed. Yang Chulu was burdened with 2 large bags, primarily due to the space occupied by the instant noodles. Tang Shui noticed his struggle and offered, Let me help you. After all, they have yet to arrive. No need, he replied. It may look heavy, but it's not too bad. I'll take these to the dock first. The fuel should arrive soon. You can just wait for the others and then head straight over. All right. Yang Chulu loaded the items into his vehicle and, after a bumpy ride, arrived at the dock half an hour later. Just as he approached the ship, a small fuel truck rolled up. The window lowered, revealing a young man with dark skin, likely in his 20s. Hey, are you the owner of the Jinchan ship? Yang Chulu nodded. That's me. You are Yang Chulu, correct? Yes. The young man stepped out of the vehicle, offered him a cigarette, and smiled. Apologies for the wait. I'm Denyo. Thank you, but I don't smoke. Yang Chulu politely declined the offer. Denyo, clearly a friendly character, engaged in small talk as he maneuvered the fuel truck into position, measuring the distance for the hose while Yang Chulu assisted him. Turn it to the left. All the way. A bit more. Good. Stop. As Yang Chulu directed the process, Denyo exited the driver's seat and expertly retrieved the fuel nozzle. Brother, this ship is new, isn't it? Yes, it just launched yesterday. You've got guts. I'll give you 2 bottles of break-in fluid when operating a new vessel. It's crucial to be cautious, otherwise, maintenance can be troublesome later. While fueling, Denyo shared his insights, and Yang Chulu listened attentively, appreciating the practical knowledge that transcended any manual. As the fuel flowed, Yang Chulu's heart sank at the sight of the rapidly increasing numbers on the meter. In just over 10 minutes, 6,000 yuan worth of fuel was dispensed, and it seemed alarmingly swift. Denyo glanced at the fuel tank. Brother, for a new ship, you're running a bit low. It's best to fill it up completely the first time. Yang Chulu sighed. Alas, having just purchased the ship, I find myself short on funds. Perhaps next time. You're meeting me for the first time, so you may not know me well. But don't worry about the money. I'll fill it up for you, and you can pay me back when you have it. This doesn't seem right. Enough. It's settled then. Denyo was straightforward, devoid of any complexities, and directly began refueling. Seeing the nozzle already inserted, Yang Chulu refrained from further protest. It was prudent to have ample fuel for his first voyage. He would not want to be caught unprepared should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Denyo added another 4,000 yuan, rounding it to a neat 10,000. Once the fueling was complete, Yang Chulu handed over the 6,000 yuan in cash. Counting the money, Denyo smiled and said, Forget the IOU. It's just a few thousand. Consider it a gesture of friendship. This isn't appropriate. Business is business. Brother, listen to me. For your first voyage, it's best to start on a good note. An IOU will only complicate things. I have a few more stops to make this afternoon, so I'll be on my way. All right, drive safely. Thank you. Denyo waved as he climbed back into the driver's seat and drove away. Yang Chulu watched the departing vehicle, thinking to himself that Denyo was a good person. He would rely on his fuel services in the future. Returning to the kitchen, he organized the items he had purchased. The kitchen felt barren, and he contemplated that should he earn money from this voyage, it would be wise to invest in some essentials, at least a refrigerator. Hey, is anyone on the ship? While he was tidying up, a voice called from outside. Could it be Tang Shui and her friends? Emerging from the cabin, he saw a man in work attire sitting on a forklift piled high with goods. The forklift operator spotted him and waved, calling out, Delivery from the ZHENG cold storage. You must be Boss Yang. Yes, just deliver it right here, he replied, rushing over to set up the ramp as the forklift began to move. Chapter 60. The heart of parents in the world while they were busy over here. Tang Shui was leading a young man and woman towards them from a distance. The girl gazed at the boats docked along the shore, lifting her phone to capture the moment. Sister Shui, is this the place you mentioned for the boat ride? Tang Shui smiled and replied, Yes, indeed. Isn't the scenery beautiful? The girl responded, It's all right. I want to ride on that biggest one. Is that possible? The biggest one? Which one do you mean? The girl pointed, zooming in on her phone to reveal the name. The Golden Toad. That one. All right, no problem. A chubby young man nudged the girl, saying, Don't cause trouble for Sister Shui. She has been here long, and that boat looks expensive. Mind your own business, she retorted playfully. The trio, chatting and laughing, approached the boat. Tang Shui noticed Yang Chulu busily attending to tasks aboard and waved. Yang Chulu, do you need any help? He looked up at the sound of her voice, saw her wave, and replied, No, it's fine. Just come aboard. It'll be ready soon. The girl, initially joking, was surprised to learn that Tang Shui truly knew him. Sister Shui, who is that? He is quite handsome. Do tell, is he your boyfriend? No, don't be ridiculous. Tang Shui, glancing at Yang Chulu, seemed wary of him overhearing, her fair cheeks reddening slightly. The girl stuck out her tongue, her face full of disbelief. Though she chose not to press further, Tang Shui led them onto the boat, where the girl, feeling at ease, greeted Yang Chulu with a cheerful hello. Hello, he replied. Tang Shui introduced, This is my best friend, Wang Shanshan, and this is my college classmate, Hu Guwei. Nice to meet you. I'm Yang Chulu, he said. Wang Shanshan extended her hand with a bright smile. So you're Yang Chulu. I've heard Sister Shui mention you often, saying you Shanshan. Do you need me to buy you a ticket? Tang Shui interjected, her eyes wide with urgency. No, I was just kidding, Wang Shanshan feigned innocence. Clinging to Tang Shui's arm in a playful manner. Hu Guowei, more reserved, merely smiled at Yang Chulu as a form of greeting. After they got acquainted, Tang Shui took them on a tour, while Yang Chulu remained busy. The workers spent over half an hour preparing ice and bait. Once Yang Chulu checked the delivery and signed off, the workers drove away on their forklift. He entered the cabin where Tang Shui and the others were curiously examining the boat's operation. Upon seeing him, Tang Shui asked, "Are you done?" "Yes. We can head back to the island now." He approached the control panel and started the boat's warm-up process. Hu Guwei, watching intently, exclaimed, "Brother Liu, is this the flagship model from the long-distance shipping company this year?" Yang Chulu nodded, "Correct. Do you recognize it? I worked at their shipyard before, so I know a bit." "Oh," Wang Shanshan chimed in. "Hu Guwei, look at how close in age you are to Brother Liu. Yet he has already bought a boat while you're still wandering around with your fishing rod, not making any money." Hu Guwei, feeling embarrassed, replied, "I'm looking for a job, so don't bring it up. You've been at it for a week since applying to the fishing company, and still no word. It must have fallen through, right?" "If it has, they'll lose out on me," he retorted. "I doubt that, especially with the class reunion coming up next week. I'm curious to see what you'll brag about then." Wang Shanshan shifted the topic. "Sister Shui, can we have the class reunion on Qingdao next week? Let them experience the island's beauty." Tang Shui nodded enthusiastically. "Absolutely. You're all warmly welcome." Unbeknownst to them, Yang Chulu gleaned from their conversation that Hu Guowei was seeking a job at sea, and, being a local, this was a perfect match. With the boat warmed up, they set sail for home. Along the way, he learned that Wang Shanshan taught at a school in the county and was a former college classmate of Tang Shui. Hu Guowei had been earning money through casual fishing and occasional deliveries, enjoying a more flexible schedule. Yang Chulu subtly inquired about Hu Guowei's salary expectations, which began at 15,000, plus bonuses, startling him into silence. His ambitions were grand, but his means were limited. As the boat reached Qingdao, Lu Demiran, holding a fan, rose from her shady spot under a tree and hurried over. Yang Chulu and his companions disembarked, all satisfied with their experience. Liuzi, Lu Demiran panted, her ample form jiggling as she approached. "What's the matter, Ernyang?" Yang Chulu asked. "I need to discuss something with you." "Auntie," Tang Shui greeted. Lu Demiran, realizing her presence, acknowledged. "Oh, Teacher Shui, you're here too." "Yes, you two chat. We'll head back now." "All right, take care." After Tang Shui and her party left, Lu Demiran pulled Yang Chulu aside. "Liuzi, have I been good to you?" He nodded. "Yes, what is on your mind?" "Dahai is causing a ruckus at home, insisting on going to Lu Jiazue to work on a boat, but your second uncle is adamant against it, threatening to break his legs if he tries. Since you just bought a boat, could you take Dahai along?" Lu Demiran was at her wit's end, as the two were making life miserable at home. Yang Chulu understood her good intentions but knew that bringing Dahai along was unrealistic, especially since he had no money to pay wages. "Ernyang, it's not that I don't want him, but I truly can't afford to pay him. The boat was bought on loan, as you know." She waved her hand dismissively. "The salary can wait. Just help that rascal settle down. Will you agree?" Yang Chulu hesitated but eventually nodded. "That's fine. You go home and ask Dahai. I'll be leaving tomorrow morning." "I'll go right now." Without hesitation, Lu Demiran turned on her heel and left. Yang Chulu followed her home, intending to tidy up his kitchenware. Upon arriving at Dahai's house, he heard a cacophony from inside. Had they started fighting? Sure enough, Dahai burst out, shouting, "You might as well give up on that idea. I'll never work for Yang Chulu unless I'm dead." Just as he finished, he stormed out, colliding with Yang Chulu. "Yang Chulu, you think you're clever, huh? We'll see about that." Dahai shoved him aside and marched towards the village entrance. "You little brat, I'll make sure to break your legs." At that moment, his second uncle emerged from the house, belt in hand, trembling with fury. Lu Demiran followed closely, dragging him along. When they found Dahai missing, they spotted Yang Chulu standing there. "Liuzi, where's that brat?" His uncle panted. Yang Chulu pointed. "He ran away." Lu Demiran, feeling embarrassed, tried to explain, "I'm sorry." "Liuzi, Dahai, it's fine. You two shouldn't be upset. Anger is harmful to your health. What sins have I committed in this life?" His uncle grumbled as he turned back inside, followed closely by Lu Demiran. Yang Chulu, uninterested in lingering, walked home, planning to discuss matters with her Mingzi. Chapter 61. The first employee upon returning home, Yang Chulu retrieved the last remnants from his refrigerator, over a pound of pork belly, 2 tomatoes, and half a cauliflower. Contemplating He set off towards Mingzi's residence. Mingzi lived at the edge of the village, in a modest abode consisting of merely 2 stone rooms. A couple of years ago, the house had been in a dilapidated state, leaking rain from every corner, but the village had since intervened, providing funds for repairs. Although the house was now decent, describing it as barren would not be an exaggeration. Before long, Yang Chulu arrived at Mingzi's doorstep, where dim light flickered within. While other homes radiated brightly with energy-efficient bulbs, Mingzi's was still illuminated by an antiquated gas lamp, barely equivalent to 30 watts. As he reached the entrance, he found Mingzi seated alone in the main room, where a knee-high wooden table, aged and worn, occupied the center. Upon entering, Yang Chulu inquired, "Where's your grandmother?" Mingzi, absorbed in shelling edamame, immediately stood up upon seeing him, revealing a simple, goofy grin. "Uncle Lu, you've come. And your grandmother?" "Why isn't she at home?" "Oh, we've run out of salt, so she went to buy some." "All right, let me help you with the edamame." Upon seeing him crouch down, Mingzi quickly moved a stool in front of him. "Uncle Lu, please sit." "You silly boy, you're quite considerate. I'm not tired." "You sit." Mingzi insisted. "No, you sit." Just as Yang Chulu began to speak, Mingzi, with surprising strength, pulled him onto the stool as if lifting a chick, clearly expending little effort. Seeing him seated, Mingzi beamed with a silly smile. Yang Chulu adjusted his slightly wrinkled clothing and chuckled in return. Before he could settle in, Mingzi's grandmother returned. He hurried to assist her, guiding her tenderly. "Grandma, Uncle Lu is here." "Oh, is that so?" Yang's grandmother, now in her 70s, was a testament to the adage that reaching such an age is rare. Despite her advanced years, she tirelessly cared for her simple-minded grandson. They relied on each other for companionship. Although Mingzi may not have been the sharpest, he was exceptionally filial, always bringing back treats whenever he had something good. Yang Chulu set aside the edamame and stood up. "Grandma Yang, how have you been feeling lately?" Her face lit up with a kind smile. "By the grace of the heavens, I'm in good health." "That's wonderful. You'll surely live to 100. You sweet-talking child. You and Xiaoming sit tight. I'll prepare a meal for you." Having someone over was a rare joy for Grandma Yang. As the saying goes, in poverty, no one asks, but in wealth, distant relatives abound. Their family, living on minimal assistance, hardly attracted any visitors, let alone friends. Upon hearing that she would cook, Yang Chulu quickly interjected, "Grandma Yang, I came to invite Mingzi for dinner. I've already prepared the dishes at home." "Inviting Xiaoming for dinner?" "Indeed. Moreover, I wish to discuss something with you and Mingzi." "Speak freely. Xiaoming has often caused you trouble." Grandma Yang set down the salt and settled onto a stool, her age making it difficult for her legs to comply. "Well, you see, I recently acquired a boat. Given that Mingzi is quite strong, I was wondering if he could join me. I would pay him a salary." "Salary? Mingzi will receive a salary?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Mingzi began to chatter excitedly. "Xiaoming, quiet down." Grandma Yang shot him a stern glance, causing him to retract his head and cover his mouth, silenced by her authority. "Sixi, I've watched you grow since childhood. You've always treated Xiaoming well, but you know how he is. I fear he might cause you more trouble." Seeing that they had no objections, Yang Chulu reassured her, "Grandma Yang, you need not worry. Mingzi will join me, and I'll provide him with a daily salary of 200 yuan, including meals and accommodation. After selling the fish, he will receive 10% of the profits as a bonus." The salary and bonus were not an act of benevolence from Yang Chulu, but rather the norm within the industry. Unlike some unscrupulous boat owners who paid meager fixed wages while demanding grueling labor, Yang Chulu intended to treat his workers fairly. Upon hearing the figure of 200 yuan, Grandma Yang was incredulous. "My goodness, did you just say 200 a day?" "Yes, 200 per day, settled upon returning from the sea, plus the bonus." No, 60, that's too much. The strong laborers in the village don't even earn 200 a day. That's excessively generous. 200 a week would be more reasonable." She comprehended only the 200 yuan part and paid little heed to the percentages. Yang Chulu found it amusing. While most complained about low wages, here was someone concerned about offering too much. This simplicity was endearing, despite their modest means. Their virtues shone brightly. He didn't linger on the matter, decisively concluding that Mingzi was more than willing to join him. The prospect of venturing out to sea on a grand boat and earning money for delicious food was irresistible. With the arrangements settled, Yang Chulu led Mingzi back to his home, ensuring they had a proper farewell before embarking on their journey. Upon their return, Mingzi assisted with the fire while Yang Chulu busied himself at the stove. Indeed, having an extra pair of hands hastened the cooking process significantly. The two worked harmoniously, and soon 2 dishes and a soup were ready: stir-fried pork with cauliflower, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and a shrimp soup. Mingzi gazed at the vibrant and fragrant dishes on the table, his mouth watering. Seizing an opportunity while Yang Chulu was distracted, he stealthily snatched a piece of meat and popped it into his mouth. Delicious. Uncle Lu, your cooking is better than Grandma's. I love it. Yang Chulu chuckled at his endearing antics. Wash your hands. I'll leave the rest for you. After washing up, they could only indulge in drinks that evening, as they were set to embark on their maritime venture the following day. Just as they poured their drinks, a knock echoed at the door. Mingzi instinctively hugged the bottle of drink to his chest as if guarding a treasure. Who could it be at this hour? Yang Chulu muttered, rising to open the door. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing Tang Shui standing on the threshold, clutching a black bag. Tang Shui, what brings you here? Come in. I hope I'm not interrupting. Tang Shui appeared somewhat shy, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Not at all, come in. As she entered, the enticing aroma enveloped her senses, and she glanced up to find Mingzi staring at her intently from the main room. Oh, Mingzi is here too. Yes, I invited him for dinner. Although there had been a misunderstanding initially, their interactions had grown comfortable as Mingzi often visited the school to play. Now, however, Mingzi felt a twinge of apprehension upon seeing her, as he had always been intimidated by teachers. Noticing they were already dining, Tang Shui said, well, I should probably head back. You all enjoy your meal. Hey, Yang Chulu instinctively grasped her arm, then quickly released it. If you have something to say, just speak. There are no outsiders here. We can eat anytime. Chapter 62. Handling scallops. Tang Shui hesitated for a moment before opening the bag in her hand, revealing the dark contents within. I just picked these up from the beach. Shan Shan and the others are clamoring for seafood, but you know my skills in the kitchen. As she spoke of her culinary abilities, Tang Shui's face flushed even redder. Cooking had always been her Achilles heel. While she could manage a couple of vegetable dishes, seafood was an entirely different realm for her, one she had seldom ventured into, let alone prepared. Yang Chulu glanced down at the bag. Despite being coated in mud and sand, it was evident that these were scallops, and of a decent size. You're quite lucky. These scallops are not small. Indeed. We came to the seaside for fun, but I didn't expect such good fortune, she replied. Though, while they are delicious, they are a bit troublesome to prepare. Then perhaps I should just leave it, Tang Shui said, preparing to leave with the bag when Yang Chulu quickly stopped her. If you're not in a hurry, I can help you prepare them, but it will take a little time. Or you could just tell me how to do it, and I can manage at home. Mingzi is waiting for me, she suggested. That works too. I'll do the initial processing, and you can learn from me. It's quite simple. Yang Chulu took the bag, poured the scallops into a plastic basin, and noted the quantity to be around 20 or 30. Looks like you stumbled upon a scallop bed. Tang Shui chuckled. It's the first time in a while that we've had such luck. Yang Chulu fetched 2 buckets of water from the well to rinse off the mud-covered scallops. I'll help you with that. Tang Shui picked up a scallop and attempted to scrub the dirt off with her bare hands. Wait a moment. Yang Chulu quickly intervened, retrieving a pair of protective gloves. When handling shellfish, proper protection is essential. You must wear gloves to avoid injuring your hands. Oh, thank you. She accepted the gloves and donned them. And together they began to scrub the scallops. When cleaning scallops, one must not shy away from effort. They should be thoroughly cleaned, not treated like a child's face wash, where a mere cursory rinse suffices, as that would lead to an unpleasant dining experience. After rinsing them 4 times, the water in the basin became clear and pristine. Once the scallops were cleaned, Yang Chulu added a few drops of oil to the basin to encourage them to expel any remaining sand. Seeing him add the oil, Tang Shui presumed they could proceed directly to cooking. Yang Chulu, why don't I just take them home to cook? It seems quite simple. Yang Chulu smiled. Are you sure about that? Teacher Tang, you big silly. The meat is still hidden inside. Mingzi mocked from the side, attempting to pry open a scallop. Mingzi, put that down. Stop fooling around. Yang Chulu snatched the scallop from his hands, exasperated by the child's antics. Tang Shui was puzzled. Yang Chulu, what do Mingzi's words mean? Do we need to extract the meat as well? Yes, exactly. He rose, fetched a small knife from the windowsill, sat back down, and said, let me show you how it's done. Just watch. Yang Chulu picked up a scallop, inserted the knife into the gap, and gently lifted the blade upwards, causing the shell to split in 2. Then, using the tip of the knife, he scraped along the bottom edge of one side of the shell to sever the meat from the shell, revealing the tender, white scallop flesh within. Once separated, he carefully traced the edge of the shell with the knife tip, successfully extracting the entire piece of meat while discarding the black, unpleasant innards. He placed the scallop meat into a clean bowl, setting the shells aside. The shells were not discarded immediately, as different cooking methods might require them. Preferences vary, and scallops are versatile seafood. Some might prefer them stir-fried without the shell, while others might need the shell for dishes like garlic vermicelli scallops. where it serves as the perfect vessel. All done, he said, handing the knife to Tang Shui. So how did you find that? Did you learn? Tang Shui nodded, then shook her head, appearing puzzled. While she understood the concept, she was uncertain about her own ability to replicate it. Why not give it a try? He encouraged. Well, this method of extracting the meat resembles how we handle clams back home. She picked up a scallop and attempted the technique he had just demonstrated. Despite a hint of clumsiness, she successfully extracted the meat. Wow, I did it. Yang Chulu gave her a thumbs up. Well done. Mingzi, eyeing the scallop meat in her hands, stammered, Teacher Tang. Yeah, the student can indeed teach the teacher. Haha. Mingzi, you're going to make me laugh myself to death. The two burst into laughter, with Mingzi joining in, wearing a self-satisfied grin. Yang Chulu, puzzled, asked Mingzi, where did you learn that? You can even recite poetry now? He learned it at school. I just taught him yesterday, and he picked it up so quickly. Tang Shui explained with a smile. Mingzi is clever. He deserves a little red flower. All right, I'll give you one later, she promised. After the light-hearted commotion, Tang Shui took the remaining scallops home to prepare. Yang Chulu, needing to set sail early the next morning, refrained from interrupting her. By the time Yang Chulu and Mingzi finished dinner, it was nearly 8 in the evening. He escorted the boy home and reminded him to rise early the next day. Upon returning home, Yang Chulu tidied up the dishes, took a quick shower, and then climbed into bed to rest. Meanwhile, Tang Shui and her companions had been busy for over an hour, finally finishing the meal. The three gathered around a small table, in the center of which sat a large plate of blackened garlic vermicelli scallops. Tang Shui frowned at the scallops. Shanshan, didn't you say you could make garlic sauce? Is this it? Wang Shanshan, looking a bit embarrassed at the charred scallops, offered an awkward smile. Well, perhaps I'm just not used to your stove. Let us just make do with this. Hu Guowei, stop staring. Hurry up and try it. Go ahead and eat. Hu Guowei replied, his enthusiasm waning as he observed the charred scallops. Since arriving, he had been plagued by countless mosquito bites, and the stuffy atmosphere in the house did not help. The entire village, since his arrival, had left a lasting impression of poverty and backwardness. The only redeeming qualities were the scenery and air, neither of which could be consumed as sustenance. Tang Shui, I don't understand why you would leave such a good job in the city to come to this desolate place, feeling stifled even in the town. He couldn't fathom how anyone could endure life here. Tang Shui, angered by his words, retorted, it's not as bad as you say. The people are genuine. And the scenery is beautiful. Can any of that be converted into money? Look at the village. There isn't even a decent cement road. And the dock can't accommodate larger boats. Enough. Wang Shanshan slammed her palm on the table in reprimand. Hu Guowei, I ask you, can you not see the good in this place? Besides, aren't you currently unemployed as well? Why pretend to be a successful person? Chapter 63. Formulating a plan. Wang Shanshan, with her fiery temperament, was easily ignited. Tang Shui quickly tugged at the hem of her garment. Shanshan, you've made the effort to come here. Do not let anger cloud your spirit. It's detrimental to your skin. Wang Shanshan, sulking, turned her head away, clearly infuriated. All right. Tang Shui soothed her, then turned to Hu Guowei. I tell you, with diligence, there will be milk and bread. Hu Guowei merely curled his lips, neither confirming nor denying her statement. Wang Shanshan grasped Tang Shui's hand. Sister Shui, I've already informed everyone about the class reunion next week. The venue is set here. Are there any local farms? Tang Shui shook her head. No, I've heard there were some before. But due to low foot traffic and fierce competition between the two villages, they all shut down. However, we are few in number. I can speak to the village chief when the time comes. Yes, let us hold our gatherings here in the future. It can also provide some revenue for the village. Exactly. The village chief asked me to draft a proposal. I've nearly completed it. We can start with online shopping, produce and sell our goods, and even process them into semi-finished products. Aren't you a food blogger? You could recommend them. Indeed. How did I not think of that? Yang Chulu has a large fishing boat, and when he returns from the sea, we can begin by selling his seafood online. As the two animatedly discussed their plans, Hu Guowei rolled his eyes. Don't be overly optimistic. Ideals are lush, but reality is stark. Hu Guowei, Tang Shui, and Wang Shanshan glared at him in unison, their tempers nearing a boiling point, the atmosphere thick with tension. All right. Forget I said anything. Try the scallops instead. You're not allowed to eat. Leave. Wang Shanshan firmly pushed his hand away and pointed towards the door. Seeing her genuinely angered, Hu Guowei forced a smile. Fine, if you don't want me here. I shall take my leave. See you next week. He turned and exited, eager to escape. Had it not been for the presence of the two captivating ladies, he would have left much sooner. Upon returning home, he thought of enjoying the air conditioning, fishing, and playing video games instead. Meanwhile, and sighed. Tang Shui and Wang Shanshan continued their meal, discussing the proposal, their excitement leading them to embrace and laugh together at key moments. If the village chief could hear their chatter, he would surely be unable to contain his joy. At 4 in the morning, Yang Chulu was abruptly awakened from his slumber. Sitting upright in bed. What time is it? He fumbled for his phone, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Having just dreamed he overslept and lost a tuna to another boat. Thank goodness, it's just right. The nightmare had dispelled his drowsiness completely. He dressed quickly and prepared to head out to sea. Knock, knock, knock. Yuzai, are you home? Just as he finished dressing, a familiar voice called from the door. Sounding like old lady Yang. He opened the door to find her and Mingzi standing there. Grandma Yang, why are you up so early? Don't mention it. I was worried about delaying you. Little Ming didn't sleep a wink last night, afraid you would leave without him. Mingzi stood beside them, scratching his head and grinning. Yang Chulu chuckled. Come in, let me brush my teeth and we'll be off. Yuzai, I'm entrusting little Ming to you. If he misbehaves, be sure to speak to him. Here are some steamed buns I made for you. Enjoy them on the way back. Old Lady Yang handed him a plastic bag. Still warm to the touch. Thank you, Grandma Yang. You can rest assured about Mingzi. Yes, I trust you. Once Old Lady Yang departed, Yang Chulu hurriedly washed up and pushed his tricycle towards the dock. Mingzi followed closely behind, pushing with all his might, somehow matching the speed of an electric bike. Mingzi, ease up. The wheels might come off. Hey, watch out for the rocks. The louder Yang Chulu shouted, the harder Mingzi pushed, almost cramping his legs. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at the dock in the dim light. Mingzi, I'll lower the plank. You wait to load the supplies onto the boat, understood? Mingzi nodded vigorously. Got it. Load, load, load. Having given his instructions, Yang Chulu lowered the plank and climbed aboard to start the boat's preheating. This was his first venture into deep waters, and he felt a mix of anticipation and anxiety, primarily due to uncertainty. He planned to explore the coastal edges first, as he wouldn't be returning for a couple of days and had no need to rush. A few days prior, he had inquired with villagers who had gone to sea last time. They mentioned a place called Shipiko, where fishing vessels were abundant. The Liu brothers from Lajiakan had caught tuna there previously, reported to frequently yield great catches. Yang Chulu had only heard secondhand, but regardless of its truth, he intended to follow the coordinates and try his luck. With the boat operational and all systems checked, he prepared to load the gear and set sail. Yuzai, we're ready. Just as he was about to head out, Mingzi burst in. Didn't I ask you to load the supplies? I already did. Yang Chulu was skeptical. It had only been a short while, yet the tricycle was completely loaded. He stepped outside to find the tricycle overturned, its contents completely emptied. What on earth, Mingzi? How did you flip the cart? Mingzi grinned. This way, the cart won't be stolen by bad people. Clever, right? Clever indeed, quite resourceful. Next time someone says you're not smart, I'll be the first to defend you. Yang Chulu looked at the overturned cart, bemused, but acknowledged that it was indeed a safer approach. The cart was fine, and everything had been loaded onto the boat. He pulled up the anchor chain. Toot. The foghorn sounded, and the Jinchan vessel slowly cleaved through the waves. Mingzi, startled by the horn, covered his ears yet was visibly thrilled, bouncing with joy. As the boat gradually pulled away from the shore, the sight of Dangzwang diminished into the distance. They had set off quite early, and the sea was nearly devoid of other vessels, making for a smooth journey. The darkness of the morning, despite the illumination from the lights, compelled Yang Chulu to keep the speed steady. Navigating near shore was akin to driving on a busy street, where a boat could appear unexpectedly. After some time, the coastline faded from view, prompting Yang Chulu to utilize the binoculars he had purchased, remaining vigilant of his surroundings. Chapter 64. Arrival at Shipiko after sailing for a while. The two took advantage of the free time to have a light breakfast. After satisfying their hunger, Yang Chulu suggested that Mingzi return to the lounge for a nap, as there was little point in both of them staying awake. The journey to Shipiko would take over 6 hours, and even at maximum speed, they would not arrive until noon. The sailing was rather monotonous. Yang Chulu was alone in the cockpit without anyone to converse with. Although the autopilot was engaged, he still needed to maintain focus. As they ventured further offshore, the number of vessels on the horizon increased, predominantly large ships. Occasionally, they encountered transport vessels and sand dredgers, their tonnage quite astonishing. While the Golden Toad appeared sizable near the shore, it was dwarfed by these behemoths, rendering any comparison meaningless. As time passed, Yang Chulu and his companion drew closer to their destination. According to the radar navigation, they had now entered deep waters. At noon, the sun blazed overhead, and the temperature inside the cockpit soared to an uncomfortable level. Mingzi, awoken from his slumber by the heat, rushed outside, drenched in sweat. Yang Chulu glanced at the coordinates and realized they were nearing their target, effectively having arrived. He reduced the speed of the vessel, feeling the fatigue of the long 6 to 7 hour journey. After a yawn, he stood up to stretch his limbs, noting that it was already 12:30. It was certainly not the right time to commence work. Both the exhausting heat and their tiredness dictated otherwise. He looked around and saw no other vessels nearby. So he decided to anchor the boat and prepare a meal to replenish their energy before resuming work. Ming had been complaining of hunger for quite some time. He had consumed 5 steamed buns and 2 buckets of instant noodles that morning, which had barely sufficed for a few hours. Upon entering the kitchen, Yang Chulu found that the pots and utensils from breakfast were still strewn about in disarray. Ming, come here, he called. Oh, Ming responded, coming over. They quickly tidied up the kitchen, setting the pot in place. After a considerable amount of effort, they managed to prepare a meal. Given their fatigue, they opted for a hearty dish of braised beef with cabbage and vermicelli, plenty to satisfy both of them. Yang Chulu took charge of cooking, while Ming was tasked with boiling rice, a skill he had mastered alongside making porridge. While Yang Chulu cooked, Ming arranged the bowls and chopsticks neatly and sat at the table, eagerly inhaling the aroma of the dish while swallowing in anticipation. Uncle Lu, is it ready? I'm starving, he queried. Almost there, Yang Chulu replied. After a brief wait, the pot of braised beef was ready. Yang Chulu poured it into a metal basin. Here we go, time to eat. Ming eagerly picked up his chopsticks, his eyes fixated on the basin, drooling in anticipation. It smells so good, Yang Chulu chuckled. If it's that good, eat your fill. And don't forget to catch me a tuna later. Ming nodded vigorously. Yes, I'll catch 10. Huh. If you really catch 10, we'll have beef every day, Yang Chulu joked. As they enjoyed their meal, their spirits lifted, perhaps due to their genuine hunger. Yang Chulu devoured 2 bowls of rice, while Ming impressively polished off the remainder. Sated, Ming wiped the grease from the corners of his mouth, a satisfied smile on his face. Uncle Lu, I'm going to catch big fish now. Wait a moment, he added, eager to get back to work. Yang Chulu replied. You clean up the dishes, and I'll head out to find the fish. I'll call you when I've located them. All right, fishing it is. With the tasks assigned, Yang Chulu returned to the cockpit, restarted the vessel, and retrieved the compass hanging from his neck. It was said that the resources in the open sea were abundant, and today he intended to put that to the test. As the Golden Toad resumed its course, Yang Chulu placed the compass on the control panel, ensuring it was level, and loosened the brake screw. The needle in the compass wavered slightly before stabilizing. Yang Chulu remained patient, suspecting perhaps that there were no schools of fish nearby. The ship maintained a steady pace. Now positioned at the center of the coordinates, at the heart of Shipiko. Using his binoculars, he observed 2 vessels gradually appearing in the vicinity, one less than a nautical mile away, bustling with activity on the deck. Adjusting the magnification, he noticed a line of people standing with fishing rods, each lifting fish from the water effortlessly. What is this? Yang Chulu marveled at the sight. It seemed they hardly needed to unhook the fish as the bait was cast, and the fish leaped from the water like dumplings. The fishing lines danced as fish soared into the air, a spectacular sight indeed. Noticing the insignia on the hull, he realized it belonged to a certain fishing company, explaining their impressive operation. A vessel employing a dozen people could achieve such feats that a private fishing boat could not. While the fish being caught were not particularly large, they appeared to be targeting specific species. Yang Chulu looked on with envy, as they had already caught dozens within a brief period. Truly, the resources were abundant. Given the proximity of the 2 vessels and their ongoing operations, he refrained from interfering and turned the helm to adjust their course. Once the Golden Toad was oriented correctly, it continued its journey. After searching for about 10 minutes, the compass needle began to react, slowly rotating until it pointed in a new direction. Yang Chulu steered the ship according to the compass, gaining a clear target and increasing their speed. As they sailed further, small red dots appeared on the reflective surface, indicating they were nearing their destination. The ship's speed gradually slowed, and the red dots became increasingly discernible. At that moment, Ming entered the cockpit after cleaning the dishes. He spotted a golden object on the control panel. His curiosity piqued as he approached to pick it up. What is this? Is it chocolate? He exclaimed, mistaking the golden compass for a chocolate coin due to its shiny exterior. Put that down. Quickly, Yang Chulu shouted, realizing the potential danger as he rushed to snatch it away. The golden compass was akin to his very life. Any mishap could prove catastrophic. Ming, startled by Yang Chulu's voice, dropped the compass, which clattered to the ground. The reflective surface struck a metal edge, and Yang Chulu anxiously bent down to retrieve it. Hoping it remained undamaged, the thought of a broken compass was unbearable. He picked it up, but to his dismay, the reflective surface showed nothing. And although the needle remained stationary, the direction it indicated had not changed. Chapter 65, the new function of the compass. Could it truly be broken? Yang Chuliu's hand trembled slightly as he grasped the compass, nervously wiping it with his sleeve. Beside him, Mingzi stood frozen in fear. His head bowed as he fidgeted with his fingers, resembling a child caught in mischief. Despite his incessant attempts to polish the mirror surface, there was still no response. Even the original brake screw had been dented upon impact. This was disastrous. He had invested everything in a boat, relying on the compass to lead into prosperity. And now it had failed him miserably. Yang Chulu shook with anger, glaring at Mingzi, wanting to scold him, but finding himself at a loss for words. You really are something. After a long pause, a few words forced themselves out. Though he did not utter anything harsh, Mingzi's head nearly sank to his chest. Uncle Liuzi, I was wrong. Please don't be angry. What use is an apology if you cannot restore it? Yang Chulu exclaimed, lifting the compass. Look, there is absolutely no reaction. Mid-sentence, a projection suddenly appeared on the reflective surface, as if a film were being played. Yang Chulu fell silent, momentarily entranced by the mirror's image. What is happening? The previous small red dots had vanished, revealing what appeared to be an underwater scene, with the movement of his hand. He could faintly discern seaweed. Mingzi, take a look. Isn't that seaweed? Yang Chulu, uncertain, passed the compass to him. Mingzi glanced up, shaking his head. Uncle Liuzi, there is nothing there. Nothing? Look more closely. There is really nothing. But there is. Look here. A small octopus has appeared and is moving. Mingzi's expression shifted to one of fear. Uncle Liuzi, you're not losing your mind, are you? Grandma said foolishness is contagious. I'm going home. From his gaze, Yang Chulu could tell that Mingzi was not deceiving him. He truly could not see anything. This was indeed strange. He cradled the compass in his hands, observing that the image on the reflective surface changed with movement, resembling a surveillance camera. Noticing the anomaly, Yang Chulu inspected the dented brake screw, tugging it firmly outward. With a click, the screw returned to its original position, and the image on the mirror transformed abruptly back into red dots. Could this be a new function? After testing it a couple of times, he discovered that pressing the brake screw would yield a real-time image, while pulling it out would revert it to mere red dots. What a fortunate turn of events. With real-time imagery, he could accurately locate fish underwater, and more importantly, identify their species. If he encountered a shark, he could take timely precautions. Fantastic! Yang Chulu exclaimed excitedly, seizing Mingzi's shoulders and shaking him. You truly are my lucky star. Tell me, what reward do you desire? Mingzi, bewildered by his erratic behavior, stammered, I want to eat chocolate. All right, I'll buy you some when we return. But now, let us get to work. Yang Chulu had never anticipated that the golden compass possessed such capabilities. It had seemed particularly mysterious when he first acquired it, and now he was vindicated. The compass offered real-time imagery, though it appeared to have limitations. At a distance, the image became blurred. The exact range was still unclear, likely correlating with the detected red dots. Once on deck, Yang Chulu instructed Mingzi to retrieve a basket of sole from the cold storage, preparing to chop it into bait. According to the compass, several fish were hiding beneath the seaweed right below the boat, though the details were not entirely clear. Judging by the movement of the seaweed, they were likely not small. Regardless of what kind of fish they were, they would deal with that later. Mingzi worked efficiently, chopping the frozen fish blocks with ease, as if slicing tofu. Be gentle with the knife, Mingzi. We only brought one. If it breaks, we'll have to gnaw on our food. Mingzi flashed a silly grin, but reduced his force slightly. Soon, the bait was prepared. Following the compass's guidance, Yang Chulu took a piece of fish and cast it into the water. Mingzi, throw the fish chunks into the same spot I just did. Remember, the farther the better. Okay. Mingzi hefted the fish chunk, then leaned back, assuming a throwing stance, and with a powerful swing of his arm, sent the chunk flying. Splash! The fish chunk hit the water, creating a splash, and it seemed to land nearly twice the distance of his previous cast. Yang Chulu marveled inwardly. This strength could rival that of a legendary hero. Well done, Mingzi. Hearing the praise, Mingzi threw with even more vigor. In no time, nearly half a basket of fish chunks had been cast, and he still seemed unsatisfied. Yang Chulu promptly halted him. This isn't just tossing stones at home. Each piece is money. With the bait deployed, Yang Chulu retrieved the fishing gear, preparing to set up 2 rods. Although Mingzi was strong, he had never used such fishing rods, so he could only assist during crucial moments. Based on the compass's display, Yang Chulu set up 2 different rods. One was a sea rod with multiple hooks, and the other was a rod gifted with the boat, equipped with a large reel designed for big catches. The bait for each rod differed. The large reel was rigged with a live octopus, while the multi-hook rod was baited with fish chunks. Holding one rod, he gauged the approximate location with the compass before forcefully casting it. Whoosh! The octopus flew through the air, its tentacles flailing wildly. While the large reel spun rapidly, the fishing line quickly unwinding. Moments later, a splash erupted on the water's surface as the octopus plunged into the depths. With both rods set up, he inserted them into different fishing holes and took a seat on a small stool, waiting. Ming's eyes were glued to the fishing rods, eager to pull them up at once. Seeing him pacing anxiously, Yang Chulu said, Ming, sit down and rest. You'll have your moment soon. Okay. While waiting for a bite, he once again examined the compass, noting that the seaweed was swaying more vigorously. The bait had already sunk. Fish were leaping out of the water, competing for the bait. During the first baiting, due to inexperience, the fish chunks were cut a bit small and were devoured before they could settle. Now, with the compass projecting images, waiting for the fish felt less urgent. He could take a moment to admire the underwater world, far more engaging than spending 200 on an aquarium visit. Chapter 66. The big catch. Yang Chulu gazed intently at the compass, absorbed in his thoughts, while Ming, having little else to occupy his mind, was on the verge of dozing off. In this sweltering heat, it was indeed a challenge for him. Suddenly, the fishing rod at the hole twitched slightly. Yang Chulu quickly called out, Ming, hurry. There's a bite. Ming jolted awake, exclaiming, what? Time to eat. Not food, the fishing rod. Yang Chulu had little faith in him and promptly stood beside the rod. The tip of the rod quivered once more, though the movement was not particularly pronounced. Such subtlety usually indicated that a fish was tentatively nibbling at the bait, but it had not yet taken it fully. Patience was essential. One must wait. After a brief interval of several seconds, the twitching tip settled into stillness. Could it be that the bait had been consumed? Drawing on his years of fishing experience, Yang Chulu sensed that the situation was not favorable. He lifted the rod gently, finding the fishing line somewhat slack. Deciding to reel it in, he discovered that the piece of fish he had previously used was reduced to a mere remnant, with signs of nibbling around the edges. It appeared he had encountered a crafty fish. He carefully secured a fresh piece of fish onto the hook, pressing it firmly in place. Just as he finished, another fishing rod nearby began to stir, the line taut and the reel spinning. We've got one, Ming exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. There's a fish, Uncle Yozi. I'm going to catch a big one. Yang Chulu ignored his enthusiasm, setting aside his task and positioning himself directly in front of the rod. Donning a pair of non-slip gloves, he pulled the rod from the fishing hole, securing the safety line around his wrist. This was his first experience with such a large reel, and although the mechanics were familiar, he felt a twinge of apprehension. The fishing line rapidly extended nearly 50 meters, adding to the previous 100 meters, totaling almost 200 meters in length. Fortunately, the reel was substantial enough to hold 1,000 meters of line, allowing for some leeway. Yang Chulu had intended to use the compass to discern the type of fish, but his hands were preoccupied. Regardless of what it was, he had to focus on reeling it in first. The powerful fish below continued its vigorous movements, the drag on the reel alleviating some of Yang Chulu's exertion. He steadied his breathing, gripping the rod with one hand while firmly holding the reel's handle with the other. Suddenly, the rod was yanked, bending sharply into a crescent shape. The line taut as if it might snap at any moment. Yang Chulu leaned forward, barely managing to brace himself against the edge of the boat with his knee. In a desperate struggle, he temporarily regained control of the spinning reel. The line did not release further, yet it also did not retract. The two were locked in a fierce tug-of-war, the fishing rod creaking under the strain. Yang Chulu clenched his jaw, his grip unwavering, though his arms began to tremble slightly. Was this the power of deep-sea fish? Remarkably intense. He had exerted nearly all his strength, yet he could barely maintain the status quo. After several minutes of stalemate, he sensed a slight reduction in the fish's struggle, indicating a possible advantage. Seizing the moment, he pulled the rod sharply upward and rotated the reel handle clockwise 3 times, effectively retrieving 3 meters of line. As the line was drawn in, the previously calm fish began thrashing once more, attempting to break free. Yang Chulu recognized that if this continued, he would eventually tire out. Conserving energy and managing his strength was crucial. Ming, come and take over for me. Oh, coming. Ming, already itching with impatience, could hardly contain himself. Yang Chulu quickly explained the procedure to him, cautioning him to let go if it became too much and not to push himself. Deep-sea fishing for large catches was far more complex than fishing from the shore. Failure to cut the line in a dangerous situation could lead to severe consequences. With the safety line secured to the rod, there was no fear of losing it. Ming listened attentively, nodding in understanding after Yang Chulu's explanation. Yet, whether he truly comprehended was uncertain. Yang Chulu handed the rod over with a hint of worry. As Ming took the rod, he was unexpectedly yanked forward, colliding with the side of the boat. Are you all right? Be careful. Yang Chulu reached out to steady him, checking for any significant injuries. Ming, Do not strain yourself. Let me know if it's too much. Mingzi nodded, mimicking Yang Chulia's earlier stance, and began to pull with all his might. Uncle Yozi, it's moving too much. Steady now, don't panic. Pull it in. And there will be a delicious reward. Yes, I want something tasty. Upon hearing Yang Chulu's words, excitement lit up Mingzi's face as he licked his lips, his arms visibly bulging with effort. The rod bent increasingly, forming an L shape. Yang Chulu watched in astonishment at this remarkable display of strength. This rod was not one of the cheap ones. Its material was robust, and for someone to bend it like that was no small feat. Although the line had not been released further, Mingzi, relying solely on brute strength, was unaware of the need to adjust his rhythm or reel in. Mingzi, turn the handle. I don't know how. In his anxiety, he forgot everything Yang Chulu had taught him. Yang Chulu thought quickly and said, remember how you like to pedal a bicycle at home? Just think of that handle as the pedal. Oh, the pedal. I'm riding a bike. Mingzi grasped the concept, and with renewed vigor, he began to turn the handle, the reel moving smoothly. In just a few breaths, several meters of line were retrieved. With such a large reel, one rotation equated to 1 meter, making it relatively quick to reel in. No matter how fiercely the fish struggled, Mingzi remained steadfast. The line coming in faster only fueled his excitement. I'm riding a bike to get good food, he sang merrily, twisting the reel with joy. The fish beneath must have felt despair, having encountered such an unexpected opponent. Yang Chulu marveled at Mingzi's fishing prowess. It seemed that as long as one possessed sufficient strength, the intricacies of rhythm and breathing were irrelevant. Just pull hard and close one's eyes, it was pure domination. This was truly a stroke of luck. If someone from the fishing company were to witness this, they would surely fight to claim him. For he was worth 3 regular anglers. Chapter 67. Mingzi had been dragging for more than 10 minutes, and when he finally reeled in the fishing line, it measured nearly 20 meters, yet his expression remained unchanged. Yang Chuli took a deep breath, feeling his strength returning, and approached, saying, Mingzi, why don't you go rest in the car for a bit? I can take over. Uncle Liozi, Mingzi wants to ride the bicycle. Don't steal my turn, he replied. Originally, he had intended to give Mingzi a break, but he had become quite absorbed in the task. Since Mingzi was unwilling to relent, Yang Chuli could not force him. Observing Mingzi's determination, he figured he could manage to pull the fish up without issue. As time passed, Mingzi's speed in reeling in the line increased. It seemed the large fish in the water had exhausted its strength and was struggling less fiercely. Yang Chuli noticed that the line was nearly all gathered in. So he retrieved the borrowed spear gun from the storage room. He had initially planned to purchase one for himself, but his funds were insufficient. This one had been lent to him by old Yang, and it had seen better days. Taking the spear gun, he secured the safety line to the side of the boat. Suddenly, a splash erupted, and a white form leapt from the tranquil sea surface. The taut fishing line slackened, causing Mingzi to stumble back 2 steps. Narrowly avoiding a fall due to his stable footing, Yang Chuli quickly moved to support him, asking, Are you all right, Mingzi? Mingzi shook his head and grinned, I'm fine. I still want to ride the bicycle. Wait until you're ready. Just keep the rod steady, Yang Chuli instructed. Okay, Mingzi complied, halting the rotation of the handle. As Yang Chuli stood at the boat's edge, the splashes had subsided, revealing a fish drifting on the surface, approximately 1 meter long. The sunlight made it difficult to discern its species. Quite a catch, indeed, he thought, gripping the spear gun tightly and squinting to aim. It was his first time using such a weapon, and he was uncertain about his accuracy. With a swift motion, Yang Chuli hurled the spear gun forward. The sound of slicing air echoing. The spear gun resembled a javelin from his school days, albeit slightly shorter. It soared through the air in a graceful arc before plunging into the water. Plop. The spear gun sank swiftly, but the fish remained unharmed. Having evaded the strike by nearly 1 meter. This shouldn't be. I was among the top 3 in javelin throws back in school. What a disappointment, he lamented. Mingzi, filled with anticipation, stared at the scene, bewildered by Yang Chuli's aim. Well, Uncle Yozi, you're amazing. I also want to stab the water. Yang Chuli felt a flush of embarrassment at Mingzi's admiration and feigned calmness. Don't be silly. I'm preparing to catch fish, not stab water. That is not true. I saw you stab the water. Then pretend you didn't see it, all right? But I did see it. Grandma says we shouldn't lie. Mingzi pouted, feeling a bit wronged. Yang Chuli, not wanting to argue further, decided to cast again, hoping for better luck this time. He reeled in the spear gun once more, adjusted his grip, and threw it again. This time, he hit the fish squarely on its back. I got it. Ha. Yang Chuli exclaimed, exhilarated by his success. The fish, pierced and in pain, thrashed about, while Mingzi clutched the fishing rod tightly, and Yang Chuli tugged on the safety line. The spear was designed with barbs, ensuring that once it struck, it wouldn't come loose easily. After a vigorous struggle, Yang Chuli managed to pull the fish to the side of the boat. The fish was slender with a large head, its small eyes wide open. Its mouth, notably pronounced, was adorned with thick, luscious lips. The upper side of its body was a dark olive green, speckled with irregular cloud-like spots, while the lower side was a yellow-brown, and its belly was a silvery white. Yang Chuli recognized it immediately. It was a cod. Demingzi, upon seeing the large fish, eagerly inquired, "Uncle Yozi, can we eat it?" Yang Chuli nodded, "Of course. We are quite fortunate. Not only is it edible, but it also has medicinal properties. It's a treasure in its own right. I want to eat it." Demingzi licked his lips, imagining the taste. Thankfully, the fish remained in the water. Otherwise, he might have attempted to devour it raw, which was indeed an option for cod. Cod meat is tender and considered a high-end delicacy, often used in sashimi platters by upscale restaurants. It is rich in nutrients and has healing properties. One common insulin component is derived from its body. Regular consumption of cod can help lower blood sugar and alleviate pain, making it particularly beneficial for those with night blindness or cardiovascular issues. Of course, Yang Chuli had only read about it and had never tasted cod himself. Observing the sizable fish, which he estimated weighed between 50 to 60 pounds, he knew he couldn't rely solely on the spear gun. "Demingzi, please insert the rod into the fishing hole and come here to take the spear gun. I'll grab the rope," he instructed. "Okay," Demingzi responded, proving to be quite efficient when given clear instructions. Yang Chuli freed his hands and swiftly dashed to the storage room to fetch a bundle of rope, preparing to secure the fish's tail for dragging it aboard. The deck was equipped with an electric winch, but for a single fish, it hardly seemed worth the effort, especially with Demingzi's help. After retrieving the rope, he skillfully tied a cow-hitch knot, known for its security. Once the knot was secure, he tossed the rope towards the fish's tail. Since the cod was right beside the boat, it was not difficult to ensnare. He managed it in one swift motion. Once secured, Yang Chuli tightened the rope, causing the cod to thrash violently, splashing water high into the air. With the rope firmly in place, he and Demingzi dragged the fish towards the boat's front, where the fish entrance was located. Unlike iron-hulled vessels, this large fishing boat featured a small door almost level with the water line, facilitating the dragging process. Upon reaching the designated spot, he tossed the rope to Demingzi and descended to open the door. Creak! The iron door swung open, and Yang Chuli pulled the rope up, waving to Demingzi, "Come down." Hearing his call, Demingzi hurried down, his eagerness to eat the fish palpable. "Uncle Yozi, let me help you." "Yes, but be careful. The floor can be slippery." Demingzi took the rope and, without waiting for the signal to start, heaved with both arms, lifting the cod from the water. Splash! The fish emerged, sending a spray of water that drenched both of them. Demingzi's strength once again exceeded Yang Chuli's expectations, making his own efforts feel superfluous as he stood by. Chapter 68. Oil-braised prawns. After Demingzi brought the fish up, Yang Chulu dragged it onto the deck with him. Once they set the fish down, Yang Chulu took a deep breath. After half an hour of exertion under the scorching sun, Demingzi was drenched in sweat. The cod lay on the deck, its body stained crimson with blood, appearing listless and on the verge of death. As a deep-sea fish, its swim bladder would rapidly expand upon surfacing, often leading to its demise shortly thereafter. Yang Chulu retrieved a knife, preparing to process it before placing it in the ice compartment. "Demingzi, go over there and fetch a towel to help me hold the fish's head." "All right." He firmly pressed the towel against the cod's head while Yang Chulu gripped the harpoon to avoid being struck by its tail, using his other hand to make the initial incision for bleeding. With a swift cut along the abdomen, the cod momentarily stiffened before ceasing all movement. "Demingzi, you can let go now." Once the fish had bled out, Yang Chulu reached inside its belly to remove the entrails. Demingzi assisted by bringing 2 buckets of water to rinse away the blood. This delicate deep-sea fish required immediate cleaning. Otherwise, the blood would seep into the flesh, diminishing its market value. With his culinary skills, Yang Chulu handled the task with relative ease, taking half an hour to finish processing the cod. While the sun blazed down on his back, "Demingzi, come over and help lift it into the ice compartment." Demingzi, after calling out twice with no response, he turned to find the deck empty. Where had he gone? "Uncle Yozi, I've brought the pot." Just as Yang Chulu pondered this, Demingzi rushed over, one hand carrying a pot and the other a spatula. Yang Chulu was momentarily taken aback. "Demingzi, what on earth are you doing with that pot?" "To cook the fish." Yang Chulu couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation, realizing Demingzi had been eagerly awaiting the chance to cook. "Put the pot down for now. We need to." He patiently explained that they would use the fish to exchange for other delicacies, which finally appeased Demingzi. After the cod had been cleaned of its entrails, Demingzi effortlessly dragged the fish head into the ice compartment as if carrying a small chick. Taking advantage of the moment, Yang Chulu washed away the blood on the deck, discarding the entrails into the seawater, and hung 2 baited hooks nearby, hoping for a good catch later. It was now 5:30 p.m., and there was still time for more fishing. After placing the fish in the compartment, Yang Chulu instructed Demingzi to keep an eye on the hooks, ready to pull them up at any sign of movement, as octopuses and prawns might come by. After over an hour of fishing, they had caught numerous mackerel, but none as large as the cod. Yang Chulu checked the compass and found no fish near the seabed. The commotion caused by the earlier cod had likely scared them away. Demingzi, on the other hand, had fared well, bringing up several small octopuses and a good number of prawns, enough for dinner. By 6:30 p.m., the sky had darkened completely. Yang Chulu decided to reel in the lines, satisfied with the day's catch of 1 cod, ready to enjoy a meal and rest for the next day. Tonight's dinner was bountiful, with an abundance of seafood. After tidying up, Yang Chulu took the prawns to the kitchen to wash them clean. Fresh water was scarce at sea, so he had to be frugal, unlike at home. He simply prepared the prawns, removing the intestinal tract. The prawns caught today were sizable, nearly the length of a lighter, from head to tail. Unlike freshwater crayfish, these seawater prawns did not perish immediately upon being removed from the water unless oxygen levels were low. Having cleaned the prawns, he had a large bowl filled, estimating it to be around 3 pounds. He selected 4 of the larger octopuses, reserving the rest as bait, as he had not purchased many this time, just enough for their needs. With everything prepared, the next steps were straightforward: heating oil in a pot. In high spirits, he decided to try a different cooking style. He divided the prawns into 2 portions. One would be boiled in salted water to make salted prawns, while the other half would be prepared as oil-braised prawns. Given the limited supplies on the boat, he had to improvise. After sauteing 2 cloves of garlic until golden, he added some Sichuan peppercorns and dried chili pieces to release their fragrance. Achoo! Demingzi sneezed from the spiciness, but his eyes remained glued to the pot. Once the base ingredients were well sauteed, Yang Chulu added the cleaned prawns, continuing to stir-fry. It was best to use fresh prawns for oil braising, allowing the meat to remain tender and soak up the flavors. As the prawns cooked, their enticing aroma filled the air, causing Demingzi to swallow hard in anticipation. Yang Chulu adjusted the seasoning, then added a spoonful of water, allowing it to simmer for 5 minutes until the sauce thickened. With the prawns done, only the octopus remained, which was relatively easy to handle. A few minutes of stir-frying was all it needed. After a flurry of activity, all 3 dishes were complete. Yang Chulu surveyed the table laden with fragrant and visually appealing dishes, nodding in satisfaction. It seemed his culinary skills had not dulled. "Uncle Liuzi, is it time to eat?" Demingzi inquired, his stomach growling. "Yes, let us dig in." With his affirmation, Demingzi wasted no time, grabbing his chopsticks and diving into the meal. Having hardly paused all afternoon and now thoroughly famished, Yang Chulu chuckled at his voraciousness. "Take your time, there is no one else competing with you. This is delicious. Truly delectable." Demingzi stuffed his mouth with prawns, his lips glistening with oil. Yang Chulu also took a moment to taste the dish and found it quite delightful. Meanwhile, far away in Qingdao Esdeong village, a sense of tranquility prevailed. Every household was aglow with light, and the sounds of animated conversations drifted from within. Several village women gathered, their faces alight with gossip. "Have you heard? Liuzi just bought a boat and took a fool with him to sea. What on earth was he thinking? Is he trying to save money to the point of madness?" A nearby villager interjected. "I heard from old lady Yang that Liuzi pays his grandson 200 yuan a day, plus a commission." Everyone gasped in astonishment. "Wow, that much? Indeed. But I suspect he's just deceiving the fool. No one here earns that much in a day. How could he pay the fool so generously?" "Exactly. If there are no fish, how can there be money for wages? Only a fool would fall for that." Laughter erupted among the group. Chapter 69. Concept of online development. The following morning at 8:30, Tang Shui, clutching her laptop, walked towards the village office accompanied by Wang Shanshan. She had no classes that morning, and it had been some time since the village head entrusted her with the task. After 2 days of extensive discussion with Wang Shanshan, they had finally settled on a plan. Upon arriving at the village office, they found the village head just arriving at the entrance. "Village head," Tang Shui called out, hurrying towards him. The village head turned at the sound. "Oh, it's Teacher Tang. What brings you here?" "Village head, you asked me to draft a proposal for improving the village's conditions, and I have completed it." "Ah, that's wonderful," he exclaimed, his enthusiasm instantly rekindled. "Come inside. Let us discuss it. After all, reading extensively is truly beneficial." The village head ushered them into the room, offering tea and arranging chairs with no airs of authority. Wang Shanshan, seeing the village head for the first time, had expected a stern and aloof figure, but was pleasantly surprised by his amiable demeanor. Once seated, Tang Shui opened her laptop and presented the completed proposal to the village head. Village head, this is the optimal plan I devised based on our village's actual circumstances. If executed well, we could see results in the short term. The village head, keenly listening, eagerly donned his reading glasses and focused on the screen. Tang Shui and Wang Shanshan patiently waited, refraining from interrupting him. After a considerable wait, the village head shifted his gaze away from the laptop, pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, tapped it, lit it, and took a deep drag, his brow furrowed. Noticing his silence, Tang Shui worried that there might be issues with her proposal. Village head, if there's anything unreasonable, I can revise it. Indeed, village head, this is our first attempt. And we lack experience, Wang Shanshan chimed in. The village head exhaled a puff of smoke, his face brightening with a smile. Excellent, excellent. As the young folks say, the Yangtze River's rear waves push the front waves, leaving us old fellows washed up on the shore. Both Tang Shui and Wang Shanshan, relieved to learn that there were no problems with the proposal, felt their anxious hearts settle. Wang Shanshan sighed in relief. Village head, you were just trying to scare us, weren't you? Huh, who is this young lady? Tang Shui, having been engrossed in the proposal, forgot to introduce Wang Shanshan. Village head, this is my college classmate, Wang Shanshan. She is an impressive food blogger, and her assistance will be invaluable for the smooth advancement of our proposal. Ah Wang, welcome to Qingdao. The village head, always eager to nurture talent, became even more enthusiastic upon learning she was a university student. Wang Shanshan, naturally unreserved, responded graciously, thank you. However, mere verbal welcome won't suffice. Certainly. Tonight, let teacher Tang take you to my home, where my wife will delight you with some fresh seafood specialties. Just kidding. They all laughed. After some light conversation, the village head expressed his enthusiasm for their online sales concept, noting that it required minimal investment. If they could achieve self-production and self-marketing, the profits would undoubtedly increase. With the traditional economy increasingly challenged by e-commerce, this approach was becoming a trend. Although Qingdao was currently impoverished, its unique resources and scenic beauty held potential for economic development if they could enhance its visibility. The village head, contemplating further, recalled that Yang Chulu had previously mentioned a similar idea, but lacked a proper approach. Given the daily seafood yield from the village, there would be ample supply for e-commerce sales. After reviewing the proposal again, he suggested, since you both created this plan, I entrust its implementation to you. Should any difficulties arise, feel free to reach out to me. Indeed, but we must wait for Yang Chulu to return, as he contributed some ideas to the proposal. And we should start with his goods. Not a problem. That rascal has always had a wealth of ideas. I have full confidence in you working together. With the plan settled, the village head sought to persuade Wang Shanshan to stay, eager to attract talent. Wang Shanshan was non-committal, neither agreeing nor declining, as she wished to pursue her passions, but needed to assess the feasibility of the implementation. Meanwhile, on another side of the boat, two figures were moving about on the deck. Yang Chulu was casting his fishing rod, while Mingzi circled around him with a net. Mingzi, stop fidgeting and settle down for a moment. Uncle Lu, let us trade fish for delicious food. You'll have to wait until I catch something first. Stop being a nuisance. Yang Chulu, having reassured Mingzi that fish could be exchanged for good food, joined him on deck early that morning after hearing noises outside. The two did not bother to change their fishing spot, sticking to the previous day's location. After over 2 hours of effort, they had only caught a few mackerel, with no sign of larger fish. Suddenly, a 2-pound mackerel broke the surface. It's coming up, it's coming up, Mingzi exclaimed, excitedly raising his net to scoop it up. But before he could reach the water, Yang Chulu had already pulled it aboard. Uncle Lu, you're bullying me, he pouted, glaring at Yang Chulu with a look of grievance. Enough. Let us clean the fish and store it in the ice compartment. I'll go prepare lunch. And then we can change spots. Yang Chulu, after giving instructions, packed up the fishing rod, his stomach grumbling after 2 hours of work. Today, he planned to drop the crab trap and scout for a better fishing spot. Breakfast was simple. He merely boiled 2 pots of instant noodles to satisfy his hunger. After the meal, the sun climbed high in the sky, and the day grew increasingly warm. Yang Chulu made his way to the helm, started the boat, and prepared to seek out new fishing grounds. While the main engine warmed up, he took up his binoculars to scan the surroundings. Noting that there wasn't a single boat in sight within a mile, even the fishing vessels that had been working yesterday had departed. It seemed this spot was indeed rather unpopular. Let us move along, Yang Chulu said, hauling in the anchor chain and placing the compass on the control panel. Beginning to navigate through the vast sea, Mingzi sat quietly nearby, munching on spicy strips, his face contorting from the heat. After yesterday's events, he was hesitant to touch the compass again. Today he planned to drift around Snakeskin Mouth, having heard there were plenty of boats there for tuna fishing. Yet upon arrival, he saw very few vessels. After sailing for over 20 minutes, the compass needle in front of Yang Chulu suddenly began to move, spinning twice before indicating a direction to the right front. Is something happening? Yang Chulu slowed the boat and gradually turned the steering wheel to align with the compass's direction. As he adjusted the course, small red dots began to appear faintly at the edge of the reflective surface, 2 or 3 in number, not too many. Chapter 70. The gluttonous Benito, observing the numerous red dots, Yang Chulu, relying on his past experiences, estimated that the fish were at least a mile away from the boat. As the vessel slowed, he pressed down the locking screw of the compass, causing the small red dots on the reflective surface to vanish, subsequently revealing a clear image. Yang Chulu marveled at the remarkable functionality of the device. After sailing for another 10 minutes, the compass indicated an increasing density of seaweed on the seafloor, with occasional glimpses of rocks. Such areas typically boasted abundant resources and served as ideal hiding spots from predators. Sure enough, Yang Chulu spotted 2 crabs, each the size of a bowl, engaged in a fierce standoff within the crevices of a rocky outcrop. True to their reputation as a combative species, they seemed perpetually poised for battle. The scene shifted to a cluster of fish darting in panic through a patch of seaweed, though they appeared to be rather modest in size, reminiscent of ornamental fish. The compass revealed an abundance of shrimp and crabs in the vicinity, with some rocks harboring ribbonfish that resembled elongated gourds. Yang Chulu maneuvered the boat closer, preparing to deploy the crab traps. Once the boat was at a standstill, he brought 40 crab traps onto the deck alongside Mingzi. Mingzi, go fetch the remaining half-basket of sole from the cold storage, he instructed. Oh. Mingzi returned with the sole, which had been prepped the previous day, ready to be placed directly into the traps. After a flurry of activity lasting several minutes, they filled all the traps with chunks of fish. Yang Chulu opened the door at the fish entrance and began to lower the baited traps into the water one by one, with Mingzi assisting. Having spent a day working together, their coordination had significantly improved. Half an hour later, all the traps had been successfully deployed. With the traps in place, Yang Chulu set the boat in motion, readying himself for operations in the surrounding area, mindful of the numerous rocks that could easily snag the vessel. As the boat began to move, the compass spun rapidly, and a fleeting shadow darted across the reflective surface, moving with remarkable speed. What was that? Yang Chulu initially dismissed it, but soon confirmed that something had indeed swum past. The swiftly rotating needle gradually slowed as it locked onto a direction. With no time to meticulously search with the compass, he accelerated the boat in pursuit. After traveling approximately 500 meters, he deduced that the target must be nearby. Yang Chulu tucked the compass into his pocket and called out to Mingzi, "Prepare the bait. We have a live one." Mingzi reluctantly set down the snack he had been enjoying, licking the grease from his fingers, and hurriedly followed. To save time, Yang Chulu chose not to use the sole, instead dragging a basket of sardines onto the deck. The sardines were smaller and could be easily discarded after smashing the ice, though they would incur some loss. Mingzi grabbed a knife to crush the ice, while Yang Chulu employed a fish spear to pry it apart. After a brief yet frantic period of work, the basket of sardines was separated. Following the compass's guidance, they tossed the bait into the water, both of them carelessly flinging dozens of pounds of fish overboard. As the bait sank, fish began leaping from the surface, eagerly competing for the food, with some appearing quite sizable, reminiscent of bonito. Rather than feeling frustration at the sight of the bonito, Yang Chulu smiled. Bonito are known as agile pelagic fish, capable of swimming at impressive speeds, reportedly reaching up to 20 kilometers per hour, often in pursuit of schools of fish. Despite their swiftness, they, too, have their predators. Bonito are significant prey for larger pelagic fish and sharks, and their presence usually indicates the nearby presence of formidable creatures. Yang Chulu's decision to generously toss an entire basket of bait into the water was a calculated gamble, hoping for a fortuitous catch. As more fish swarmed the surface, he retrieved his rod, attaching a freshly caught octopus as bait, which is known to be particularly enticing for drawing in fish. With the octopus secured, he let out the line directly from the spot. After setting up 2 rods, the second one barely had time to sink before a fish struck. What a vigorous bite! Yang Chulu exclaimed as he rushed to reel in the line, swiftly cranking the reel as a bonito broke the surface. Before he could detach the fish, the second rod also showed signs of a catch. What a fortuitous turn of events. Mingzi, help me free the fish, he instructed, then hurried back to his task. The 2 rods were continuously in use, with Yang Chulu working frantically, feeling somewhat dizzy from the repetitive motions of casting and reeling. Mingzi was equally busy, joyfully assisting whenever a fish was brought in. Their luck was exceptional that day, encountering a school of bonito. and Yang Chulu mused that having a few more hands would have made the process even smoother. Time slipped away as Yang Chulu felt like a machine, repeating the same motions over and over. Suddenly, the rod in front of him began to tremble once more. Mechanically, he prepared to reel it in. However, as he started to pull, he sensed something was amiss. The tip of the rod bent significantly downward. This must be something substantial. Experience told him that this was indeed a significant catch. Not daring to take it lightly, he wiped the sweat from his palms and donned his non-slip gloves. He pulled the rod from the fishing hole, feeling the line had already extended 70 or 80 meters, moving with a speed that rivaled the cod from the previous day. In a moment of hesitation, the line shot out an additional 4 or 5 meters, its velocity astonishing. This must be a big one. Yang Chulu steadied himself, pressing his knees firmly against the boat's hull, gripping the spinning reel handle with determination. With a sudden screech, the spinning reel halted, the rod tip bending even further. The line taut. Ow! Yang Chulu exclaimed as his hand slipped from the handle. The force of the struggling fish was immense, nearly pulling him off balance. What could be so ferocious? Could it be a shark? He pondered uneasily. At that moment, Ermingzi had also freed a fish and approached, noticing Yang Chulu's stillness. Uncle Liozzi, do something. Trade the fish for something delicious. I'm stuck. You give it a try? Yang Chulu replied, knowing that pushing it any further could risk snapping the line. With the audacity of youth, Ermingzi eagerly took the rod from him. And with the experience from the previous day, he found it easy to adapt. Yang Chulu recognized Ermingzi's innate talent for fishing, learning rapidly. The outcome hinged on this very moment. Chapter 71. Bluefin Tuna. Ermingzi, having acquired the fishing rod, did not immediately commence his task. Instead, he gazed at the serene surface of the sea and inquired, Uncle Lu, are there truly fish down there? Of course there are, if you manage to reel one in. It could be exchanged for a room full of spicy strips and delectable treats, came the confident reply. With encouragement, Ermingzi trembled with excitement, transforming as if possessed. Gripping the fishing rod in preparation to reel in, Yang Chulu noticed the fishing line was taut, risking the breakage of the rod, and swiftly adjusted the drag before stepping aside to allow Ermingzi to take charge. Seizing the moment, Ermingzi grasped the rotating handle, lifting the rod skyward. Ah! He exclaimed, his whole being appearing as if bewitched, his neck veins prominent, and his face flushed a deep crimson. Trading my bike for candy, trading my bike for candy. He muttered to himself, exerting force to lift the rod. The handle was tightly held in his grasp, gradually turning towards his chest. The line momentarily pausing before being reeled in inch by inch, the rod bending into an L shape. Yang Chulu watched in disbelief, his eyes nearly popping out. This was no mere human effort but the strength of a young bull, an astonishing display of explosive power. It was no exaggeration to say that in that fleeting moment, he could have propelled a van. He felt an overwhelming sense of inadequacy. Not only could he not match Ermingzi, but it seemed impossible to find another like him on the entire Qingdao Island. Despite controlling the handle and gaining the upper hand, Ermingzi was not without his struggles. His body trembled from the exertion, and his eyes reddened with strain. Concerned for his well-being, Yang Chulu approached. Ermingzi, take a break, let me handle it. No, I'm not tired. I want to trade my bike for candy. Ermingzi stubbornly shook his head. All right, when we get home, I'll buy you some. Just rest for now. Have a sip of water, and then come back. Reluctantly conceding to Yang Chulu's persuasion, Ermingzi handed over the rod. After his earlier efforts, the fish was now stabilized. The next phase would be a battle of endurance, avoiding unnecessary strain. Yang Chulu took over the rod, methodically pulling, while Ermingzi plopped down on the deck. Gasping for breath, beads of sweat cascading down his face like rain. Although fatigued, he uttered no complaints, sipping water to regain strength while fixating on Yang Chulu's efforts. Determined to not miss out on the struggle, Yang Chulu, too, felt the toll. Although the fish was under control, it still fought back with vigor. After drawing in several meters of line, he felt as if his throat were on fire, even swallowing saliva causing discomfort. The sweltering heat, soaring to 40 degrees, rendered him weak, even without exertion. He gritted his teeth, enduring for nearly 20 minutes, managing to reel in about 40 meters of line, feeling on the brink of collapse. His clothes completely soaked. Ermingzi, come over and take my place. Coming. After resting, Ermingzi appeared revitalized, in stark contrast to Yang Chulu's breathless state. They switched places, and Yang Chulu leaned against the boat's edge, pouring mineral water over his head. Ah, refreshing. After splashing his face, he drained the remaining half bottle, instantly feeling rejuvenated. Grateful for Ermingzi's presence, he realized that without him, he would have been left merely spectating. He was curious about what lay beneath the surface. The fish's struggles far exceeded his expectations. This was understandable. Having only ventured as far as the mangroves previously, he had never encountered such creatures. The largest fish he typically encountered weighing merely 20 to 30 pounds. He recalled hearing from seasoned tuna fishermen in the village that a single fish could drag an adult into the sea. He had been skeptical then, but now it seemed far from exaggerated. After switching places 3 times and enduring for nearly an hour and a half, they had successfully retrieved several hundred meters of line. With only the final few dozen meters remaining, their roles were clearly defined. Mingzi continued to reel in, while Yang Chulu prepared the spear for the catch. After a moment's patience, the substantial fish began to surface. Fish! There's fish! Mingzi exclaimed, spotting the creature floating atop the water, excitement evident in his voice. Yang Chulu noticed as well. There indeed appeared to be a shadow of a fish on the surface, but contrary to expectations, it was unusually still. Too quiet. This defies logic, he thought. Just over an hour ago, it had fought like a young bull, and now it lay there, seemingly resigned to its fate. As they drew closer, the previously aggressive bonito had vanished, likely sensing the approaching threat. When the fish was about 7 or 8 meters away, Yang Chulu instructed Mingzi to cease reeling. Closer than that, and it might dive beneath the boat, creating complications. As the fish came into clearer view, its streamlined body was precisely the shape favored by anglers. It appeared to be at least 2 meters long. Lying down, it was certainly longer than Yang Chulu. With a robust body and an almost oval cross-section, its conical snout featured a large mouth, and its tail resembled a pair of open scissors. Though the tail base was slender, this physique was nearly perfect, devoid of any excess flesh, making it the pinnacle of fish. As Yang Chulu clearly discerned the fish's form, he leaned over the edge of the boat, grinning like a fool, even momentarily forgetting the spear in his hand. Mingzi, having held the rod for an extended period, called out, "Uncle Lu, I can barely hold on." The shout snapped Yang Chulu back to reality, raising the spear above his shoulder. "Mingzi, you are about to achieve greatness. Haha, do you know what we've caught? It's a bluefin tuna, an actual bluefin tuna," Yang Chulu exclaimed, his excitement causing him to tremble. He never imagined that on the second day at sea, he would land a fish of such extraordinary caliber. His fortune was nothing short of miraculous. Gripping the spear tightly, he aimed for its eye, concentrating his focus and holding his breath before releasing. With a sharp sound, the spear struck true, piercing directly through the eye of the tuna with considerable force. Yang Chulu exhaled, feeling a weight lift from his heart. This was a remarkable achievement. With the tuna's body being so valuable, any damage to its flesh would mean a loss far exceeding $100 or $200. Chapter 72. The Lu brothers. After being struck in the eye, the bluefin tuna convulsed violently, its powerful tail slapping against the water's surface, sending sprays of water cascading onto the deck, akin to an oxygenator. The line tethered to the boat creaked ominously, taut as a bowstring, seemingly on the verge of snapping, causing the vessel itself to sway slightly. Yang Chulu took the rod from Mingzi's hands and inserted it directly into the fishing hole, deeming it unnecessary to expend further effort at this stage. Mingzi, blinded by the splashes of water, was still grinning foolishly, appearing to revel in the experience. The bluefin tuna thrashed for a while longer before gradually settling down, likely exhausted from the struggle. Yang Chulu glanced at the time. They had been engaged in this battle for over 2 hours. No matter how vigorous it was, it could not withstand such exertion indefinitely. As it quieted, Yang Chulu moved to prepare the crane for operation, recognizing that relying solely on human strength was too taxing and could jeopardize the sail if mishandled. Unbeknownst to them, another fishing vessel had approached, less than a nautical mile away. If Yang Chulu had looked closely, he would have recognized the crew on the neighboring ship as none other than Dahai and his companions from the same village. Despite his family's vehement objections, he had stubbornly chosen to assist the Lu brothers in their endeavor. In the cabin, 2 men, one tall and the other short, both in their 30s, stood at the control panel. The shorter, stout man with dark skin and a scar on his brow was Lu Hongming, the elder brother. Beside him stood the lanky, slightly hair-lipped Lu Honglen. Dahai stood by the helm, fatigue evident after 2 hours of navigation. He retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one for himself, and passed them around. "What are you looking at, Lugo?" Lu Hongming inquired, taking a cigarette and gesturing forward. "That vessel ahead. No idea whose it is, but it seems to have caught something." "Really? Let me take a look," Dahai replied, curiosity piqued as he adjusted the binoculars at the control panel. "Oh, it appears they indeed have a catch. The crane is operational." Typically, in the open sea, the sight of a crane in motion on deck signified a substantial haul, as it would be unnecessary otherwise. "Wait a moment," Dahai mused, the ship seeming oddly familiar. He shifted the binoculars for a better view. "Oh my, it's the Jinchan Hao. No wonder it looked so familiar." Upon recognizing the vessel's markings, Dahai's face lit up with astonishment, prompting Lu Honglin to nearly drop his cigarette in surprise. What is wrong with you? Why are you making such a fuss? He chided. No, look closely at that ship. Dahai insisted, pointing out the vessel. Stop being so dramatic, Lu Honglin retorted, taking the binoculars to inspect but finding nothing unusual. Dahai, not one to prolong the suspense, declared, it's the Jin Hao, our village's boat. You know Yang Chuli, right? It's his. The Lu brothers peered through the binoculars again, confirming Dahai's revelation. Lu Hongming's expression darkened as he cursed under his breath. What bad luck, running into people from Deyang village right out of the gate. Dahai felt a twinge of discomfort. What was wrong with Deyang village? However, given their current circumstances, he refrained from voicing any objections. Lu Hongming's resentment stemmed not from Yang Chuli himself, but rather from an earlier romantic endeavor with a girl from Deyang village, which had ended in rejection, leaving him bitter. Yang Chuli meticulously adjusted the crane, positioning the arm directly above the tuna. Ermingzi, secure the rope around its tail. Ermingzi nodded, deftly swinging the rope, the loop landing perfectly. Well done, Yang Chuli praised, giving him a thumbs up. Once secured, the crane's arm began to rise slowly, the slack in the rope tightening with tension. Yang Chuli, inexperienced with the crane, proceeded cautiously, while Ermingzi assisted from below, often lagging behind with his gestures, inadvertently complicating matters. Uncle Lu, it's going to collide, Ermingzi exclaimed. A little to the left, a bit to the right. That's not it, oh dear. You're not as clever as Ermingzi, Yang Chuli sighed. After considerable effort, they finally hoisted the tuna safely above the deck, its rotund body swaying in the air. A dazzling sight. Yang Chuli's heart raced as he beheld the over 2-meter-long fish, its size even more impressive out of the water. Ermingzi reached out to touch it, but recoiled in fright as it moved. Be careful, Ermingzi, don't get hit, Yang Chuli warned. Can we trade this big guy for chocolate? Ermingzi asked excitedly. Absolutely. Once we get home, you'll have your fill, Yang Chuli replied. Together, they gently placed the tuna onto the deck, hastily preparing to process it. Meanwhile, the three men aboard the Zhuhe house stood in stunned silence, mouths agape as they stared ahead, as if frozen in time. The quiet cabin echoed with the sounds of their swallowing. Dahai cleared his throat. Incredulity etched on his face as he muttered, Is that a bluefin tuna? Lu Hongming rubbed the scar on his brow, adding, Look closely. It's not just any tuna, it's a bluefin tuna. Quite remarkable. That thing must weigh at least 100 to 200 pounds. Given current market trends, it could fetch at least 200,000, Lu Honglin remarked enviously. Such a sum? Dahai gasped, astonished by the potential profits. This is more exhilarating than winning the lottery. You have no idea. This is merely my estimation, if the meat passes inspection and the fat content is sufficient. The price could soar, Lu Hongming concurred, nodding in agreement. Indeed, bluefin tuna is in a league of its own compared to the longfin tuna we've caught before. Dahai, unfamiliar with deep-sea fishing, remained oblivious to such nuances, but the price discussion ignited his excitement. If Yang Chuli could catch one, surely they could too. Come on, let's not dawdle. We should get to work. If we manage to catch a couple, we could take a year off from work, Lu Hongming suggested, casting a skeptical glance at Dahai. You think catching bluefin tuna is as easy as picking cabbage at the market? He scoffed. Well, how will we know unless we try? Dahai replied cheerfully. All right, you win. Now go chop up the bait in the ice hold, Lu Hongming instructed. Dahai, resigned, sighed. Since boarding, he had been tasked with the more arduous and laborious duties, and in 2 days, he had yet to even lay hands on a fishing rod. Why are you still standing there? Don't you want to? Lu Hongming pressed, raising an eyebrow and glaring at Dahai. Of course not. I'm on it right away. Dahai replied hastily. Chapter 73. Seizing resources. Dahai muttered a phrase and donned his hat before stepping outside. Were it not for the meager 10% commission, he would not endure such indignity for a mere daily wage of over 100 yuan. Upon seeing him leave, the Lu brothers exchanged glances. Lu Honglin remarked, Brother, what kind of luck did that fellow from Deyang Zhuang stumble upon to capture such a prime catch? Never mind, let us quickly cast our bait. Perhaps we can lure in the fish. Isn't that a bit underhanded? Lu Hongming retorted with a twitch of his lips. The resources belong to no one person. Everyone must rely on their own skills to earn a living. Lu Honglin nodded in agreement, then placed a hand on his brother's shoulder as they made their way to the deck. Meanwhile, Dahai was diligently chopping fish into pieces on the deck, muttering to himself about something unknown. Once a basket of fish was prepared, the Zhuhe boat advanced another 500 or 600 meters, casting the bait overboard along the side of the vessel. The three men on board each held a fishing rod, patiently awaiting a catch. On the other side, Yang Chulu was not idle either. After placing the fish on the deck, he prepared to process them. Prior to setting sail, He had taken the time to study the proper handling procedures for tuna. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss. The bluefin tuna, having endured considerable stress, was near death. Yang Chulu covered its eyes with a towel and swiftly delivered a blow to render it unconscious. After a few spasms, the tuna lay still. Yang Chulu picked up a small knife and called out, Mingzi, bring over 2 buckets of water. All right, Mingzi replied, quickly fetching the water. Yang Chulu expertly made 2 cuts along the gills of the tuna and then sliced through the tail. As the knife descended, bright red blood flowed forth. More shocking than slaughtering a chicken. After making the necessary incisions, he inserted a prepared wire into the fish's tail, repeatedly prodding to ensure all the blood was expelled, preventing any clots. Tuna is typically reserved for high-end restaurants serving sashimi, and excessive clotted blood would ruin the aesthetic of the flesh, making it impossible to achieve that desired rosy hue. Once the blood was sufficiently drained, Mingzi rinsed away the remnants with water. After a flurry of activity, the 2 men stored the tuna in the ice hold. With the fish safely stowed, Yang Chulu washed his hands to rid them of the strong scent of blood. Just as he was about to fetch another bucket of water, he noticed a stationary boat not far off. Who could that be? Yang Chulu wondered, feeling uneasy. In the open sea, such proximity posed a danger. Any responsible fishing vessel would typically steer clear of nearby boats to avoid entanglement with anchor chains. He casually washed his hands, instructing Mingzi to clean the deck before returning to the cockpit to make an announcement. Activating the emergency broadcast, he called out. To the boat opposite, you have crossed the safety distance. Please vacate the area. On the Dazue, the 3 men heard Yang Chulu's announcement, yet remained unfazed, casually lounging with their legs crossed. Dahai chuckled derisively, remarking on how he could easily pass for a Coast Guard officer with that attire. The Liu brothers laughed along, with Liu Honglin teasing, Dahai, they say fellow townsmen shed tears upon seeing one another. Are you not going to greet them? Bah. That smug demeanor of his irks me, Dahai retorted. After several minutes and receiving no response, Yang Chulu surmised the situation. The other party was deliberately seeking trouble. No matter where one goes, there are always a couple of individuals who seem to lack common sense. He exited the cockpit, recalling that they had already cast plenty of bait at their current fishing spot, and given that they had just arrived, moving the boat was out of the question. Since the other party wished to linger, he might as well oblige. After all, they had already secured their minimum catch for the day. As a diligent tuna fisherman, one must possess a certain tenacity. An old adage states that the kind-hearted may be taken advantage of, just as gentle horses may be ridden. Returning to the deck, Yang Chulu noted that Mingzi had nearly finished cleaning. He set up 2 hooks for Mingzi to monitor, hoping for a fortunate catch at noon. Holding the compass in hand, Yang Chulu observed the underwater conditions, uncertain if the skipjack tuna had dispersed after such a prolonged wait. As he opened the compass, the screen revealed the seabed. The sardines previously dropped had been nearly consumed, with scarcely a fish in sight. A few crabs could be seen scavenging, vying for the last remnants of bait. The scene shifted to the vicinity of the opposing fishing boat, which boasted a far richer resource. Groups of skipjack tuna swirling around the bait, steadily congregating in numbers. No wonder their side was so barren. All the fish had been drawn to the other vessel. Yang Chuliu's expression darkened. This was akin to blatant theft. To entice the fish back to their side, they would need to cast more bait, yet this would inevitably escalate costs. The bait he had brought was limited. Having already used 2 baskets from the previous day to today, the remaining supply might not last 5 days. However, not casting bait would be an affront to his pride. Caught in a dilemma, Yang Chulu hesitated, when suddenly, the scene on the seabed shifted dramatically. The fish that had been scavenging abruptly scattered as if by agreement. What was happening? He gently adjusted the compass to switch the view, and in an instant, the seabed was devoid of fish and shrimp, leaving only a layer of bait behind. At that moment, the image on the compass became blurred, the sediment on the seabed disturbed, and the water grew murky. Yang Chulu caught a glimpse of a dark shadow gliding along the ocean floor, longer than the previous tuna, but moving at a moderate pace. This shadow resembled a bulldozer, devouring every piece of bait in its path, leaving very little behind. The voracity was astonishing. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before their bait was completely consumed. As the shadow's movement slowed, the murky water began to clear, and the image on the compass sharpened. To his astonishment, it was a shark. Yang Chulu recognized the creature. It bore an unusual appearance, with 2 protrusions on either side of its head, each featuring an eye and a nostril, the eyes spaced about a meter apart. Such wide-set eyes were characteristic of only one deep-sea shark species, the hammerhead shark. Although Yang Chulu was not well-versed in many shark species, the hammerhead was among the few he could identify. Its name, derived from its distinctive head shape, made it easy to remember. From its appearance, It was evident that this was no gentle creature, a quintessentially ferocious carnivore. It had been known to attack humans. As the hammerhead shark feasted, it spotted an octopus swimming nearby, and being a fan of live prey, it darted forward, tail flicking in pursuit. Chapter 74. The hammerhead shark's divine assistance. Yang Chulu observed with keen clarity. One of the octopus's tentacles bore a hook, accompanied by a lead sinker the size of a cannonball, unmistakably bait. With a definitive snap, the hammerhead shark lunged forward without hesitation, its enormous mouth agape, engulfing the octopus in one swift motion. As a creature at the pinnacle of the food chain, it commanded the ocean with an unyielding presence, its formidable strength forbidding any semblance of modesty. Before it could savor the taste, the hammerhead shark began thrashing its tail with reckless abandon, its massive head swaying, a clear indication that it was experiencing a blockage. Instantly, the once crystal-clear waters became murky. Simultaneously, the fishing rod before Lu Hongming on the boat began to tremble violently, the reel spinning as the line unfurled. "We've got a catch, Big Lu," exclaimed Dahai, rising in excitement at the sight of the thrashing rod. "Do I look blind?" "No need to make a fuss," Lu Hongming retorted, irritated, as he yanked the rod from the fishing hole. Lu Honglin quickly followed suit, retracting his own rod, aware of the potential entanglements that could arise from being too close. "Hey, why are you still standing there? Reel it in." "Oh right, I'm on it," Dahai replied, hastily pulling his rod back. Meanwhile, Lu Hongming's rod bent increasingly under the strain, the line extending 50 to 60 meters. Taut enough to resonate like a string. Fearing it might snap, he loosened the drag. The two bystanders pulled their rods back, their faces alight with excitement as they witnessed the reel spinning faster. They were no novices to fishing. The commotion signified a substantial catch. Feeling an itch to participate, Dahai rubbed his hands together and suggested, "Big Lu, why don't you take a break and let me have a go?" To his surprise, Lu Hongming did not protest, responding instead, "Just be careful. Such opportunities for training are rare." "Absolutely. Just watch me," Dahai replied, brimming with confidence as he took the rod from Lu Hongming's hands. "Big Lu, do you think this one could be a bluefin tuna?" Lu Hongming fell silent, hopeful yet uncertain, as no fish had yet surfaced. Lu Honglin, gazing intently at the water's surface, remarked, "Based on my past experiences, this is undoubtedly a tuna, though I cannot ascertain the specific variety." Dahai, buoyed by Lu Honglin's certainty, believed it to be a tuna as well, calculating a potential commission of 20,000 if priced at 200,000, an enticing prospect. As the line extended nearly 300 to 400 meters, Dahai noted the speed remained relentless, adjusting his stance in preparation to reel it in. Gripping the handle with one hand, he raised the rod with determination. "Come on up," he bellowed, causing the spinning reel to momentarily halt. The Lu brothers nodded approvingly at his explosive effort. He indeed had some skill. "How is it, Big Lu? Is my technique satisfactory?" The brothers gave him a thumbs up in acknowledgement. However, the moment of triumph was fleeting. A sudden, muffled thud sent Dahai's hand flying from the handle, the reel spinning wildly, even faster than before. "Damn it, I can't manage you," he exclaimed, shaking his sore hand before attempting to regain control. Noticing the dire situation, Lu Hongming donned gloves and placed his hands on Dahai's shoulders, urging, "Come on. Breathe and exert yourself." Dahai nodded, gritting his teeth as he gripped the handle again. The addition of another's strength made a significant difference, and together they managed to stabilize the fish. For about 10 arduous minutes, Dahai fought to maintain control, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. "Big Lu, I can't hold on any longer." Lu Honglin rolled his eyes. "Look at you, so weak. Just go buy some tonic for yourself." Exhausted, Dahai collapsed onto the deck, greedily inhaling the fresh air. The Lu brothers, more adept due to years of collaboration, swiftly took over the task of reeling in the line. Yang Chulu sat back, crossing his legs, nonchalantly holding a compass as if watching a film. "Ermingzi, go fetch 2 pairs, it's sweltering out here." "Sure," Ermingzi nodded, visibly delighted at the prospect of a treat. Reflecting on the trio's prowess, it was impressive that they could contend with an adult hammerhead shark, albeit luck had not favored them. In pairs, they alternated reeling in the line. After an hour of relentless struggle, they finally managed to retrieve the line, the rod creaking under the strain. Dahai, eyeing the fish nearing the surface, cranked the handle with renewed vigor. With a splash, the hammerhead shark breached the water, charging towards the boat. Caught off guard, Dahai stumbled backward, but Lu Hongming steadied him. Before he could react, a dark silhouette collided violently with the boat. With a deafening crash, the hull shook, and the taut line slackened. The trio, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, watched as the hammerhead shark continued to ram the boat repeatedly. The impact left a dent in the hull, and the shark, now bleeding, had lost its rationality upon smelling its own blood. Lu Hongming, being an experienced fisherman, quickly regained his composure, staring at the reddening water in alarm. It's a shark. Dahai and Lu Honglin, realizing the gravity of the situation, turned pale at the sight of the creature. Their efforts seemingly wasted at this critical juncture. The hammerhead shark persisted in its assault on the boat. At this rate, even if they didn't take on water, repairs would be exorbitant. Quick, bring the scissors to cut the line, Lu Hongming shouted decisively. Dahai, in a flurry of nerves, attempted to insert his rod into the hole, but, in his panic, struggled to do so. Lu Honglin, can you stop shoving me? I'm not shoving you, you idiot. Lu Honglin snapped back. Quiet. Find the scissors now. Lu Hongming barked, prompting a tense silence between them. In their frantic search, Lu Honglin resorted to grabbing a cleaver, slicing through the fishing line without hesitation. As the line snapped, the once bent rod straightened, and the hammerhead shark, now unmoored, ceased its violent battering of the boat but continued to swim alongside. The three men exhaled in relief, realizing how close they had come to disaster. Had the shark leapt aboard, serious injury would have been inevitable. On the other side, Yang Chulu discarded the core of his fruit into the sea, wiping the moisture from his lips, noting with satisfaction that the pears picked by Tang Shui were indeed sweet and juicy. Chapter 75. The Duet. As Demingzi stood up, he finished the last bite of his pear, letting out a satisfied burp. Uncle Liuzi, they are all foolish. They wouldn't think to trade fish for something delectable. Yang Chulu chuckled at this remark, affirming, indeed, they are all simpletons. Demingzi is undoubtedly the cleverest among us. Well, Uncle Liuzi, I still want another pear. Help yourself. I shall prepare the meal. Demingzi hopped eagerly into the house, chattering about how the others were just silly fools. Yang Chulu glanced into the bucket. The haul was quite satisfactory after an hour, over a pound of shrimp and a few small fish. He sorted through the shrimp, releasing the small fish back into the water. Had Demingzi known he had done so, he would surely have called him a fool. Today, he had caught a bluefin tuna, deserving of a proper celebration. Earlier, he had two bonito that were less than appealing but still edible. Yang Chulu quickly cleaned the bonito, removing the entrails and head, leaving only the fillet. Generally, fish heads offer little nutrition, and unlike freshwater fish, they may even harbor toxins. There are numerous ways to prepare bonito today. He planned to braise one and make soup with the other. The broth from stewed bonito is exceptionally flavorful, a perfect match for rice. In his previous part-time job at a Japanese restaurant, he often saw the head chef utilize bonito to create dashi, a fundamental stock in Japanese cuisine. Bonito is prepared through a unique process where it is cooked, deboned, and then repeatedly smoked, resulting in a product as hard as wood, referred to as katsuobushi. The essence of katsuobushi is a commonly used seasoning in Japanese cooking. Although he had encountered this fish before, he had never tasted it. Perhaps he had only sipped the broth twice. Today he felt it was time to indulge. If the sushi chef knew he was braising a whole bonito into pieces, he would surely be aghast, as such extravagance implies one has considerable wealth. Dishes that are braised are typically straightforward, adhering to a fundamental method. Yang Chulu cut the bonito into uniform sections, dusting them with flour to form a protective layer, preventing them from sticking to the pan and maximizing moisture retention. He heated oil in the pan, placing the bonito pieces inside to sear until golden brown on both sides. Next, he sauteed some ginger, garlic, and scallions for fragrance, adding just enough water to cover the fish pieces before seasoning them and letting them simmer. Both fish were now cooking, and all that remained was to wait for dinner. Meanwhile, the atmosphere was lively on their side, while on the adjacent boat, three individuals sat in silence in the kitchen, one with a bowl of instant noodles before him. Lu Hongming wore a grim expression. After a morning of fruitless labor, a shark had nearly breached the hull of their boat. He had just inspected the damage, which was about the size of a bedsheet, and anticipated repair costs exceeding 10,000, not to mention the bait they had lost, an utter loss. In the past, things were manageable with just two of them on the boat, but now with an additional member, they had to provide food and lodging without any cash to show for it. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. If it weren't for the encouragement from Dazai, he might not have even cast the bait. Lu Hongming lit a cigarette, squinting slightly as he said, well, there's no need for me to elaborate on today's events. We haven't made any money and have incurred substantial losses. Let us discuss how to divide the costs. Big brother, I take responsibility for today's mishap. I'll shoulder my share. Lu Honglin volunteered to take the blame. All right, Dazai, don't just focus on eating. It's your turn. Dazai put down his fork and replied, I'm just a worker. Whether I earn more or less, it doesn't affect me. The Lu brothers exchanged glances, with the elders saying, Dazai, that's not how it works. Wasn't it your idea to begin with? Well, yes, but... Good. As long as you acknowledge it, Lu Hongming interrupted with a feigned look of distress. We'll consider today a loss, and we want to make you pay. but your wages will be deducted for the meal. What? Dazai stood up defiantly, feeling unjustly treated after working hard all day without compensation. With a loud clap on the table, Lu Hongming's scarred face became menacing. Don't test my patience. If you can work, then do so. If not, get lost. Dazai, just keep quiet. Nobody enjoys losing money, Lu Honglin urged, moving to pull him back. Dazai, seeing Lu Hongming's anger, felt a twinge of fear and, seizing the opportunity to retreat, sat back down, resigned to his fate. The Lu brothers played their roles perfectly, one the villain and the other the peacemaker, effectively bringing Dazai under control. Demingzi, it's time for dinner. After simmering for over half an hour, the braised bonito had thickened into a fragrant sauce. The bonito broth had transformed from a clear liquid to a milky white, and Yang Chulu tossed in a few vegetable leaves and some chopped scallions, a perfect finish. The dishes were ready and placed on the table, but Demingzi was still nowhere to be seen. Where has that rascal run off to? Yang Chulu removed his apron. Preparing to search for him, surely he hadn't fallen asleep, as he usually came running at the scent of food. Just as he was about to step out, Demingzi appeared, clutching his stomach and looking dejected. Demingzi, what's the matter? Uncle Liuzi, my stomach hurts. Does it? What did you eat? Demingzi shook his head. Nothing. Just pears and spicy strips. How many pears did you eat? I finished them all. Demingzi spoke sheepishly, lowering his gaze. Yang Chulu rolled his eyes. A bag of pears contained over 10. You little rascal, after eating so many, who do you expect to suffer the consequences? Go drink some hot soup to warm your stomach. Demingzi, looking like a child caught in mischief, trudged back inside, one hand on his stomach and the other on his backside. Yang Chulu found his antics both amusing and exasperating. Those spicy strips could be troublesome, leading to discomfort on both ends. After a satisfying meal, he retreated to his room for a nap, while Demingzi headed to the restroom once more. By evening, after a 3-hour slumber, Yang Chulu awoke feeling as if his body were in pieces, sore and aching. He glanced at the clock. It was already 5 o'clock, and it was time to retrieve the traps he had set earlier. Upon entering the cabin, he noticed the neighboring fishing boat had mysteriously departed, likely frightened away by the earlier shark encounter. Yang Chulu started the engine, hoisting the anchor chain, and steered toward the crab trap area. About half an hour later, he anchored beside the foam buoy, ready to haul in the traps. Just then, Demingzi woke up, and the two grabbed their hooks and a plastic bucket, making their way to the trap's entrance. As they opened the door, Yang Chulu noticed the floating buoy was in disarray. With anticipation, he used the hook to pull up the first trap. With a splash, the crab trap emerged, accompanied by a rustling sound from within, suggesting a promising catch. After shaking off the water, he saw approximately 5 or 6 crabs attacking a lobster, whose tail was nearly severed. Chapter 76. Discovery of the belt fish. Yang Chulu could feel the anguish of the lobster even from behind the cage. Within mere minutes, the lobster was torn apart by several crabs, each indulging in a feast. The loss of the lobster tugged at Yang Chulu's heartstrings. 180 yuan down the drain, a reckless expenditure indeed. As he hoisted the cage up, Mingzi took charge of emptying its contents, promising to sort everything out later. Unfortunately, they had retrieved the cage rather late, resulting in numerous casualties among the catch. Such a pity. Just moments ago, he lifted a cage containing 2 or 3 belt fish, all of which had been devoured by the shrimp and crabs. Some were dead, while others were severely injured. What was most infuriating was that these combative creatures were not feasting out of necessity. They merely fought off anything that ventured too close. The two worked in harmonious coordination and swiftly brought all the cages aboard. An hour had passed without their notice. Yang Chulu observed that the plastic barrel was more than half full, indicating a bountiful haul for the day. They carried the barrel onto the deck, where Mingzi set about tidying up the cages and rinsing them with water. Otherwise, the lingering odor would make future catches impossible. He fetched a bundle of rope from the storage room, preparing to bind the crabs, lest they escape by the time they returned home. The crabs were impressively large, a testament to the richness of the deep sea. Sadly, the variety of crabs available domestically paled in comparison to those found abroad. The coveted king crab was notably absent. If only they had such diverse species, relying solely on the catch of shrimp and crabs could lead to untold wealth. Yang Chulu deftly bound the shrimp and crabs, a task that posed no challenge for him, having previously earned pocket money with this skill during his school days. After a laborious hour and a half, he had successfully secured all the shrimp and crabs, leaving only a few sea snails that could be kept alive in water. The barrel also contained 7 or 8 small sea turtles, each the size of a bowl and undeniably adorable. However, as they were a protected species, they had to be released. Yang Chulu counted the crabs and found 58 in total, along with 16 live lobsters and 5 nearly dead ones. The resources of the deep sea indeed surpassed those of the coastal waters, both in quantity and size. He placed the bound shrimp and crabs into a live well for safekeeping, and by now, the sky had turned completely dark, turning on the ship's lights. The inky surface of the sea illuminated as if it were day. Shortly after the lights flickered on, fish began to leap from the water around the vessel, drawn by the brightness. Having napped for several hours in the afternoon, he felt far from tired and decided to bring out his fishing rod for a while longer. Ming, having pulled all afternoon, was finally feeling better after Yang Chulu provided him with 2 enrofloxacin tablets. He had been on the verge of exhaustion. Setting up his rod, Yang Chulu noticed a couple of nearby boats with their lights aglow, which he had not observed during the day. The vessels were spaced far apart, so there was no cause for concern. Once the fishing rod was in place, he retrieved the compass to examine the underwater conditions. It had made things much easier since he acquired it. As soon as he opened the compass, the needle within the water tank shifted slightly before pointing directly ahead, and red dots appeared on the reflective surface, indicating the distance from where the boat was anchored. What a stroke of luck! Yang Chulu pressed down on the brake screw, and the reflective surface morphed into a real-time image. Amidst a dense array of coral reefs, shimmering lights flickered, and swaying seaweed danced gently. Occasionally, fish darted among them. It was a breathtaking sight. Yang Chulu marveled at the beauty of the nocturnal seascape, which was even more vibrant than during daylight. However, he was not there to simply admire the scenery. Despite its allure, the primary goal remained the pursuit of fish. The area was densely populated with coral, and visibility was somewhat limited, requiring a measure of patience. He gently swayed the compass in his hands to adjust the view. In that moment, he bore an uncanny resemblance to a feng shui master, his gaze intently fixed on the compass, his brow occasionally furrowing in concentration. Suddenly, as he searched, a swift white shadow darted out from between the coral crevices, startling him. Yang Chulu took a moment to steady his nerves. Clearly, he had to be cautious not to concentrate too intensely, or he might frighten himself into a heart attack. Using the compass to track the movement, he soon spotted a belt fish measuring approximately 80 centimeters in length and 3 fingers in width, foraging along the seabed. Such a sizable belt fish would not come cheap. Even in supermarkets, a 2-finger-wide belt fish could fetch nearly 21 yuan. The larger ones would undoubtedly command a higher price. He decided to catch it. Yang Chulu retrieved another fishing rod and attached a gang hook. Using a gang hook was the most effective method for catching belt fish, which tend to school together. This way, he could potentially hook multiple fish at once. Just as he grasped the rod, he noticed 2 or 3 more belt fish emerging from the coral crevices, engaged in cannibalistic behavior. He had heard of such occurrences among belt fish, but had not expected to witness it firsthand. He recalled watching a video in which one belt fish hooked another by biting its tail. Using a gang hook could indeed result in a multiplication of the catch. Since he was there, he might as well catch them all. More would be better. Yang Chulu employed a number 6 gang hook paired with a number 9 fish hook. The gang hook's thick barbs, smooth bottom, and sharp tip made it well suited to withstand the fierce bites of the belt fish, as long as they were willing to bite. He had no doubts about success. The swimming style of the belt fish was particularly fascinating. Unlike most fish that propel themselves with their fins, they moved vertically. This was his first time witnessing it, although he had previously studied their anatomy. Belt fish possess tiny, free-floating spines along their bellies, which allow them to swim upward by undulating their bodies instead of using fins. Having prepared the hook, he was ready to use the small seafood he had caught earlier, such as the small squid. Belt fish have a diverse diet and are quite greedy, making them easy to entice. He attached the squid to the hook and cast the bait into the water according to the compass's guidance. As the squid sank with the weight, it landed precisely in front of the gathering belt fish. In no time, the number of belt fish had swelled to over a dozen. Though he noticed they were all roughly the same size, with none too small, it was likely that the smaller ones had fallen prey to cannibalism. Without some strength, they would not have survived this long. As the squid settled on the seabed, it frantically waved its tentacles in a futile attempt to escape. Unfortunately, the weight was too heavy for it to succeed, forcing it to burrow into the sand. At that moment, 2 belt fish swam toward the struggling squid. As soon as the squid buried its tentacles in the sand, one of the belt fish opened its mouth and swallowed it whole. With a sudden jerk, the fishing line tightened, and the spool began to turn slowly. Chapter 77. A bountiful haul. Yang Chulu was taken aback by the ease with which the ribbonfish took the bait, displaying no hesitation whatsoever. It was indeed ferocious. He swiftly withdrew the fishing rod from the hole, simultaneously gripping the handle as the clasp of the line cup snapped back. The reel began to wind the line in circles, while the hooked ribbonfish thrashed vigorously in a desperate attempt to break free. However, the more it struggled, the more firmly it was ensnared. Observing its companion, who had just devoured the bait and was unceremoniously yanked from the water, the fish lost all reason and snapped its jaws in anger. Such a little tempestuous creature, I find it delightful. Yang Chulu, elated at having hooked 2 ribbonfish consecutively, beamed with joy at the unexpected double catch, a splendid feat indeed. The line was rapidly reeled in. This weight posed no challenge for him. In less than 5 minutes, he hoisted the 2 ribbonfish onto the deck. With a flopping sound, the fish writhed momentarily before lying still. Mingzi, noticing the motionless fish, crouched down and curiously touched it. Uncle Lu, it's dead. Yes, unhook it and place it aside. We'll send it to the ice compartment later. The ribbonfish typically perished almost instantly upon surfacing, making them available only in frozen form at the market. Mingzi unhooked the fish, which weighed over 2 pounds each. A prime catch. With plenty more still lurking below, Yang Chulu continued to cast his hooks. These ribbonfish were undeniably lethargic. Unlike most fish that would scatter at the slightest disturbance, they remained indifferent, continuing to feed and drink as if nothing were amiss. The bait was cast once more, and within a mere 2 minutes, yet another ribbonfish was hooked. Yang Chulu skillfully lifted the rod, bringing in the fish one after another, much to Mingzi's delight. Uncle Lu, there are so many fish. Wow, more are coming. Take it slow with the fishing. Mingzi wants to have a turn too. After bringing nearly 20 fish aboard, Mingzi clamored to have a go himself. With many more still below, Yang Chulu handed him the rod. Mingzi, don't cast wildly. Just fish in the same spot I indicated earlier, remember? Yes, I remember. Mingzi eagerly took the rod, hastily attaching 2 shrimp for bait. As they had exhausted all the squid, once the bait was secured, he cast it to the designated spot as instructed. Although Mingzi appeared somewhat foolish, he transformed into a proficient angler the moment he grasped the rod, adeptly managing it without distractions from the surroundings. Splash. After 2 minutes, Mingzi triumphantly pulled up a ribbonfish measuring half a meter in length. Uncle Lu, look, I caught one. Yang Chulu chuckled, giving him a thumbs up. Well done, Mingzi. Keep it up. Having discovered the thrill of fishing, Mingzi threw himself into it, clutching the rod tightly, as if fearing someone might snatch it away. Pleased with his enthusiasm, Yang Chulu enjoyed a leisurely moment, assisting with the unhooking of the fish. After nearly an hour of bustling activity, they had nearly emptied the ribbonfish from the seafloor. Eventually, Mingzi lost patience as he waited for another bite and returned the rod to Yang Chulu. Checking the surroundings with a compass, Yang Chulu noted that while the ribbonfish had vanished, numerous others still hid within the crevices of the coral, albeit with greater difficulty in catching them. Though it might pose a challenge for others, for him it merely required some time. Yang Chulu had no intention of letting them escape. Wastefulness was not in his nature. He baited his hook again, casting it to the predetermined spot, carefully adjusting his position to avoid snagging on the bottom. After a patient adjustment, the bait successfully nestled into the crevice, awakening the resting ribbonfish. With no reason to refuse such an easy meal, they opened their mouths and swallowed without a second thought. Yang Chulu subsequently reeled in over 20 more fish, collecting every available one nearby. By 10 o'clock that evening, after a thorough sweep, the coral reef was devoid of fish, save for a few small fry scavenging on the seafloor. Yang Chulu yawned, a wave of drowsiness washing over him, his eyelids growing heavy. Mingzi beside him was also yawning incessantly, having had little rest in the afternoon. Realizing the late hour, he decided to reel in his line. Mingzi, let us sort the fish and store them in the ice compartment before resting. Okay. The two found a plastic basket for the bait, arranging the ribbonfish neatly, making it easier for later sales. Once all the ribbonfish were packed away, filling a large basket, there was also a half basket of inferior catches reserved for their own consumption. With the ribbonfish processed, Yang Chulu checked the boat's equipment, ensuring everything was in order, left a lamp on for illumination, washed his feet, and climbed into bed. How comfortable. Lying in bed, he gazed through the porthole at the starry sky, feeling a twinge of homesickness. Unbeknownst to him, they had been adrift for 4 days, which felt like 4 months. Lost in thought, his heavy eyelids gradually surrendered to slumber, restoring tranquility to the boat. The following day, at 9:30 in the morning, Yang Chulu stretched luxuriously in bed. After a night of restful sleep, he felt invigorated. Rising and dressing, he opened the door only to be greeted by blinding sunlight. Another splendid day awaited. After adjusting to the brightness, Yang Chulu ventured next door to check on Mingzi's room, finding the bed empty. Where had that rascal run off to? What impressed him most during their days at sea was Mingzi's impeccable biological clock. No matter how late he stayed up, he was always up bright and early the next day. Yang Chulu first visited the restroom, relieved to alleviate the discomfort of a full bladder. Exiting the bathroom and approaching the kitchen, he heard a smacking sound, akin to a mouse sneaking a snack. He slowed his pace and entered, discovering Mingzi seated at the table, engrossed in devouring instant noodles, crumbs littering his mouth. Mingzi up so early? Noticing Yang Chuliu's entrance, Mingzi grinned sheepishly. Uncle Lu, the sun is already high. It's not early at all. You little rascal, you've learned to talk back. Eating that at this hour? Wasn't there leftover porridge from last night? Hiki. The porridge is for Uncle Lu. Yang Chulu felt warmth in his heart and patted his shoulder. I'll wash up. Wait a moment, and I'll prepare something delicious for you. Don't overindulge in the noodles, or you might get constipated. Oh, Mingzi set down his noodles. Then inquired, Uncle Lu, what is constipation? Well, let us discuss it after we finish eating. After washing up, Yang Chulu noted there was still plenty of rice left. Since some lobster could not be used yesterday, he had extracted the shrimp, which could be made into fried rice. Without hesitation, he set to work, and soon the kitchen was filled with the sounds of clattering pans, culminating in 2 steaming bowls of shrimp fried rice. By the time the meal was ready, it was already 10 o'clock. Let us combine breakfast and lunch. As the delightful aroma wafted through the air, Mingzi entered to help serve the bowls, and Yang Chulu casually grabbed the chili sauce to accompany the meal. Chapter 78. Mutual praise in business. After finishing their meal, Mingzi tidied up the dishes and went to wash them. Yang Chulu returned to the helm and started the boat. Today, he intended to change locations, but it would be in the direction of home. The bait on the boat was running low, and they had consumed a fair amount of fresh water over the past couple of days. It would barely last until tomorrow morning. They still had plenty of food left, but they couldn't do without water. One might manage without food in the sweltering heat, but water was indispensable. If luck were on their side, they might return home tonight. Arriving at Qingdao just in time for the morning, Yang Chulu pulled up the anchor chain and, using binoculars, observed that the surrounding boats were already in motion. Having begun their operations long ago, the vessel glided smoothly through the waves as he set the coordinates for navigation. In the vast ocean, he couldn't discern their exact position and had to rely on radar. Once Mingzi finished washing the dishes, he joined Yang Chulu at the helm, holding a freshly washed apple. Uncle Lu, here, he said. Yang Chulu noticed it was just one apple and pushed his hand away, saying, You eat it. I can't, it will upset my stomach. Mingzi insisted, shoving the apple into his hands and then sitting down to play with the binoculars. Yang Chulu couldn't help but smile at the apple, reflecting on the adage that once bitten by a snake, one is fearful of ropes for 10 years. The speed of the Jinchuan gradually increased as they searched for fish. A rather tedious endeavor. He turned on the radio to listen to the nearby fishermen engaging in mutual praise. Old Wong, how's the catch this trip? Ugh, don't even mention it. I've been out for over a week and caught nothing but 4 or 5 tuna. Well, I'm slightly better off, managing to catch 7 or 8 tuna along with several groupers. Yang Chulu listened to their conversation in disbelief. Were these fishermen truly so fortunate? Catching a tuna was something to boast about, yet they spoke of it as if it were commonplace. Just then, a familiar voice came through the radio, but he couldn't immediately place it. Old Wong, Old Zhang, can you speak more clearly? You sound like 3-year-olds, leaving half your sentences unfinished. How much does a tuna weigh? Old Wong took a drag from his cigarette, cursing, Dai Lu Bi, your mouth truly needs a good beating. I can't stand your chatter. Out of 5, only 1 was over the catch limit, weighing 20 pounds. The rest were released. Old Zhang sighed, full of complaints. Well, at least you had some luck. I came across a school of tuna, but they were all too small, none over the limit. I even wasted dozens of pounds of bait. By the way, how are you 2 brothers doing? There was a brief silence on the radio before a reply came. Don't mention it. We've only caught a few small fish and shrimp over these days. Yesterday, we even encountered a shark that nearly capsized our boat. Haha. As expected of Qingdao's Dai Lu Bi, Yang Chulu realized that the fishermen competing for resources with him yesterday were also from Qingdao. Those with large boats from Qingdao were certainly not from his village, nor could they be rentals. After losing quite a bit of money on their last trip, villagers had refrained from venturing far into the sea. Connecting the dots, he recalled that everyone referred to him as Dai Lu. It dawned on him that the only ones left were the Lu Hongming brothers from ZHENG. No wonder they ignored him yesterday. He was aware of the tension between Lu Hongming and Dayang's Wang. Boasting about being the first from Qingdao to buy a boat, he often looked down upon others. After listening to more of their crude and tedious banter, Yang Chulu turned off the radio. Unbeknownst to him, nearly 40 minutes had passed. According to the compass heading, the red dot on the reflector was nearby. He halted the boat. Mingzi, bring out the remaining fish scraps. Okay. Mingzi put down the binoculars and promptly walked outside. Yang Chulu lowered the anchor chain, feeling the boat shudder as the metal chain scraped against the hull. Once the vessel was steady, he donned his hat and made his way to the deck. Mingzi dragged out the last basket of fish and, upon seeing him approach, asked, Uncle Lu, should we chop? Yes, I'll help you. They worked in tandem. Yang Chulu separated the fish while Ermingzi did the chopping. The sole fish was quite straightforward, and within a mere 10 minutes, they had finished preparing a basket of bait. Without wasting a moment, Yang Chulu tossed the chopped fish overboard. After the bait was cast, he set up 2 fishing rods at the side of the boat. While waiting for the fish, he instinctively took out the compass to examine the seabed. Ermingzi leaned over the edge, gazing intently at the fishing line, a goofy smile on his face. As he held the compass, he peered through the lens and saw that there were no coral reefs on the seabed, and even the seaweed was sparse. However, there were numerous flower-like entities. Upon closer inspection, he realized these moving, flower-like creatures were sea anemones. Although they resembled flowers, they were not plants but rather predatory animals. Each of their numerous tentacles contained specialized stinging cells that could release toxins. They belonged to a simple structure of invertebrates, lacking a central processing unit, and even the most primitive brain structure. The seabed was home to many sea anemones, but unfortunately, they couldn't be brought up. Otherwise, they could fetch a decent price. Besides the sea anemones, there were plenty of starfish and various mollusks crawling about. As the bait pieces sank into the water, nearby shrimp and crabs were drawn to the scent. However, he found no signs of large fish in the vicinity. Where could the red that his compass indicated be? Just as he pondered this, the fishing rod in front of Ermingzi suddenly began to twitch. Uncle Lu, the rod. It's moving. Yang Chulu snapped out of his reverie. Putting away the compass, the rod swayed slightly, and the fishing line tightened. Just as he prepared to reel in, the rod in front of him also twitched. Yang Chulu lifted the fishing rod and turned to Ermingzi, just like before. Keep calm and steady. Okay, I can do that. Ermingzi imitated him, gripping the rod. As the fishing line grew taut, the reel began to spin. The activity on both sides was not overly vigorous, but to be cautious, Yang Chulu shifted his rod to the side to avoid tangling. While he was letting out line, Ermingzi had already begun to reel in. This fellow was rather impatient, not giving the fish any leeway. Gripping the crank tightly, Ermingzi quickly reeled in, his motions somewhat clumsy, yet his strength was undeniable. He didn't need any fancy techniques. Seeing Ermingzi's steadiness, Yang Chulu felt reassured and focused on his own line, which was now being pulled out several dozen meters. He adjusted his breathing and began his own tug of war. Meanwhile, Ermingzi, watching him pull on the fishing rod, encouraged, Uncle Lu, you got this. Yang Chulu rolled his eyes. Don't get complacent. Hurry up. Oh, I'm on it. Ermingzi replied, his face relaxed as he cranked the reel, moving twice as fast as Yang Chulu. Chapter 79. Eastern Star Grouper Yang Chulu felt greatly disheartened by the speed at which he reeled in his line. Truly, comparison breeds despair. Moments later, Ermingzi jubilantly pulled a fish from the water, leaping with joy. Uncle Liuzi, I've won. You've lost. At this moment, Yang Chulu had no time for jest. He carefully examined the fish on the surface, a grouper weighing approximately 5 to 6 pounds, although he could not discern its exact species. Typically, grouper found in the sea share similar appearances, with only a few distinct varieties easily identifiable. The Eastern Star Grouper and the Mouse Grouper, for instance, boast vibrant colors and are easily recognized. However, the dark fish that Ermingzi caught was clearly not one of those. Ermingzi, use the landing net to bring it in. Don't let it slip off the hook. Understood. After several days of practice, he had memorized the entire procedure. Though he tended to fumble under pressure, Yang Chulu made his final push, swiftly lifting his rod, his hand cranking the reel with great speed, entering a contest of dexterity. With a splash, the water erupted as a fish leapt towards the light, reminiscent of a carp leaping over the dragon's gate. As the fish broke the surface, he paused his cranking to observe the creature that had returned to the water. It was also a grouper, its spiny back erect, exuding a fierce demeanor, as if it bore a sign saying no trespassing. This fish appeared slightly smaller than Ermingzi's, but it likely belonged to the same species. Once Ermingzi reeled in his catch, he took the landing net to assist Yang Chulu. The two grouper flopped energetically on the deck. Yang Chulu set down his rod, tossing the grouper into a plastic bucket, mindful of the high temperature that could lead to dehydration over time. As the fish swirled within the bucket, he noted its dark hue and the spots adorning its back, somewhat reminiscent of a blue grouper, though he dared not be certain. With no internet access in the open sea, he would have to forego verification. Uncertainty aside, as long as it wasn't a protected species, they would take it home. With the two fish secured, Yang Chulu glanced at the compass mirror. The red markers had not diminished but had, in fact, increased, likely due to the bait's effectiveness. Ermingzi, quickly set up your rod again. There may be more treasures below. Ermingzi nodded. Uncle Liuzi, what treasures? Are they delicious? The two resumed their fishing. As soon as Yang Chulu cast his bait, a fish bit. A basket of bait had attracted fish of all sizes, but many were quick to snatch it away. Before the sinker could descend, the bait was devoured. Yang Chulu attempted to bait 3 times, but each time, it was intercepted. In contrast, Mingzi was fortunate, having already caught 2 grouper in succession. The two engaged in a spirited competition, continuously pulling fish from the water. Uncle Yozi, I've hooked another one. Haha. This one is so beautiful, and it's red. Don't get too cocky, Mingzi. Watch closely as I reel in a larger one. For over 40 minutes. They took turns, and the plastic bucket filled with their catch. Although none were particularly large, their haul was commendable, consisting mainly of groupers along with a few flatfish. Remarkably, Mingzi managed to catch a small eastern star grouper, weighing around 1.5 pounds. As time passed, Yang Chulu began to tire. The incessant lifting of the rod had left his wrists numb, sapping his strength. After securing his rod, he sat down to rest. Mingzi, drenched in sweat, had contributed significantly to the bucket, his speed surpassing Yang Chulu's by a notable margin. With a splash, Mingzi pulled up another fish, panting heavily. Yang Chulu offered him a bottle of water. Mingzi, let us take a break before continuing. There's no need to rush. Okay. He took the water and plopped down on the ground. The deck, heated by the sun, caused him to leap up suddenly, exclaiming, "Ouch, it's hot." Haha. Serves you right for not being cautious. They alternated between fishing and resting, starting at 1 in the afternoon and continuing until 5:30, a total of over 4 hours. As evening approached, a gentle breeze swept across the sea's surface. Yang Chulu and Mingzi began transferring their catch from the plastic bucket to the live fish tank. After several hours of hard work, they had amassed an uncountable number of fish, filling several buckets that likely weighed hundreds of pounds. Once they emptied the last bucket into the tank, Mingzi shook his head in exhaustion. Uncle Yozi, let us head home. Yang Chulu wiped the sweat from his forehead and teased, "What's wrong, missing home?" "Yes, I miss Grandma." "All right, let us clean up and rest. We'll set off in the middle of the night, and by the time you open your eyes, we'll be home." "That is wonderful. Mingzi can go home." Upon hearing this, Mingzi sprang back to life, bouncing towards the deck. Yang Chulu watched his carefree figure with envy. He bent down to close the hatch of the live fish tank and joined Mingzi in tidying up. After washing the deck, they were too tired to cook, and with their freshwater supply dwindling, they each prepared a bucket of instant noodles to satisfy their hunger, planning to enjoy a proper meal upon returning. After their meal, and with all chores completed, Yang Chulu retired early to bed, as they would need to navigate for another 7 or 8 hours. At midnight, Yang Chulu was awakened by the insistent ringing of the alarm clock. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he realized it was time to rise. Dragging his weary body from bed, he dressed and stepped outside. Where the chill of the wind sent a shiver down his spine, the temperature difference at sea between day and night was quite significant. In the kitchen, he splashed the last of the water on his face to refresh himself. After washing up, he felt more alert and proceeded to the control room to start the engine and retrieve the anchor chain. Mingzi remained in the lounge, oblivious to the noise, likely exhausted from the day's exertions. With the engine warmed up, he activated the searchlight and set the coordinates in course. As the Jinshan sailed through the waves towards Qingdao, traveling in the open sea proved relatively comfortable, with minimal interference from other vessels. He simply switched to autopilot mode, keeping watch from the side. As time passed, fatigue began to weigh on his eyelids. To stave off sleep, Yang Chulu retrieved his phone and played some music to divert his attention. Over the course of their voyage, he had only charged his phone once. It had remained largely untouched since then. With no signal at sea, carrying a phone seemed somewhat superfluous, serving mainly as an occasional flashlight. Chapter 80. The maiden voyage of the Golden Toad. As the music began to play, his spirits lifted slightly. Typically, the presence of Ming provided some distraction. But navigating the boat alone in the dead of night was indeed quite trying. He had previously heard a colleague recount tales of driving cargo with his father, stating that whenever fatigue threatened to overwhelm him, he would resort to slapping his own face to stay awake. Initially, he found this hard to believe. However, in retrospect, it seemed plausible. 7 hours later, the Golden Toad had ventured into the coastal waters, nearing the mangroves. The sun was now high in the sky, its intense rays refracting through the glass. Yang Chulu yawned. Having sailed through the night, he was finally nearing home. The area around the mangroves was as bustling as ever, with small boats jostling for prime positions, and vessels occasionally entering and exiting the thicket. Creak. The door to the cockpit swung open, and Mingzi, bleary-eyed, stumbled in. "Uncle Lu, where are we now?" "Almost home. Just hang tight," Yang Chulu replied, focusing intently on navigating the crowded waters. There were numerous vessels nearby, and a moment of inattention could lead to an unexpected encounter. These sailors were reckless. The mangroves were only an hour away from Chin Island, allowing them to arrive by around 8 o'clock. Toot! A series of resounding horn blasts erupted. Yang Chu-lu glanced ahead and noticed no boats in sight, but a large vessel was trailing closely behind, less than a nautical mile away. Raising his binoculars, he realized it was none other than the boat belonging to the Lu brothers, an ironic twist of fate. He was puzzled as to who was at the helm. As the horn continued to blare incessantly, much to the annoyance of the surrounding small boats. What a nuisance. I've just cast my nets. And now all the fish are scared away. Who the hell is that? Such an ill-mannered person. On board the Big Mouth, Dahai stood at the helm, observing the small boats with their occupants shouting in frustration. Haven't you got eyes? Can't you see there's a boat coming? He grumbled, relishing the panic he had instigated. Awakened by the cacophony, Lu Hongming rushed into the cockpit in his pajamas, slipping on his flip-flops in a huff. Bang! The cockpit door was flung open with force. Dahai, have you lost your mind? It's early morning. Are you sick? Hearing Lu Hongming's reprimand, Dahai flashed a cheeky grin. Brother Lu, look at these people, completely oblivious, honking as if they can't hear a thing. You're just itching for trouble. They may not recognize me, but if they get angry, they could damage my boat, and then I'll have to deal with you. I'm sorry, Dahai muttered, cowed into submission. Lu Hongming had no time for further discussion. He ordered him to dock the boat quickly as they needed to unload their catch and make repairs. This trip had been a disaster. The two boats arrived at the dock, though there remained a considerable distance to cover. The dilapidated pier was bustling as villagers came to sell their wares, and old Yang's boat was shuttling back and forth. Yang Chu-lu docked the vessel, drawing the attention of those on the beach. Hey, isn't that Lu Zi's boat? Indeed. Let us go take a look. Come on, let us head over. I'll notify the village chief. He has been eager for news about Lu Zi's return. Sure, hurry back. The villagers hurried towards the dock, igniting a flurry of excitement within the village. Village chief, Lu Zi has returned. A villager gasped, breathless, as she rushed to the chief's doorstep. The village chief, preparing to head to the village office, stepped out at the sound of the commotion. What is all this noise about? Lu Zi is back. Lu Zi is back? How did he fare? Did he catch much fish? The villager patted her chest, catching her breath. I don't know. I just saw the boat and came to inform you. You should go see for yourself. All right, I'll go. The village chief turned to leave, but paused, recalling something. Auntie, could you please head to the school and fetch Teacher Tang and Teacher Wang? They need to record some promotional video. Of course, I'll do that right away. At the village school, Tang Shui was dressed casually, practicing leg lifts. Her fair complexion flushed. Wang Shanshan accompanied her, though she was busy on her phone. After hanging up, Wang Shanshan turned to her. Sister Shui, our old classmates have confirmed they arrive tonight. They want to have a bonfire barbecue party by the beach and need us to help coordinate. They've pooled the money for it. Tang Shui lowered her leg and wiped her forehead with the towel around her neck. That sounds fine, but where will we get the ingredients? Let us check the dock. Each of us has 500 yuan, which should suffice. All right. But Yang Chu-lu has been gone for nearly a week. Where is he? Wang Shanshan placed her hand on Tang Shui's shoulder, teasingly saying, Sister Shui, do you have feelings for Lugo? Don't be ridiculous. If you keep talking like that, I'll make you sleep on the floor tonight. Halfway through her retort, Tang Shui interrupted, pretending to be angry. Okay. I was just joking. Is Teacher Tang here? As they laughed, the villager rushed up. Out of breath, Tang Shui approached, asking, Auntie, what is the matter? The villager pointed outside. Lu Zi's boat has returned. The village chief sent me to tell you to come. Lugo is back? Wang Shanshan exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with joy. Yes, you should hurry. This guy has worn me out. Thank you, Auntie. Tang Shui expressed her gratitude, but before she could finish, Wang Shanshan had already pulled her away. At the dock, the atmosphere was lively, with people from Deyang village and Lu Jiazue gathering, yet they remained divided into two factions, each looking down on the other. As Yang Chu-lu and Ming disembarked, they were met with Dahai gesturing rudely at them. The thought of the bluefin tuna aboard their boat made Dahai seethe with jealousy. With both groups now ashore, they were quickly surrounded by their respective villagers. Intent on maintaining their pride, the village chief approached Yang Chu-lu, asking, how did it go? Yang Chu-lu feigned a frown, deliberately withholding his answer. Seeing his silence, the village chief felt a twinge of concern but maintained his composure, attempting to reassure him. As long as you return safely from your first voyage. That is what matters. There will be more opportunities ahead. Nearby, the village chief of Lu Jiazue, Old Lu, sensing the tension, shouted, Old Yang, do you want to come over to my boat and take some fish home? As if I do want that. Chapter 81. A moment of triumph. Old Lu was unperturbed, his laughter echoing as he observed the furious countenance of the village chief. Yang Chu-lu, noticing the elder's smug demeanor. Realized that he could no longer maintain a low profile, otherwise, the village chief would inevitably succumb to a fit of rage. With a cheerful smile, he approached and said, "Village chief, how could you not cherish this? Eating more fish is beneficial for your health. Just look at old Lu. He knows how to take care of himself, right?" Village chief Lu? Old Lu's grin widened at this compliment, and he approached with renewed enthusiasm, saying, "This lad speaks my language. Old Yang, there is no need for you to be so frugal. Just wait, I'll fetch some for you." "No need," the village chief interjected, his tone clipped, as if the words were forced out from between clenched teeth. Had it not been for the large crowd, he would have already removed his shoe to swat Yang Chulu for being such a naive young man, oblivious to the realities around him. Yang Chulu chuckled. "Village chief Lu, what kind of fish do you usually eat?" Old Lu, slightly puzzled by the question, still maintained his pride and replied, "Oh, nothing much, just some grouper. Bass and such. I can't quite get used to mackerel." As soon as he finished speaking, a chorus of incredulous murmurs erupted from the surrounding crowd. What a show-off. He claims to eat grouper, yet he wouldn't even touch a decent-sized mackerel. He probably doesn't even know what grouper tastes like. What a blowhard. The crowd whispered among themselves, exchanging glances and opinions. Yang Chulu, with a serious expression, remarked, "Village chief Lu, it's not that I'm against you. It's just that even our village chief wouldn't be impressed by these fish." "I'm not lying." Old Lu was initially taken aback, but his smile quickly faded, and his tone turned stern. "What do you mean by that? Do you think our village chief is craving dragon meat now?" "Not quite that extreme. In terms of fish, the minimum standard should at least be cod or tuna," Yang Chulu retorted. "Haha, you keep on boasting. Have you ever even seen a tuna in your life?" Old Lu shot back, turning to his companions. "Ming, Honglin, you two rascals returned a day early. Did you catch a big haul? Bring out a tuna for the folks of Daong village to see." Lu Hongming glanced at Yang Chulu, forcing a smile as he said, "Well, let us not get our hopes up about the tuna. Right, my brother and I encountered some issues with the boat as soon as we set out. We didn't catch much," Lu Honglin chimed in. "What happened?" Old Lu asked, his tone growing anxious upon hearing about the boat troubles. "Well, during our work, a shark attacked us, and the boat got a dent, but it's nothing serious," Lu Hongming explained, realizing the truth couldn't be concealed any longer. Good. As long as there's no major issue. Hurry up and bring out the fish. Don't dawdle," Old Lu urged. His certainty stemmed from a phone call he had made to the brothers just half an hour prior, where they had mentioned catching a tuna. Under the pressure of the crowd, Lu Hongming felt compelled to comply, glancing at Lu Honglin for support. Understanding the unspoken cue, Lu Honglin reluctantly headed toward the boat. As the crowd continued to gather, Tang Shui and Wang Shanshan arrived, but the throng was too dense for them to get close. Tang Shui pulled aside a nearby man and whispered, "Uncle, what is going on?" "Teacher Tang, just wait and enjoy the show," he said, teasingly leaning in to catch a glimpse of the unfolding drama. Tang Shui and Wang Shanshan exchanged perplexed glances, both equally baffled by the situation. Meanwhile, Lu Honglin emerged from the cold storage with a tuna, albeit one that weighed no more than 20 pounds, barely meeting the minimum catch size. Old Lu stared at the tuna in disbelief, thinking it was far too small. Nonetheless, he proclaimed, "See, young lad, this is a tuna." Yang Chulu scoffed. "This is merely a name without substance. Would you like to know what size tuna our village chief consumes?" "Don't divert the topic. If you have the ability, why not bring one out yourself? If you do, I'll bow to your village chief," Lu Honglin challenged. "How could I dare?" "Village chief, does this work for you?" Yang Chulu asked, glancing at the elder. Old Lu shot him a look. "Enough fooling around. Hurry up and get ready to head back." "Where to?" Old Lu frowned. "Old Yang, are you trying to back down? Get lost." "There are no cowards in Daong village," Yang Chulu declared, feeling invigorated by the village chief's words. "Anyone from Daong village, come help me bring out the fish." As soon as he finished, several strong men rushed up the gangplank onto the boat. Yang Chulu followed suit. Knowing that retrieving the fish from the cold storage would be a challenge, they busied themselves, hauling out the other fish from the cold storage first. The crowd below initially dismissed it as mere bluster, particularly the people from Lu Jiazui, who wore expressions of disdain. Yet, as fish after fish emerged from the boat, their expressions transformed dramatically. "Oh my heavens! Look, another one. What kind of fish is that? It must weigh at least 100 to 180 pounds. Look over there. They're pulling out even more. Wait, look at that basket. Goodness, there is an abundance." As Lu Hongming witnessed the continuous flow of fish, his mouth fell agape in astonishment. He had thought Yang Chulu was merely lucky to catch a single tuna, but it turned out he had been hiding his true prowess. The onlookers gazed in disbelief as Yang Chulu activated the boat's crane, and the strong men from the cold storage emerged, chanting their slogans in unison. 1-2-1. Heave. 1-2-1 heave. After much effort, they finally managed to bring out the tuna, which had frozen solid and felt as rigid as iron. The cold seemed to cling to their hands, making it difficult to pull it down after a prolonged grip. At that moment, Yang Chulu adjusted the crane's arm and cautioned. Everyone, be gentle. This is precious. Don't damage the skin. The men nodded with smiles, securing the straps around the tuna's body before signaling to him. All right, lift. Yang Chulu complied, slowly moving the crane while raising the tuna. The crowd below gasped at the sight of the 3-meter-long fish, their mouths agape in astonishment. In stark contrast, Lu Honglin, still holding the 20-pound tuna, now appeared almost diminutive beside the massive catch, resembling a mere child. Chapter 82, Acknowledging Defeat Upon Sighting the Tuna. Village Chief Lu swallowed hard, feeling a burning sensation on his face as if he had just received a resounding slap. Just moments ago, he had boasted that they had never encountered a tuna, and the absurdity of his own words made him chuckle inwardly. The crowd below was awash with astonishment at the sight of the fish. Bluefin, indeed, it was a bluefin tuna, someone in the throng shouted. And the atmosphere erupted into a cacophony of voices. The village chief gazed at the tuna on the deck, his face beaming like a blooming chrysanthemum, his wrinkles appearing almost endearing. After years of being overshadowed by Old Lu, he finally felt a sense of relief. Old Lu, patting him on the shoulder, stifled a laugh and remarked, Old Lu, the children say this is called bluefin tuna. You are well versed. Tell me, is it worth more than that treasure in Hong Lin's embrace? Old Lu's face flushed like fire, and he struggled to utter a single word. Noticing his discomfort, the village chief asked with concern, Old Lu, are you feeling unwell? No, he managed to reply, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than a frown. Health is the foundation of revolution. I shall have Liuzi fetch 2 fish for you to cook and nourish yourself. As the village chief finished his sentence, he raised his hand, but Old Lu swiftly intercepted him, declaring, enough. Today, I concede. With that, he turned away, his expression dark as he longed to vanish into the ground, feeling utterly humiliated. Old Lu, are you sure you don't want the fish? Keep them for yourself. The village chief called after him, but he did not stop. Finally, he felt he had regained both face and dignity. The people of ZHENG, now equally crestfallen, began to disperse, some wishing to linger for the spectacle but ultimately retreating to their homes. In contrast, the folks from ZHENG were jubilant, reveling in the misfortune of their rivals, some even whistling in celebration. Lu Hongming pointed at Yang Chulu, saying, let us wait and see. Yang Chulu shrugged, tilting his head, gazing at him as if he were a fool. Suddenly, Ermingzi appeared before him, fists clenched and cracking ominously, angrily stating, don't point at my uncle Liuzi, or I'll turn you into a pig's head. Damn it, Lu Hongming, already in a foul mood, felt his anger flare up at the unprovoked threat. But upon realizing it was Ermingzi, he halted mid-sentence. In all of Qingdao, he feared no one, except for Ermingzi, who had left a scar on his head that served as a constant reminder. Once, he had attempted to sneak over a wall to visit a potential match, but the door had remained locked. In his inebriated state, he had tried to climb over, only to be yanked down by Ermingzi halfway up. Rural walls often contained shards of glass or nails to deter thieves. As he fell, a piece of glass had sliced his forehead, causing blood to flow profusely. The late-night escapade had been far from honorable, leaving him to endure the consequences in silence. Seeing him injured, Ermingzi had grabbed a brick and chased after him, forcing Lu Hongming to flee the village in terror. Ever since that incident, he had taken to avoiding Ermingzi whenever possible. After all, foolishness is not frightening, but the inability to overpower such a fool is. Ermingzi, noticing Lu Hongming glaring at him, raised his fists again. Sensing the tension, Lu Hongming feigned calmness, saying, fine. I won't bother you, you fool. Just as he turned to leave, Ermingzi watched him retreat, mockingly sticking out his tongue and running to Yang Chulu. Uncle Liuzi, am I fierce? He asked, eliciting laughter from those around, including Yang Chulu. Indeed, Ermingzi is the fiercest. Hurry home to see Grandma, once the fish is handled. I'll bring the money to your house for some delicious treats. Yay, treats. Ermingzi bounced away, but as he exited the crowd, he caught sight of Tang Shui. Momentarily startled, then resumed his stride. This scenario resembled a student caught sneaking snacks during class, only to find the teacher glaring at them, an embarrassing social blunder. As the crowd at the pier dwindled, the remaining villagers from ZHENG were dispersed by the village chief, who instructed them to attend to their own affairs, as lingering there would yield no profits. Dahai was dragged home by Ernyang, while Erbua's face turned a shade of green with anger. The couple, upon seeing so many fish on Yang Chilia's boat, wished they could chastise their disappointing son. Had they heeded their advice, such benefits would not have fallen into the hands of a fool. Setting aside the daily wage of 200 yuan, even a mere 10% share of the profits would amount to a considerable sum, enough to equal half a year's salary. The more Eun-yang pondered. The angrier she became, unconsciously tightening her grip onto Hai, who winced in pain but dared not protest as the old man's eyes were fixed on him. At the pier, only a few stragglers remained. Seeing that everyone had departed, the village chief playfully kicked Yang Chulia's backside. Of course, the gesture lacked any real force. It was merely for show. You little rascal, do you dare to deceive me now? Caught off guard by the kick, Yang Chulu shielded his backside with a smile. Uncle Yang, I merely wish to surprise you. Why are you angry? Surprise. Is this a surprise? It feels more like a fright to me. Not at all. Not at all. Nearby, Tang Shui and Wang Shanshan stifled laughter at his plight. Only then did Zhang Chulu notice them, awkwardly greeting. Tang Shui, you're here? She replied with a slight smile. Wang Shanshan chimed in. Sixth brother, we've been here for quite a while. Ignoring two beautiful ladies standing before you is rather excessive. My apologies, I was too busy to notice. As he spoke, Yang Chulu noticed Wang Shanshan holding various filming equipment, resembling that of a seaside streamer. What are you doing? Sixth brother, they're here to record videos, the village chief explained, sensing his confusion. Recording videos? Yes. During your days at sea, I collaborated with little teacher Tang to devise a plan to establish an online sales channel, aimed at promoting the pristine ecological concept to invigorate the economy of Qingdao. I need you to cooperate fully. An online sales channel? Yang Chulu was taken aback, realizing this was his own prior suggestion. Indeed. The rest of the video recording is in your capable hands. I have a meeting to attend. Chapter 83, The Food Blogger. After a brief admonition from the village head, the village chief hurried off to the village office. Yang Chulu had intended to say something more, but the chief had already departed. At that moment, Tang Shui approached, pulling out her phone to send him the proposal she had previously drafted. Yang Chulu, I've sent the proposal to your phone. Please take a look. All right, he replied, retrieving his phone and opening the document to peruse its contents. A few minutes later, he set the phone down with a furrowed brow. The proposal seems sound, aligning closely with my prior thoughts, yet as you are aware, our village lacks the necessary funds for promotion. Noticing his troubled expression, Tang Shui smiled reassuringly. There's no need to worry about promotion. All we need to ensure is that we have a sufficient quantity. Promotion has been resolved? He inquired. Indeed, she affirmed, beckoning Wang Shanshan over. Let me formally introduce you. She is our ambassador and promotion specialist. Wang Shanshan lifted her chin proudly, puffing out her chest. Lu Gu, what do you think of me? Enough with the antics, aren't you the teacher? Yang Chulu teased. Wang Shanshan rolled her eyes at him. Can't a teacher have other interests? Of course, but for promotion, we need someone with at least 1 million followers or a well-known influencer, he replied. He recalled the village chief mentioning attempts to solicit a prominent figure's assistance, only to be met with an exorbitant fee of tens of thousands for a single promotional campaign. Let us see if she has any recognition, Wang Shanshan said, handing her phone to him. Who is it? Yang Chulu asked, glancing at the screen, which displayed a blogger named Cat Who Loves Fish, boasting over 5 million followers and remarkable engagement. He recognized the blogger, recalling previous videos where she shared culinary delights. She was indeed a refreshing presence among food bloggers. Wang Shanshan, seeing his silence, waved her hand in front of him. Lu Gu, you can't possibly not remember her. I do know this blogger. Are you acquainted with her? He asked, his curiosity piqued. Well, sort of, but from what I understand, she has a particular fondness for seafood. If we want her to promote our products, seafood is no issue. I'll treat her to a meal if we can get her here. Yang Chulu replied without hesitation. After all, opening online sales channels would eliminate the middleman, significantly increasing profits for the entire village. Tang Shui, unable to contain herself, tugged at Wang Shanshan. All right, stop teasing him. Yang Chulu, the cat who loves fish is right in front of you. There's no need to invite her. In front of me? Yang Chulu was momentarily confused, but once he realized, his expression brightened. You mean, that food blogger is you? Tang Shui burst into laughter, clearly amused by his reaction. Wang Shanshan puffed her cheeks in indignation, resembling an irate pufferfish. Lu Gu, are you serious? Am I that easily overlooked? Yang Chulu, sensing their banter, offered an awkward smile and speculated. Could it be that the blogger is you? Why would I say otherwise? Wang Shanshan rolled her eyes. Tang Shui affirmed. She is indeed the genuine food blogger, the cat who loves fish. With Tang Shui's confirmation, Yang Chulu felt assured of her identity and quickly apologized to Wang Shanshan, recognizing her as a valuable asset to the village. Once the matter of the blogger was settled, Wang Shanshan began arranging the filming props for their shoot. He had initially planned to invite Lao Yu to collect the fish, but that was no longer necessary. Although unfamiliar with the filming process, he grew concerned as he noticed the suspended tuna. Wang Shanshan, your follower count is impressive, but will you be able to promote this effectively? Wang Shanshan surveyed the plump tuna and replied, It should be fine. Many of my followers are owners of hotels and private clubs. I'll host a live stream tonight. The better the product, the more attention it garners, naturally attracting traffic. Very well, I'll leave it in your capable hands, Yang Chulu said. Feeling reassured that as long as a fair price could be secured, there was no need to engage in unethical practices. As Wang Shanshan organized the props, Tang Shui assisted with the planning. They aimed to photograph the various fish caught on the boat according to different species and specifications, uploading them for immediate orders via express delivery. While Yang Chulu wasn't adept at photography, he could share some expertise and help arrange the fish for their shots. The three of them toiled on the deck for the better part of the day, capturing images of the assorted fish and shrimp, while Tang Shui meticulously took notes. Once the photos were organized, Wang Shanshan quickly uploaded them, including a standout image of the tuna. Yang Chulu admired the photograph of the tuna. Its flesh appeared succulent and vibrant, stirring his desire to taste it. He couldn't help but commend the photographic skill on display. Of course, the quality of his fish was indisputable. There was no question of subpar products. After the photo shoot, Yang Chulu returned the fish to their proper place, mindful of the high temperatures affecting the meat quality. Once the fish were safely stored, Tang Shui and Wang Shanshan disembarked, while he pushed the ramp up, removing any unsightly fish and seafood. All done, he declared, brushing the dust from his hands. Tang Shui kindly offered him a tissue. Here, wipe your hands. Thank you. He replied, wiping his hands and asking, what's next? Suddenly, Wang Shanshan seemed to recall something, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Lu Gu, since I've helped you for so long, may I propose something? Nodding, he encouraged, go ahead. Well, in a few hours, a group of classmates will be coming over. And we're planning a barbecue tonight. Would it be possible for us to purchase some of your seafood? Of course, that's no problem. Wang Shanshan's quick agreement prompted her to elaborate, but that's not the main point. Then what is? Yang Chulu inquired, intrigued by her hesitance. Can we have the seafood delivered? Delivered? Yes, I'll transfer 5,000 yuan to you as our dinner fund tonight, she said, pulling out her phone to initiate the transaction. Wait a moment, Yang Chulu replied, feeling slightly bewildered. 5,000 yuan seems a bit much, doesn't it? It's not excessive. The remainder can be considered a service fee. Ah, I see. You mean for me to act as the barbecue chef? Wang Shanshan smiled bashfully. Hee. Lu Gu is so clever. Can you help us? Sister Shui and I are truly at our wits' end. We need your assistance. With her earnest plea, Yang Chulu felt compelled to acquiesce. After all, it wouldn't be without compensation. With matters settled, the three of them boarded the boat to head to the town. They would go to pick up their guests while Yang Chulu bought some seasonings for the evening's feast. Chapter 84. New orders upon arriving in town. Yang Chulu first made his way to the supermarket. After spending so many days at sea, the supplies at home were nearly depleted, and he intended to replenish them while also bringing back some items. Uncertain of when the fish would sell, he seized the opportunity to enjoy a well-deserved rest at home. As he approached the supermarket, he realized he had neglected to change his clothes. From several meters away, the pungent aroma of fish was unmistakable. However, he dismissed the thought of changing, as there was no need for formalities. With a confident stride, he entered the supermarket. As he passed the checkout counter, he noticed the cashier frowning, her expression suggesting discomfort at his presence. Yet, Yang Chulu was no stranger to the world, having left school long ago. He had developed a thick skin. Unfazed, he made his way to the spice aisle, where remnants of dried fish scales clung to the collar of his shirt. In the spice section, he perused the myriad of offerings, slowly selecting the ingredients he needed. As a chef, he had developed a habit of exploring the spice aisle whenever he visited a supermarket, intrigued by the peculiar seasonings and their accompanying recipes. After surveying the selection, he chose 7 or 8 types of spices, primarily various chili sauces and seasoning powders. With the spices in hand, he proceeded to the fruit section to select some pears. Ever since Tang Shui taught him how to choose them, he found that the common pears were utterly unsatisfying, lacking in juiciness, though he suspected it might be a psychological effect. After nearly an hour of browsing, his small cart was nearly overflowing. Approaching the checkout, he noticed the cashier hastily donning a mask as he approached. Exiting the supermarket, he glanced at the time. It was already noon, and he needed to hurry to the dock. In the afternoon, Lao Yang's boat was chartered for Tang Shui and her classmates. Upon returning home, Yang Chulu emptied 2 whole baskets of seafood into a bucket, intending to clean them later. Taking advantage of the lull in cooking, he decided to deliver 2 grouper fish to the village chief's family, who had often lent him a helping hand in the past. After delivering the fish, he passed by the home of Dahai and overheard a heated argument within. You useless thing. If you had only listened, we could have recouped our losses this time. The frustration in his uncle's voice was palpable, prompting Yang Chulu to tiptoe away. Such matters were best left undisturbed, as family disputes were notoriously complicated. Back at home, He entered the kitchen to find an overwhelming scent of oil. After more than a week away, the bottom of the pot had become rusted. He opened the windows to air out the space, quickly tidying up, exhausted from staying up late and working hard earlier. He opted for a slice of watermelon before collapsing into bed. Meanwhile, Tang Shui and Wang Shanshan waited by the bus station in a small pavilion, each with a serving of iced jelly before them. As they enjoyed their treat, Wang Shanshan's phone suddenly chimed, causing her to leap up in excitement. Well, we did it. Startled by her exuberance, Tang Shui urged, Shanshan, please, maintain the decorum befitting a teacher. Wang Shanshan draped her arm around Tang Shui's shoulder, declaring, look, someone placed an order. Really? Tang Shui took the phone to see a customer had ordered a 2-pound grouper and a 3-pound bonito. Fantastic. That was quick. Wang Shanshan, with a hint of pride, responded, of course. Don't forget who you're dealing with. I'm a remarkable blend of beauty and intellect. Noticing the attention of passers-by, Tang Shui pulled her down into her seat. All right, enjoy your iced jelly. By the way, should I notify Lu Gu to expedite the shipment? This is our first order. We must prioritize service. Let's wait a bit. There may be more orders coming in. We can still ship before 5 as fresh goods move quickly. All right, sounds good. As they dined, several more orders trickled in, much to their delight. After nearly 2.5 hours, Wang Shanshan received a call informing her that their customers were almost there. Tang Shui tallied the orders, 8 in total, and sent the addresses and contact numbers to Yang Chulu, urging him to dispatch the orders before the day's end. Awakening just then, Yang Chulu sprang from his bed, exhilarated by the messages on his phone. This is wonderful. We've succeeded. He beamed at the recipient details, thrilled that someone had made a purchase so swiftly. The online price exceeded what he typically charged customers like Lao Yu by 3 to 5 yuan per pound, which was reasonable given market retail standards. Quickly, he dashed out the door to retrieve the ordered goods from the boat, eager to send them off. As this was their pilot batch, it was crucial to ensure quality and service. He hurried to the dock, collecting the fish, each tagged with specific quantities. Just as he finished, he heard Lao Yang's boat signaling, preparing to head across the way. Timing his arrival just right, Yang Chulu sprinted to the boat. Waving as he approached, panting slightly as he boarded, he found a few others already on board. Why the rush, Lu Zi? One inquired. Carrying so much fish, visiting relatives? Catching his breath, Yang Chulu smiled. No, these are orders from online customers, and I'm sending them out for delivery. Upon hearing that the fish were ordered online, skepticism rippled through the group. Lu Zi, be careful. Those online deals can be scams. Nothing beats seeing things in person. Exactly. Just the other day, I was told to pick up a package in town, only to find nothing there. What a scam. The chorus of disbelief echoed around him, but Yang Chulu refrained from elaborating. Their generation, laboring under the sun all their lives, found it hard to embrace new ideas. He knew they needed to see tangible results to believe. The online sales were just beginning, and if he could execute this pilot project successfully, they would soon witness the profits firsthand. Before long, Yang Chulu arrived at the town's delivery point, where packages piled high like small mountains. With the rise of online shopping in recent years, the courier industry had flourished, and the owner of the local delivery point wore a constant smile. He approached the owner, stating his intent to ship fresh goods. The owner led him to a side area equipped with specialized foam packaging boxes, ice packs, and oxygen bags, all he required for his shipment. Chapter 85. Visitors from Qingdao. At first, Yang Chulu was concerned that sending live fish by express delivery would pose a challenge, but his worries were unfounded. The price for fresh seafood is higher than that of ordinary goods, and they are dispatched via express service, reaching destinations within the province in a mere day and 2 days for those outside. The fish and crabs were freshly caught, brimming with vitality, and if well packaged, they could withstand the journey without issue. After preparing a dozen packages, the express service charged him an exorbitant fee of 120 yuan. Yang Chulu settled the payment and asked the owner, if this becomes a long-term collaboration with your e-commerce platform, could we possibly negotiate a better rate? The express owner nodded, assuring him that discounts could certainly be offered for larger shipping volumes, with a minimum reduction of 30% for e-commerce partnerships. And they would even come to collect the goods directly. Such a substantial discount? Yang Chulu queried, intrigued. Indeed, it's all about service in this competitive market. The owner replied, if you don't offer it, someone else will. All right, I am indeed in the e-commerce business. Please share your contact information, and I will reach out when I have goods to send, Yang Chulu said. They exchanged contact details, and once he exited the express station, he called Tang Shui to inform her that the shipment had been dispatched. She responded that they had already received it and were en route to the dock. After hanging up, Yang Chulu prepared to return home, having slept through the afternoon, with still plenty of seafood yet to process. Upon arriving at the dock, He spotted a group of young men and women standing on a wooden platform, dressed in fashionable attire, laughing and chatting. They appeared to be outsiders. And as he scanned the crowd, he noticed Tang Shui and Wang Shanshan among them, confirming that these were her classmates. Yang Chulu approached, and at that moment, Tang Shui turned and waved at him. Yang Chulu, over here. As he joined the group, Tang Shui introduced him. This is the first person I met in Qingdao. Yang Chulu. He is quite wonderful. Hello. Yang Chulu greeted them politely with a smile. Though he felt a bit awkward as he didn't know them and was unsure of what to say, the classmates returned his greeting courteously. Among them was a fashionably dressed young woman, adorned in designer labels and heavy makeup, who scrutinized Yang Chulu with disdain upon noticing his humble attire. Sister Shui, you mentioned the local customs were simple, but this is a bit too simplistic, she remarked. Tang Shui, hearing her, laughed and replied, Li, what's wrong? Oh, nothing much. I just didn't expect such a rundown place with such strong winds. It would have been better to book a hotel, Li said, casting another dismissive glance at Yang Chulu. He sensed her unkind gaze but chose not to take offense, understanding that individuals from larger cities often carry an air of superiority. After a brief wait, old Yang arrived with the boat. As the vessel docked, Tang Shui organized the group to board in an orderly fashion. The boat was small, and they had to squeeze in tightly. Observing the group of young people, old Yang felt somewhat uneasy and stood by to assist. Hey, old man. What do you think you're doing? Don't touch my bag. Can you afford to replace it if you break it? Lily scolded him sharply when he accidentally brushed against her bag, her expression one of disapproval. My apologies, old Yang said, lowering his head in apology. Fine, whatever. Just so you know, this is the latest model from a renowned brand. She huffed. All right, Lily, let us hurry, urged a classmate, sensing the tension. Yang Chulu watched the scene unfold, feeling a sense of injustice. It was disheartening to see an elderly man, merely trying to help, being treated so rudely. After this minor incident, everyone boarded the boat, and once they were seated, old Yang started the engine, setting off for Qingdao. Most of the group hailed from flatlands and were experiencing their first boat ride, bubbling with excitement. However, just a few minutes into the journey, Lily stirred up trouble again. What is that awful smell? It's unbearable, she exclaimed. As she spoke, she rummaged through her bag and pulled out a bottle of perfume, spraying it liberally. Yang Chulu felt discomfort at her behavior. A slight odor from a daily ferry service was entirely normal and certainly not as offensive as she was making it out to be. Yet, as a guest, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Tang Shui, wanting to maintain the group's spirits, redirected the conversation to introduce them to the scenic beauty of Qingdao. After approximately half an hour, the boat safely arrived at the Qingdao dock. Yang Chulu was the first to jump off and secure the mooring line, calling out, All right, everyone. You can disembark now. The classmates eagerly followed suit, some still adjusting to the experience, much like Tang Shui had initially. Once ashore, many took out their phones to capture the picturesque views, while others curiously wandered towards the beach. Wow, what a beautiful scene. It's stunning. The sand feels so soft. They exclaimed. Look, there are seashells. Oh, and look at the adorable hermit crabs. They explored with wide-eyed wonder, while Tang Shui and Wang Shanshan took turns acting as guides. Li, now off the boat, was no longer wearing her previous expression of disdain. She gazed at the surrounding sea view, inhaling the fresh air, and found it far superior to the opulence of a lavish hotel. Spotting a large vessel in the distance, she thought it would be wonderful to take some photos aboard. Sister Shui, whose boat is that over there? She inquired. Tang Shui approached, asking, Which one are you referring to, Lily? She pointed, That biggest one. I can't believe even in such a remote area, someone can afford a boat of that size. That belongs to Yang Chulu, Tang Shui replied. What? Lily exclaimed, taken aback. A person clad in such humble attire owning a boat was beyond her comprehension. She glanced back at Yang Chulu, her expression slightly awkward as she subtly adjusted her designer bag, aware that wealthy individuals could typically discern authenticity at a glance. Noticing her silence, Tang Shui asked, Lily, did you need something? Oh no, nothing at all, she replied. After some time enjoying the seaside, Wang Shanshan led them to visit the school while setting up tables and benches. Meanwhile, Tang Shui and Yang Chulu returned home to prepare the ingredients for the evening meal. As a single person would find it a bit strenuous to manage a large bucket of seafood alone. Once home, Tang Shui looked at the bucket of seafood and asked, Yang Chulu, is all of this for dinner tonight? Yes, I'll handle the processing of what needs to be prepared. And then we can grill it by the beach later, he replied. All right, I'll take care of washing these. This conch is enormous, Tang Shui exclaimed, observing the assortment of seafood in the bucket, many of which he didn't recognize. If they were to dine at a seafood restaurant, it would certainly come at a steep price. They divided the tasks efficiently, one handling the washing and the other the initial preparation, making it seem as if they were a couple sharing domestic duties. Chapter 86, Barbecue by the Sea. After a considerable amount of effort, the two finally finished preparing all the seafood, filling 3 large basins to the brim. Tang Shui gazed at the colorful array of seafood, brushing aside her bangs with a smile that radiated a sense of accomplishment. All of this had been cleaned solely by her. In the past, she would have hesitated to even touch such things. Though it was tiring, she had learned quite a bit. The majority of the seafood was unfamiliar to her, not to mention the intricacies of cleaning and preparing it. But fortunately, Yang Chulu was there to provide meticulous explanations. With everything processed, Tang Shui felt uneasy about her classmates and decided to return and check on them. Yang Chulu had no objections, as his purpose for being there was to assist her. After exchanging a few words, Tang Shui prepared to leave, but Yang Chulu pulled out 1,000 yuan from his pocket and handed it to her. Tang Shui, while processing the seafood, I calculated the costs, and the total comes to about 4,000 yuan. Please take this extra 1,000 back for Wang Shanshan. She looked at the money in her hand, preparing to return it, but he insisted, no, you've worked hard for this. How can we only count it as a cost? Listen to me. Yang Chulu pressed the money into her palm, continuing, Wang Shanshan helped me immensely today. If I were to make money off this little amount of seafood, well, what would that say about me? But this is the collective money for our gathering, she protested. That may be, but they came here for you. As long as you're here for a day, you are part of Qingdao. If I take this money, the village chief would surely chase me around the village. Tang Shui chuckled at his words, and since the conversation had reached this point, she felt no need to be coy. Accepting the money with gratitude, she bid him farewell and headed back. Once she left, Yang Chulu rummaged through some larger plastic bags to cover the basins, ensuring they wouldn't gather dust. The seafood was ready, but he still needed bamboo charcoal for the barbecue, which he didn't have at home, so he had to pay a visit to Accountant Zhang. The village warehouse housed a set of grills, salvaged from a sunken ship many years ago and subsequently confiscated. Locking the door behind him, he ambled towards the village office. The villagers, upon learning of the visitors, had mostly flocked to the scene, leaving their homes eerily quiet. Over the past 2 years, it was rare for so many people to arrive on the island simultaneously. Typically, aside from old Yu, one rarely encountered outsiders. As he passed the small shop, the people sitting outside greeted him with cheerful smiles and warm demeanor. Liu Zai busy? Liu Zai, if you're free tonight, come by my place. I'll have your aunt make a couple of her specialties, and we can share a drink. Thank you. I'll definitely stop by when I have the chance. Liu Zai, I still have 2 bottles of good wine at home. Come and join me for a couple of glasses. Thank you, uncle. I'll make time for it. Yang Chulu politely entertained their invitations, making the short journey feel like an eternity. Typically, they would merely exchange casual greetings. But today they seemed eager to pull him back home, treating him like a prized guest. Upon reaching the village office, he peered through the crack in the door and saw Accountant Zhang busily writing. Knock, knock. Come in. Hearing the knock, Zhang set his pen down. Yang Chulu entered and greeted him. Accountant Zhang, busy? Liu Zai, what brings you here? I heard old Liu was quite upset with you today. Ah. Just giving the village chief a bit of a reality check. After exchanging pleasantries, Yang Chulu explained his purpose. And upon hearing that Tang Shui and her friends needed the grill, Zhang readily agreed without hesitation. Typically, borrowing from him was no easy feat, as he was known for his frugality. Once he secured the grill, he noted the time was nearly 5 o'clock and hurriedly made his way to light the charcoal, lest they be unable to feed everyone. Loading everything onto the tricycle, he filled it to the brim with food and supplies. Passing by the school, he glanced inside, noting its quietness, indicating no one was there. Approaching the beach, he could hear laughter and playful shouts from a distance. He squinted ahead to see a group of 7 or 8 people frolicking in the water. Ignoring the males, he took note of the females in their snug skirts, revealing their long, slender legs and fitted tops, the wet fabric offering glimpses of what lay beneath. Ah, youth is indeed delightful. Yang Chulu admired them for a moment before pushing the cart closer. Wang Shanshan, caught up in her merriment, noticed him and ran over, her hair tousled. Liu Zai, I'm here to help you. Breathless, she approached, her cheeks flushed, and a subtle hint of a curve visible at her waist. Her flat stomach devoid of any excess weight. Yang Chulu couldn't help but think how wonderful summer was as he shifted his gaze. So, are they pleased with everything here? Of course. Just look at how much fun they're having. Indeed, but we must ensure safety. We can't venture into deep water. It's too dangerous. I know. Wang Shanshan assisted him in pushing the cart to a flatter area, one that wouldn't be affected by rising tides in the evening. They had somehow moved the school desks over, arranging them into a long table, adorned with a floral tablecloth that added a touch of elegance. Where did you find such a large piece of cloth? It looks tailor-made, he asked. Isn't it lovely? This is my sister Shue's handiwork. Crafted from a new bedsheet. Doesn't see it give off a 5-star hotel vibe? Quite impressive. Yang Chulu unloaded the grill, filled it with bamboo charcoal, and ignited it with a block of alcohol. Wang Shanshan took out her phone, snapping pictures of the seafood in the cart. As a food blogger, today's seafood was top-notch, deserving of a share. By the way, Liu Zai, after we finish the barbecue, you must come with me to the boat. We're going live. Since I posted the fish video this afternoon, several people have already messaged me. Sure. But don't we have to share a portion of the sales with the platform if we sell directly during the live stream? No need. I've already communicated with the platform. This is part of our effort to support farmers, unlike those typical live stream sales. Good to hear. Yang Chulu's greatest concern was that the platform would take half of their earnings, which would be quite a loss. It would be better to sell directly to Old You, ensuring the profits remained within their circle. After chatting for a while, the bamboo charcoal began to glow red under the influence of the alcohol, and in a few minutes, they would be ready to start grilling. At that moment, Tang Shui approached Shanshan, who Guowei just said in the group that he's about to arrive. Should we go pick him up? Wang Shanshan rolled her eyes. Pick him up? Is he dreaming? It's not like he can't find his way. Isn't Lily around? Let her go get him. All right. I'll send him a location. I'm done worrying about it. Chapter 87. The Pretender who Guowei since the last incident. The two of them have harbored little fondness for him. They gathered around, assisting Yang Chulu in organizing his belongings, while a few more girls arrived. Curious about the evening's feast. Surrounded by a throng of girls, Yang Chulu delighted in their cheerful inquiries and banter. Six, brother, what is this? It's so thick and large. That is a giant octopus. And this one? There's so much liquid inside, it feels so soft. That is a baby cuttlefish filled with something akin to rice, truly delectable. The girls continued to bombard him with questions about the seafood in the basin, and he patiently explained, as these common seaside delicacies appeared novel to their eyes. Lily, noticing the lively scene, leaned in to observe, yet she differed from the others in her audacious attire, exposing much while only covering her face. Seemingly unbothered by the risk of sunburn, Yang Chulu caught sight of her and, though curious, refrained from asking further. Lily scrutinized the bizarre assortment of seafood and disdainfully remarked, "Can these things be eaten? They look so grotesque, utterly revolting." The smiles of her classmates faded upon hearing her comments. Wang Shanshan frowned. "Lily, if you find it unappealing, you need not partake. Please mind your words." With her arms crossed defiantly, Lily retorted, "Did I say something wrong? 500 yuan for this. I'd rather get a Botox injection." "Well, how do you speak? Are you proud of having undergone surgery?" "You." Lily was momentarily taken aback by her words, her chest rising and falling. Sensing the tension, Tang Shui interjected, "Come on, everyone, let's set up the tent. Nightfall is approaching." Upon her suggestion, everyone hurried to assist. Lily shot Wang Shanshan a glare before storming off in frustration. What a pretentious act from someone from the slums, Wang Shanshan muttered impatiently. Yang Chulu later learned that Lily was a salesgirl, having spent all her earnings on her appearance. After a while, the grill reached an optimal temperature, radiating heat even from a distance. He placed various seafood, squid, snail meat, and scallops, onto the grill. The 2-meter-long barbecue rack filled quickly, and as the high heat worked its magic, enticing aromas wafted through the air, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Donning gloves, Yang Chulu used a small knife to score some of the seafood to ensure even cooking and flavor absorption. Just then, a figure approached from a distance, wearing sunglasses and a sharp suit, complemented by a striking red bow tie and flashy shoes. Could it be Hu Guowei? Yang Chulu recognized him upon closer inspection. When Hu Guowei arrived, he bypassed Yang Chulu without a greeting and headed towards the other classmates. Lily's eyes lit up at his appearance. He looked dapper, and she wondered if he had struck it rich over the years. "Hello. Long time no see, old classmates." Hu Guowei greeted, removing his sunglasses to address the group. The classmates flocked to him, exchanging pleasantries. "Hu, what have you been busy with lately? That suit looks sharp on you. Have you hit the jackpot? Why not bring the brothers along?" Flattered by their compliments, Hu Guowei beamed, momentarily forgetting his true circumstances. "Oh, please, don't flatter me. I've just been dabbling in a small business venture." He raised his wrist, showcasing a conspicuous luxury watch. Upon hearing he had entered the business world, the classmates gazed at him with envy, their admiration palpable. Lily, initially eager to approach him, lost interest upon scrutinizing his attire and watch, recognizing the imitation quality. His outfit was worth only a few hundred yuan, and the watch, not exceeding 1,000, an obvious pretender. After the exchange of compliments, the classmates returned to their tasks. Hu Guowei's gaze fell on Lily, surprised by her transformation from the least attractive in class to someone strikingly beautiful. "Lily, long time no see." "Yes, long time no see," she replied dismissively. I heard you've been doing well in the metropolis. How about a sailing trip together sometime? Sure, but I only ride yachts. Don't waste my time with small boats. Don't worry, my company may be small, but we do own a few yachts. Lily, intrigued by his confidence, began to wonder if he, like Yang Chulu, preferred to remain low-key. Though Hu Guwei maintained a calm exterior, he felt uneasy. While it was true his company owned a few yachts, he was merely an employee. After a brief silence, Lily stepped closer, her voice sweetly coaxing. How about we go now? I happen to have a swimsuit with me and would love to have a photo shoot. Would you be my photographer? Hu Guwei, intoxicated by her fragrance and the allure of her figure, felt a rush of heat at the thought of her posing in a swimsuit. Will you? This. His hesitation was palpable, yet he remained cautious, fearing exposure. Lily, sensing his indecision, stepped back, reverting to her usual demeanor. She had merely been testing him, and now had her answer. Hu Guwei, next time you shop, come to me. I can recommend a better choice. Your current selection is lacking. With that, she plucked a loose thread from her clothing, waved it in front of him, and sauntered away without a backward glance. With the facade shattered, Hu Guwei's face burned with embarrassment. He had spent nearly 2,000 on this ensemble. It's time to eat, Yang Chulu called out from the grill, tossing a generous handful of seasoning onto the prepared seafood. As the spices hit the grill, a cloud of pungent smoke erupted. Achoo! The spice overwhelmed Yang Chulu, sending him into a fit of sneezing, tears streaming down his face. The scent of the barbecue lingered for days after. Once seasoned, the mouth-watering aroma attracted the nearby crowd. Wow, it smells delicious. That giant squid looks so appetizing. I want to try? Sixth brother, hand me a skewer. Chapter 88. Hand in hand, the barbecue grill was surrounded by them, with some eager souls taking matters into their own hands. Tang Shui divided the grilled skewers onto several plates and brought them to the table, indulging in the feast. The table was laden with an array of snacks, beers, red wines, and a variety of beverages. Lily, seeing their enjoyment, took a skewer of shrimp to taste. Upon her first bite, her expression changed as she thought to herself that the flavor was delightful, far superior to that found at street stalls. Although Yang Chuli had prepared a substantial amount, it was insufficient for the 10 or so guests, prompting him to place another batch on the grill. After sharing a drink with them, Tang Shui, concerned he might be overwhelmed, joined him to lend a hand. Just before leaving, she picked up a skewer of shrimp. Yang Chuli, give this a try. Yang Chuli, busy and unable to spare a hand, smiled and shook his head. You eat it, I'm not hungry. After laboring for so long, even if he wasn't hungry, he should at least sample the flavors. He opened his mouth as Tang Shui, with a regal demeanor, held the shrimp to his lips, insisting he partake. He complied and took a bite. You should try some too. I noticed you haven't eaten yet. All right. Tang Shui enjoyed another shrimp from the skewer, nodding appreciatively. Her affinity for seafood was evident as she praised the taste. Observing her delight, Yang Chuli retrieved a generous handful of shrimp from the bowl to grill. Tang Shui noticed his grilling skills, perfectly charred yet tender, seasoned just right. Yang Chuli, did you learn how to barbecue? You could easily open your own shop with this talent. I haven't learned formally, but I used to work part-time at a barbecue restaurant. I've picked up a lot just by watching. Teach me, please. The last time I made scallops, they ended up burnt. Sure. Yang Chuli stepped aside. And as Tang Shui approached the grill, she found herself at a loss, staring at the row of items. How do I do this? Look. Try not to touch the shrimp that just went on. Wait until they turn red before flipping them. He demonstrated with a skewer. This one can be flipped now, allowing it to cook evenly on both sides. Oh. As she followed his advice, she exclaimed, ouch, that's hot. Just as she picked up a skewer, the bamboo stick burned her, leaving a red mark on her finger. Are you all right? Yang Chuli quickly grabbed a bottle of mineral water and held her hand under it to cool the burn. Tang Shui chuckled at his concern. It's fine. I'm not that delicate. Well, it didn't tea blister, so it should be all right. After cooling her hand, their fingers remained intertwined. And it was then that Yang Chuli noticed how lovely Tang Shui's hands were, slender fingers with beautifully manicured nails. What are you two doing? Unbeknownst to them, Wang Shanshan had appeared before them, curiously observing their clasped hands. Startled, both withdrew their hands. Tang Shui's cheeks flushed slightly. Yang Chuli, maintaining his composure, explained. We were just checking on Tang Shui's burn. Wang Shanshan eyed him suspiciously, a glint of mischief in her eyes as she teased. Oh, just checking, is it? Did you discover anything? Nothing serious. Nothing at all. I get the feeling there's something more, don't you think, Snow Sister? Tang Shui shot her a glare. Wang Shanshan, if you persist, I might just reveal your embarrassing moments in front of our old classmates. Please don't. I was wrong, Snow Sister. I didn't see anything. You two carry on. With that, Wang Shanshan hurriedly retreated. Once again, it was just the two of them by the barbecue. And what was once a casual moment now felt a bit awkward after Wang Shanshan's interruption. They stood in silence, the atmosphere thick with tension. Ah, something's burning. Snow sister. Is there something charred? I smell something burnt. A classmate by the table alerted them to the burnt scent. Yang Chuli snapped back to reality, realizing that the shrimp on the grill were nearly ablaze. He hurried to flip them, just as Tang Shui instinctively reached for the same skewer, their hands colliding once more. Time seemed to freeze as they stood still, their fingers brushing against each other. Moments later, they both withdrew their hands in silent agreement. You go ahead. You go ahead. They spoke in unison. Tang Shui's face turned crimson to her neck, finally conceding. You do it. All right. Yang Chuli stepped forward to remove the burnt shrimp, deftly flipping the remaining items. Tang Shui stood quietly by his side, though her mind seemed elsewhere, lost in thought. After grilling for over an hour, they finally finished all the seafood. Yang Chuli's gloves, once pristine white, were now stained black. As he extinguished the coals with sand, Wang Shanshan pulled him to the table, insisting he join the classmates for a drink. The classmates welcomed him warmly, raising their glasses in appreciation. Sixth brother, your skills are impressive. The food is delicious. Sixth brother, thank you for the seafood feast. I'll come back to visit soon. Sixth brother, I toast to you. You've worked hard. They expressed their gratitude in chorus, and Yang Chuli reciprocated graciously. Sitting nearby, Lily, tipsy and swaying, stood up with her glass of red wine, asking, Sixth brother, do you have a girlfriend? Yang Chuli noticed her flushed cheeks, clearly intoxicated, but he answered honestly, no. I've been too busy to find one. No. Then, what do you think of me? As she spoke, her balance faltered, and she leaned against him. Before he could react, she was half in his embrace, and he could feel her softness against him through their clothes. Someone help her. Why is she drinking so much? He placed his drink down and helped her sit. Hu Guwei, seeing her seated, approached to assist, taking the opportunity to lean her against his shoulder. Lily, are you all right? She shook her head, but before she could respond, a wave of nausea hit her. Ugh! She vomited directly onto Hu Guwei, ruining his suit from top to bottom. Yang Chuli narrowly avoided the mess, grateful for his quick reflexes. Hu Guwei stared at his stained suit, feeling the sting of loss. He had saved for nights to afford it, and this was its first wear. What he had hoped would be a moment of fortune turned into a calamity. The other classmates, witnessing the incident, discreetly shifted away. Lily continued to heave like a machine gun until her stomach was finally empty. Tang Shui offered her a bottle of water to rinse her mouth, and two classmates helped her to the tent to rest. Chapter 89. The first live broadcast sale, the barbecue lasted nearly 3 hours. Among those present, only a few people sipping drinks remained sober, while the others were thoroughly intoxicated. Swaying unsteadily, the few who were still coherent took it upon themselves to guide the inebriated to the tents for rest, marking the barbecue gathering as a resounding success. The once raucous beach had returned to a serene state as Yang Chulu loaded everything into the vehicle. Tang Shui and Wang Shanshan tidied up the area, planning to finish the cleaning the following day. An evening live broadcast awaited them, and after exchanging greetings with their classmates, Wang Shanshan departed with Yang Chulu. Concerned that they might struggle alone, Tang Shui brought her laptop along to assist, as she was the only one familiar with the link setup. Yang Chulu pushed the tricycle back home, and the trio made their way to the boat. Upon reaching the golden-toed vessel, he lowered the gangway. Be careful coming up. All right, replied Tang Shui and Wang Shanshan as they boarded the ship. To enhance the authenticity of the live broadcast, they decided to stream from the deck. Yang Chulu switched on all the lights in the cabin, illuminating the previously dark deck as bright as day. They busily set up the necessary equipment for the broadcast, and after ensuring everything was in order, they noted it was precisely 8 o'clock. Wang Shanshan logged in, and Tang Shui joined to help manage the live room, organizing the links to swiftly eliminate any potential trolls. Yang Chulu felt a twinge of anxiety as he glanced at the computer, eagerly hoping for purchases. After Wang Shanshan began the broadcast with a smooth introduction, Dear family, I am the cat that loves fish. She animatedly engaged the audience while Yang Chulu checked the viewer count on his phone. Within 5 minutes of going live, over 1,000 viewers had tuned in, and the number continued to rise, sending Yang Chulu's heart racing as he silently prayed for a successful evening. Wang Shanshan chatted with the audience without rushing to promote products, her nerves evident as it was her first time live selling. Meanwhile, Tang Shui diligently organized links on the computer, marking prices for various types and sizes of fish. Half an hour passed, and the viewer count soared to around 50,000. Tang Shui signaled to Wang Shanshan that they were ready to begin selling. Wang Shanshan nodded, and after an engaging half-hour of conversation, the atmosphere in the live room was vibrant, with fans eagerly sending messages. Cat sister, finally selling. Supporting farmers on your first go? How lovely. Hurry, cat sister, drop the link. I adore your recommended videos. Is there any of those large lobsters I love, the meaty kind? The anticipation for the links was palpable, suggesting high expectations from the viewers. Wang Shanshan decided to start with a smaller item to test the waters. The first product offered was ribbon fish, which was plentiful and reasonably priced, with 2 being enough for a family meal. Yang Chulu had caught over 200 pounds of ribbon fish, with about 170 pounds being first-grade quality and the smaller ones around 50 pounds. Wang Shanshan gestured for Yang Chulu to bring a sample of the ribbon fish. Understanding her cue, he selected a large one and handed it to her. Presenting it to the camera, she turned off the filter to showcase its authentic freshness. Dear kitty babies, it's time for a speed challenge. This ribbon fish you see here is freshly caught, packed with protein, and we have various sizes available. Supplies are limited. As soon as she finished, Tang Shui promptly posted the links for the first and second options. Afterward, Wang Shanshan continued discussing preparation methods and benefits. Yang Chulu monitored the back end, noting the large ribbon fish was priced at $24.99 per pound, while the smaller size was $19.88 per pound. This pricing was competitive with supermarket rates. Yet the quality far surpassed them. A minute passed, but the sales count showed only 2 orders. Yang Chuliu's palms grew sweaty with anxiety, praying for no mishaps. He recalled watching live sales where many popular influencers had flopped. It was not uncommon. Tang Shui, also tense, clenched her hands tightly, displaying even greater anxiety than he. While Wang Shanshan appeared the calmest, she bore the most pressure, needing to maintain composure in front of the camera despite the mounting stress. 3 minutes elapsed, yet orders remained stagnant at just 2. Viewership had climbed to 80,000, but it seemed many were merely spectators. Wang Shanshan persisted in her sales pitch, but the results remained underwhelming. 5 minutes in, the order count rose to 4, but this pace was slower than selling at a market stall. It seemed dismal. Yang Chulu, do you think perhaps these viewers aren't fond of ribbon fish? Tang Shui speculated, furrowing her brow. That shouldn't be the case. Ribbon fish is quite popular in the market, and it's low in bones, making it suitable for both the elderly and children, he replied. Could it be too expensive? She wondered. No. The price is even cheaper than at seafood shops. As they pondered, the order count suddenly skyrocketed, jumping by more than 50 orders in mere seconds. Look, Tang Shui exclaimed, pointing at the computer screen, her mouth agape in astonishment. Yang Chulu turned to see the figures rapidly increasing, with the smaller ribbon fish selling out instantly. Did we just experience a surge in sales? He thought, barely able to believe his eyes. Amid their surprise, complaints filled the live chat from viewers unable to snag any fish, prompting many requests for more stock. Wang Shanshan patiently explained the situation while assuring them that better options were forthcoming. Shuijia, Lugu, don't just stand there. Pull the links and add new items. Oh, my apologies. Tang Shui quickly removed the ribbon fish link. Yang Chulu snapped back to reality, hurriedly selecting a bonito to present, still somewhat in disbelief. He marveled at the rapid pace of sales. Moments ago, he thought they would struggle more than at a market stall, and now they were selling out swiftly. The 170 pounds of ribbon fish translated to over $4,000, with the smaller size nearing $1,000. In just a matter of minutes, they had earned a profit of $700, an incredible feat if these ribbon fish were sold to Lao Yu. The maximum he could sell would be around $4,000, as he would need to leave room for profit. Yang Chuliu's heart raced with excitement. This money was far too easy to earn. Had he known the demand would be so high, he would have gathered all the ribbon fish from nearby. Chapter 90. A surge of orders. Wang Shanshan took the skipjack tuna and briefly introduced it before continuing with the links. The live stream's audience surged to 100,000, likely due to it being her first broadcast, attracting numerous fans. As soon as the link for the tuna was posted, orders began to roll in steadily. Unlike the previous fish, there was no initial lack of interest, though it wasn't sold out immediately either. The skipjack tuna, unlike the ribbon fish, could weigh over 10 pounds, making it a rather substantial option for home cooking. Within minutes, many of the smaller tunas were nearly sold out, while the larger ones remained available. To save time, the link for the tuna remained active as they moved on to the next variety. This time, there were numerous options, with 8 or 9 types of fish alone, along with shrimp, crabs, and shellfish. After nearly 2 hours of continuous introductions, Wang Shanshan's voice began to grow hoarse from the unrelenting talking. Yang Chulu had prepared water for them, feeling somewhat embarrassed for not being able to contribute more. Tang Shui, managing the back end alone, found it quite challenging as she juggled a mountain of links and orders. The back end displayed a total transaction amount exceeding 90,000, with most items nearly sold out. Ultimately, 2 prized catches remained, a cod and a tuna. The tuna was priced at $128.80 888 and weighed a total of 230 pounds, resulting in a unit price of 560 per pound. The cod was priced at 25,900 and weighed 164 pounds, yielding a unit price of 158 per pound. Several hotels and restaurants expressed interest in the two fish, leaving messages and private inquiries without placing direct orders, as such expensive ingredients necessitated a first-hand inspection before any online transactions. Wang Shanshan noted down every contact that messaged her and responded to them in a first-come, first-served manner. The live stream lasted for 3 hours and ended promptly at 11 o'clock, as prolonged broadcasts could lead to visual fatigue. After shutting down her computer, Wang Shanshan rubbed her sore neck and sighed. "Oh dear, I'm utterly exhausted. Lu Gu, how will you thank me? I've shouted myself hoarse." Yang Chulu couldn't contain his grin. He was the biggest beneficiary of the evening. "Wang Shanshan, I am incredibly grateful to you. Here is my thought. How about I give you and Tang Shui a commission?" Wang Shanshan shook her head, joking, "Let us forget about commissions. My aim in live streaming is to ensure my fans can enjoy fresh and affordable ingredients. Besides, they've sent me quite a few gifts tonight, so you can just give it to Shuijia." Tang Shui, having handled the orders, overheard their conversation and said, "I don't want any. I didn't contribute much. You simply must accept something. It wouldn't be fair to let you work for nothing. I'll be relying on you both to sell goods in the future." Wang Shanshan remarked, "Lu Gu, we don't need to stream every day. As long as we establish a good reputation initially, we can simply keep the links active." She proposed, "How about I give you both a 5% commission? Does that sound reasonable?" Both Tang Shui and Wang Shanshan shook their heads, refusing the offer. Yang Chulu dismissed their objections and made a firm decision. He had calculated that even if he allocated a 10% commission, it would still be profitable. This approach would save time and effort, and more importantly, the price per pound could increase significantly depending on the type. For instance, a single tuna weighing over 200 pounds could fetch around 500 per pound in the market, while bypassing the middlemen and dealing directly with hotels. Selling a tuna at an additional 60 per pound would yield over 10,000, ensuring he would not only recover his costs, but also earn a substantial profit. The trio confirmed all their orders, amounting to several hundred, and planned to set sail to the nearby dock at dawn to package everything on board. Once everything was settled, Tang Shui transferred the total amount of 95,236 yuan to him, representing the evening's transactions. As it was getting late, Yang Chulu escorted them back to the beach where they would camp for the night. The seaside nights at this season were quite pleasant, aside from the strong waves, making for a comfortable sleep. Upon reaching the campsite, the tents were illuminated, with those who had indulged in drinks sleeping soundly while the sober ones struggled to find rest. Tang Shui and her companions reminisced with old classmates, while Yang Chulu returned home. Once there, he contacted the owner of the delivery station regarding the shipment of several hundred orders of fresh produce for the following day. The owner, upon hearing of the volume, readily agreed and inquired about Yang Chulu's location. The next day, there was a knock at the door. "Is anyone home?" Yang Chulu, still in slumber, was roused by the sound. He glanced at the clock. It was 5 o'clock and barely light outside. Who could it be at this early hour? He slipped on a t-shirt and, still half asleep, opened the door. "Who was there so early?" he mumbled as the door swung open. "Brother Yang, I apologize for disturbing your rest at such an early hour," greeted the delivery owner with a smile. "Joe boss, what brings you here?" Yang Chulu recognized him, momentarily taken aback by his presence. "I came to collect the packages and brought you 2 cartons of milk." "Joe boss, you shouldn't have bothered bringing anything. Come on in." Yang Chulu welcomed him inside as Joe boss set down the items. Zhou Taiyu, originally from another region, had settled here after marrying a local woman. Once inside, he remarked, "Brother Yang, I want to stay long. The boat I brought is still at the dock, and I just wanted to familiarize myself with the location." "What brings you the boat?" Yang Chulu inquired. "Well, you mentioned last night about having several hundred items, so how could I transport them without a boat?" "Oh, about that. I was planning to arrange the transportation myself." Zhou Taiyu waved his hand. "No need for that. We'll load it up and head out directly by water. Qingdao is a key transit point." "All right, let us head out then." Given the circumstances, Yang Chulu didn't wish to delay. In this day and age, conducting business was no easy feat, and he understood that Zhou Taiyu's early visit with the goods was a sign of his commitment, as he likely feared any last-minute changes in plans. Handling several hundred items in one go was equivalent to the total volume for a small town over a few days. Upon arriving at the dock, they spotted a small refrigerated transport vessel anchored nearby, with several workers in uniforms on board. Just as they arrived, 2 or 3 other boats pulled in, making for a bustling scene. Upon inquiry, they learned that the other boats were there to inspect the tuna, having previously messaged during the live stream. Since they were all there together, Yang Chulu decided to take them all aboard the Golden Toad. Chapter 91. A lucrative transaction at the break of dawn, several ships docked at the pier, accompanied by a host of unfamiliar faces. Such a commotion naturally captured the attention of those scavenging along the beach. Isn't that Liuzi's boat? What could they be doing? Unclear. Their attire doesn't suggest they are fishermen. Could they be here to collect debts? I've heard Liuzi owes the bank quite a sum. Nonsense. They just returned with a boat full of fish. Surely they aren't worried about such trifles? Let us have a look and see. Curious, the beachcombers gathered in pairs and made their way towards the Jinchanho. Meanwhile, Tang Shui and Wang Shanshan, who had camped on the beach overnight, were roused from their slumber, disturbed by the morning's uproar. Out of the 12 campers, apart from 4 who were inebriated, the rest barely slept. Tang Shui emerged from the tent, stretched languidly, inhaling the fresh morning air as a gentle breeze caressed her face, instilling an exquisite sense of comfort and relaxation. Her classmates followed suit, stepping out to behold the picturesque seaside at dawn. A rosy hue illuminated the sky as flocks of migratory birds occasionally soared across the shimmering surface of the sea. How beautiful! I could stay here forever. It's so stunning. I feel as if I've transcended to a paradise. Oh dear, what if I don't want to go back? The freshly awake students expressed their sentiments, captivated by the enchanting scenery. Living in a bustling city filled with high-rises and incessant traffic, where life moves at a relentless pace, they felt compelled to appreciate the beauty of nature when the opportunity arose. Hey, what is happening over there? Why are all those people heading in that direction? A curious voice emerged from the crowd, prompting everyone to follow the gesture. Tang Shui noticed that the direction pointed to where the Jinchanho was docked. Could it be that the fish enthusiasts had arrived? Wang Shanshan shared this thought, noting that her phone had been incessantly buzzing with inquiries about the fish since early morning. Acknowledging their curiosity, Tang Shui and Wang Shanshan decided to take their classmates for a glimpse of the excitement. A group of them marched towards the pier, while Hu Guowei remained in the tent, sluggish and silent. Having washed his clothes by the sea during the night, they were still damp and he hadn't yet mustered the energy to join the others. On board the Jinchanho, Yang Chulu, after bringing the group over, surveyed the fish and the shipping list, instructing the workers to bring over the packaging foam boxes to expedite the packing process in the cool morning air. With a composed demeanor, he organized the tasks at hand. Yang Chulu opened the door to the refrigeration unit, leading several tuna merchants inside. The group approached the tuna, expertly utilizing portable flashlights to assess the quality of the fat layers. Despite the high price of tuna, the selection process was meticulous, and one could not afford to overlook details. Yang Chulu patiently waited, understanding that such valuable items deserved thorough inspection. The temperature within the refrigeration unit was frigid, and within minutes, the group began to shiver. They scrutinized the 2 fish, occasionally whispering amongst themselves, and soon their expressions revealed satisfaction. Indeed, this is excellent quality. Beautiful. With plump flesh and evenly distributed fat layers, top grade. As they conversed quietly, Yang Chulu could no longer endure the cold and excused himself. Upon exiting, he spotted Tang Shui and Wang Shanshan approaching, their hair tousled and dark circles under their eyes indicating a restless night. Good morning, Lu Gu. Wang Shanshan waved cheerfully. Morning, replied Tang Shui with a slight smile, acknowledging the greeting. What are you all up to? Oh, they are here to package the deliveries. And a few are contacts of Wang Shanshan here to inspect the tuna. I see. Just then, the group inspecting the tuna emerged from the cold storage, rubbing their hands to warm them. Boss Yang, we'll take this tuna for Shichao cuisine. I'll transfer the payment directly. Yang Chulu was about to agree when a man interjected, dissatisfied. Hey, my friend, that's not fair. We agreed earlier that it would be a split. Exactly. We rushed over here in the dead of night. You can't just decide to buy it outright. A woman chimed in. The owner of Shichao cuisine smiled apologetically. You run such a large establishment. Surely a few fish one tea make a difference. How about I let you have the cod instead? There is plenty of time ahead. Don't waste my time with that nonsense. We don't have the luxury for delays. If we can't negotiate, then we'll take everything from Jiulu. Sensing the rising tension, Yang Chulu stepped in. Gentlemen, please allow me to speak. We truly appreciate your long journey to be here. Given the limited quantity of fish, it would be more reasonable to share. Hearing his plea, the owners of both establishments relented, nodding in agreement, unwilling to dispute further in front of the crowd. With an accord reached, Yang Chulu instructed Tang Shui to remove the links for the tuna and cod, while Wang Shanshan was to post a video update, ensuring others would not arrive in vain. The villagers gathered around the ship learned that these individuals were not there to collect debts, but rather to procure goods, leaving some momentarily disappointed. Upon discovering that Yang Chulu had sold all the fish overnight, disbelief spread among them. Whether from Daeong village or Lujiagu, Upon hearing of this novel online fish-selling venture, they flocked to witness the spectacle, thrusting Yang Chulu into the spotlight. The classmates on the deck were astonished to learn that Yang Chulu had generated nearly 100,000 yuan in revenue overnight, their faces reflecting envy. Is fishing really this lucrative? Meanwhile, Yang Chulu transported the tuna and cod from the refrigeration unit, seizing the opportunity with the crowd's assistance. Upon weighing the two fish to confirm their weight, despite having labeled them clearly during the live stream, he still needed to verify. After some effort, the weights were confirmed accurate. Yang Chulu's fish were genuine, unlike those sold by unscrupulous vendors who injected water to inflate their weight before freezing. He confidently guaranteed that even after a full day, his fish would not fall short. Once the fish were weighed, lacking professional cutting equipment, they agreed to handle the processing themselves. The owner of Jilu signaled to his wife, who passed him a black bag from her shoulder. Chapter 92. Dividing the money, the proprietor took the bag and retrieved a stack of brand new $100 bills. Their brilliance almost blinding. The students on the deck, along with the surrounding villagers, were visibly envious. The amount was staggering. The owner of Juyulu remarked, "Boss Yang, I specifically exchanged all the money for cash this time, knowing it is somewhat inconvenient for you on the island. Would you prefer cash or a bank transfer?" The thoughtfulness of the owner was appreciated by Yang Chulu. "Cash, please. A bank transfer lacks that tangible feeling." With a chuckle, the owner responded, "Ah, Boss Yang. You and I share the same preference for cash. It's all about the sensation." After calculating the expenses, the tuna was priced at the usual 128,888 yuan, while the cod was 25,900 yuan. With the amounts confirmed, the owner counted out the total of 154,800 yuan and stated that they could settle the accounts later. With no need for change, Yang Chulu stared at the pile of money before him, his heart racing uncontrollably. The onlookers were captivated, their eyes almost popping out at the sight of such wealth. Lily, observing the cash, tugged on Tang Shue's sleeve and whispered, "Sister Shue, he makes this much from just one trip to sea. Doesn't it take months to earn that?" Tang Shue shook her head. "Not at all. This trip should only take about 6 days. Six days? Lily's lips parted in disbelief upon hearing this. 15,000 in just 6 days. Is that even humanly possible? Tang Shui corrected her. It's not just 15,000. After last night's live stream, he sold over 90,000. Nearly 100,000. To be precise, it should be around 250,000. My goodness. So he is the true diamond bachelor. The classmates, upon hearing Tang Shui's figures, were equally astonished, their perceptions completely shattered. Just yesterday, some had looked down on him for being from a small place, not realizing that with a mere flick of his wrist, he could earn what would take them 2 to 3 years to make. There was no comparison. While everyone was dumbfounded, Yang Chulu was diligently counting the money, aware that 1 or 200,000 must not be taken lightly. As time passed, more and more people gathered, including the village chief and Liu Demirin's family, all murmuring about the money in front of him. Liu Zai has struck it rich this time. He has made in a few days what I would earn in a lifetime. Goodness, I always knew this child was destined for greatness. He is truly remarkable. This is the first time I've seen so much cash. Had I known, I would have told my niece to pursue Liu Zai. She'd surely live a life of luxury. Amidst the whispers, some people expressed their envy, their teeth gritting in jealousy. Dahai and the Liu brothers stood together, their eyes flickering as they gazed at the thick stack of bills. Dahai remarked, "Are these people out of their minds, coming here to buy? I wonder what stroke of luck Yang Chulu has hit to attract such Navi buyers." Lu Honglin concurred. "Do you think Yang Chulu is running some kind of pyramid scheme, luring people online and forcing them to spend?" Lu Hongming, overhearing their conversation, scoffed. "You don't know anything. Do you have any idea why Yang Chulu could sell hundreds of thousands of goods in just one day? It's because he has an expert helping him." "An expert?" Dahai and Lu Honglin echoed in unison. "Yes, last night while I was watching a live stream, I happened to see a prominent food blogger promoting agricultural products. I was curious and discovered that they were helping Yang Chulu sell his goods." Dahai was even more puzzled. He had never heard of Yang Chulu knowing any food bloggers, and there were none in the village. Could it be those new college students? "Brother Dallo, are you sure you're not mistaken? Am I blind?" It was that girl in the denim jacket standing next to him. She asked, quite stunning. Dahai glanced in the direction he was pointing and realized it was Wang Shanshan, Tang Shui's close friend. How did he end up entangled with such good fortune? Did all these girls have poor eyesight, ignoring this handsome fellow, and instead crowding around Yang Chulu? As the group whispered amongst themselves, Yang Chulu finished counting the money, ensuring everything was in order. He set the cash aside and asked, "Boss Zhang, do you have much cash on hand?" The owner of Jilu nodded. "Yes. I still have some." "Well, if it's convenient for you, could you exchange another 90,000 for me? I will transfer the amount to you." "Certainly. No problem. Nowadays, bank transfers are generally more convenient. I initially withdrew cash for this purpose, but carrying it around is cumbersome. Once the cash was exchanged, Yang Chulu found an electric tricycle to deliver the fish to the boat. The two owners greeted Wang Shanshan, expressing gratitude for her recommendation of such excellent ingredients and promising to contact her first for future quality goods, establishing a long-term collaboration. After sending off the tuna clients, the onlookers did not disperse. Instead, they grew even more curious about the packaging and delivery process. Yang Chulu spotted Mingzi and Grandma Yang in the crowd. Mingzi, come here. Upon hearing his name, Mingzi ran over with a grin. Uncle Liuzai, wait a moment. I'll divide the money with you so you can buy some treats. Thank you, Uncle Liuzai. Mingzi wants to buy delicious food for Grandma too. Yang Chulu pulled Tang Shui over. Tang Shui, you're better at calculations than I am. Please help me calculate 10% of the commission. I'll send you the bill. Tang Shui nodded. No problem. That's simple. After last night's online sales totaled 236 yuan. Deducting the shipping costs left about 90,000. Adding the earlier sum of 154,800 yuan brought the total to 244,800 yuan. The expenses for fuel, bait, and living costs amounted to 20,000 yuan. Thus, the final surplus was 224,800 yuan, and calculating 10% of that yielded 2,480 yuan. After verifying the figures twice, Tang Shui confirmed the amount and handed it to Yang Chulu. Yang Chulu glanced at the number on his phone and said, "So, this is the 10% commission?" "Exactly. 22,480 yuan, plus a basic salary of 1,200. He added an extra 1,200 to the initial figure. Honoring the basic salary, he had promised Mingzi 200 yuan per day for a total of 6 days. After typing the calculations, the final sum came to 23,680 yuan, which would be Mingzi's total earnings for this trip. He pulled out 2,700 yuan bills and led Mingzi to Grandma Yang, saying, "Grandma Yang, this is your grandson's base salary plus commission, totaling 23,700 yuan. Please count it." Chapter 93. Mingzi rises above old lady Yang was initially taken aback, then straightened her stooped back, shaking her head vigorously as she pushed the money away. "Oh my goodness, I can't accept this. It's far too much." The others nearby were equally astonished. A simpleton could earn tens of thousands from a single trip to sea. On Chin Island, a strong laborer might earn only 5,000 or 6,000 a month, with some earning as little as 2,000 to 3,000. A few days' earnings for them equated to half a year's wages. As onlookers witnessed the sudden influx of money, they whispered among themselves, their faces filled with envy. Seeing old lady Yang's trepidation, Yang Chulu attempted to press the money into her hands once more, but she resolutely refused, insisting that a mere 300 to 500 would suffice. Not only did she decline to take it herself, but she also forbade Mingzi from accepting it. Yang Chulu, exasperated by her refusal, spotted the village chief amidst the crowd and sought his assistance. Upon his arrival, the village chief took the money from Yang Chulu's hands, stating, "Auntie, this is the hard-earned money that Mingzi rightfully earned. There's nothing wrong with accepting it. Trust me, take it." Old lady Yang remained silent, staring at the money. "Oh, just accept it," the village chief urged, pressing the money into her hands, his face radiating pride for Mingzi. With the money cradled in her trembling hands, old lady Yang's lined face quivered as she sobbed quietly, sinking to the ground. Yang Chulu and the village chief were startled, rushing to support her, at her advanced age. Any misstep could spell disaster, and they did not wish for good fortune to turn into misfortune. The crowd, too, felt a tightening in their hearts and surrounded her. As she sat, tears streamed silently down her cheeks. Clutching the money, she bowed repeatedly, murmuring, "Xiao Chong, Hua you can finally rest easy in the heavens. Xiao Ming can earn money now. He has become a man." Her voice faltered, and soon she was inconsolable. Mingzi, witnessing his grandmother's tears, pushed Yang Chulu aside and rushed to support her. "Grandma, please don't cry. Mingzi will be obedient and won't make you angry anymore." Yang Chulu stumbled, only to be steadied by Tang Shui nearby. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, thank you," he replied. Mingzi, possessing considerable strength, easily lifted his grandmother. The two sat on the ground, weeping together over the money, while the onlookers grew silent, no longer murmuring. The village chief wiped away a tear from his eye and gave Yang Chulu a thumbs up. Since the incident, Mingzi's family had survived primarily on charity, with old lady Yang raising him alone. During festivals, the village chief would deliver rice and oil, as they were among the most distressed households. After releasing the pent-up emotion she had long suppressed, Mingzi helped her to her feet. Once standing, old lady Yang took Yang Chulu's hands, saying, "Liuzi, you are such a sincere child. I cannot thank you enough." As she spoke, she bent down to bow to him. Yang Chulu was taken aback, quickly supporting her. "Grandma Yang, This money was earned by Mingzi through his own efforts. You don't need to thank me. Mingzi, hurry and thank your uncle Liuzi, she insisted, pulling him forward and pressing his head down. Thank you, Uncle Liuzi, he stammered. Yang Chulu felt slightly embarrassed by the attention, urging, all right, put the money away and just focus on working hard in the future. I will work hard and catch big fish for candy, Mingzi declared, eliciting laughter from the crowd, which had previously been steeped in emotion. In the throng, Dahai suddenly remembered that he had yet to see a penny of his wages since returning from sea. Brother Lu, it's been a while since we returned. Could you settle my wages? He asked, glancing at the money in Yang Chulu's hands. Lu Hongming's face shifted at the mention of money, slapping his thigh with a forced laugh. Oh dear, how could I forget? I was in such a rush today that I didn't bring it. Here's the plan. Honglin, lend Dahai some money for now, and I'll pay you back later. Lu Honglin shrugged, hands in his pockets. Sorry, but I don't have any cash on hand. You see? Lu Hongming lamented, pointing at him. Dahai, it's not much money. I'll bring it to you another day. Your big brother Lu isn't short on cash. As soon as he finished speaking, he found an excuse to slip away, disappearing from sight within minutes, leaving Dahai cursing under his breath. Meanwhile, Yang Chulu distributed Mingzi's wages and then handed over 22,480 to Tang Shui and Wang Shanshan, honoring their agreement for a 5% commission for their online sales assistance. After dispersing the funds, Yang Chulu retained 178,640 for himself. The earnings from this first trip were indeed beyond expectations. He had initially only hoped to break even. As the distribution concluded, most onlookers lost interest and began to disperse. Yang Chulu remained to oversee the delivery process, as the sheer volume of orders required meticulous verification to avoid errors. Tang Shui and Wang Shanshan stayed to assist, knowing one person alone could not manage the workload. Zhou Taiyu was responsible for printing the tracking numbers, while the rest focused on labeling the packaged items. A group of university students, feeling somewhat aimless, sought permission from Yang Chulu to tour the vessel, having never been on such a large ship before. At that moment, Lily stood alone at the ship's railing, her gaze fixed intently on Yang Chulu, lost in thought. Hu Guowei approached, his clothes still somewhat damp. Noticing Lily alone, he moved closer. Lily, are you feeling better? Lily nodded absently. I'm sorry about last night. I drank too much. It's all right. This ship is quite impressive, Hu Guowei replied. Are you familiar with Yang Chulu? Not really. I've only met him once. Lily answered. Oh, well, enjoy yourself, she said, turning her hips and heading toward Yang Chulu, leaving Hu Guowei behind. He sighed, watching her slender figure disappear into the crowd. Feeling resigned to merely observe, Lily approached Yang Chulu, engaging him in conversation while occasionally inquiring about personal matters. After the events of the previous night, Yang Chulu felt a twinge of apprehension, opting to avoid her as much as possible. The group worked diligently until 10:30 in the morning, finally finishing the packing and loading the items onto the delivery ship. After confirming the shipping details with Zhou Taiyu, he hurried away. Perishable goods could not afford even a second of delay. With their departure, Qin Island returned to its usual tranquility. After spending the morning aboard, the university students grew bored and suggested going out to sea for some fun. Chapter 94. Fame brings controversy as the class leader, Tang Shui, along with Wang Shanshan, the organizer of this gathering, found it difficult to refuse the proposal from their old classmates. The only suitable boat in the village was the Jinshan Hao, and Tang Shui intended to discuss this matter with Yang Chulu. At that moment, Yang Chulu was in the cockpit, dividing the money he had earned that morning into 3 portions, one to repay a previous loan, another to settle the fuel expenses for the big bull, and the remainder to deposit in the bank. After settling all his debts, he calculated that he would still have a surplus of 100,000 yuan. He decided to set aside 20,000 for the next fishing expedition, leaving himself with 80,000, which made him feel like he was finally saving. The door to the cockpit was ajar, and Tang Shui gently pushed it open and entered. Yang Chulu, haven't you finished organizing the money yet? She inquired. He smiled at her entrance, replying, I have it sorted out and was just about to go to the bank. Indeed. Such a substantial amount is best kept in the bank. If you're going, I'll join you. Having too much cash makes it hard to sleep at night. Wait for me to call you, he replied. And by the way, thanks for your help this morning. It's nothing. I also received some money, Tang Shui said, picking up a nearby telescope out of curiosity. Yang Chulu stowed the organized cash into a storage cabinet and locked it. After a few moments of silence, she placed the telescope down, hesitating before asking, Yang Chulu, could I ask you for a favor? Sure, go ahead. My classmates want to go out to sea for some fun. They need to return early tomorrow, and there aren't any other decent boats in the village. Do you think you could? Of course, no problem, Yang Chulu interrupted, readily agreeing before she could finish her request. "Thank you. I can pay for the fuel now," she exclaimed, pleasantly surprised by his swift consent, and began to reach for her money. "No need." Yang Chulu raised his hand to stop her. "We're not going far. It's just a short trip, and it won't cost much. In that case, I'll thank you on behalf of my old classmates and treat you to a meal later," she suggested. "Sounds good." With arrangements made and dinner approaching, it was clear that going out to sea was not feasible at that moment. Tang Shui and her friends had made reservations for dinner in the village, so they decided to head there before gathering again afterward. Yang Chulu took this opportunity to return home, planning to eat something light by himself. After Tang Shui and the others left, Yang Chulu secured the doors and windows, locking everything up. Before he departed, he greeted old Yang at the dock, asking him to keep an eye on the boat. As there was a significant amount of cash on board, carelessness was not an option. Upon returning home, he had just opened the door when Lu Demiran, bustling around in her apron, approached him. "Chulu, Chulu." Upon hearing her voice, he turned to see her. "Aunt, what is the rush at this hour? Come on, let us go eat at our house," she insisted, pulling him along. "Aunt, I can't go. I have things to do," he replied firmly. "Whatever it is, you must eat. Your second uncle has been asking about you for days and has bought a good bottle of wine. Hurry up." Yang Chulu freed his arm from her grasp. "Aunt, I really don't have time. I need to take Tang Shui and her classmates out to sea. They're leaving this afternoon." "Oh, I see," Lu Demiran said, realizing he was indeed busy. "Then how about you come for dinner tonight? I'll have the food ready and we can discuss some matters." "Sure, we'll see," he replied. Just as he managed to dissuade Lu Demiran, Aunt Yang approached, inviting him to her home for a meal as well. "Chulu, come eat with us. Your uncle caught a big eel today, and it's delicious." "Aunt, I'm sorry, but I must head out to sea shortly. Please thank Uncle for me. This child never rests. To be honest, my little niece Ming is here too. You two used to play together as children, and she has grown quite lovely. You should meet her." Hearing this, young Chulu realized it was an attempt to set him up on a blind date. Although he remembered Ming, she was not quite his type. "Aunt, the village chief insisted that I must entertain the college students well. I cannot afford any slip-ups." That old Yang. "All right. I'll definitely have you over another day. She has been staying with us for several days. We'll also need to discuss some things." "Understood," he said as she departed. With the door firmly closed behind him, he felt a sense of relief. Fame, after all, brings its own burdens. In the past, he would have never received such invitations. Even during festivals, no one would have dared to step foot in his home, deeming his circumstances too humble. No sooner had he settled in than there was a knock at the door. Yang Chulu chose not to answer, fearing that even the slightest hint of smoke from a fire would reveal his presence. It seemed a luxury to hope for a warm meal at midday. He would have to make do with instant noodles. After finishing his meal, Yang Chulu hurried to the dock, not wishing to waste a moment, as he felt uneasy about the cash left on board. The village was deserted at this time, with most residents either dining or napping. Upon reaching the dock, he found old Yang leaning against the boat, dozing, the sound of his snores echoing. Yang Chulu lowered the gangway and, while waiting for Tang Shui and her group to arrive, started the boat to warm it up. After returning from the last outing, there was still a third of the fuel left, but he would need to replenish it for this trip. About an hour later, Tang Shui and her friends arrived in a lively group, all clad in fresh school uniforms, looking notably youthful. Interesting, Yang Chulu thought as he watched them laugh and chat, feeling a pang of envy. His only regret was not having attended university, although he had the scores to enroll in a decent second-tier institution. Family troubles had thwarted his plans. As Tang Shui boarded the boat, she greeted him. "Yang Chulu, why did you arrive so early? Have you eaten?" "I've eaten. Have you decided where you'd like to go?" "Not yet. We're not too familiar with the area. How about the mangrove forests or the rocky place we visited last time?" "All right, I'll take you there." Inshore waters lacked the picturesque scenery of the open sea. The murky waters contrasted sharply with the crystal-clear depths of farther waters, where schools of fish often danced in the waves alongside the boat. Wang Shanshan helped everyone settle in as Yang Chulu prepared to set sail. He instinctively sounded the horn, startling old Yang awake, causing him to tumble onto the deck. "That little rascal. Doesn't he ever announce he is setting off?" The Jinshan house sliced through the waves, departing from the dock, while Tang Shui stood nearby, observing him navigate. "Yang Chulu, I have good news for you," she called out. "Really? What is it?" "They're going to rebuild the road in your village." "Is that true?" Yang Chulu exclaimed, astonished and skeptical. He had heard stories about this for years, yet nothing had ever materialized. Chapter 95, The Bet. Tang Shui, noticing his skepticism, retrieved her phone to display an official notice. "Look," she said, "this is what I just filmed at the village office." Yang Chulu, preoccupied with navigating the vessel, barely glanced at the document. but a fleeting look at the seal in the lower right corner confirmed its authenticity. Did the village chief inform you about this? He inquired. Yes, she replied. While I was home for lunch, the village chief asked me to help him with some photocopying. And this was it. How is it that I haven't heard of such a significant matter? He pondered aloud. Tang Shui chuckled softly. Well, it's not surprising. You've been away for a few days, and I heard the funds haven't been approved yet. The villagers will need to contribute some as well. Contribute? Yang Chulu shook his head at the thought of fundraising. He was well aware of the villagers' financial struggles. Any mention of extracting money from their pockets typically elicited immediate resistance. He recalled how the village chief had spent nearly 3 months going door to door to raise funds for the reservoir, even contributing a considerable sum himself. To this day, a corner of the reservoir bore a plaque listing the names of those who had donated, including his father's name. After about half an hour of sailing, the ZHENG arrived near the mangroves. The midday heat was stifling, and only a few small boats were operational in the vicinity. Yang Chulu reduced the speed of the vessel. The waters beneath were intricate and treacherous, and a large ship could easily run aground if it ventured too close. Upon reaching their destination, Tang Shui stepped out to invite everyone onto the deck for photographs, cherishing the rare gathering. A group of university students lined up on the deck, and Wan Shanshan pulled Yang Chulu into the frame to assist with the pictures. He took the camera and snapped several group shots before they began taking individual photos. Yang Chulu intended to return to the cabin. After all, they were old classmates, and he saw no reason to linger. Sixka, don't rush off. Lily called out as she approached him, looking much more agreeable in her school uniform, although her heavy makeup still struck him as odd. Is there something you need? Yang Chulu paused, countering her advance. Could you take a picture with me? I admire tuna fishermen the most. Sorry, I'm not photogenic, he replied, attempting to decline. Just one. Please. Lily pouted, raising a finger in a playful manner. Yang Chulu felt goosebumps at her tone, unable to tolerate such antics. Just then, he spotted Tang Shui approaching and shot her a pleading glance for assistance. Tang Shui understood his silent plea immediately, but, upon seeing Lily holding his hand and rolling her eyes at him, walked over without any intention of intervening. This isn't fair. You should help me out, he thought. Feeling a sense of injustice, under Lily's persistent coaxing, he ultimately relented and allowed a couple of pictures to be taken. This opened the floodgates, and soon, other female classmates approached him for photos as well. Initially, they admired him for his youth and the impressive vessel he commanded, and their fondness only increased after witnessing his successful earnings earlier that morning. While he relished the attention, Hu Guowei and a few male classmates regarded Yang Chulu with envy, wishing they could toss him overboard. After Wang Shanshan finished her photo session and approached Tang Shui, she nudged her with her elbow. Shuijia, why aren't you joining in on the fun? Humph. I have no interest, she retorted. What's this? Who has upset our class monitor? Shanshan teased. Don't be ridiculous. I'm not upset. Noticing Tang Shui's distracted expression, Shanshan leaned in closer. Shuijia, you aren't feeling jealous, are you? Tang Shui draped her arm around Shanshan's shoulder and warned. If you keep talking, I'll throw you in the water. Do you believe me? Huh. You wouldn't dare. If you're not going, I will. Sixka looks quite good on camera, Shanshan declared before walking away. Fuming, Tang Shui puffed out her cheeks, stamped her foot, and felt the tips of her ears redden slightly. Nearby, Hu Guowei noticed her standing alone and adjusted his attire before approaching. Tang Shui, how about a picture together for keepsake? Sorry, I'm not feeling well, she replied, not even glancing up as she brushed past him towards the cabin. The other male classmates chuckled at Hu Guowei's embarrassment, and he, in frustration, pointed at them. Don't laugh at me. If you think you're so capable, why not try? They fell silent, realizing they weren't foolish enough to make a fool of themselves. After a few minutes, Yang Chulu finally extricated himself from the throng, his smile nearly cramping his face. He now understood why the Plus phone sold so well. Most of the buyers seemed to be there just for taking pictures, practically everyone owning one. He stealthily made his way to the cabin, where he found Tang Shui sitting alone at the control panel. Tang Shui, why aren't you out enjoying yourself? He asked. I don't feel like it, she replied, her tone indifferent. Yang Chulu offered her a bottle of water. Here. Are you feeling unwell? I'm fine. You should drink it, she insisted. They exchanged a few idle remarks, but sensing her disinterest, Yang Chulu fell silent. Tang Shui, observing him seated nearby, felt a tumult of emotions within her that she couldn't quite articulate. On deck, Hu Guowei, eager to regain his pride in front of the female classmates, decided to showcase his fishing skills. While he couldn't guarantee prowess in other areas, fishing was his forte. Without hesitation, he approached the cabin. Sixka, do you have a fishing rod I could borrow? Be careful, Yang Chulu responded, knowing Hu Guowei's fishing skills and feeling obliged to comply. With the fishing gear in hand, Hu Guowei continued. Sixka, I heard our class monitor say you were quite experienced in fishing. Why don't we have a little competition? I'll pass. You all have fun, Yang Chulu replied, dismissively. Tang Shui, seemingly possessed by some force, interjected, what, afraid to compete? Yang Chulu was puzzled by her unusual challenge today, feeling slightly irked. Why would I be afraid? He retorted. If you're daring enough, then compete. Whoever wins, I'll treat to a meal, Hu Guowei declared, fueled by the competitive spirit. Yang Chulu shrugged. Fine. But let's not wager anything significant. It's just for fun. Hu Guowei, thinking Yang Chulu was intimidated, felt emboldened. How about this? The loser has to swim around the boat 3 times in the nude. Seeing the seriousness in Hu Guowei's expression, Yang Chulu couldn't back down now and nodded in agreement. Growing up by the sea, he was a competent swimmer. But he sensed that Hu Guowei had ulterior motives behind this wager. Chapter 96. The bottom hook. Tang Shui listened to their wager changes, noting the inherent risks involved, which stirred a sense of concern within her. The competition was initially intended for mere amusement, and the stakes did not warrant such seriousness. Just as she contemplated offering a gentle warning, before she could utter a word, they had already departed. Hu Guowei carried the fishing gear bag as he stepped outside. While Yang Chulu lowered the anchor chain, Tang Shui stood rooted, feeling a twinge of guilt. Had she not provoked them earlier, perhaps the situation would not have escalated. A worried expression crept onto her face. Yang Chulu, perhaps, we should reconsider the competition? Yang Chulu, however, remained unfazed. Since we agreed, we might as well proceed. Even if I lose, it would merely be an early shower, and we all know how to swim. But, rest assured, I am aware of what I am doing. With that, he turned and exited the cabin. Tang Shui gazed at his retreating figure, silently hoping for no unforeseen mishaps. Upon reaching the deck, Yang Chulu found Hu Guowei already preparing his fishing rod, while classmates eagerly pulled out their phones to record the event. Hu Guowei skillfully selected his rod and bait, relishing the admiring glances from his female classmates. Just then, he spotted Yang Chulu approaching and waved him over. Sixth brother. Come quickly. The old classmates are eager to witness your fancy swimming. A female classmate joined in the raucous cheer, long harboring envy towards Yang Chulu, who had since boarded the boat, overshadowing them all. Yang Chulu approached with calm composure, unaffected by their antics. By now, Hu Guowei had chosen a prime sea rod, clearly showing his keen sense. Sixth brother, I just grabbed whatever was available. You should select your rod. Yang Chulu chuckled inwardly at Hu Guowei's pretentiousness, having taken the best rod while feigning a sense of loss. With a casual grin, Yang Chulu picked up a lure rod. It's merely for fun. There's nothing to deliberate. Hu Guowei looked down upon Yang Chulu's choice, scoffing at the use of a lure near the mangroves, where getting snagged was all too likely. Standing behind him, Tang Shui noticed his choice of a lure rod and furrowed her brow, contemplating a warning, but ultimately decided against it. He was unlikely to be oblivious to the risks. Hu Guowei, feeling confident with a 90% chance of victory, hastily zipped up his gear bag and set it aside. Sixth brother, shall we bait or fish dry? I'm fine with either. Then let us fish dry. We have no bait on board. Let us not keep count. How about we determine the winner by the total weight after an hour? Agreed. Let us begin then. As Hu Guowei finished speaking, he positioned himself by the boat's edge, hanging a sandworm on the hook before expertly casting it out with a powerful flick of his arms. His fluid movements garnered applause from the surrounding female classmates. Hu Guowei, so handsome. Hu Guowei, I want seafood. Go for it. Hu Guowei, beaming from the praise, tossed his hair dramatically and pounded his chest in assurance. Yang Chulu, however, remained unpretentious, lifting his rod to prepare his hook. Hu Guowei, wary of him using a multi-hook for anchor fishing, stole a glance to confirm it was not the case. This time, Yang Chulu opted for a jig head hook, which minimized the risk of snagging. The jig head selection is quite particular. Today, he chose a wobble head jig, which functions well with various baits, whether live or artificial. Since he had not prepared for fishing with live bait, he resorted to using a soft plastic lure. Although the soft lure lacked the strong scent of live bait, its elasticity and vibrant appearance proved effective in attracting fish. Attaching the jig head required meticulous attention, ensuring that the hook point faced upward when secured. Once done, Yang Chulu approached the bow of the boat, gently shaking the rod to cast his bait into the water. As the bait sank to the bottom, he slowly turned the reel handle, maintaining tension on the line to detect any bites. With the line taut, Yang Chulu gradually slowed his reel speed, his arm trembling slightly, reminiscent of a Parkinsonian shake. After several moments, he suddenly felt resistance. The line tightened further. A bite? Yang Chulu vigorously shook the rod, yet it remained still. Alas, snagged. In such situations, one need not observe to understand. The sensation alone was telling. Seeing his commotion, classmates flocked around, curious for the excitement. Sixth brother, do you have a fish? I knew it. Sixth brother must be more skilled. Lily, among them, exaggeratedly applauded, "Sixth brother, you're amazing. Keep it up." Unlike her, Hu Guowei remained astute. The reel showed no sign of movement, and the line was taut. A quick glance revealed the truth. "Sixth brother, your luck seems a bit off. You're snagged." Yang Chulu, unfazed by his gloating, nodded in acknowledgement. With a determined shake, he pulled up the snagged hook, relieved that it was not too severe. Otherwise, he would have to cut the line. As his classmates expressed their disappointment at the lack of a catch, Yang Chulu paid little heed to their opinions, aware that they were novices in the art of fishing. Just as enthusiasm waned, Hu Guowei's rod suddenly twitched, the tip bending slightly. "A bite. Huh," he exclaimed, casting a challenging glance at Yang Chulu before reeling in. His classmates, swift as the wind, rushed to his side upon noticing his success. Yang Chulu observed the movement of the line. It likely wasn't a large fish. Surrounded by female classmates, Hu Guowei reveled in the moment, inhaling the fragrance of their perfumes, basking in delight. Such small fish typically required less than a minute to reel in, yet Hu Guowei exaggerated his actions, stepping theatrically and posing as if he were reeling in a marlin. With a splash, a black sea bream weighing over a pound emerged from the water, which Hu Guowei triumphantly hoisted onto the deck. The university students, intrigued by the catch, rushed to snap photos. Some, unfamiliar with the species, received Hu Guowei's patient explanations. Amidst all this, Tang Shui's gaze was not fixed on the fish. Instead, she glanced intermittently at Yang Chulu, who remained composed, diligently shaking his lure rod as he continued his search. Chapter 97. Changing the rod. Fishing with lures in mangroves is not as simple as leaving a baited sea rod in place. It requires constant movement and action. Although there are greater risks associated with lure fishing in mangroves, it also offers notable advantages. The fish inhabiting these waters have an abundance of food year-round, leading to a slight decrease in their wariness. As soon as they spot a meal, they are quick to bite. With a sudden jerk, the tip of Yang Chulu's lure rod bent sharply, and the fishing line tightened significantly. A bite. A smile crept onto his lips as he swiftly began to reel in, lifting the rod upward. The resistance was substantial. What a thrill. The essence of lure fishing lies in its speed. The shorter rod compared to a sea rod makes the experience particularly exhilarating. Before onlookers could react, Yang Chulu had almost reeled in the line completely, pulling a fish from the water with an elegant motion, devoid of any unnecessary flourish. "Come on up," he called out, as he hoisted a 2-kilogram base onto the deck. Splashing and flailing, the base struggled to adapt to its new environment, convulsing desperately. Yang Chulu noted that the hook was firmly lodged in its mouth, having swallowed a significant portion of the soft-bodied bait. Seeing him catch a fish, Tang Shui's previously concerned expression melted into a gentle smile. Just as she prepared to step closer, Lily dashed forward, her eyes wide with excitement. "Well, sixth brother, you're amazing. What kind of fish is this? It looks much better than Hu Guowei's catch." Before she could finish, others gathered around to witness the catch. Yang Chulu lifted the base, carefully prying its mouth open by sliding his fingers along its lower lip. It is generally advisable to insert fingers into the mouth of a fish caught properly, allowing for easier hook removal without excessive struggle. As he inserted his fingers, he simultaneously tapped the fish's mouth firmly. Lily, puzzled by his action, remarked, "Sixth brother, this fish has already suffered enough. Why are you hitting it?" Others echoed her confusion. Yang Chulu explained, "The lead head hook features barbs, making it difficult to extract without this method. Pulling too hard could damage its mouth, reducing its market value." After hearing his reasoning, they nodded, realizing they had learned something new. Who would have thought that a simple hook removal could involve such intricacies? Nearby, Hu Guowei silently scoffed, finding the demonstration trivial and childish. Once Yang Chulu successfully removed the hook, he continued casting his line. At this juncture, both he and Hu Guowei had each caught a fish, though Yang Chulu held a slight advantage in weight. As time progressed, the disparity in Yang Chulu's success became increasingly evident. He was reeling in a fish almost every 2 minutes. Of course, this was aided by his compass, which he utilized during downtime to explore the distribution of fish nearby. Initially, Hu Guowei suspected Yang Chulu was employing some form of cheating with high-tech gadgets, such as visual fish finders. He took the compass, examining it closely, but found nothing unusual aside from the needle-less movement. It was merely an ordinary compass. Yang Chulu felt confident showing it to him. Having tested it previously with Mingzi, the reflection on the surface was visible only to him. At this point, Yang Chulu had accumulated around 7 to 8 kilograms of fish, while Hu Guowei had only managed his earlier catch. This situation was unsustainable for Hu Guowei, who began to plot. "Sixth brother, I'm not quite comfortable with this sea rod. I usually use lures. How about we swap?" As Yang Chulu searched for fish, He nodded in agreement. Sure, let us switch. After an hour of casting, his arm was beginning to ache, so a change was welcome. They exchanged rods, and Yang Chulu settled onto a stool. With renewed confidence, Hu Guowei cast the lure and began searching the edges. Barely 2 minutes had passed when his rod began to twitch. Hey, a bite, Hu Guowei exclaimed, swiftly lifting the rod and turning the reel handle, thinking to himself that he should have switched sooner to avoid feeling so disadvantaged. Moments later, he pulled a base from the water. Wow, it's quite a catch, he declared, casting a sideways glance at Yang Chulu, eager to express his relief after enduring over half an hour of pressure. His classmates rallied around him, cheering him on. Watching just one person catch fish was becoming monotonous. For over 10 minutes, Hu Guowei seemed to be on a roll, reeling in fish without pause, reveling in the experience as if he had reached the pinnacle of fishing success. Sixth brother, you're falling behind. Oh no, another one, he boasted. Tonight, I'll treat everyone to a seafood feast. Meanwhile, Yang Chulu felt a pang of disappointment. Ever since the rod exchange, he hadn't caught another fish. During this time, Wang Shanshan raised her adorable little fist in encouragement. As the hour approached its end, Hu Guowei had significantly surpassed him. If things continued this way, Yang Chulu might have to take a dip in the water. Unbeknownst to him, Tang Shui had approached from behind, offering him a bottle of water. Here, Yang Chulu was taken aback. Her demeanor had been cool moments ago, yet he accepted the water gratefully, realizing how parched he was after fishing for so long. Thank you. After taking a sip, he felt much better. Noticing the absence of others, Tang Shui suggested, shall I tell Hu Guowei to stop fishing and we can cruise around? No need. Isn't it almost over? He replied. Stubbornly, she pouted and walked away, choosing not to engage further with him. Just as Tang Shui turned to leave, his fishing rod suddenly emitted a sharp screech as it was jerked violently, the line spool spinning rapidly. Yang Chulu, being particularly attuned to sound, instinctively yanked the rod from its holder. The rod felt solid in his grip, the spool turning faster, tightening the line to a tautness akin to a musical string. Quickly, he adjusted the drag to prevent the line from snapping. Once the drag was set, the spool whirled even faster, and within moments, the line had unfurled several dozen meters. Yang Chulu was astonished. Typically, coastal waters lacked substantial fish, and this pull indicated something far larger than usual. With his experience in deep-sea fishing, he surmised the fish below must weigh at least 30 pounds. Otherwise, it wouldn't exert such force. He couldn't afford to let it swim into the mangroves. Otherwise, he would be left powerless. Yang Chulu steadied his stance, bracing the rod against his body, gripping the reel handle to wind in the line. The rod creaked under the strain as it bent into a crescent shape. He pressed his knee against the edge of the boat, leaning back with all his strength, engaged in a tug-of-war between man and fish. Chapter 98. The pufferfish decides the outcome. Tang Shui, noticing his struggle, set aside her frustration and promptly approached, placing her hand on his shoulder to offer assistance. Tang Shui, please step aside. I can manage this, Yang Chulu replied, his face flushed with effort. Seeing that he was not jesting, she temporarily retreated, though her gaze remained fixed on him. The commotion had attracted the attention of other classmates, leaving Hu Guowei isolated. Initially confident of victory, Hu Guowei's heart sank upon witnessing Yang Chulu reel in a fish. Could he really accomplish this? Yang Chulu exerted all his strength. Yet the large fish was no easy adversary. They remained locked in a stalemate for several minutes before he managed to momentarily stabilize it. Once the fish was secure, he didn't rush to reel it in, but instead took deep breaths of fresh air, feeling slightly lightheaded from the exertion. If only Mingzi were here, with his help, it wouldn't be so exhausting. After catching his breath, Yang Chulu resumed his efforts to reel in the line. The fish, however, was not to be trifled with. Every time he tried to pull the line back, it fought fiercely. I refuse to be defeated by you, he thought, resolutely clenching his jaw as he engaged in a battle of wills. The onlooking classmates were more anxious than he was, their hands tightly clenched, overwhelmed by the tension. Go for it, sixth brother, someone shouted, and a few female classmates spontaneously formed a cheer squad. Go, sixth brother! Go, sixth brother! Yang Chulu had been managing well until their enthusiastic cheers ignited a surge of heat within him, almost causing him to drop the fishing rod. After a vigorous struggle, he managed to reel in 2/3 of the 100-meter fishing line, drenched in sweat, feeling more exhilarated than after a sauna session. Fatigue set in quickly. Any moment of rest sent his legs trembling and his back aching. Seeing the beads of sweat obscuring his vision, Tang Shui got a tissue from her pocket and stepped forward to wipe his brow. How are you doing? Should I help? She asked. Thank you, but no. Pushing my limits is quite enjoyable, he replied. Lily, observing their closeness, felt a pang of jealousy. Although tiring, the thrill of fishing was in the experience itself. Meanwhile, Hu Guwei, watching Tang Shui fuss over Yang Chulu, seethed with envy. His own lure rod, for reasons unknown, had failed to catch a single fish since the large one appeared. Moments later, the tranquil water erupted in a splash as a dark figure leapt high, heading towards the deck. Yang Chulu instinctively engaged the line's safety lock and pushed Tang Shui aside. "Get back!" he shouted. The others quickly reacted, crouching down and shielding their heads in a panic. With a whoosh, Yang Chulu distinctly felt the shadow zip past him, droplets of water splattering onto his scalp. A dull thud resonated as the deck trembled under the impact. Following the sound, the air filled with shrill screams. The noise pierced Yang Chulu's ears, eliciting a pained reaction. It was no wonder, considering they were all from flatlands, unaccustomed to such a spectacle. After a brief moment of confusion, Yang Chulu regained his composure and stood up to observe the flopping fish on deck. Its body was spindle-shaped, with smooth, hairless skin, its long mouth opening and closing, small eyes appearing helpless. A dolphin? Yang Chulu felt a twinge of disappointment upon recognizing the creature. After all his effort, he had caught such a being. Dolphins, as mammals, are known for their agility and grace, excelling in jumps and dives, making them the fastest mammals in the water. They possess an advanced sonar system and rely on echolocation, exhibiting remarkable hearing both underwater and in the air. This particular dolphin appeared to be about a meter long, weighing at least 50 to 60 pounds. Unfortunately, being a protected species, it could not be harmed or sold, rendering his toil fruitless. As the initial shock wore off, the other college students slowly opened their eyes. Tang Shui lowered her hands from her face, peering through her fingers at Yang Chulu. "Are you hurt?" she asked, concerned. "I'm fine, look over there," he replied, gesturing to the side. Her gaze followed, and upon seeing the dolphin, her eyes widened with delight, and she stood up, her face lighting up with joy. "A dolphin? How adorable!" she exclaimed, hastening towards the creature. The others, upon spotting the dolphin, flocked around it, enchanted by its endearing demeanor, far more appealing than any black sea bream or bass. The dolphin, still bewildered, found itself surrounded, soon facing cameras as it became the center of attention. "Wow, look how cute it is. Its body is so smooth, it feels amazing. Oh, its mouth is moving. Is it uncomfortable? We should remove the hook. It must hurt." A chorus of voices, filled with maternal instinct, erupted among the girls. "Sixth brother, can you come help remove the hook? It's in pain." "I'm coming," Yang Chulu replied, somewhat exasperated. The dolphin had been in distress when caught, yet Hu Guwei had celebrated his catches without a second thought, clearly showing a double standard. Approaching the dolphin, Yang Chulu noted that the once agitated creature was now calm under gentle strokes, appearing to enjoy the attention. Kneeling down, he observed that the hook was lodged deeply, making extraction a challenge. "Can someone hold its head down?" he requested. "I'll do it," Tang Shui volunteered, recalling her fondness for dolphins from her visits to aquariums, where she often petted them during training sessions. Dolphins, unlike other fish, are not aggressive. They possess gentle temperaments and strong memories, capable of learning numerous tricks. Ranking among the most intelligent animals, Tang Shui gently caressed the dolphin's head, soothingly saying, "Be good now." The dolphin seemed to respond, playfully flicking its tail. "Look, it seems to understand me." In mere minutes, Tang Shui had become its devoted admirer. Yang Chulu rolled his eyes slightly, amused, as he held the dolphin's head down with one hand, just as a sudden spray of water burst forth. Caught off guard, he was drenched in seawater. "Ugh," he sputtered, spitting out the salty liquid, which carried a peculiar taste that was hard to describe. The dolphin, seeing his disgust, playfully shook its head, wearing an almost proud expression. Chapter 99. Accepting the bet, the amusing antics of the dolphin brought laughter from those nearby, prompting them to lavish praise upon it. Tang Shui chuckled as she handed him a tissue, inquiring, "How are you feeling?" "Good. Quite good," Yang Chulu replied, wiping the water from his face before delivering a playful slap towards the dolphin. "Look at you, so proud, aren't you?" The dolphin, having received the playful smack, became noticeably more subdued, gazing back at him with innocent eyes. Just moments prior, Yang Chulu had been drenched by the dolphin's spray, which emanated from its blowhole located atop its head, used for breathing and expelling water. Upon realizing the precise location, he felt a wave of nausea wash over him. No wonder the taste had been peculiar. Could it have been mucus? After this brief interlude, Yang Chulu approached the situation with more caution. However, the hook was firmly lodged in place, and its prolonged entanglement made it exceedingly difficult to extract. Although he contemplated simply severing the line, his fellow university students vehemently opposed the idea, fearing inflammation and potential ulcers. With no alternative, Yang Chulu enlisted the help of several strong male classmates to pry the dolphin's mouth open, allowing him to reach inside. "Be sure to hold on tightly. I'm about to begin," he cautioned. Understood, they responded. Just be careful not to go too deep. As he extended his hand into the dolphin's mouth, the boys exchanged playful jests, reveling in the absurdity of the moment. Hu Guowei, witnessing Yang Chuliu's predicament, erupted into laughter, his body shaking with amusement. Keep laughing, and soon you'll find yourself taking a dip with it, Yang Chuliu retorted, irritated by Hu Guowei's schadenfreude. Initially, he had considered foregoing the swim, but now it seemed he must uphold the wager. After several minutes of effort, he finally succeeded in retrieving the hook lodged in the dolphin's throat, his hands now sticky with its viscous secretions. The dolphin, liberated from its discomfort, appeared even more spirited, energetically shaking its body. Yang Chuliu suppressed his revulsion to wash his hands, as this had been his first experience with such an endeavor. Once he had cleaned himself, Hu Guowei approached him with his arms crossed, interrupting, "Sixth brother, what is it like to probe a fish?" Yang Chuliu flicked the water from his hands, forcing a smile as he replied, "Not bad at all. Care to give it a try?" "No, thank you. That's not quite my cup of tea." "Oh, not your cup of tea? Well, you should hurry and strip down. The sun is high, and the water temperature is just right." At this, Hu Guowei's grin vanished as he recalled the wager. The other students, hearing this, joined in the teasing. Everyone loves a lively spectacle. "Hu, go on. I've heard you're quite the swimmer." "Indeed. I've always wanted to see a demonstration of wild swimming." Noticing Hu Guowei's hesitation, Yang Chuliu speculated he might be backing out. "If you're afraid, that's perfectly fine. It's not a big deal." "Who is afraid? I'll swim," Hu Guowei declared defiantly, lifting his chin. "Come on, let us give a round of applause." Yang Chuliu initiated the clapping, and soon everyone followed suit. With a huff, Hu Guowei approached the edge of the boat and began to disrobe. He swiftly shed his jacket, revealing a pair of cartoonishly large Peppa Pig boxers. Yang Chuliu stifled a laugh at the sight of the whimsical pattern, surprised by Hu Guowei's peculiar taste. The other male classmates eagerly pulled out their phones to capture the moment, while the female students, though not taking photos, giggled uncontrollably. Hu Guowei's face flushed crimson. Today's events were undeniably embarrassing, and he would struggle to regain his dignity in this circle. To alleviate the awkwardness, he leapt from the boat, eager to finish the ordeal. With a splash, he plunged into the water, sending waves cascading around him, prompting concern from the others who gathered at the boat's edge. Noticing the dolphin lying listlessly on the deck, likely due to prolonged dehydration, Yang Chuliu summoned 2 classmates to help him lift it for release. The dolphin, once back in the water, did not swim away immediately, but circled the boat instead. Tang Shui waved goodbye, calling, "Farewell, little dolphin." Wang Shanshan echoed her sentiment, "Goodbye, you adorable creature." At that moment, Hu Guowei returned, having completed a lap, but found the dolphin blocking his path. Move aside, he shouted, splashing the water in an attempt to shoo it away. The dolphin flicked its tail, splashing him once more. "Get lost, you beast." Hu Guowei, already irked, found himself further frustrated by the dolphin's antics and attempted to strike it. Yet, the dolphin's agility in the water was unmatched. It leapt gracefully above the surface before crashing down again, knocking Hu Guowei off balance and eliciting a grimace of pain. The dolphin circled behind him, seemingly fascinated by the Peppa Pig design, and began to playfully nudge him from behind. "Get off me. I was wrong. Don't poke." Though the dolphin posed no real threat, being pursued by a large fish in the water was enough to incite panic. Hu Guowei flailed his arms and kicked furiously, his speed more than doubling as he desperately tried to escape. But no matter how hard he swam, the dolphin remained hot on his heels. Yang Chuliu marveled at Hu Guowei's newfound speed, lamenting that he could have excelled in a race. What would typically take half an hour to swim 3 laps was now completed in less than 20 minutes. After a brief play, the dolphin executed a spectacular leap and vanished beneath the waves. Exhausted, Hu Guowei climbed back onto the boat, collapsing onto the deck, panting as if he were a dog that had just run a marathon. He winced at the pain in his rear and stood up again. Tang Shui and the others, having returned to the cabin 2 minutes earlier, were no longer interested in witnessing his disheveled state, having already laughed themselves silly. Once dressed, Hu Guowei glared daggers at Yang Chuliu, wishing he could annihilate him with a single glance. Yang Chuliu, oblivious to the hostility, continued to reel in his line. "Hu Guowei, don't glare at me like that. If you're not satisfied, feel free to come again. I assure you, poking you will be far more entertaining than poking fish. Right? You, bring it on. I'm not afraid." "All right, but I cannot guarantee I won't catch that dolphin again. Think carefully." At the mention of the dolphin, Hu Guowei faltered, clearly shaken. Anyone who had endured such an experience for half an hour would not be unscathed. Seeing his discomfort, a nearby student suggested that it was getting late and they should head back. Yang Chuliu readily agreed, eager to return and rest after a long day.